A teenager suffering from uremia is reborn a year earlier. After witnessing game monsters invade the real world and the tragic deaths of his loved ones, he resolves to change his fate this time using a game helmet worth 50,000 yuan. At the hospital in Yang City, Yang Yu made a heartfelt request to his parents and younger sister to stop his medical treatment and instead buy a Tian Dao game helmet. His mother, Tian Shtoying, was overwhelmed with tears, clutching his frail hand tightly. His father, Yang Jianhua, turned away to hide his emotions, while his sister, Yang Shui, even offered to donate her kidney. Despite his family's concerns, Yang Yu insisted on buying the game helmet. His determination stemmed from a secret he carried: his experience of being reborn. In the future, a year from now, he had witnessed the monsters from the Tian Dao game break into reality, slaughtering humans. Even his parents and sister had perished under a dragon's breath while trying to protect him. In that critical moment, a mysterious golden flame entered his forehead, granting him a second chance at life. Knowing that the powerful warriors who fought against the monsters drew their strength from the game, he realized that this game might hold the key to altering his destiny. That evening, just half an hour before the Tian Dao game launched, Yang Yu put on the game helmet. The system began identity verification and binding. Strangely, some peculiar light particles avoided the golden flame in his mind and seemed to dance joyfully around it. After naming his character Drunken Song, he entered the Golden Sanctuary. The system's scan revealed astonishing results. He had acquired an SS level talent called Venomous Blood Physique. This talent made his blood and bodily fluids highly toxic, allowed him to enhance the poison by killing targets, and enabled him to absorb other toxins to strengthen himself. Furthermore, with each job advancement, the poison effects could stack, and their duration would double. This is incredible. Yang Yu stood frozen in place, his eyes widening in shock. His pupils dilated as the realization of the blood fiend toxic body's potential hit him. It wasn't just an SS level talent. It was practically a mythical, god-tier ability. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Every player entering the Path of Heaven game is granted one chance to spin the Wheel of Fate. Now spinning for you. Before the voice had finished, a massive, radiant golden wheel appeared out of thin air before him. The wheel was divided into sections of varying sizes. The largest sections were filled with basic items like blank equipment, black iron, bronze, and silver gear. A smaller section shimmered with golden and dark gold items. Higher tiers included Earth Grade, Heaven Grade, Ghost Grade, Celestial Grade, and Divine Grade equipment, as well as a dragon egg. At the very top, Yang Yu barely made out an incredibly tiny sliver, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a special piece of equipment Void Quiver. The system immediately listed the item's attributes. Feature 1. Can absorb and upgrade by consuming equipment of the same tier. Current tier, blank equipment 010. Feature 2. Contains a void space, providing 100 additional inventory slots and an unlimited supply of spirit arrows. Feature 3. Bound to the player upon acquisition, making it non-tradable, non-droppable, and indestructible. Bound to player, Zhengjiu Kuanga. Each level 1 spirit arrow deals 10 points of true damage and increases attack range by 50. Damn, this is insane. Yang Yu muttered, swallowing hard, his heartbeat racing. Not only did he acquire an overpowered talent, but even the lottery rewarded him spectacularly. This piece of equipment was the perfect solution to his earlier dilemma. Previously, he had been struggling to figure out how to utilize the Blood Fiend Toxic Bodis unique ability. Was he supposed to urinate on enemies during combat? Or injure himself to poison opponents with his blood? These options were either too bizarre or excessively self-destructive. But with the Void Quiver, his path became crystal clear. An archer. By simply soaking his arrows in his blood or other bodily fluids, every shot would inflict toxic damage. Even better, the limitless supply of spirit arrows eliminated the need to purchase ammunition. Combined with the 50 range boost, it was a dream setup for a Hitandran kiting strategy. However, according to the game's rules, players could only choose a specific class after reaching level 10 and leaving the novice village. During the early stages, players could wield any weapon, but without class-specific bonuses, allowing them time to explore and find their ideal role. After calming his excitement, Yang Yu turned his attention to adjusting his character's appearance. Years of illness had left him emaciated, with sunken eyes and thinning, graying hair. Yang Yu stared at the horrifying figure before him and decisively adjusted the appearance value up by 50. While it still couldn't be called handsome, at least it wouldn't scare away passersby anymore. He opened the initial attribute panel, and a string of data appeared before his eyes. Level 10100. Basic attributes. Strength 51-2 physical attack. Constitution 51-10 health, 1 physical defense. Agility 51-1 millisecond movement speed, 0.1 attacks per second. Spirit 91-10 mana, 1 magic defense. Intelligence 101-2 magic attack. Combat attributes. Health, 50. Mana, 90. Physical attack, 10. Physical defense, 5. Magic defense, 9. Speed, 5. Other attributes. Reputation, 0. Luck, hidden. Special talent. Bloodbane toxic body deals 1 true damage per second to the target, lasting 10 seconds. Sigh, as expected, a weakling with trash tier stats. Yang Yu muttered to himself with a self-deprecating smile. Years of chronic illness had left his strength, constitution, and agility at the bare minimum of 5 points. However, his spirit and intelligence had become extraordinarily high due to the mental toll of his suffering. With the awakening of his bloodbane toxic body, his path was clearly set toward poison-based attacks, and the mage class was out of the question. Yet this initial disadvantage didn't dampen his spirits. Armed with the game-breaking trait of the bloodbane toxic body, he feared no opponent. At midnight, the countdown hit 0. A system notification rang out. Welcome to the Heavenly Dao Killing Grounds. You are now in Novice Village 997, which houses 100,000 beginner players. Countless opportunities and encounters await your exploration. Good luck. A flash of light enveloped him, and Yang Yu appeared on the rebirth altar wearing nothing but a pair of shorts. The area was packed with people. Male players were similarly clad in just shorts, while female players fared slightly better with an added tight tank top. The novice village instantly erupted into chaos, with voices clamoring from every direction. Damn, this game is way too realistic. Hey beautiful, mind if we get to know each other? Who touched my butt? Ladies, stop pushing. I can't breathe. Bro, stop groping me, I'm a guy. Hehe, just my type. Yang Yu tried to move toward the village outskirts, but his lack of strength left him helplessly jostled by the crowd. Forced to remain in place, he opened his system inventory. The gear inside was modest but adequate. Novice dagger. Wooden bow common, attack 2, non-tradable, non-droppable, non-destructible. Peachwood magic sword. Rough cloth robe common, defense 2, non-tradable, non-droppable, non-destructible. Looking at his frail, bony frame, Yang Yu hurriedly equipped the robe and slung the bow and void quiver over his shoulder. Though the quiver was a plain, common item with no special features, he ignored the mocking gazes around him. Wow, this guy got the lowest tier common gear. What a loser. Huh. Look at him, don't he look like a goblin crossed with an alien? I got a bronze longsword with 50 attack power. Too bad I can't use it until level 10. Big bro, carry me, please. Yang Yu had long grown numb to ridicule. Years of illness had taught him to brush off scorn and insults. At this moment, his mind was focused on only one goal: heading out of the village. He had far more important things to accomplish. About 500 meters from the village entrance, a group of half-human reed rabbits gradually came into view. Yang Yu casually used his detection skill, and the attributes of these creatures immediately appeared before him. Level 1 common monsters, 200 HP, 15 attack, 10 defense, 7 speed, and no special abilities. At this moment, Yang Yu was dressed in a coarse cloth robe and wielding a wooden bow. His attack power was only 12 points, physical defense 7 points, and HP 50 points, all of which were far inferior to the reed rabbits. This wasn't an issue of equipment, but rather his naturally weaker constitution and strength compared to the average person. Other players, while having less HP than the reed rabbits, had attributes that were otherwise comparable. The scene was bustling with activity. Each time a reed rabbit appeared, it was immediately surrounded by a dozen players. These level 1 monsters weren't hard to deal with. Each strike took away 7 or 8 points of health, and 3 to 5 hits were enough to take one down. Even with Yang Yu's low base stats, dealing with reed rabbits posed no challenge. His spirit arrow skill came with 10 points of true damage, making his effective attack power even higher than most players. However, with so many people around, he chose not to reveal his strength too early. After all, standing out too much could attract unnecessary attention, and the game of Tian Dao was intertwined with countless forces and secrets. Being cautious was the safer path. As Yang Yu continued walking toward the outskirts of the village, he weighed two options. Should he break away from the crowd to challenge higher-level monsters, or should he focus on hunting level 1 monsters in less contested areas? With his poison enhancement and spirit arrow, he was confident he could handle level 3 or even level 4 monsters alone. However, after careful consideration, he chose the latter option. This decision was quite unconventional. Most players with powerful talents would eagerly seek out higher-level challenges. On the surface, it seemed more efficient. Level 1 monsters provided 5 experience points, level 2 monsters gave 10, and each additional level added a 10 experience bonus. Killing 9 level 2 monsters would be enough to level up from 1 to 2, whereas it would take 20 level 1 monsters to achieve the same. But Yang Yu saw a deeper mechanism at play. His Bloodbane poison body talent allowed him to grow stronger by killing monsters of the same or higher level. Each kill granted him an additional 1 second of poison damage and increased his constitution by 0.1. If he immediately started farming level 2 or 3 monsters, he would miss out on significant growth opportunities during the level 1 stage. Understanding this, Yang Ye's resolve grew even stronger. Not only would he avoid fighting higher-level monsters prematurely, but he also wished his leveling experience requirement were 3 times or even 10 times that of ordinary players. What harm was there in leveling up more slowly? In his eyes, levels were nothing more than fleeting numbers. Yang Yu was confident in maintaining his level 1 status while farming monsters endlessly, showing no fear even when faced with level 10 or level 20 players. He even considered forming a team to share the experience, but unfortunately, he had no acquaintances in the beginner's village, and his unique ability was something he couldn't afford to reveal. Just as he began entertaining the idea of deliberately getting killed to drop levels and infinitely stack his passive ability, the golden flame in his mind suddenly trembled. This unusual reaction immediately made Yang Yu realize that being killed in the game might involve other unknown dangers beyond losing levels. Heeding the golden flame's warning, he decisively abandoned the thought. Glancing around, he noticed that the monster zones in the beginner's village were almost entirely crowded with players. The reedied rabbit area was packed, the level 1 Squirtle area was swarming with people, and in the distance, thousands of players were waiting for the level 1 pheasant to respawn. Only a small waterhole in the southeast appeared desolate, with the occasional player quickly retreating after stepping in. Yang Yu promptly opened the system map to check for details. The map displayed the main monster distributions within a 2-kilometer radius of the village entrance, with the highest level being level 5. To uncover information about higher-level monsters, he would need to explore on his own. The waterhole's monster details soon appeared. Blotched Toad Common Monster. Level 1. Health 100. Attack 12. Defense 8. Speed 6. Skill Long Tongue Strike. Special note: lives in groups and is highly venomous. Avoid close proximity or being struck by its tongue, as this may result in fatal poisoning. For ordinary players, these stats made the blotched toad a poor choice in terms of risk and reward. But for Yang Yu, with his blood venom physique, it was the perfect target for leveling up. Not only did the toads have a mere 100 health points, but their venom could enhance the abilities of his blood venom physique. Most importantly, he was completely immune to poison. As Yang Yu headed toward the waterhole, 2 young men with an unhealthy greenish hue to their faces hurriedly stopped him. "Brother, don't go over there. Those monsters are poisonous," one of them warned. "Yeah, their long tongue attack can deal 40 points of damage in one hit, and with so many of them, it's impossible to dodge," the other added. "Why don't the 3 of us team up to farm reedied rabbits instead? There might be fewer of them, but at least it's safe." For most players, losing 40 health points was nearly half their life bar. Moreover, level 1 monsters barely dropped any copper coins, making it impossible to afford health potions, so they avoided the blotched toads at all costs. "Thanks for the warning, but I prefer to go solo," Yang Yu replied curtly and continued toward the waterhole, leaving the 2 behind, shaking their heads and sighing. "That guy's asking for trouble. He'll regret it once those toads send him running for his life. Hee. If he manages to get away, he's lucky. Otherwise, he might just end up back at the altar for a respawn." A group of players stood chatting quietly among themselves. "No worries, let's wait here and see. Right now, there are too many people and too few monsters. Without landing the final blow, we won't get any experience points. If he comes back, apologizes, and says a few nice words, we might consider teaming up with him," one of them added. "But the final blow has to be ours. Let's level up first before we decide anything." Yang Yu arrived at a swampy area, where the sound of croaking frogs echoed all around. Puddles of varying sizes were scattered across the terrain, each hosting colorful toads the size of plates. He scanned his surroundings. There was no one in sight within a 500-meter radius. It was the perfect spot to test his plan. He took off his void quiver, preparing to coat his spirit arrows with poison, but encountered a major problem. With his current full health of 50 points, he could only poison his arrows 50 times at most, and doing so was extremely risky. Newbie players had a slow auto-heal rate 1 point every 5 seconds, meaning it would take a full 4 minutes to recover completely. In this fast-paced early stage of the game, such an inefficient and dangerous method was clearly not ideal. Suddenly, an idea struck Yang Yu. His eyes lit up as he placed the void quiver against his abdomen and loosened his belt. The sound of flowing liquid filled the air, and the quiver trembled violently, as if resisting the indignity. But as a bound piece of equipment, it had no choice but to comply. "Just this once, my dear. Don't hold it against me. Once I have a higher health pool, we'll make it up to you with blood instead," Yang Yu murmured, soothing the artifact-like quiver. After securing his belt and slinging the quiver back over his shoulder, he marveled that its miraculous designate was filled with liquid, yet its appearance remained utterly unchanged. Before engaging in battle, Yang Yu carefully examined the level 1 spirit arrows coated in poison. The arrowheads perfectly encapsulated the venom, ready to unleash it upon impact. He aimed at a colorful toad 15 meters, a simple task for someone who had been passionate about ranged combat since high school. The arrow struck its target, dealing 14 points of damage. Combined with the poison's 1 point of damage per second, the total reached an impressive 24 points. However, the attack also alerted the surrounding toads. 5 of them leapt toward him simultaneously, each capable of inflicting 5 points of damage. The situation quickly became dangerous. But Yang Yu remained calm and composed. He retreated while firing, maintaining a steady rhythm of 1 arrow every 2 seconds. Each shot landed precisely, poisoning every toad in turn. As the poison on the first toad began to wear off, Yang Yu was already prepared, drawing an arrow, aiming, firing, and retreating in one seamless motion. Although Yang Yu managed to temporarily suppress the spotted toads, he remained highly vigilant. He closely observed the situation. The spotted toads originally had a speed of 6 points, slightly faster than his own 5 points by 1 meter per second. However, after 10 seconds of pursuit, the lead toad had only closed a 5-meter gap, still keeping a distance of nearly 10 meters from him. This unusual phenomenon made Yang Yu realize something critical: his blood fiend poison body not only continuously drained the enemy's health, but also inflicted negative effects such as weakness, dizziness, and sluggishness. While the spotted toads showed no obvious physical changes, their actual speed had decreased from 6 points to approximately 5.5 points, barely faster than Yang Yu. Considering the unknown reach of the spotted toads' tongues, Yang Yu decisively adjusted his strategy. He stopped applying poison to the other 4 toads, and instead focused all his attacks on the one in the lead. Meanwhile, he cleverly used the shrubs and the terrain as cover to obstruct the pursuer's approach. His arrows fired every 2 seconds, each shot dealing 15 points of health damage to the spotted toad. The first round of attacks, combined with poison damage, had already drained 24 points of health from the target. With just 5 arrows, the first spotted toad collapsed. A system notification promptly appeared. Congratulations on defeating a level 1 spotted toad. You have gained 5 experience points. Current 5,100. Blood fiend poison body has grown. Poison true damage increased to 2 points per second. Constitution increased by 0.1, reaching 5.1 points. Physical defense cannot improve until Constitution reaches a full point increase. This meant Yang Yu's maximum single attack damage had risen to 34 points, and his health had increased by 1 point to 51 points due to the Constitution boost. Though the improvement was small, he knew that steady growth would eventually help him overcome his initial weak stats. However, as he aimed at the second spotted toad, he noticed that the poison damage remained at 1 point per second. After a brief moment of thought, he understood the reason. Although his internal poison had been enhanced, the liquid stored in his void quiver was still from before the upgrade and thus unaffected. 10 seconds later, the second spotted toad fell as well. Another system notification followed. 5 experience points gained. Current level 1. 10,100. Poison true damage increased to 3 points per second. Constitution increased to 5.2 points. Health increased to 52 points. Facing the remaining 3 spotted toads, Yang Yu reverted to his original strategy of alternating his attacks. Within just 6 seconds, all the remaining targets were afflicted with the deadly poison. The nearest colorful toad was now only 3 meters away. It suddenly opened its massive mouth, and a sticky, elongated tongue shot out like an arrow aimed directly at Yang Yu. His eyes sharpened with focus, and his body shifted with lightning speed as he simultaneously raised his bow and aimed at the tongue whipping through the air. Whoosh! The arrow tore through the sky. The arrow struck the toad's tongue with pinpoint accuracy, dealing double damage. The tongue recoiled violently, flopping back like a kite with its string cut. Yang Yu's eyes lit up with realization had finally discovered the weakness of these colorful toads in this hyperrealistic game. Heavenly Tao. With a single arrow, he knocked off 28 health points from the third toad, leaving it on the brink of death. Seizing the opportunity, he fired another arrow at its tongue, and the third colorful toad collapsed with a heavy thud. Yang Yu then deliberately lured the fourth toad closer, waiting for it to launch its tongue attack. It wasn't long before the fourth toad also fell under the precision of his arrows. The system notification promptly chimed in. Congratulations! You've successfully slain a level 1 colorful toad. Earned 5 EXP. Current progress. Level 1, 20,100. Your blood venom physique has advanced. Toxic true damage increased to 5 points second. Your body has undergone blood poison refinement. Constitution increased by 0.1. Current value, 5.4. Faced with the final colorful toad, Yang Yu intentionally slowed his pace, aiming to test his immunity to toxins. He casually loosed an arrow, applying a venom effect to the toad. The creature seized the chance, its tongue snapping toward his calf in an instant. The tongue strike left a bloody wound on his leg, and the toad eagerly licked his blood. While the attack should have inflicted 4 points of poison damage per second, Yang Yu's blood venom physique completely nullified the effect. In fact, He could faintly feel himself absorbing the toad's venom, though the amount was negligible and barely noticeable. But then, something unexpected happened. The damage numbers above the toad's head suddenly spiked from 1 second to 5 second. Its movement slowed drastically, becoming even more sluggish than Yang Yu. As he retreated to avoid the toad's desperate counterattack, his mind raced to uncover the cause. His gaze fell on the unhealed wound on his leg, and clarity struck him. The toad had ingested his blood. His venomous blood had overwhelmed the toad's own toxins, amplifying the damage it suffered and exacerbating the negative effects. Realizing this, Yang Yu swallowed hard, a chill running down his spine. The realization that his blood carried such devastating toxicity left him both amazed and unsettled. Yang Yu stood excitedly in place, his eyes lighting up with a major discovery. His toxic body trait was essentially a natural defensive barrier. Any creature attempting close combat against him would suffer the consequences. While players' weapons and armor could somewhat resist the seepage of his poisonous blood, monsters relying on melee attacks or even biting weren't nearly as fortunate. He turned to the dying, colorful toad before him, casually loosing an arrow that ended its life. The system notification promptly chimed. Ding. Successfully killed a level 1 spotted toad. Gained 5 experience points. Current progress. Level 1, 25,100. Ding. Bloodbane toxic body has grown. Poison true damage increased to 6 points per second. Ding. Constitution refined by toxic blood. Increased by 0.1 to reach 5.5. Though the battle seemed drawn out, it had taken less than a minute. 5 spotted toads had fallen in quick succession, and such astonishing efficiency would leave any other player in awe. Yang Yu approached the nearest toad carcass, ready to test another ability of his bloodbane toxic body. Placing his right hand gently on the toad's vibrant back, he immediately felt a powerful suction emanating from within him. Ding. Successfully absorbed poison from a level 1 spotted toad. Poison damage increased to 7 points per second. Ding. Constitution increased by 0.1 to reach 5.6. The experiment was a success. The absorbed toad's body lost its colorful hue, becoming a shriveled husk. Even more surprising, Yang Yu noticed that his satiety level had risen by 2 points. In this world governed by strict satiety requirements, this was an unexpected bonus. He proceeded to process the remaining 4 corpses, each absorption bringing corresponding attribute boosts. Though these low-level monsters didn't drop any equipment, the rewards were still substantial. His constitution increased by a total of 1 point, his health reached 60 points, physical defense rose from 7 to 8 points, and most significantly, his poison damage skyrocketed from 1 point per second to 11 points per second. This meant he could now take down a spotted toad with just a single arrow, as its health was a mere 100 points. Glancing at a nearby puddle, Yang Yu fell into thought. Though the Void Quiver's urine-coated arrows were losing their effectiveness, he was reluctant to abandon his commitment to it. If the arrows could inflict poison when coated with urine, would direct contact with the amphibians yield even stronger effects? Once a wicked idea takes root, it becomes impossible to suppress. Yang Yu's heartbeat quickened, and a spark of excitement lit up his eyes. He cautiously approached the marsh, quickly identifying his target, a small puddle occupied by only 2 brightly patterned toads. Being a fragile player, he was well aware that he couldn't handle an onslaught from a large group of toads, so he deliberately avoided the larger puddles crowded with dozens of them. At this moment, the 2 vibrantly colored toads were lazily basking in the sunlight by the edge of the puddle, their colorful backs partially exposed above the water. The warm sunlight made them squint in comfort. Holding his breath, Yang Yu carefully and quietly approached the puddle. Upon reaching the edge, he removed the Void Quiver and tilted its opening close to the water's surface. This was to minimize noise from the liquid disturbance. A pale yellow fluid silently streamed into the puddle, blending seamlessly with the water. After pouring every last drop, he retreated to a safe distance about 10 meters away, keeping a close eye on the toad's reactions. Unlike direct poison attacks, this method of poisoning worked much more slowly. Perhaps due to the dilution, the toad's health points decreased by only 1 every 3 seconds. It wasn't until nearly 20 seconds later that the 2 toads stirred from their sunbathing. They noticed their health was gradually depleting but couldn't pinpoint the cause, so they didn't act immediately. With 100 health points each, losing a few wasn't enough to alarm them. As they scanned their surroundings for the culprit, their gaze finally landed on Yang Yu, who stood several meters away. Although he was beyond their aggro range, his curious, intent stare seemed to unsettle them. The 2 toads exchanged a glance, then leapt out of the puddle and started bounding toward him. Yang Yu didn't counterattack right away. He wanted to collect more experimental data. He maintained a safe distance while retreating, keeping just out of their reach. The poisoned toads moved at a speed similar to his, unable to catch up. He began timing from the moment they left the puddle. 25 seconds, 26 seconds, 27 seconds. At the 27th second, The poison effect on the two toads finally wore off. This confirmed Yang Yu's hypothesis. Even after leaving the puddle, the diluted poison lingering on the toads' bodies continued to take effect. Though the health draining rate slowed to a third of its original speed, the duration far exceeded 10 seconds. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Yu kept retreating while drawing his novice dagger. His current physique had reached a value of 6.0, and with the 2 points of physical defense provided by his novice cloth armor, his total defense was 8 points. Equipping the novice dagger gave him an attack power of 12 points, meaning any self-inflicted damage would only cost him 4 health points. Without hesitation, he made a swift cut across his left wrist, catching the flowing blood with the void quiver and sealing it in one of its 100 storage compartments. Yang Yu wanted to gather more blood, but the wound quickly clotted. Without hesitation, he focused his mind into the storage compartment of his void arrow quiver and decisively infused 4 spirit energy arrows. As expected, the arrows were successfully poisoned, but they also absorbed all the blood. In this data-driven world governed by the laws of heaven, even blood had its limits and couldn't be divided infinitely. Without further delay, Yang Yu swung his blade again, the edge precisely cutting into the freshly healed wound. After 5 successive strikes, his health dropped to 40 points, but the reward was substantial 20 poisoned spirit energy arrows neatly arranged in their designated storage slot. With his health critically low, Yang Yu carefully adjusted his strategy. He divided the arrows into 2 groups: standard spirit energy arrows for regular combat and poisoned ones reserved for when the toxin's effect was about to fade, ensuring continuous damage while conserving his precious blood. His toxin damage had now reached 11 points per second, enough to be lethal with a single arrow. 10 meters away, 2 patterned toads were still relentlessly pursuing him. Yang Yu drew a poisoned spirit energy arrow from his quiver and released it with precision. 1 arrow per toad, clean and efficient. The toad's skin turned an eerie blue-green upon being poisoned, their speed sharply reduced, rendering them unable to close the distance. Before the 2 toads could collapse, Yang Yu turned and dashed toward another pond, where 8 more unsuspecting prey awaited. The system notification chimed, announcing the deaths of the experimental toads, and his various attribute gains experience points increased to 30,100, toxin damage rose to 12 points per second, and constitution improved to 6.1. Yang Yu didn't pause as he unleashed a rapid volley of arrows at the toads in the water. With his heightened toxicity, even the healthiest toads couldn't survive more than 8 seconds. The system alerts came in rapid succession, his experience points climbing swiftly to 75,100, toxin damage surging to 21 points per second, and constitution reaching 7.0. In less than 30 seconds, all 10 patterned toads lay dead. With the escalating potency of his toxic blood effect, the layered impacts of slowing, debilitating, and weakening had rendered these creatures, whose speed only slightly exceeded his own, incapable of even grazing his clothing before succumbing mid-charge. Yang Yu quickly stepped forward and began absorbing the toxins from the 10 colorful toads. As the system notification sounded, his blood fiend poison body advanced, increasing his poison attack from 21 points second to 31 points second. His constitution also rose from 7.0 to 8.0. This improvement boosted his total health to 80 points, surpassing most players, and his physical defense increased from 8 points to 10 points. Now, even the 12-point attack power of the colorful toads could only inflict 2 points of health loss on him. At this moment, Yang Yu's experience points had reached first level, 75100. He only needed to kill 5 more colorful toads to level up. However, he didn't rush to hunt them. Instead, he carefully searched for a water pit with only 4 or 5 toads. He was well aware of the blood fiend poison body's traits. Killing monsters below his level would not contribute to its growth. Besides, he had a hypothesis he wanted to test. Before long, he found his target, a water pit inhabited by 5 colorful toads. Yang Yu swiftly released 4 poison-infused spiritual arrows, deliberately leaving 1 toad untouched. Nevertheless, the overlooked toad was still drawn to him by its aggro and charged straight toward him. As the 4th toad fell, Yang Yu immediately began absorbing its toxins. Despite his efforts to dodge, the last toad managed to strike him while he was absorbing the toxins. Fortunately, he only lost 2 points of health, while the attacking toad started glowing with a bluish-green light, taking continuous damage at a rate of 38 points second. Seeing that the last toad was on the brink of death, Yang Yu instead sped up his absorption of the 4th toad's toxins. The system notified him that his poison attack had increased to 39 points second, and his constitution had grown to 8.8. Just before the 5th toad succumbed, he finished absorbing the 4th toad's toxins. With the death of the final toad, the system issued a series of notifications. Not only did he gain 5 experience points, but his poison true damage rose to 40 points second, and his constitution surged to 13.9. Shortly after, the level-up notification Aravid had successfully advanced to level 2, gaining a maximum experience cap of 300 points, a 5-point boost to all base stats, and 5 free attribute points. A golden light descended, and Yang Yu advanced from level 1 to level 2. His 5 core attributes each increased by 5 points, with an additional 5 free attribute points. Without hesitation, he allocated all 5 points to agility, raising his agility stat from 5 to 15. The results were immediate. His shooting speed tripled, allowing him to fire 3 arrows in just 2 seconds. More importantly, his kiting abilities were significantly enhanced, ensuring that he could now handle group monsters like the multicolored toads with greater ease. Yang Yu opened his attribute panel to inspect the details carefully. Drunken Song, unassigned class. Level 2, 0300 EXP. HP, 139. MP, 140. Physical attack, 22 10 22. Physical defense, 15 132. Magical defense, 14. Speed, 15. Reputation, 0. Luck, hidden. Talent, Blood Venom Body. Effect, deals 40 true damage per second to the target for 10 seconds. Looking at the attribute panel, Yang Yu nodded to himself in satisfaction. The stats had nearly doubled after leveling up, confirming the difficulty of challenging higher-level opponents in the heavenly Dao world. While his strength wasn't particularly high, his damage output was sufficient, and his defense and health were steadily improving. His greatest weakness remained his speed, which explained why he had invested all his free attribute points into agility. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Yu approached the corpse of the last multicolored toad and reached out to absorb its toxins. The system immediately displayed a notification. You can absorb toxins from creatures below your level, but this will not enhance the strength of Blood Venom Body. This outcome didn't surprise him. In fact, he had anticipated it, which was why he had intentionally left this particular toad for last. He had even worried it might die too quickly, prompting him to prioritize absorbing the toxins from the other 4 toads first. While the Blood Venom Body was powerful, it clearly wasn't designed for unlimited growth. However, Yang Yu wasn't discouraged. If lower-level toxins couldn't improve his talent, then practicing and refining his skills at key stages would still be a worthwhile endeavor. After consulting the system map, Yang Yu decided to head southwest towards the pine forest. 2 types of monsters resided there, level 2 red-spotted spiders and level 3 silver-banded snakes. The reason for his choice was simple: both were venomous creatures. Without delay, Yang Yu set off towards the pine forest. As he left the marshy area, he spotted the 2 individuals who had blocked his path earlier. Strangely, despite the seemingly lengthy process of hunting the multicolored toads, the entire ordeal had taken no more than 3 minutes, and even with his experiments, only 5 minutes had passed. Yet, the 2 of them were still lingering in the same spot. As Yang Yu ran toward them, their faces lit up with smug smiles. "Hey buddy, we were right, weren't we?" 2 players sneered as they saw Yang Yu returning. "That spotted toad is impossible to kill. You got wiped out in just a few minutes. If you'd listened to us and teamed up to hunt red-eyed rabbits, we might have already snagged a couple by now." As they were about to continue persuading him, Yang Yu brushed past them like a gust of wind, leaving only a faint breeze in his wake. "Wow, that's speed," one of them exclaimed. "Mazi, did you check his level? He looks like he's already level 2. Impossible. The game's only been live for a few minutes, and he was only in the marsh for a short while. How could he level up so quickly? But his speed is clearly beyond the 10 agility cap for beginners. Could he really have soloed the spotted toad in under 5 minutes and leveled up to 2? This guy's the real deal. Damn, we might have missed out on something huge." The 2 players lamented their decision and resolved to return to the marsh to challenge the spotted toad themselves. Meanwhile, Yang Yu jogged for 10 minutes before arriving at the edge of a quiet pine forest. He removed his void quiver and sliced his wrist to collect fresh blood. 2 cuts cost him 14 health points, and he carefully stored the blood in a newly unlocked compartment while imbuing 14 spirit arrows. Each arrow dealt 40 points of damage per second with an additional 10 points of true damage. Even without factoring in his attack power, each arrow could inflict a total of 410 points of damage on a target. As he stepped into the pine forest, a flash of silver suddenly darted toward him from a tree branch. Reacting instantly, Yang Yu displayed his agility, dodging with a quick tilt of his head, a sidestep, and a retreat, creating a 5-meter gap between himself and the attacker. He immediately cast a detection spell on the assailant. Silver-banded snake common, monster level 3. Health, 600. Attack, 28. Defense, 16. Agility, 18. Skill, Silver Snake Strike. Trait, Venomous Serpent with deadly poison and exceptional speed. A bite from its fangs causes a loss of 10 health points per second for 10 seconds. This level 3 venomous creature had an agility stat of 18, surpassing Yang Yes by 3 points. Just 1 dose of its venom could drain 100 health points from an average player. Assessing the situation, Yang Yu decided to avoid a direct confrontation. However, the aggressive silver-banded snake refused to let him go, relentlessly pursuing him. Left with no choice, He drew a poisoned spirit arrow and shot it with pinpoint accuracy at the snake. The arrow not only knocked the creature back, but also inflicted a poisoning effect, causing its silver scales to take on a bluish-green hue. Taking advantage of the snake's slowed movements, Yang Yu quickly advanced to the left side of the forest. 3 minutes later, he spotted his target, a fist-sized red-spotted wolf spider hanging upside down on a dark red web strung between two pine trees. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed similar webs scattered throughout the trees, each occupied by a venomous spider. Some lay in wait, some spun webs, and others fed, all seemingly indifferent to Yang Ye's presence. Using his detection spell, he analyzed the creature. Red-spotted wolf spider, common, monster level 2. Health, 300. Magic attack, 20. Defense, 11. Agility, 10. Skill, poisoned web. Trait, silent killers of the pine forest. Their webs are laced with potent venom. Touching a web causes a slowed and paralyzed state, dealing 6 health points of damage per second for 15 seconds. After reading the introduction about the red-spotted wolf spiders, Yang Yu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Although these creatures excelled in magical attacks and venom, their basic attributes, attack, defense, and agility, were even inferior to those of an average level 2 player. In his eyes, these spiders were nothing more than moving targets. He swiftly drew a poisoned spiritual arrow, aimed at the nearest spider, and released it. The attacked spider immediately switched from its calm state to an aggressive one, shooting a stream of red webbing in his direction. Instinctively, Yang Yu wanted to dodge, but then he reconsidered. He chose not only to abandon evasion but also to actively move toward the web, allowing it to hit his chest. This confirmed his judgment. Thanks to his 14 points in magical defense, the spider's 20-point magical attack only inflicted 6 points of damage. More importantly, the venom on the web had no effect on him whatsoever, failing to cause even a slowing or deceleration effect. Though the tough web remained stuck to his chest, the force behind it was negligible and did not hinder his movement. After assessing the threat level of the red-spotted wolf spiders, Yang Yu began an efficient hunt. He ignored the continuous web attacks, focusing instead on targeting other spiders. It wasn't until he had run 10 meters away that the web on his chest finally snapped due to the distance. Yang Yu continued weaving through the swarm of spiders, each poisoned spiritual arrow hitting its mark with precision. Before long, the first poisoned spider collapsed. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a level 2 red-spotted wolf spider. You've gained 10 experience points. Current level, 2, 10,300. Ding! Your blood venom body has grown. Poison true damage increased to 41 points per second. Ding! Your body has been tempered by blood venom. Constitution increased by 0.1, now at 14.0. All 14 spiritual arrows he had brought into the forest were used without waste, each one claiming the life of a spider. He then began absorbing the venom from their corpses. In less than 2 minutes, the 14 spider corpses were drained completely, leaving only tiny remains the size of bottle caps, and even the surrounding red webs withered away. This harvest significantly boosted Yang Yu's attributes. His poison damage increased to 68 points per second, his constitution rose to 16.7, and his health points climbed to 167. Additionally, his experience points reached 2,140,300. After a brief moment of thought, Yang Yu once again took out his beginner's dagger and sliced open his wrist. Compared to the 7 points of blood loss he experienced before entering the pine forest, the situation now seemed slightly different. Yang Yu glanced at the wound on his wrist. Only 10 minutes had passed, yet he could only extract 4 points of health from it. Gritting his teeth, he drew 4 more cuts along his arm. Blood trickled from the wounds, slowly solidifying into 16 glowing, venom-infused spirit arrows, each carrying a lethal dose of poison. 16 arrows, 16 red-spotted wolf spiders, Yang Yu calculated. As long as I don't miss, I can reach level 3. This area was a known gathering spot for red-spotted wolf spiders, with a high density of monsters. Yang Yu encountered one nearly every 10 meters. His movements were swift and precise. In less than a minute, he had fired 15 venom-infused spirit arrows in rapid succession. Each spider, with only 300 health points, succumbed within 5 seconds to the poison's relentless 68 damage per second. System notifications echoed in quick succession. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing a level 2 red-spotted wolf spider. You've gained 10 experience points. Current progress, level 2, 290,300. Ding! Your bloodbane toxic physique has grown. Poison damage increased to 83 points second. Ding! Your body has been tempered by the blood poison. Constitution increased by 0.1. Current value, 18.2. After the 15th spider fell, Yang Yu refrained from shooting his final arrow. He was only 1 step away from reaching level 3, but he understood that once he leveled up, he would no longer gain benefits from these level 2 creatures. Instead, he began absorbing the toxins from the spider corpses around him. As the venom was drained, more system prompts appeared. Ding. You've successfully absorbed all toxins from a level 2 red-spotted wolf spider. Bloodbane toxic physique has grown. Poison damage increased to 98.2. Ding. Your body has been tempered by the blood poison. Constitution increased by 0.1. Current value 19.7. This round of hunting had yielded significant gains. Yang Yes poison damage had risen to an impressive 98 points per second, and his health reached 197 points. After equipping his novice cloth armor, his defense climbed to 21 points, so much so that even self-inflicted attacks only caused 1 point of damage. The real surprise came after defeating 20 variegated toads and 29 red-spotted wolf spiders. The system finally rewarded him with his first piece of equipment and 2 copper coins. It was a bottle of basic healing potion, capable of restoring 3 health points per second for 10 seconds. While not particularly useful to Yang Yu at this stage, it was a life-saving treasure for ordinary players and could fetch 100 to 200 coins if sold at the village entrance. However, Yang Yu showed little interest. Aside from his beginner gear, he had nothing else. While he could purchase equipment at the village's general store using copper, silver, or even gold coins, those items were of mediocre quality. The best equipment could only be obtained by hunting monsters or completing quests. As for quests, he had considered them briefly but ultimately decided against it. The area around the NPC in the novice village was swarming with players, leaving Yang Yu unable to get close. More importantly, ordinary quests were unsuitable for his unique physique. His innate talent, the blood poison body, required him to strictly adhere to the rule of fighting opponents of the same level, no skipping levels, nor fighting weaker monsters. Even when encountering a boss, he had to carefully weigh the risks before taking action. His ideal targets were poisonous creatures, but the combination of these stringent conditions made it nearly impossible to find a suitable quest in the novice village. To make matters worse, he had to avoid gaining experience points from quest rewards, which was an additional headache. After much deliberation, Yang Yu decided to forego ordinary quests altogether. However, he recalled a hidden ultimate quest in the novice village that his old friend Guo Xiaopeng had mentioned in his previous life. That piqued his interest, though he would need to reach level 10 before attempting it. Speaking of Guo Xiaopeng, this childhood friend and high school classmate came from a well-off family that owned a thriving hot pot business, with 2 branches in Yangqing. In Yang Yes' previous life, after his family's savings were drained by his illness, it was Guo Xiaopeng's generous support that helped him hold on until the day the game invaded reality. Despite being a self-proclaimed gaming enthusiast with poor skills, Guo Xiaopeng frequently visited Yang Yu during his hospital stay, sharing game information that now proved invaluable. In their past life, Guo Xiaopeng had taken 2 months to save enough for a gaming helmet. Coupled with his mediocre talent, he likely didn't survive the game invasion. I have to earn money quickly so my parents, Yang Shui and Xiaopeng, can enter the game early and have a chance to protect themselves during the catastrophe. Yang Yu vowed silently. Snapping out of his thoughts, he stored the beginner healing potion in his system inventory and approached a red-striped tarantula nearby. He knocked the last poison-infused spirit arrow on his bow, took aim, and fired. 5 seconds later, the tarantula fell, and a series of system notifications sounded. Ding. Successfully killed a level 2 red-striped tarantula. Gained 10 experience points. Ding. Blood poison body has grown. Poison true damage increased to 99 points per second. Ding. Constitution increased by 0.1, now at 19.8. Ding. Leveled up to level 3, 0750 XP. Strength, Constitution, Agility, Spirit, and Intelligence increased by 5 points each. Gained 5 free attribute points. Bathed in golden light, Yang Yu immediately allocated all 5 free attribute points to Agility, raising it to an astonishing 25 points. This translated to a movement speed of 25 meters per second and a firing rate of 2.5 arrows per second. Even without factoring in poison damage, his base attack power combined with the true damage of spirit arrows was already terrifying. This extreme allocation strategy was something few would dare to emulate. Most players needed to distribute points across strength, defense, and vitality, while mages and healers had to consider spirit and intelligence. Only someone like Yang Yu, who could increase constitution and damage by grinding monsters, could afford such a bold approach. Excited, he opened his attribute panel. Drunken Song of Madness unclassed. Level 3, 0750 XP. HP 248. MP 190. Physical attack 32 15 22. Physical defense 26 242. Magical defense 19. Speed 25. Reputation 0. Luck hidden. Talent blood poison body. Effect deals 99 true damage per second to the target for 10 seconds. Although his strength was on the lower side, the 99 true poison damage per second meant he could one-shot targets of the same level with ease, making it a non-issue. Closing the panel, Yang Ye's gaze shifted to the silvering snake's territory. These venomous creatures, each boasting 600 HP, were now within his reach. He drew his dagger and swiftly made 10 cuts on his left wrist, using 60 HP to infuse 60 spirit arrows with poison. With 188 HP remaining after the bloodletting, his natural recovery rate as a level 3 player had improved to 1 HP every 2 seconds, meaning he would fully recover in 2 minutes. Opting to save his only beginner healing potion, he briskly made his way toward the forest where he had previously encountered the silvering snakes. At the entrance to the pine forest, 2 identical girls walked side by side. The elder sister, Yushang Fuyao, held a staff with an air of grace and composure. The younger sister, Yuxia Shuang, wielded a sharp blade, her movements light and lively, occasionally vanishing into thin air as if she was naturally gifted with an assassin's stealth ability. Sister, why do we have to come to a place like this? Yuxia Shuang asked with a frown. The venomous snakes and spiders here are disgusting. I really don't want to deal with them. Yushang Fuyao smiled gently. I just picked up a timed quest at the apothecary. If we collect 100 venom sacs from silvering snakes within an hour and deliver them to Master Wang, we'll be rewarded with his secret alchemy manual. A manual from a novice village apothecary? What's so special about it? Yuxia Shuang's distaste for poisonous creatures was evident, and she hesitated to step deeper into the forest. You shouldn't underestimate it, Yushang Fuyao replied patiently. While the manual isn't high-level, it's extremely practical for the novice village. Right now, apart from a few players with awakened healing talents, almost no one has the ability to heal. The ordinary pills sold at the apothecary are limited in effectiveness. This manual includes recipes not only for healing potions, but also for poison and buff potions, which will be invaluable for us when taking down bosses. Then why not have Uncle Lin bring some guild members to help? Yuxia Shuang suggested. Our guild in Novice Village 997 has over 300 members. Collecting 100 venom sacs should be a piece of cake. Yushang Fuyao shook her head solemnly. That's not a good idea. Only the 2 of us have reached level 3 in the guild. Most of the others are still at level 2, and half are stuck at level 1. The silvering snakes are fast and highly venomous. Bringing them here recklessly would only lead to unnecessary casualties. Besides, the quest is limited to 1 hour. Waiting until they level up would take too long. Her tone turned serious as she added, this game is more significant than it seems. There are hidden power struggles everywhere, and we can't afford to sacrifice our guild members needlessly. Fine, I get it, Yuxia Shuang sighed, dragging her feet reluctantly. Yet, she couldn't resist complaining, you're a ranged mage, so you don't have to get up close and personal with those disgusting snakes. I'm the one who has it rough. Despite her protests, she stayed vigilant, guarding her sister closely to prevent any sneak attacks from the venomous snakes. Meanwhile, deeper in the pine forest, Yang Yu returned to the spot where he had been ambushed earlier. The silvering snake was still there, its eyes gleaming with excitement rather than fear. As the venomous snake lunged toward him, Yang Yu remained calm, drawing a spirit-infused poison arrow and carefully calculating the distance. The moment the snake entered his 15-meter range, he released the bowstring. The arrow struck true, and the snake's silvery scales were instantly tinged with a bluish-green poison. Its speed noticeably slowed, and its health began to drop at a steady rate of 99 points per second. However, the ferocious snake refused to give up, hissing and lunging toward Yang Yu with relentless determination. The base speed of the silver-banded snake was 18, but Yang Yu, now at level 3, had a speed of 25 points. Despite this difference, the snake's speed plummeted by a third due to the effects of the poison. Yang Yu could effortlessly sidestep each of its attacks with a slight shift of his body. While nimbly dodging, he rhythmically struck the surrounding trees. This was a carefully laid trap using sound to lure more prey to his location. Sure enough, the first silver-banded snake succumbed to the poison within just 6 seconds. The system notification immediately chimed. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully slain a level 3 silver-banded snake, earning 15 experience points. Current progress, level 3, 15,750. Ding! Your bloodbane toxic body has grown, increasing poison true damage to 100 points per second. Ding! Your physique has been tempered by the blood toxin, increasing by 0.1. Current physique, 24.9. Before he could even deal with the snake's corpse, 3 more silver-banded snakes were drawn in by the noise. A faint smile appeared on Yang Yu's lips as he swiftly nocked an arrow. As soon as the targets entered his 15-meter range, his arrows, guaranteed to hit, delivered their lethal poison. With 99 points of sustained damage per second, these snakes could last no more than 6 seconds. To expand his gains, Yang Yu fought while retreating, continuing to strike tree trunks along the way. His archery skills advanced rapidly in combat, reaching the theoretical maximum of 2.5 arrows per second. He even mastered advanced techniques like firing 2 or 3 arrows simultaneously, each landing with precision. The drop rate of level 3 silver-banded snakes was impressive, far surpassing that of speckled toads and red-striped spiders. A casual glance showed the ground littered with bottles of health potions and copper coins. After consecutively slaying 30 silver-banded snakes, the system chimed again. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully slain a level 3 silver-banded snake, earning 15 experience points. Current progress, level 3, 450,750. Ding! Your bloodbane toxic body has grown, increasing poison true damage to 129 points per second. Ding! Your physique has been tempered by the blood toxin, increasing by 0.1. Current physique, 27.8. Just as Yang Yu was about to collect his spoils, his sharp hearing caught a disturbance. Following the sound, he spotted a young woman in white robes holding a staff, standing in the distance. Her gaze was fixed intently on the snake corpses scattered across the ground. She bent down to pick up one of the silver-banded snakes, her eyes gleaming with curiosity as she examined its bulging venom sac. However, she quickly set it back down. Inger, don't touch it yet, she softly cautioned the seemingly empty air beside her. Someone else owns this, and they're clearly skilled. Let's wait for them to show up. I wouldn't touch that gross thing even if you paid me. A playful voice responded from the air, clearly relieved. Good riddance. The two women scanned their surroundings, their eyes filled with anticipation. It became clear they too had been drawn by the sound of the tree strikes. Earlier, the pair had barely managed to take down 6 silver-banded snakes together, earning 6 venom sacs. The snakes were far stronger than they had anticipated, taking them a full 10 minutes to defeat. Worse still, the younger sister had been forced to endure 2 bouts of poison damage to protect her elder sister. Had it not been for her reaching level 3 with 180 health points and her constant use of health potions along the way, she would have likely collapsed in this pine forest long ago. At their current pace, even if they managed to gather 100 venom sacs, it would take at least 2 hours, and they were constantly at risk of being killed. Just as they were about to call for reinforcements for one last attempt, they suddenly heard a commotion not far away. Rushing toward the sound, the scene before them left them stunned. Silvering snake corpses were scattered all over the ground in disarray. They had thought their awakened talents at the start of the game were already powerful enough, but they hadn't expected such a formidable player to be lurking in this unassuming pine forest. Yang Yu paused slightly when he noticed the approaching figures. Although he only saw Yushang Fuyao, he immediately deduced that someone else must be hidden nearby, judging by the unhidden ID above her head and her gentle, serene appearance. These twin sisters were renowned in their previous lives. Guo Xiaopeng, one of their most ardent fans, had repeatedly applied to join their guild, Jinjiula, but his lack of skill had always resulted in rejection. As popular figures in the game Heaven's Path, Guo Xiaopeng had often recounted their exploits to Yang Yu, even sharing their photos. Their identical appearances and stunning beauty had left a lasting impression on him. It was said that the sisters had awakened S-level talents at the start of the game. The elder sister possessed a mage talent that could forcibly deduct a percentage of health, making her exceptionally effective against bosses, while the younger sister had the ability of permanent invisibility so stealthy that even players 10 levels higher could hardly detect her. In her invisible state, her attacks dealt double damage, striking fear into countless rival players. These inseparable sisters were not only extraordinarily gifted in the game, but were also the cherished daughters of the Yu family, one of the nation's top 10 financial conglomerates. Initially, their guild Jinjiula was modestly known, but with full support from their family in Heaven's Path, it quickly rose to prominence. Their immense popularity attracted numerous skilled players, propelling the guild into the ranks of the top 10 in Longhua. However, 6 months after the game's launch, just as Jinjiula reached its peak, the sisters suddenly vanished without a trace. The guild soon announced that their brother, Yu Xinyuan, would take over as guild leader. Speculation about their disappearance ran wild. Some claimed they had been defeated in family disputes and placed under house arrest, while others rumored they had died in a car accident. Yang Yu could still recall the anger on Xiaopeng's face when he spoke of the incident. Snapping out of his thoughts, Yang Yu collected the silvering snake corpses and walked toward the pair at a steady pace. Yang Yu stopped about 15 meters away from the woman in white and asked, "Do you need something?" He carefully observed the two sisters in front of him. Although their strength was undeniable and their backgrounds impressive, their positive reputation in his past life made him reluctant to engage in conflict with them. However, when the sisters got a clear look at Yang Yu's emaciated frame and gaunt, almost unrecognizable face, even the usually composed older sister couldn't hide her astonishment. The younger sister, who was concealed in an invisible state, involuntarily wavered for a moment, nearly revealing herself. Yang Yu keenly noticed a faint ripple in the air about 3 meters to his right. While the spot appeared empty, he knew better. Discreetly, he shifted his position to put more distance between himself and the source of the disturbance. Until he understood their intentions, he wouldn't allow himself to be caught off guard. After all, with one sister visible and the other hidden, he couldn't be certain he could escape unscathed if they decided to attack. The older sister quickly regained her composure and smiled. My name is Yueyao, and the one hiding nearby is my younger sister, Yueying. May I ask how to address you? Kwanga, Yang Yu replied after a brief pause. Kwanga, nice to meet you, Yueyao said with a slight nod. She got straight to the point. To be honest, my sister and I would like to propose a deal with you. What do you think? What kind of deal? I've taken on a task that requires collecting 100 venom sacs from silvering snakes. Would you be willing to sell us the corpses of the snakes you've hunted? We are prepared to pay a high price. No, Yang Yu replied firmly. Yueyao was momentarily at a loss for words, but Yueying, still hidden, spoke up bluntly. Why not? You don't have any use for those corpses, do you? Why not sell them to us for a profit? What's the harm? I do have use for them, Yang Yu replied, his tone calm but resolute. The sisters didn't challenge his response, but instead fell silent, pondering their options. After a moment, Yueyao suggested, in that case, we won't force the issue. However, I noticed your efficiency in slaying silvering snakes. Would you consider accepting a generous payment to help us hunt 100 of them? Sorry, that's not possible either, Yang Yu said, sighing inwardly. Given the sisters' wealthy background and reputable character, helping them would likely result in substantial rewards, perhaps even enough to cover the cost of gaming headsets for his entire family. Unfortunately, his unique abilities limited his capacity to hunt monsters freely. Each level 3 silvering snake yielded 15 experience points, and he only needed 750 points to reach level 4, just 50 snakes in total. He had already killed 30, leaving room for only 20 more. More importantly, each snake corpse was vital for advancing his blood venom physique, making them irreplaceable. While the corpse of the final snake required for his level up might be less critical to him, it would hardly make a difference for the sisters' task. Yang Yu stood beside the corpse of the silver-banded snake, deep in thought. If someone could help him hunt down hundreds or even thousands of these snakes, allowing him to absorb their venom, he was confident he could achieve significant progress before reaching level 4. However, he also worried that the benefits might diminish once he absorbed a certain amount. Unfortunately, with his current financial situation, he couldn't afford to buy the snake corpses, nor could he find a reliable partner to assist him. He had no choice but to hunt them one by one at his own pace. How can you be like this? Yueying couldn't help but complain. This is clearly something that benefits everyone. We're willing to pay, and you can name the price. Can't we just be friends? Even the usually composed Yueyao remained silent. To the two sisters, Yang Yu hunting silver-banded snakes was likely for the experience and loot. Since they had no interest in competing with him for those, they simply wanted to purchase the corpses at a high price. If the bodies were useful to him, they could just ask him to kill an extra 100 snakes. It wouldn't interfere with his leveling, and based on the strength he had just displayed, that many snakes would only take him a few minutes to deal with. Sorry, but I really can't. Yang Yu apologized sincerely before bending down to collect his spoils. He quickly stored the snake corpse, scattered health potions, and copper coins into his inventory without absorbing the venom on the spot. After all, the void quiver's storage space was more than sufficient, so there was no need to worry. 10,000. Yueyao suddenly spoke up. I'll pay 10,000 for each silver-banded snake corpse. I hope you'll consider it, brother. This was her final offer, though she didn't hold much hope. For top-tier players, even 1,000,000 gold coins wasn't a big deal, and Yang Yu's strength clearly suggested he wasn't in need of money. But for the pharmacy's limited-time quest, she had no choice but to take a gamble. This offer, however, made Yang Yu pause, his hand gripping the snake corpse mid-motion. He had expected the sisters to be generous, but not to this extent. 100 snakes would equate to a full 1,000,000. That amount could cover his family's medical expenses for years, yet it seemed like a trivial sum to these two. Do either of you know how to use a bow? Yang Yu asked after a moment of thought. The sisters shook their heads honestly. While beginners could technically wield any weapon before choosing a class, proficiency was another matter. Having never trained as archers, they would struggle to hit small, agile targets like silver-banded snakes. Landing even one arrow out of 10 would be an achievement. Actually, I'm an alchemist, Yang Yu continued. I can create a potion specifically designed to quickly kill silver-banded snakes. I won't personally hunt them, but I'll only charge you half the price. How does that sound? You're an alchemist? And you can craft a potion that counters silver-banded snakes? The sisters exchanged surprised and delighted glances. The two sisters had almost given up hope of completing the mission, but an unexpected turn of events brought them joy. Watching Yang Yu effortlessly slay the silvering snake, they suddenly realized the truth: it was the potion that gave him the edge. The silvering snake not only had 600 health points, but also impressive defense. Even with their combined strength, it would take them considerable time to kill just one. What made it even trickier was the snake's potent venom. They had to constantly dodge its toxic attacks during the fight, which significantly slowed their progress. At this rate, completing the mission within an hour seemed impossible. Over 20 minutes had already passed, leaving them with just over 30 minutes to finish the task. All right, no problem, Yu Yao said, barely able to contain her excitement. She quickly asked, Kuang Gu, have you joined a guild yet? Would you consider joining Jinghua Tower? I can offer you a high salary to be our guild's chief alchemist. No thanks. I prefer playing solo. Yang Yu declined with a shake of his head before asking, do you have any bottles? Yes. Glass bottles are fine, right? I bought a bunch from the general store. Yu Yao eagerly pulled out 10 glass bottles from her backpack and handed them to Yang Yu, ready to grab even more. These will do, Yang Yu replied, taking the bottles. After a brief moment of thought, he instructed, stay here and don't move. We'll be back soon. With that, he swiftly cleaned up the battlefield and headed toward a distant thicket. Once he was sure he was out of their sight and even the stealthy moon shadow wasn't following him, Yang Yu began executing his plan. Initially, he considered using urine, as it wouldn't affect his health, but the thought of two young and charming girls using his urine to fight monsters felt far too inappropriate, so he quickly abandoned the idea. Without further hesitation, Yang Yu set down the glass bottles and drew his novice dagger. He made a shallow cut on his left wrist and paused as he noticed something. Since reaching level 3 and killing 30 silvering snakes, his physical defense had increased by 3 points. Now, each cut only cost him 3 health points. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yu switched to using his unpoisoned spirit arrow. Although it lacked the 2-point attack bonus of the novice wooden bow, the spirit arrow dealt 10 points of true damage, saving him considerable effort. With the arrow in his right hand, he stabbed his left wrist 9 times, losing a total of 99 health points. Combined with the initial 3 points from the dagger cut, he had precisely enough 102 health points to fill 1 glass bottle. He stored the remaining 9 empty bottles in his system backpack for future use. Checking his health, Yang Yu saw he had 176 points left after losing 102. To be cautious, he drank a basic health potion and waited 2 minutes for his health to recover before heading back. As he emerged from the thicket, he glanced down at the glass bottle in his hand, still feeling a tinge of unease in his heart. It's too red to look like a potion. Anyone could tell at a glance that it was blood. Yang Yu crouched down, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. He quickly grabbed a handful of fine yellow soil, poured it into the bottle, and shook it vigorously until the liquid turned cloudy. Satisfied with the perfectly disguised appearance of the liquid, he nodded approvingly. After confirming everything was in order, Yang Yu walked briskly toward Yueyao and Yueying, the sisters who had been waiting for him. Seeing his return, the tense expressions on their faces finally eased. If you had taken any longer, my mission would have been ruined, Yueying complained impatiently. Sorry for the delay, Yang Yu replied calmly. Potion making takes time, and this is a unique skill. It's not something I can let just anyone watch. It's fine, we understand, Yueyao said with a gentle smile, though her tone betrayed her anticipation. Is the potion ready? Yang Yu handed the bottle of cloudy liquid to Yueyao and reminded her, use it sparingly. Just 1 drop on the blade before each attack is enough. Don't overdo it. Just 1 drop? How effective could that possibly be? You're not trying to fool us, are you? Yueying questioned suspiciously, eyeing the glass bottle warily. Unfazed, Yang Yu patiently explained, this potion is even more potent than what I've used before. If a silvering snake comes into contact with just a trace, it will lose 129 health points per second and die within 5 seconds. Oh, and one more thing, he added, his tone suddenly serious, don't let it touch you. I don't have an antidote. Even the slightest contact means certain death. Yueying still looked doubtful, but Yueyao carefully stored the glass bottle away. Let's add each other as friends. They'll transfer the payment right now, she said. Do you want to test the potion first? You can confirm it works before paying, Yang Yu suggested. No need. I trust you, Yueyao said firmly. All right. Yang Yu didn't argue and accepted Yu Yao's friend request. Moments later, his phone buzzed with a notification. An account ending in 9527 from Longhua Bank has received a transfer of 500,000 yuan. Updated balance, 500,314.15 yuan. When logging into the game, the system immediately linked every player's ID and bank card information, enabling unrestricted direct transfers between players. When Yang Yu saw the string of striking zeros in his account balance, his heart couldn't help but race. Even before his illness, his family had never possessed such a large sum of money at once, let alone his personal bank account balance. And all of this came from the transaction of a single vial of blood. With his current regeneration rate of 1 health point every 2 seconds, and without relying on any health potions, he could fully recover in just 3 minutes. That meant he had just earned an astonishing 500,000 in 3 minutes. Although encountering someone as wealthy as Yueyao and Yueying was certainly an exception, Yang Yu firmly believed that as his strength continued to grow, opportunities for similar collaborations would surely follow. After receiving the potion, Yueyao deftly took out 2 exquisite slender jade bottles and carefully divided the potion between them. She handed the larger portion to her younger sister, Yueying, while keeping the smaller portion for herself. Then, she put away her staff and retrieved a novice dagger from her inventory, while Yueying continued to wield her dagger. Yang Yu observed the sisters' equipment closely and noticed that neither their staff nor dagger were the default novice gear provided by the system. These items might have been acquired through lottery draws, guild gifts, or even by defeating higher-level monsters, though the latter was highly unlikely, given that drop rates in the game were notoriously low, especially for monsters below level 3, which almost never dropped any equipment. After some thought, Yang Yu decided to stick around for a while. Firstly, he wanted to witness the combat prowess of these renowned sisters. Secondly, he considered the possibility of after-sales issues. Having earned 500,000, he would need to assist them again if they encountered any dosage problems while using the poison. Additionally, he wanted to test a theory. If he could absorb toxins from creatures, could he also remove poison from others? Unfortunately, due to his immunity to all poisons, this experiment couldn't be conducted on himself for the time being. As Yang Yu pondered, the sisters eagerly began testing the potion's effects. Yueyao stood in the open, striking a tree trunk with her novice dagger to create noise and lure nearby silver-ringed snakes. Yueying, meanwhile, stayed hidden, ready to strike as soon as a target appeared. The moment a silver-ringed snake emerged, it was instantly enveloped in a strange bluish-green glow, its movement speed sharply reduced. Yueyao nimbly dodged the snake's final attack, and within just 5 seconds, the snake collapsed lifelessly. Wow, that guy wasn't lying. This potion is incredible. Yueying's excited voice echoed through the air, though her figure remained unseen. What surprised Yang Yu the most, however, was Yueying's impressive attack power. After all, when he struck a silver-ringed snake himself, it only dealt 16 damage per hit. The blade of Yueying's dagger gleamed as it struck, instantly taking 48 health points from the silver-banded snake. The damage was 3 times that of Yang Yu's attack, surpassing his by 32 points, confirming the rumor that Yueying's attack power doubled when in stealth mode. Upon witnessing this, Yueyao's eyes lit up. Balancing herself lightly on a tree branch with her foot, she quickly retrieved a jade vial and coated her novice dagger with poison. Although she primarily trained as a mage, her melee combat abilities unexpectedly surpassed Yang Yu, the archer, by 2 points. "Leave this one to me, sister," Yueyao declared. Before her words fully landed, her dagger was already slicing toward the snake. Yang Yu watched with amazement and soon pieced together the key to the situation. As an archer, he had invested all his points into agility, neglecting strength entirely. Yueyao, though on a mage's path, had a higher base strength attribute than him. This meant her powerful blood-draining talent, which worked proportionally, only applied to magical attacks. For Yang Yu, who was burdened with a terminal illness, it didn't seem unreasonable that his strength would fall short compared to a girl. The two sisters worked seamlessly together, taking turns coating their weapons with poison and attacking. The struck silver-banded snake slowed significantly, no longer posing a serious threat. However, they remained alert, scanning their surroundings cautiously, wary of attracting too many enemies at once. It wasn't that their attack speed was lacking, but rather that the process of applying poison was time-consuming. With a limited supply of potions, they had to carefully manage their resources to ensure they could complete their goal of slaying 100 snakes. "Watch out, sister." The inevitable happened. 5 silver-banded snakes suddenly surrounded the sisters. Each managed to quickly dispatch one, but they were soon locked in a struggle with the remaining 3, leaving no time to reapply poison. Even with Yueying's impressive 48-point damage per strike, defeating the snakes at full speed was no easy feat. To make matters worse, 2 more silver-banded snakes joined the fray. Surrounded by 5 snakes moving at full speed, the sisters found themselves in dire straits. Yueyao, unable to dodge in time, was bitten, losing 12 health points and becoming poisoned, which caused an additional loss of 10 health points per second. While evading further attacks, she quickly consumed a basic healing potion. The potion restored 3 health points per second for 10 seconds. By the time the poison wore off, Yueyao had lost a total of 82 health points, but it was still within a tolerable range. Yang Yu estimated that she had about half of her health remaining. Yang Yu quickly assessed the situation. Judging by Yueyao's steadily decreasing health, her HP was likely down to around 160. The situation was dire, as just a few seconds later, Yueyao was struck again by the venom of the silver-ringed snake. To make matters worse, her basic healing potion was still on a 1-minute cooldown, leaving her with no means of recovery. This scene reminded Yang Yu of a previous incident when Yueying had narrowly escaped death. Although Yueying had 20 more HP than her sister and the intervals between venom strikes were over 50 seconds, she had barely survived by using 2 basic healing potions in succession. Now, Yueyao clearly wouldn't last until the potion's cooldown ended. In a split second, Yang Yu made his move. 3 arrows shot through the air, hitting 3 silver-ringed snakes with pinpoint precision and dramatically slowing them down. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed into the fray, grabbed Yueyao, and swiftly retreated from the encirclement. leaving the cloaked Yueying to continue holding off the snakes. At that moment, Yang Yu felt a strange energy emanating from Yue Yao's arm. He immediately activated his cultivation technique, carefully controlling the suction to extract only the venom from her body without harming her vitality. A system notification confirmed his success. He had absorbed level 3 silvering snake venom. Although the extracted venom wasn't enough to enhance his blood fiend poison body, it was a step forward. Almost simultaneously, the 3 silvering snakes he had struck fell to the ground. His system experience increased to level 3, 495750, and his poison damage rose by 3 points to 132 damage per second. Thank you, Kwanga. Yue Yao's voice was slightly flustered, a faint blush appearing on her stunningly beautiful face. It was only then that Yang Yu realized he was still holding her wrist. He quickly let go. No need to thank me. Consider it part of the potion's after-sales service, Yang Yu replied nonchalantly. Though, the 3 silvering snake corpses I killed for your sake are mine, right? Of course, no problem. Yue Yao nodded repeatedly, too flustered to even ask how Yang Yu had detoxified her. The brief silence between them was broken by Yue Ying's urgent voice. Hey, sister, are you just going to leave me here to die? Come help me now. Yue Yao snapped out of her daze, fumbling to coat her dagger with poison. In her panic, she accidentally poured 3 to 4 times the usual amount of poison onto the blade. But there was no time to worry about wastefulness. Rushed to her sister's aid. After a fierce battle, the sisters finally cleared all the silvering snakes. In just 5 minutes, they had slain 46 snakes, a feat so astonishing that it left them both shaken. Kwanga, these are the 3 silvering snakes you killed, Yue Yao said, handing over the loot to Yang Yu. There are also 8 basic healing potions and 17 copper coins. Please take them as thanks for your help earlier. Her voice trailed off toward the end. Yang Yu silently accepted the items, thinking it wasn't such a bad thing to have a wealthy benefactor owe him a favor. Just then, Yue Ying appeared from stealth, clapping Yang Yu on the shoulder. Skinny guy, thanks for saving my sister. Your potions are amazing, but there's just not enough of them. I used more than I should have earlier. Can you sell me another bottle? Same price, 500,000. Seeing through her intentions immediately, Yang Yu shook his head firmly. I've run out of raw materials. I can't make any more potions for now. So, my sister gets one, but I can't? That's not fair. Yue Ying pouted in frustration. Although Yue Ying grumbled with dissatisfaction, she didn't press the matter further. Her sister, Yue Yao, stood silently nearby, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on her lips. Both sisters readily accepted Yang Yu's explanation that he had run out of raw materials. After all, such an effective potion must require rare and precious ingredients, making their depletion entirely plausible. In truth, Yang Ye's refusal stemmed from a deeper concern, worried that the sharp-witted sisters might notice something unusual. After killing 3 silvering snakes earlier, his poison attack attribute had increased from 129 points to 132 points. If the potion's effects had remained unchanged, he wouldn't have minded giving them another bottle, which would have earned him an additional 500,000 yuan. That amount of money would not only allow his family to join the game, but also enable him to rent a better place to live. While buying property was no longer feasible with the game world's invasion looming in a year, securing a safer and more comfortable home was still essential. However, suddenly offering a more potent potion with a coincidental 3-point improvement might arouse suspicion. Besides, now that he had established a connection with these wealthy sisters, there would be plenty of opportunities to profit in the future. There was no need to rush. After a brief rest, the sisters resumed their hunt for silvering snakes. Having learned from their earlier close call, they were now far more cautious, never provoking too many snakes at once. If they spotted more than 3 snakes gathered together, they would promptly retreat and wait for a safer moment to strike. Once Yang Yu was certain that the sisters wouldn't encounter further danger, he quietly left the area. He had already lingered there for over 10 minutes and couldn't afford to stay any longer. Only after the sounds of their battle had completely faded did he begin processing the silvering snake corpses in his inventory. Within minutes, the venom from all 33 silvering snakes had been fully absorbed, resulting in a significant boost to Yang Ye's stats. His poison attack rose by 33 points to reach 165 points per second. His health increased from 281 to 314, his constitution improved to 31.4, and his physical defense climbed to an impressive 33 points, now exceeding his attack power. His experience bar showed 3rd level, 495750, meaning he needed only 17 more silvering snakes to level up. After careful consideration, Yang Yu began luring more monsters. However, after killing the 16th silvering snake, he abruptly stopped all attacks and ceased provoking any more creatures. He even went to great lengths to avoid the snake's retaliatory strikes. This wasn't out of fear of injury, but rather concern that the snakes might die upon contact with his toxic blood. If they perished prematurely, he would immediately level up to 4th level, rendering their corpses useless. To play it safe, Yang Yu sprinted several hundred meters away, ensuring he was completely out of the snake's aggro range before returning to claim his loot. Among the spoils were the 16 silvering snake corpses, along with 3 bottles of basic health potions and 5 copper coins. His inventory now held 18 health potions and 30 copper coins. If this had happened before his encounter with Yue Yao and Yue Ying, he might have returned to the village to sell these items, earning 2 to 3,000 yuan. But now, such a trivial sum was no longer worth his time. After packing his belongings, Yang Yu fixed his gaze on a solitary silver-banded kite slithering nearby. He drew his bow, nocked an arrow, and struck it down with a single shot. As the snake fell, the system notification Shemed had finally reached level 4. Following his usual routine, Yang Yu allocated all 5 free attribute points to agility. With his agility now at 35 points, a wave of excitement surged through him. He eagerly opened his attribute panel to check his stats. Drunken Song and Wild Dance Unclassified Job. Level 401600. HP 397. MP 240. Physical Attack 42. Physical Defense 41. Magic Defense 39. Speed 35. Reputation 0. Luck 0. Hidden Talent Blood Venom Body. Effect: inflicts 198 true damage second on the target, lasting 10 seconds. Nearly 400 HP, 41 points of physical defense, and an astonishing poison damage of 198 points per second at this stage of the game. It practically meant instant death for any foe he encountered. Suppressing his growing excitement, Yang Yu carefully examined the system map. However, after 5 minutes of searching, a frustrating truth became apparent. None of the level 4 or 5 monsters marked on the map had poison abilities. For someone who had grown accustomed to enjoying the double buff bonuses, this was undoubtedly a disappointment. Just as he was preparing to hunt some level 4 black mountain goats nearby, his sister's voice called out, "Brother, are you tired? I made you some late-night snacks." Glancing at the time, it was already 1:30 a.m. Leveling up 3 times and earning 500,000 in just an hour and a half. His efficiency was impressive. Yang Yu found a safe spot and logged off. The moment he removed his helmet, he saw his sister, Yang Shui, standing nearby with a concerned expression. Their eyes met briefly before Yang Shui averted her gaze, but not before Yang Yu noticed the redness and swelling around her eyes. She had clearly been crying. "I'm fine, Xiao Shui. You don't need to worry about me," he reassured her. "In fact, I don't know why, but playing the game actually makes me feel more energized than before. Maybe it's because you're in a better mood than you were at the hospital," Yang Shui replied with a forced smile. "Anyway, eat your snack and get some rest soon." Yang Yu fell silent. He was well aware that Heaven's Path was no ordinary gameite, could even defy the rules of reality. Yet in his previous life, no one had ever reported gaining extraordinary powers before the game's invasion of the real world. His friend Xiaopeng, who had played Heaven's Path for nearly 10 months, had never mentioned experiencing any physical changes. If acquiring superhuman abilities early was truly possible, Xiaopeng would have been the first to inform him and would have done everything to get him into the game. Since none of that had happened, it seemed that either such cases didn't exist, or they were exceedingly rare. Still, Yang Yu couldn't deny that his physical condition felt slightly better than before he'd entered the game. It was no illusion. Could this have something to do with the golden flame in his mind? He sank into deep thought. With his sister's support, Yang Yu made his way to the dining table. On the table sat a steaming bowl of homemade noodle soup, topped with a golden fried egg. Beside it was a plate of stir-fried green peppers with shredded pork, its vibrant colors making it clear that his sister had prepared the meal just for him. "Have Mom and Dad eaten? Do you want to have some too?" Yang Yu asked with concern. "Mom and Dad have gone to bed early since they need to set up the stall tomorrow morning. I'm not hungry. Go ahead and eat, big brother," Yang Shui replied gently. Without hesitation, Yang Yu picked up the bowl and began eating heartily. A bowl of hot noodles in the middle of the night was just what he needed to soothe his empty stomach after staying up late. "This is delicious. My sister is such a great cook." Yang Yu praised sincerely, then added excitedly, "Xiao Shui, I just earned 500,000 in the game. Tomorrow, I'll transfer the money to you so you can buy a gaming helmet. Then we can play together." "Stop bragging," his sister said with a sweet smile. "The game just launched an hour and a half ago. How could you possibly earn that much?" Clearly, she thought her brother was just trying to make her happy. "Well, I had good luck." Yang Yu paused and then added confidently, "And great skills too." My big brother is the best at gaming," Yang Shui said, her expression turning serious. "But you're not like before. You can't pull all-nighters playing games anymore, okay?" "I know, don't worry." Before long, Yang Yu finished the noodles and patted his stomach in satisfaction. Yang Shui quickly cleared the dishes and headed to the kitchen to wash them. Afterward, she brought a plastic bag filled with medications, carefully prepared his dose, and watched as he took it. Only then did she help him back to his bedroom. She didn't leave until she was sure he was lying down and had closed his eyes, exiting the room quietly. Scenes like this were countless in Yang Yu's memory, though the setting had shifted from the hospital to their home. Despite their difficult circumstances, his parents and sister had never considered giving up on him. This filled Yang Yu with both gratitude and guilt. Thankfully, things were now starting to look up. Putting aside his emotions, Yang Yu gently put on the gaming helmet by his bedside. Sleeping was out of the question. The game had just launched, and every second counted. To avoid worrying his family, he logged in quietly. As soon as he entered the game, he received a message from Yushang Fuyao. Guangge, after my sister and I finished fighting the monsters earlier, we couldn't find you. The mission was urgent, so we didn't have time to thank you in person. I hope we can work together again in the future. Also, if you ever face difficulties in the game or in real life, feel free to reach out to me. Another message came with a friend request. It was from Yuing. Hey, skinny bamboo stick, it's Yuing. The potion you made works really well, and I love it. If you have new potions, let me know, we'll pay a high price for them. Please. Yang Yu didn't mind being called skinny bamboo stick. Compared to the strange looks and overly cautious attitudes he often encountered, Yuying's casual and straightforward way of interacting with him felt refreshing. It showed that in her eyes, aside from being a bit thin, he was no different from anyone else and didn't need special treatment. Smiling, he accepted Yu Xiaoshu Ying's friend request and looked at the two cheerful avatars in his friend list. He couldn't help but feel moved. He hadn't expected his first friends in the game to be this pair of sisters. At 2 a.m., Yang Yu glanced at the time and headed north. His destination was the nearest leveling area, Black Rye Grasslands, where a large number of level 4 black mountain goats and level 5 mighty wild oxen roamed. While he could search for other level 4 monsters with potential poison attributes, now wasn't the time to waste effort. Instead of focusing on minor poison damage and health stats, it was better to aim for leveling up efficiently. Any attribute gaps could easily be bridged when he reached level 10. Yang Yu hurried along the path, skillfully drawing out a spirit energy arrow and decisively piercing his left wrist. Bright red blood slowly flowed into the void arrow quiver as he watched the collection process intently. The previous batch of poisoned spirit energy arrows had been reduced to just 10 after slaying the silvering snake. Each arrow could drain 99 health points per second from its target. Carefully, he stored these precious arrows in a specific compartment within the void quiver. Before long, 100 new poisoned spirit energy arrows were crafted. Scanning his surroundings, Yang Yu found a concealed bush and crouched down. He retrieved the glass bottle given by Yu Yao and unfastened his belt. The sound of flowing liquid echoed in the stillness, and moments later, a bottle of warm, orange-yellow toxic liquid was produced. With practiced hands, he divided the liquid into 5 portions, each containing roughly 100 drops, sealed them meticulously, and stored them in his backpack. As his health gradually recovered, Yang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Despite the relentless pace of his journey, he understood the value of his frugality. With the growing power of his blood fiend poison body, there would undoubtedly be more opportunities to sell potions in the future. Stockpiling in advance was far more efficient than crafting on the spot every time. 10 minutes later, Yang Yu passed through a valley and finally arrived at his destination, the Black Rye Grassland. Perhaps he had been delayed by his meal, or maybe the black goats posed less of a threat due to their lack of venom. Whatever the reason, a handful of players were already farming monsters here. Most of them were level 3 players, typically working in groups of 3 to 5, taking turns to tank damage. Together, they could take down a black goat in about 2 minutes. A cheer erupted from a group of players in the distance. We got another drop. It's a leather helmet. It adds 3 defense and 20 health points. Let's give it to Lao San so he'll be safer on the front line. Sounds good. Agreed. To avoid unnecessary conflict, Yang Yu deliberately kept his distance from the 5-player team. However, their conversation revealed why these players were risking a higher-level challenge against the black goats. The drop rate for equipment was notably high. Thinking of his own nearly bare equipment, Yang Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He used his detection skill on a nearby black goat. Black goat, ordinary monster. Level 4. Health 1200. Attack 58. Defense 30. Speed 27. Skill Savage Charge. Note: herbivores of the Black Rye Grassland, generally docile and unlikely to attack humans unless provoked. However, their thick hides and immense strength make them formidable. Being struck by their savage charge not only inflicts damage but also causes a 1-second paralysis effect. Although the black goats were non-venomous, their stats were nearly double those of the silvering snakes. For an average level 3 player with around 200 health points, facing one alone could easily result in death. Yang Yu distanced himself from the other parties and discovered a secluded area where a herd of over 20 black goats grazed. This number might intimidate ordinary players, but to Yang Yu, it posed no threat. In fact, he couldn't help but think that doubling the herd size would make things even more interesting. Yang Yu, with a physical defense of 41 points, stood before the herd of black goats, swiftly calculating in his mind. Even if the black goats, with an attack power of 58 points, unleashed their full strength, they could only inflict 17 points of damage on him. With 397 health points, this amount of damage was negligible. More importantly, his speed of 35 far outpaced the black goat's base speed of 27. Without even factoring in the slowing effect of his poisoned arrows, these black goats stood no chance of catching him. And with his poison arrows dealing 198 points of damage per second, he could take down a black goat in just 6 seconds at most. As he stood 15 meters away from the herd, bow drawn and arrow notched, ready to hunt, a commotion erupted in the distance. Get lost. All of you, scram. This area is now claimed by our domination guild. Leave immediately if you value your lives. A rough voice echoed across the ryegrass field. And who do you think you are? You think you own the Heaven's Path game? Declaring it your turf doesn't make it so. Someone retorted defiantly. Because I've got this axe in my hand, that's why. Brothers, take care of these fools. Leave no one alive. Kill them. The clashing of weapons rang out incessantly. From afar, Yang Yu saw a burly man wielding a massive axe, leading nearly 100 men as they swept through the leveling teams scattered across the ryegrass field. The battle was entirely one-sided. In no time, the leveling teams were either dead or fleeing, leaving only the burly man and his group dominating the area. Boss, these paupers only dropped 3 white-tire items, probably looted from the black goats, a short figure said respectfully, holding out the equipment to the burly man. The burly man picked out 2 items and casually tossed the last one to one of his subordinates. Here, take it. Thanks, boss. Donning his new gear, the burly man announced with confidence, brothers, these black goats have a decent drop rate. We might just be able to outfit all our guild members in white-tire gear. Send 10 people to guard the valley entrance. Nobody gets in except for our guild members. Hove reached level 3. Yes, boss. The group quickly split into smaller teams, efficiently hunting down isolated black goats while avoiding larger groups. Before long, a foreman team spotted Yang Yu. Heh, looks like we've got another clueless fool hiding here. Huij, what should we do with him? The leader, Huij, laughed loudly. Kill him, of course. Who knows? He might drop something good. Serves him right for not running earlier. Too late for him to leave now. Huij is right. Let's take him down. Without another word, the 4 charged at Yang Yu, weapons raised. Yang Yu frowned. He had no intention of causing trouble, but it was clear they weren't giving him a choice. Swiftly, he drew 4 poisoned spirit arrows, notched them on his bow, and waited. The moment the 4 entered his 15-meter range, the bowstring snapped with a sharp twang. 4 arrows shot out simultaneously. 3 hit their marks precisely, but Huij, with a quick and agile roll, narrowly dodged the last arrow. 3 spiritual energy arrows whistled through the air, striking their targets with precision. The 3 players barely had time to scream before they dissolved into white light, returning to the altar in the novice village. Yang Yu watched the dissipating energy arrows and shook his head silently. These arrows, meant for hunting black mountain goats, were now wasted on these rookies. A system notification suddenly chimed. Ding! You have successfully killed 1 white name player and gained 1 point of sin value. The alert sent a shiver through Yang Yu. He immediately chose to plunder 0 experience points. Are you kidding me? My experience points are reserved for monsters of my level. You're not worth it. Checking his character panel, he noticed that his previously hidden ID had turned a glaring red, suspended above his head and impossible to conceal. Next to it, the label read, Sin Value, 2 points. Despite killing 3 players, he only accrued 2 points of sin value, which clearly indicated that at least one of them had recently killed or maliciously attacked other players. Yang Yu wasn't particularly concerned about the sin value. In the novice village, there were no patrolling guards. Red name players could move freely, trade normally at general stores and pharmacies, and only lose the ability to take on village quests. Since he had no immediate plans to accept quests, he figured the sin value would naturally decrease by the time he reached level 10 and needed to undertake an out-of-village mission. Meanwhile, Hui Gu, who had narrowly dodged the arrows, was pale with fear. In his panic, he stopped too abruptly, losing his balance and crashing to the ground face first in an embarrassing display. Boss, there's a pro here, he shouted for help. Bow attack range exceeds 10 meters, and they one-shotted Zhang Matzi and the other 2. Come save me. Not bad for someone who managed to dodge one of my arrows. At least you've got some observational skills, Yang Yu muttered as he knocked another arrow and pulled back his bowstring. This time, Hui Gu had barely gotten to his feet when the arrow struck him. With the closer range, he had no chance to evade. What surprised Yang Yu, however, was Hui Ge's high defense and health exceeding 230. It wasn't until the poison effect kicked in on the second that Hui Gu finally dissolved into white light. Another system notification sounded. Dang! You have successfully killed 1 red name player. No sin value incurred. Yang Yu understood immediately Hui Gu was clearly a killer as well. Unfortunately, Killing red name players didn't reduce existing sin value. While the experience points plundered from them were 100 more than from white name players, it did nothing to offset his own sin points. In the spot where Hui Gu had disappeared, a piece of black leather armor lay quietly on the ground. Yang Yu picked it up and examined it. Black scale leather armor. Black iron grade. Physical defense, 10. Magic defense, 6. Health, 50. Level requirement, none. A smile spread across Yang Ye's face. No wonder Hui Gu had lasted so long. He was wearing a piece of black iron gear. Up until now, Yang Yu hadn't even found a single piece of whiteboard equipment beyond the starter cloth armor, let alone something of black iron grade. While his void quiver was a special upgradable item, it had remained unenhanced due to the lack of other equipment. This level 3 Hui Gu must have either obtained the gear from a starting draw or looted it from another player. Who would have thought my first piece of gear in the game would come from looting someone else? What a sinful acquisition. Yang Yu chuckled to himself. In the distance, a burly man wielding a massive axe led a group of dozens of players charging toward him with menacing determination, clearly having heard Hui Gu's desperate cries for help. Yang Yu calmly removed his plain novice robes in front of the crowd and replaced them with the newly acquired black scale leather armor. Eagerly, he opened his updated stats panel. Drunken Song of Valor. Unassigned class, level 401600. Health points, 447. Mana points, 240. Attack power, 422. Physical defense, 49. Magical defense, 30. Speed, 35. Reputation, 0. Fortune, 0. Special attribute. Hidden talent Blood Venom Physique. Effect. Deals 198 true damage per second to the target for 10 seconds. Looking over the stats, Yang Yu nodded in satisfaction. Compared to before, his health had increased from 397 to 447, and both physical and magical defenses had improved significantly. Now, even a spirit arrow would struggle to pierce his defenses. At that moment, a large group of players arrived in an imposing manner. "Who are you to dare kill a member of my Overlord Guild?" shouted one of them. Dozens of players quickly spread out, attempting to surround Yang Yu. Yang Yu's gaze remained cold as his eyes settled on the burly man leading the group. The man, named Wang Batian, was already level 4 and wielded a massive bronze glimmering axe. Fully equipped with leather armor, a helmet, boots, bracers, and grief stuff, all basic grade gear, it was still far superior to Yang Yu's current setup. The rest of the players were level 3, with IDs uniformly starting with Overlord, clearly marking them as members of the same guild. "Those who kill must be prepared to be killed," Yang Yu said calmly. "If they dare to attack me, why shouldn't I retaliate?" "Good, very good." Wang Batian's tone was wary, and he began to wonder if this man was part of some powerful guild. His voice softened slightly. "Return Ah Hui's equipment, and I might just let you live." "Oh, really?" Yang Yu glanced around at the group with a smirk and replied mockingly, "The equipment was something I picked up off the ground. It doesn't have Ah Hui's name on it. Since it was unclaimed, it's mine now. Why should I give it back?" "You insolent dog." A player named Overlord Flying Tiger roared in rage. "You killed our regiment leader, and now you dare speak to our boss like that? You must have a death wish. Brothers, kill him and avenge Hui." "Kill him. Avenge Hui," the group shouted in unison. With Wang Batian's tacit approval, the group of players quickly split into two teams. The ranged team consisted of a dozen archers and 4 or 5 mages, the latter already beginning to channel fireball spells. Meanwhile, over 50 melee players armed with daggers, short swords, or long swords charged aggressively at Yang Yu. Faced with the oncoming onslaught, Yang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. He stowed away his bow and drew 2 glass vials filled with orange liquid, one in each hand. With his exceptional agility, he effortlessly dodged the incoming fireballs. As for the arrows, his 49 points of physical defense rendered them negligible. Sure enough, they posed no threat. "Don't be afraid, brothers. Even ants can take down an elephant." A wave of shouts erupted from the crowd. "One spit from each of us can drown him. Get him. That guy not only has Brother Huey's black iron weapon, but also insane defense. He must have other treasures. Kill him, loot his gear, and the boss will reward us handsomely." The rallying cry of Batian Fei who stirred the crowd into a frenzy. Dozens of players charged at Yang Yu with battle cries, closing the 10-meter distance in an instant. The frontline players swung their weapons, aiming to strike him down. Faced with the onslaught, Yang Yu remained calm, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With a flick of both thumbs, the corks of 2 glass bottles popped off effortlessly. "Taste my heaven scatter technique," he roared. With a dramatic spin, he flung the orange-yellow liquid into the air. The liquid dispersed into countless fine droplets, slowly descending. The attackers hesitated, puzzled. Heaven scatter technique? Why does it have no effect? From a distance, Wang Batian and the ranged players watched with equal confusion. As the droplets fell, One unfortunate player looked up and was hit squarely in the face. Ah, it burns. A scream of agony broke the silence as wisps of smoke rose from the player's skin, the liquid visibly corroding it. Then came the horrifying damage notifications. 198 points of true poison damage per second. For these level 3 players, such damage was unbearable. The sturdier ones barely lasted a second, while most were instantly reduced to white light, sent back to the respawn altar. Ding. You have slain one white-named player and gained 1 point of sin value. In just 2 seconds, the 50-strong assault team was reduced to a handful of survivors. Yang Yu's sin value skyrocketed from 2 to 27, indicating that nearly half of the group had been red-named players. The ground was littered with health potions, copper coins, mana potions, and at least a dozen low-tier equipment pieces. He's a demon, a devil, the reincarnation of a god of slaughter. He knows witchcraft. Touch him and you're dead. He's an evil spirit, a human-shaped monster. No wonder he looks like a goblin run. The surviving players screamed in terror, scattering in all directions. But Yang Yu had no intention of letting them escape. He swiftly stashed the empty glass bottles and drew a wooden bow. With his 35 agility granting him a rapid firing speed of 3.5 arrows per second, he didn't even need multi-shot techniques to deal with the remaining players. Clearing them out took mere moments. As massive damage numbers popped up, the remaining melee players fell one by one. Without missing a beat, Yang Yu knocked 3 poison-coated spirit arrows and aimed for the mage players holding wands, the greatest threat to him. 2 volleys, 6 arrows each found its mark. Bug. This is a damn bug. I'm reporting him. That guy's cheating. He's a psycho. Run. Scatter and run. Panicked cries echoed from the distance as the remaining players fled in disarray. The remaining dozen players were utterly terrified by the scene, scattering like startled birds. Even Wang Batian, who had been brimming with arrogance moments ago, abandoned his fierce demeanor and bolted toward the valley entrance. Yang Yu gave them no chance to catch their breath. Using his exceptional agility and the long-range advantage of his bow, he pursued Wang Batian while firing arrows with deadly precision at the fleeing players. Each arrow struck a fatal blow, piercing through their hearts with unerring accuracy. In a mere 3 seconds, he closed the distance to Wang Batian, who was now just ahead. The once formidable hunting party had dwindled to only 3 or 4 stragglers, desperately taking a longer route to escape toward the valley entrance. Despite being a fellow level 4 player, Wang Batian's speed was a far cry from Yang Yu's. In fact, he was slower than some level 3 players. Still running? Yang Yu asked calmly as he tailed Wang Batian effortlessly. Realizing he couldn't shake off his pursuer, a dangerous glint flashed in Wang Batian's eyes. He abruptly stopped and turned around. All right, I admit defeat. If you let me go, they'll forget everything that happened here, and the Batian Guild won't come after you again. Deal? He said, suppressing his fury and taking a deep breath. No deal, Yang Yu replied coldly. Then I guess I'm out of options today? Wang Batian growled, his eyes filled with menace as he raised his massive axe, ready to attack. No, Yang Yu replied with a faint shake of his head. You still have one option, death. That sentence ignited Wang Batian's rage. You arrogant brat. You think you've got me cornered? My axe isn't just for show. He roared, brandishing the giant weapon and swinging it ferociously at Yang Yu. However, heavy weapons were no threat to Yang Yu, who had invested fully in agility. With a graceful sidestep, he dodged the deadly strike with ease. Retreating a couple of steps, he knocked a poisoned arrow, aimed it at Wang Batian's chest, and fired. In a critical moment, Wang Batian raised his massive axe to block the arrow. While the impact cost him 13 health points, he avoided the poison's debilitating effects. It was then that Yang Yu realized Wang Batian's speed might be lacking, but his strength and defense were formidable. If not for the 10 points of true damage inherent to his spirit arrows, that shot would have only dealt 3 damage. Seeing Wang Batian's axe deflect the poisoned arrow, Yang Yu had a moment of clarity. Poison attacks weren't invincible, and the man before him, an experienced guild leader who had quickly risen to level 4 with a strong team under his command, clearly had some genuine skills. But it still wasn't enough. Yang Yu drew 3 poisoned arrows, aiming them at Wang Batian's chest, abdomen, and thigh, and fired them in quick succession. Without pause, he followed up with another 3 arrows, sealing off all of Wang Batian's escape routes. You bastard, Zhongjiuquanga. They'll remember this. From now on, the Batian Guild will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. You'll never make it out of the newbie. Wang Batian's threat was cut short as his body dissolved into a flash of white light. On the ground, several pieces of equipment, health potions, and copper coins lay scattered, including the massive axe that gleamed with a bronze glow. A system notification chimed. Ding! You have successfully slain a red-named player. No sin points incurred. Yang Yu chose to forego the 0 experience points option and crouched to collect the spoils of his victory. Along with the massive axe, Wang Batian had dropped 5 pieces of equipment, and over 20 health potions. As Yang Yu tallied up his spoils, he was astonished by the sheer number of copper coins before him, over 500. It was clear that Wang Batian had accumulated a significant amount of sin value, which explained the severity of his punishment. He had been demoted from level 4 all the way down to level 1, stripped of nearly all his equipment. However, as Yang Yu glanced at his own sin value, now at a daunting 35 points, a sense of unease crept over him. He understood deeply how harsh the penalties for being a renamed player were. From now on, he had to tread carefully. While killing others could result in quick riches, he couldn't afford to lose himself to greed. If he were to attack, it would be far wiser to provoke the other party into striking first, allowing him to retaliate without adding to his sin value. One disappointment lingered in his mind. Defeating a player of the same level, like Wang Batian, hadn't contributed to the growth of his blood fiend poison body. Yang Yu couldn't help but wonder, was it because Wang Batian hadn't truly died? Or was it simply that killing couldn't enhance this ability? Pushing these thoughts aside, he turned his attention to the attributes of the massive axe he had acquired. Blue Steel Ghosthead Axe Bronze Tier. Physical attack, 36. Strength, 8. Special trait. This axe is exceptionally heavy and requires a minimum strength of 30 to wield. Level requirement, none. The weapon stats left Yang Yu quietly stunned. Not only did it provide a base attack boost of 36 points, but it also added 8 points to strength. Considering that every point of strength equated to 2 physical attack points, this weapon could grant a staggering total attack bonus of 52 points to its user. Examining this bronze tier weapon with no level requirement, Yang Yu speculated that it must have been Wang Batian's lucky draw at the start of the game. Yet, despite the axe's impressive power, Yang Yu could only sigh in frustration. Was still at level 4 with a strength stat of only 20, a full 10 points shy of the requirement to wield it. It was evident that Wang Batian, in order to equip this colossal axe, either had a naturally higher base strength than Yang Yu or had allocated most of his free stat points into strength. This explained why his speed was so abysmally slow, making it impossible for him to land a hit on Yang Yu. Nevertheless, with such remarkable stats, the axe was bound to fetch a good price. Unfortunately, the beginner village lacked a remote auction system, so selling it would have to wait. As Yang Yu pondered his next steps, he meticulously scoured the battlefield, gathering every piece of equipment, health potion, mana potion, and even the scattered copper coins from the ground. Meanwhile, back at the altar in the beginner village, several flashes of white light erupted in rapid succession, drawing a crowd of curious onlookers. Aren't those members of the Batian Guild? How did they all get wiped out? Who would dare provoke them? Wait, isn't that Batian Guanghui and Batian Feihu, the guild's commanders? They've both been knocked down to level 1, and all their gear is gone. Yikes, starting over from scratch won't be easy. Serves them right. They've been bullying others with their numbers for far too long. Looks like they finally met their match. Good riddance. This is justice well served. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, yet another flash of white light appeared. A large, portly figure materialized at the altar completely naked. It was none other than Wang Batian himself. Oh my god, isn't that Wang Batian, the guild leader of Batian Guild? He's been knocked back to level 1 too? Unbelievable. Who could possibly have the guts and strength to pull this off? It's hard to imagine a single player doing this. It must have been a large-scale battle with another major guild. The Overlord Guild is strong, but it's still no match for the top 10 guilds, someone in the crowd remarked with a sigh. I wonder which guild could muster such overwhelming power in Newbie Village 997. The surrounding crowd erupted in mocking laughter. Serves them right. We were just killed by them at the ryegrass fields, and seeing them in this sorry state now is half the revenge I needed. Same here. They took me out earlier, too. Finally, some justice. Karma truly works fast. Amid the jeering and sneers, Wang Batian and his group stood with darkened expressions, unable to find a place to hide their shame, and quietly withdrew from the crowd. A short while later, Wang Batian and his crew regrouped at the village entrance. One of his subordinates hurried over, holding a pile of equipment. Boss, these are some Y-tier items I got from the brothers. With these, and with everyone helping you take down mobs, you'll be back to level 4 in no time. Wang Batian gave a silent nod, equipping the gear with a grim face. Then he issued his orders in a cold voice. Everyone who got taken down today gets a bonus of 10,000 each. Guko, stay behind and keep an eye on that bastard. Report his location to me immediately. This isn't over. A dangerous glint flashed in his eyes as he continued. Also, leak the stats of the Azure Steel Ghost Axe and Black Scale Leather Armor, along with that guy's whereabouts, to Ao Shi Kuang Fu, that lunatic. Boss, you mean? The subordinate began to understand. Wang Batian let out a sinister grin. Pit the wolf against the tiger. Divert the trouble. That Ao Shi Kuang Fu is nothing but a bandit, reckless, violent, and bloodthirsty. He can't stand seeing others with good gear. If he can take it by force, he won't bother buying it. Those two items don't have level restrictions and are the best gear available right now. There's no way he won't bite. As long as he kills that Zhong Jiuquangu once, we'll make sure that guy stays stuck at level 1 forever, unable to rise again. He paused for a moment before adding coldly, also, send someone to investigate that guy's real identity and background. Understood, boss. We'll take care of it right away. The subordinate quickly acknowledged the order and left. On the other side, Yang Yu was meticulously sorting through the spoils of the battle. Scattered across the ground were over 70 corpses, and he carefully collected everything they had dropped. 21 pieces of equipment, 114 bottles of basic health potions, 15 bottles of basic mana potions, and 1,036 copper coins. In the currency system of the heavenly Tao world, 100 copper coins could be exchanged for 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins equaled 1 gold coin. Despite the seemingly large number of copper coins, they were barely enough to convert into 10 silver coins. Among the equipment he gathered, the highest quality items were a bronze-tier great axe and an iron-tier black-scaled leather armor. The remaining 19 pieces were basic white-tire equipment. If not for the restriction that beginner gear couldn't be dropped, the haul might have been even more rewarding. The bronze great axe, though unsuitable for his use, was rare enough that there was no rush to sell it. Meanwhile, the black-scaled leather armor was already equipped on Yang Yu, significantly enhancing his defense. From the 19 pieces of white-tire equipment, Yang Yu carefully selected 5 with the best attributes to equip himself. Refined iron bow, 6 agility, level 1 required. Windbreaker boots, 4 speed, level 2 required. Goat helm, 3 vitality, 20 health, level 2 required. Goat bracers, 3 strength, level 2 required. Goat leg guards, basic defense, level 4 required. These pieces not only gave a substantial boost to his combat stats, but also helped conceal his thin frame and thinning hair. Though he still looked lean, at least he no longer resembled a goblin, at least from his own perspective. The remaining 14 pieces of white-tire equipment were either duplicates of what he already had or items unsuited for him, such as large swords and staves. Most of these were beginner weapons drawn by members of the Batian Guild, with little value and only taking up space in his inventory. Suddenly, an idea struck Yang Yu. He removed the void quiver and attempted to place an ordinary staff at its opening. Ding! A system notification sounded. Successfully absorbed 1 white-tire equipment. Current progress. White-tire equipment 110. Realizing it worked, he quickly selected the 9 least valuable items and let the void quiver absorb them. A minute later, another notification echoed. Successfully absorbed 1 white-tire equipment. Current progress, 1010. Congratulations! The void quiver has successfully upgraded to iron tier. Yang Yu stared excitedly at the changes in the void quiver. The previously white patterns had turned jet black, and its attributes had significantly improved. Void quiver iron tier. Base attributes, agility 10, strength 5. Special feature 1, can absorb equipment of the same tier to upgrade. Current progress, 0-100. Special feature 2, provides 500 additional storage slots. Produces unlimited level 2 spirit arrows dealing 50 true damage and doubling attack range. Special feature 3, bound to player Zhong Jiuquangu, cannot be traded, dropped, or destroyed. Looking at these new attributes, Yang Yu couldn't help but gulp in excitement. Yang Yu was thrilled to discover that the spirit energy arrows not only increased true damage and storage capacity by 5 times, but also extended the attack range by 50, reaching an impressive 20-meter distance. This was nearly double that of an average player. What delighted him even more was that the black iron void quiver began to provide significant agility and strength attribute bonuses, something unheard of in regular quivers, effectively making it an additional piece of equipment with attributes. Suppressing his excitement, he carefully examined his personal attribute panel. Drunken Song. Level, 401600. HP, 467. MP, 240. Attack, 602,726. Defense, 633,924. Magic defense, 30246. Speed, 48,462. Reputation, 0. Fortune, hidden. Talent, blood poison body deals 198 true damage per second to the target for 10 seconds. Looking at these astonishing stats, Yang Yu couldn't help but marvel. Killing and looting really is the fastest way to get rich. Yet he quickly reminded himself to exercise restraint in the future and avoid unnecessary killing. Just as he was about to head to the goat herd to level up, a sudden announcement from the heavens echoed. Ding! As 3 players in Novice Village 997 have reached level 5, the Novice Village level ranking is now activated. Additionally, the remote auction function is now available, allowing players to sell and bid on various items remotely. Note: the first player in each Novice Village to reach level 10 will be rewarded with 10 free attribute points. This announcement was like a thunderclap, instantly causing an uproar in Novice Village 997. In the northeastern black ryegrass fields, a disciplined special squad was locked in battle with a level 6 Razorback boar. The team, led by a tall, buzzcut man, consisted of 10 members, all highly skilled. While the captain had already reached level 5, the other 9 members were all at level 4, a strength far surpassing that of the Batian Guild. Hearing the announcement, the tall man looked up thoughtfully and murmured, "So, 2 more have reached level 5, huh?" Meanwhile, in the southern wetlands, the Yueyao sisters had just defeated a level 5 giant turtle together. Yueying broke through to level 5 at the perfect moment, hearing the announcement as it rang out. Since the sisters had been teaming up, their experience levels were nearly identical, and Yueyao had already reached level 5 slightly earlier. "Big sister, someone actually beat us to level 5. Could it be that skinny guy?" Yueying asked curiously. "It's likely him," Yueyao replied while opening the level ranking for Novice Village 997. "Crazy Song is quite strong. If he focused solely on leveling up, it makes sense that he'd surpass us." The level leaderboard for Novice Village 997 had just been updated, drawing the attention of all players. The rankings were as follows. Chen Shang 1501 claimed the top spot with level 5 and 16703,000 experience points. Following closely was Yu Shang Fuyao, also at level 5 but with only 603,000 experience points. The third place, Yu Xia Shuang, was likewise level 5 but had 03000 experience points. Sui Feng Chiwu secured 4th place with level 4 and 152,016,000 experience points. Behind them were Huang Fuxiong, Wang Lei 1504, and Huang Chang 1503, occupying 5th to 7th places with 1400, 1330, and 1280 experience points respectively. Ao Shi Kuangfu, Shuangjiang, and Luo Jianya 1502 rounded out the top 10 with 1220, 1170, and 1130 points respectively. The Yu sisters stared at the leaderboard in astonishment. Not only were there numerous unfamiliar IDs with numerical tags, but to their surprise, the usually formidable Yang Yu had dropped out of the top 20 entirely. On closer inspection, half of the top 20 were these mysterious, numbered players. As for the remaining familiar names, they were all notable figures. 4th place, Sui Feng Chiwu, was the vice leader of Eternal Gate and a top-tier player on the heavenly rankings. 5th place, Huang Fuxiong, was a core member of the Royal Guild and a former contender on the Earth rankings. 8th place, Ao Shi Kuangfu, was relatively average in skill but well known as a battalion leader with a questionable reputation. 9th place, Shuangjiang, one of the 24 Solar Term generals, boasted achievements that even surpassed Huang Fuxiong's. These players, hailing from the top 10 super guilds in Longhua, were undeniably stronger than the Yu sisters' Jinghua Pavilion. Whether they could coexist peacefully with such formidable players remained uncertain. "Big sister, Yang Yu is only level 4. Do you think he'll run into trouble?" Yuing appeared and glanced toward the pine forest. Yu Yao shook her head. "Unlikely. With his strength, there's hardly anyone in the novice village who could threaten him. I'd guess he's out gathering materials for potion making. He mentioned running out of supplies earlier. Unlike us, who can share Master Wang's insights with our guild members, he has to gather everything himself." "What about these numbered IDs? Who are they?" Yuing asked again. "Most likely military personnel. Those numbers are probably their service IDs," Yu Yao replied softly. The sisters had long anticipated the military's involvement in the game. "Focus on leveling up," Yu Yao reminded her. "The attribute point rewards at level 10 are too valuable to miss." Yuing nodded in agreement and disappeared into the air once again. Meanwhile, Yang Yu finally spotted his name at rank 23. "Damn it," he cursed. "How can a novice village have so many leveling maniacs?" He wasn't overly obsessed with rankings, but he had never slacked off either. Previously, he had been leveling faster than the twin sisters, even while taking breaks to eat noodles or get into fights. With his damage output 10 times higher than the average player, he had assumed he'd at least make it into the top 10. Ordinary players needed to attack dozens, or even hundreds of times to defeat monsters of the same level, but he could take them down with a single poison arrow. Yet, he hadn't even cracked the top 20. "This won't do. With so many skilled players around, I can't afford to fall behind. Those 10 attribute points are mine." Determined, Yang Yu charged toward a herd of black mountain goats while activating the newly unlocked remote auction feature. Yang Yu carefully examined the trading system's features. Players could choose between fixed-price sales or auction bidding. Transactions could be settled using in-game copper coins or real cash, though the latter incurred a 20 processing fee. Seeing this feature, Yang Yu's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he needed. He had been worrying about how to sell his equipment. Without a remote trading function, he would have to return to the village to sell them, but with his current red name status, he risked being ambushed. More importantly, the value of his white-grade equipment was depreciating by the minute. Delaying even half an hour could significantly reduce their worth. After careful consideration, Yang Yu quickly made a decision. He listed the remaining 4 white-grade items on the auction platform, setting a 3-minute time limit and opting for cash transactions. His reasoning was simple. At this early stage of the game, Players had very few copper coins, and he didn't need to buy consumables like arrows or health potions. On the other hand, real-world expenses were more pressing. The game had only been live for a little over 2 hours, and white-grade equipment was still highly sought after by players. Within less than a minute, the bids for all 4 items had surpassed 10,000 yuan each. One dagger even climbed to over 20,000 yuan. This auction gave Yang Yu a clear understanding of the current equipment market. Without waiting for this round of bidding to end, he listed the Qinggang Ghost Head Axe on the platform, again opting for cash settlement but extending the auction time to 30 minutes. This move immediately caused a stir in New B Village, 997. No way. Am I seeing things? A bronze-grade weapon already? Who is this guy, Zhongjiu? Those 4 white-grade items just now were his too. I wanted to bid on that dagger, but my 15,000 yuan offer got outbid in seconds. These rich players are insane. The chatter grew louder. Did you hear? This is the guy who wiped out the Batian Guild earlier. I heard he looks like a goblin, and he got that axe by killing Wang Batian. The Batian Guild is spreading word that he's grinding levels in the Black Rye grasslands. They're definitely up to something. Selling a bronze weapon like that? Even I'm tempted to go after him. Hey, Aoshin Kuangfu has already taken people to hunt him down. If you're lucky, you might snag some loot. I was just talking big. This guy can single-handedly wipe out the Batian Guild. There's no way I could take him on. A player stared at the trading platform, unable to hold back his amazement. On the trading platform, the price of the Green Oak Ghost Axe skyrocketed to 180,000 in just 1 minute and was still climbing furiously. Players across the beginner villages were drawn to this heated auction. While the 4 whiteboard items Yang Yu had previously listed only caught the attention of ordinary players, this level-ignoring bronze weapon had elite players going wild. Wang Batian, who was busy grinding rabbits for experience, saw what was happening and gritted his teeth as he barked out an order. Hui, keep your eyes glued to the trading platform. No matter how high the price goes, I must get that axe back. The thought of reclaiming the Green Oak Ghost Axe slightly improved his mood. For a wealthy player like him, tens of thousands of gold coins were nothing. Boss, Aoshikianfu has already led a party over. I don't think we'll even need to wait for the auction to end in 30 minutes. Zhongjiu is as good as done for under their hands. Damn it. Wang Batian exploded in rage, regretting his earlier decision. If he had known he could buy back the axe with money, he never would have let that bandit Aoshikianfu get wind of it. Whatever, let's bid for now. If that guy gets killed, the auction will naturally be void. Just hope the bronze axe doesn't drop when he dies. Meanwhile, in Wildboar Forest, Chun Shang, a military player, watched the soaring bids with a hint of regret in his eyes. He had drawn a level 15 golden armor as his starting item. Although the axe would be a perfect fit for him, his unit's budget was limited, and they could only purchase equipment at standard prices. There was no way he could compete in such an inflated auction. Elsewhere, in the western woods, Huang Fu Xiong of the Royal Guild was frantically outbidding others. As a berserker, the axe was incredibly appealing to him. Experts and procurement officers from other guilds were also keeping a close eye on the weapon. For large guilds, top-tier equipment was always in high demand. At the same time, Aoshikianfu, who was rushing toward Ryegrass Meadow, saw the trading updates and his eyes turned bloodshot. That bastard dares to sell my gear? Brothers, pick up the pace. Take down that damned Zhongjiu, and don't leave him with even his underwear. Yes, boss, brilliant move. All this gear belongs to Aoshikian Guild. That bastard had the audacity to sell our equipment. Erlai has to pay for this. Yeah, take him down. A group of players roared as they charged toward Ryegrass Meadow. While everyone's attention was fixed on the trading platform, a sudden shift occurred on the level rankings. Yang Yu's level was skyrocketing. In just 10 seconds, Yang Yu's level skyrocketed at a pace visible to the naked eye, leaping from level 401600 to level 47601600 in an instant. His ranking surged as well, climbing from 23rd to 16th place. But this was just the beginning. Within just 2 minutes, the numbers on the system interface changed dramatically again. In a mere 10 seconds, Yang Yu broke through to level 5, overtaking Sui Feng Chi Wu and securing a solid 4th place on the leaderboard. Did this guy take some kind of booster, or what? Going from 0 experience at level 4 to level 5 in under 3 minutes? That's insane. If it weren't for the brief pause, he would have done it in just 20 seconds. Players buzzed with chatter. Some noticed a pattern in Yang Yu's experience gain. Each increase was exactly 20 points, corresponding to the experience value of level 4 monsters. However, his kill speed was clearly beyond the realm of normalcy. He's definitely cheating. Even if you gave me a horde of near-dead level 4 monsters, there's no way I could kill them that fast. At that moment, a system announcement caused an even bigger stir. Zhongjiu had just posted 5 plain equipment pieces, 130 basic health potions, and 20 basic mana potions for auction. This unusual move only deepened the players' curiosity. There must be some special high-efficiency monsters in the Black Rye fields. Let's go check it out. Maybe we can get a piece of the action too. Newbie Village 997 erupted into chaos as a large crowd of players swarmed northward toward the Black Rye fields. Meanwhile, Yang Yu was heading eastward alone, completely unaware of the commotion behind him. His decision to stop at level 503000 was deliberate. The level 4 Black Mountain Goats could no longer contribute to the advancement of his blood venom physique. The 2-minute pause earlier had also served a purpose. First, to locate a new herd of goats, and second, to replenish the nearly 40 poison arrows he had used during his battle with the Batian Guild. During the break, he crafted an additional 100 poisonous spirit arrows. Despite the Black Mountain Goats' formidable 1200 health points, they were no match for Yang Yu. With a terrifying attack speed of nearly 5 arrows per second, he could wipe out a herd of 30 to 40 goats in under 10 seconds in the first round of precision shots. On his way to the level 5 Mighty Wild Bull habitat, Yang Yu opened his stats panel. Zhong Jiuquanggu unassigned profession. Level 503000. Health 597. Mana 290. Attack 703. Physical defense 26. Magical defense 65224. Speed 5296. Reputation 0. Luck hidden. Talent blood venom physique inflicts 278 true damage per second on the target for 10 seconds. After slaying 80 Black Mountain Goats, his poison damage had reached an astonishing 278 damage per second. Without hesitation, he allocated all 5 free attribute points to agility. At this point, Yang Yu's maximum sprinting speed had reached 58 meters per second, a speed unimaginable on Earth, but something he had surpassed since reaching level 2 in the world of Tian Dao killing. His sin value had also decreased from 35 to 19. For every 5 same-level monsters killed, 1 sin point was removed. At this rate, by the time he reached level 6, his sin value would be completely cleared. Just then, the system notification chimed. Ding. Transaction alert. 4 plain equipment pieces you listed have been sold. Total earnings, 78,600 yuan. After deducting a 20 handling fee, your net income is 62,880 yuan, which has been transferred to your bank account. Immediately after, a text message followed. Your Dragon Bank account ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 62,880 yuan. Current balance, 563,194.15 yuan. As Yang Yu approached the territory of the Mighty Wild Bulls, his phone vibrated, and a bank notification popped up. To his surprise, the 4 whiteboard grade items he had listed on the trading platform had sold at an average price of nearly 20,000 yuan each, depositing a total of 78,600 yuan into his account. Understanding that such items were rapidly depreciating, Yang Yu immediately listed the 5 whiteboard grade items he had just obtained from the Black Mountain Goats on the platform. At the same time, he bundled his stockpile of health potions and mana potions into sets of 10 for auction. While sprinting forward, Yang Yu would occasionally stop, slicing his left wrist to collect blood and store it in glass bottles. His encounter with the Domineering Guild had heightened his caution, prompting him to prepare more ammunition in advance. After nearly 5 minutes of running, the first Mighty Wild Bull entered his line of sight. A system prompt immediately appeared. Mighty Wild Bull. Normal monster level 5. Health 1800. Attack 74. Defense 38. Speed 33. Skill Savage Charge. Although also herbivores of the ryegrass plains, these massive creatures were far tougher than the Black Mountain Goats. However, for Yang Yu, their fate was no different, just a matter of enduring a couple of extra seconds. As he prepared to fire his first shot, his phone buzzed again. A transaction notification revealed that the 5 whiteboard grade items and all the potions he had listed earlier had sold, bringing in a total of 110,500 yuan. After deducting a 20 transaction fee, 88,400 yuan had been credited to his account. A follow-up bank message confirmed that his account ending in 9527 now held a balance of 651,594.15 yuan. In just a few minutes, the average price of whiteboard grade items had dropped to around 17,000 yuan, while basic potions were holding steady at 120 yuan each. The sale of 130 health potions and 20 mana potions had netted him over 18,000 yuan in profit, a considerable sum. The game had only been running for 3 hours, yet his bank balance had already exceeded 650,000 yuan. The thought of the joy this money could bring to his family warmed Yang Yu's heart. However, there was no time to dwell on. It was now face-to-face with the Mighty Wild Bull herd. Despite the poison on his arrows dealing only 236 damage per second, it was enough to be lethal for the bulls. His arrows whizzed through the air, piercing their hides. Enraged, the bulls charged, their thundering hooves shaking the ground beneath him. Yang Yu remained calm, shooting arrows while retreating steadily. He deliberately slowed his pace to maintain a safe distance from the herd, guiding them toward another group of bulls. He kept his speed at half of his maximum to ensure the herd stayed within his effective range. Ding! The system notification sounded as Yang Yu successfully took down a level 5 mighty wild bull. His experience points increased by 25, bringing his current progress to level 5, 253,000. At the same time, his Bloodbane poison body trait was enhanced, boosting his poison's true damage to 279 points per second and raising his physique by 0.1, reaching a total of 52.8. As the battle continued, wild bulls fell one after another. These level 5 mighty wild bulls not only had a higher drop rate than black mountain goats, but also dropped higher quality blood potions, upgraded from basic to intermediate. The intermediate healing potion provided significantly better effects, restoring 6 health points per second for 15 seconds, totaling 90 health points. While still insufficient for Yang Yu's vast health pool, it was a considerable improvement over the basic potion. In just 20 seconds, Yang Yu's level surpassed Yu Yao's, climbing to second place on the leaderboard. A minute later, his leveling speed surged again, overtaking the top-ranked Chen Shang and advancing directly to level 6. Look at the leaderboard. Drunken Song is now the first level 6 player in the starter village. How is that possible? Didn't he just hit level 5 not long ago? I'm still struggling at level 2, this is insane. Players hurriedly checked the leaderboard, where the updated rankings were displayed. 1. Drunken Song, level 6, 04800. 2. Chensheng 1501, level 5, 23503,000. 3. Moonlit Yao, level 5, 760,3000. 4. Moonshadow, level 5, 680,3000. 5. Dancing Wind, level 5, 490,3000. 6. Huang Fuxiong, level 5, 150,3000. 7. Frostfall, level 4, 15401600. 8. Wanglei 1504, level 4, 149016000. 9. Huangchang 1503, level 4, 14301600. 10. Luojianya 1502, level 4, 13701600. Dancing Wind and Huang Fuxiong had both reached level 5, while Proud Axe, previously ranked 8th, had dropped out of the top 10 due to halting his leveling. The leaders of various factions were stunned by these changes. In the wild boar forest, a tall man looked toward the northern black rye fields with a flicker of interest in his eyes. You all keep leveling. I'm going to meet this Drunken Song. Leaving these words behind, his figure swiftly disappeared from view. At the same time, in the northwestern mountains, a woman in white gracefully engaged a level 6 wind wolf. Her movements were elegant yet precise, her steps light and measured, and her swordsmanship fluid and agile. The wind wolf, known for its speed, couldn't even touch the hem of her clothes before succumbing to her blade. A player wielding a dagger approached quickly to report, "Deputy Leader, we've confirmed that Drunken Song is a solo player. Earlier, he clashed with the Overlord Guild and somehow wiped out the elite team led by Wang Batian. That bronze axe he carries is a drop from Wang Batian." Wang Batian later spread rumors to lure Proud Axe to the Black Rye Fields, intending to use him to eliminate Drunken Song. Now, Proud Axe Guild has sealed off the valley entrance to the Black Rye Fields, and a confrontation with Drunken Song seems imminent. The woman in white sheathed her sword and, after a brief moment of thought, said, "Understood. You may go." Before the words had fully left her lips, she had already darted northward, her movements light and swift as the wind. On the ryegrass field, Yang Yu was meticulously cleaning up the battlefield. He listed the 9 newly acquired Y-tire equipment pieces on the auction house one by one. Although a few of them had slightly better stats than what he was currently wearing, the difference was negligible, and he couldn't be bothered to make the switch. Suddenly, the tranquility was broken by the sound of a communication alert. It was Yu Yao. "Kuangge." Yu Yao's voice was urgent. "I just got word that Ao Shi Kuang Fu is leading people to block off the ryegrass field. They're planning to ambush you at the valley entrance." Ao Shi Kuang Fu? Yang Yu frowned. "This is the first time I've heard of him. I don't think I've ever crossed paths with him." Yu Yao's tone carried clear disdain. "You wouldn't know. The members of Ao Shi are notoriously overbearing, and Ao Shi Kuang Fu is the epitome of a bandit. He's after that bronze giant axe you listed on the auction house." "How strong is he?" "He's a core leader in Ao Shi. His individual strength isn't top tier, but the Ao Shi Guild has nearly 1,000 members in this novice village. For this ambush, he's brought 500 people." Yang Yu remained calm. "Got it. Thanks for the heads up. My sister and I are doing quests in the southern marshlands, so we can't get there in time. But if you need help, I can send someone to the valley entrance to assist you," Yu Yao offered sincerely. "Thanks, but I can handle this. Let your people focus on leveling up." Seeing how composed Yang Yu was, Yu Yao didn't press further. She simply said, If you need anything, contact me anytime. After ending the call, Yang Yu muttered softly, trying to ambush me? You've picked the wrong target. He opened his status panel to check his attributes after reaching level 6. Drunken Quang Gu unclassed. Level 604800 EXP. HP 767 MP 340. Attack 803 defense 93624. Magic defense 4036 speed 6862. Reputation 0 luck. Hidden talent Blood Venom Body deals 398 true damage per second to the target for 10 seconds. He allocated the 5 free attribute points gained from leveling up entirely into agility, raising his speed to 68 points. With this speed, even if he couldn't win, retreating safely wouldn't be a problem. However, Yang Yu understood well that against someone like Ao Shi Kuang Fu, running away wasn't a viable solution. The only way was to teach them a lesson. He made his way to a secluded mountain hollow and took out a glass vial, unfastening his belt. Moments later, he had a bottle of pale yellow poisonous potion in hand, capable of dealing 398 damage per second. Players below level 4 wouldn't last a second against it, and even level 4 players equipped with healing gear would only endure until the second at most. Since he had recently crafted potions, this batch was smaller in quantity. Following the standard of 100 drops per bottle, he divided the potion into 3 glass vials. Combined with the 3 orange-yellow potions he had left from before, his inventory now held 6 bottles of this deadly concoction. Yang Yu carefully inspected the contents of his quiver. 3 types of poison-tipped arrows neatly arranged, each dealing 198, 398, and 278 points of continuous damage per second, respectively. The last type was a special creation, crafted from 200 drops of toxic blood he had collected during his map explorations. He gazed at his left wrist for a moment, then made up his mind. With a swift slice, his blade opened a wound, and drops of fresh blood dripped into the void quiver, accurately totaling 300 drops. Ignoring the pain, he promptly consumed a mid-tier healing potion. Thanks to his enhanced regeneration rate of 1 point per second, he fully recovered his lost health within just 2 minutes. Still not enough, Yang Yu muttered, preparing for a second round of bloodletting. He deliberately divided the process into 2 attempts instead of extracting all 600 drops at once, clearly prioritizing safety. Even in this seemingly safe field of black ryegrass, he remained vigilant. Once his health was restored again, Yang Yu reviewed his inventory: 38 mid-tier healing potions, 652 poison-tipped arrows of various types, 6 bottles of orange-hued elixirs, and 1 bottle of toxic blood. Satisfied with his preparations, he nodded to himself. As he set off toward the valley entrance, he casually opened the remote auction system. All 9 pieces of white-grade equipment he had listed earlier had sold, albeit at an average price reduced to 15,000 coins each. After deducting transaction fees, he still made a profit of 110,000 coins, bringing his bank balance to over 760,000. Meanwhile, the bidding war for the Qinggang Ghost Head Axe had escalated to 370,000 coins, with only 2 contenders left: Wang Batian and Huang Fushtong. There were 14 minutes remaining until the auction's end. The astonishing speed at which he had leveled up from level 4 to level 6 in just a few minutes understandably caused a stir among other players. Yang Yu had considered alternative options: scaling the surrounding mountains to explore new maps, or directly setting a fixed price of 400,000 coins for the axe. However, neither of these choices addressed the root of the problem. Since Aoshabang's leader, Kuang Fu, was infamous for his bandit-like tendencies, Yang Yu decided it was time for him to experience being on the receiving end of a robbery. 3 minutes later, the valley entrance came into view. A dense crowd surrounded the exit, including sentries from the Batian Guild and curious onlookers. The most conspicuous group was a cluster of players with IDs bearing the Aoshi insignia, led by a burly, black-faced man with a thick beard. Aoshi Kuang Fu. Clad in bronze armor and wielding a pair of jet-black axes, he stood at the forefront of an imposing formation of hundreds, all ready for battle. This group clearly outmatched the Batian Guild in strength. In addition to the level 4 Aoshi Kuang Fu, there were 5 level 4 squad leaders among his ranks. Despite the intimidating sight, Yang Yu strode forward without hesitation. Yang Yu walked slowly to a spot 20 meters in front of the crowd and stopped, his calm gaze sweeping over the scene before him. Heh, of course there's something. Ao Shi Kuang Fu bellowed as he strode forward with heavy steps. You must be Zhongjiu Kuang Gu, right? At least you're sensible enough not to keep me waiting too long. Hand over your gear and everything in your inventory, and I might just let you live. Let me live, again? Yang Yu's lips curved into a faint smirk. The last person to say that was Wang Batian. You should know what happened to him. Are you sure you want to be the next Wang Batian? Rather than retreat, Ao Shi Kuang Fu burst into laughter. The Batian Guild can't even compare to us, the Ao Shi Guild. That nouveau riche loser Wang Batian got what he deserved for being weak and losing to you. You took his stuff. and now I'll take yours. In the end, everything will belong to me. What you really want is probably that Qingying ghost axe, isn't it? Yang Yu chuckled at Ao Shi Kuang Fu's brazen confidence. I've already listed it in the auction house. If you want it, you can just bid for it. Why go to all this trouble? Huh? Why spend money when I can just take it? Ao Shi Kuang Fu puffed out his chest. I'll be honest with you, I don't have as much money as Wang Batian, and I'm not about to waste what I do have. But I have subordinates. Using them is a privilege granted by the guild. Why should I spend my own resources when I can use guild power to get what I want? Yang Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. The sheer audacity of this logic left him speechless. But do you really think these people are strong enough to take me on? Brothers, someone doubts our strength. What do we do? Ao Shi Kuang Fu shouted at the top of his lungs. Take him down. Steal everything. The crowd roared in unison, raising their weapons high, the air filled with their overwhelming battle spirit. All right, I've answered all your questions. Now you can die without regrets, Ao Shi Kuang Fu declared, raising his massive axe and signaling forward. Brothers, attack! The hundreds of players quickly formed a fan-shaped formation, intending to encircle Yang Yu. Yet Yang Yu remained completely still, calmly pulling out his iron bow. With a single motion, he released 3 arrows simultaneously, each aimed at Ao Shi Kuang Fu and 2 nearby level 4 players. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ao Shi Kuang Fu barely managed to block 1 arrow with his axe, but still lost 77 HP, his expression darkening. The 2 players beside him fared far worse. Despite chugging health potions frantically, their HP didn't recover at all. 2 seconds later, they dissolved into white light, respawning at the rebirth altar. The shocking scene threw the advancing formation into immediate disarray, and a sense of alarm surged through every heart in the crowd. Yang Yu's movements were as fluid as flowing water. 3 arrows shot through the air, each precisely targeting the remaining 3 level 4 players. The player wielding a dagger, already low on health, succumbed instantly to the poison, disappearing in a flash of white light. The other 2 managed to hold on for an additional second, futilely consuming 2 health potions each, but ultimately met the same fate. This astonishing display left everyone present gasping in disbelief. In just 2 volleys, Yang Yu had eliminated 5 squad captains and severely injured the Legion commander, far surpassing the expected capabilities of a level 6 player. To kill with such precision from 20 meters away shattered their understanding of the game. We can't win. There's no way we can beat him. Commander, we should retreat. Someone cried out in panic. With only 2 rounds of arrows, Yang Yu had intimidated hundreds of opponents. The onlookers outside the valley were equally stunned. In their experience, battles between players often required dozens of exchanges before determining a winner. They had never witnessed a scene where a single arrow could instantly kill a level 4 player. For the spectators, most of whom were only level 2 or 3, with far inferior equipment and health compared to the fallen squad captains, it was clear they would perish even faster in such a confrontation. Even Qin Shang and Sui Feng Chi Wu, who had just arrived, couldn't hide their shock. The combination of Yang Yu's extraordinary attack range and devastating damage output explained his rapid leveling. The 2 exchanged knowing glances, clearly deep in thought. As the crowd began to waver, Ao Shi Kuang Fu raised his massive axe high and shouted boldly, "Brothers, don't be afraid. His damage isn't invincible. As long as we block his arrows with our weapons, we can neutralize his special attacks. We're the Ao Shi Legion. Even if he stands still, he can't kill all of us at once. Look." He stopped after taking out 5 squad captains clearly. This kind of attack comes at a cost. He's just a one-trick pony. Once he's out of tricks, he's finished. 1 hit from each of us, and he's dead. Charge, and if we succeed, I'll make sure you all have a bride tomorrow. Charge. Avenge the squad captains. The boss is right. Let's kill this bastard. Go, go, go. Revenge and wives. Watching this group of people become inexplicably hyped by Ao Shi Kuang Fu's speech, Yang Yu shook his head in disbelief. Getting excited over someone else's marriage? These people truly seemed a bit unhinged. Without holding back any longer, he drew his bowstring, and arrows rained down relentlessly. 6 shots per second, 3 arrows at a time. He unleashed his attack speed and archery skills to their fullest. The distance was perfect. He could pick off any target at will, while the Ao Shi Legion was incapable of harming him in return. Earlier, he had paused not because he lacked the ability to continue, but because he didn't want to accumulate excessive sin points. Although he didn't currently need to complete any quests, reaching level 10 was well within his grasp. However, if his sin points became too high, preventing him from accepting village quests and causing someone else to claim the first transformation reward, it would be a significant loss. Moreover, going on a killing spree would mean declaring war against the entire Ao Shi guild, not just Ao Shi Kuang Fu. If possible, Yang Yu preferred to avoid creating such a powerful enemy. But alas, some people were beyond reasoning. As arrows continued to whistle through the air, the Aosher Legion's numbers dwindled rapidly. White flashes of light rose one after another, leaving behind only scattered equipment, potions, and copper coins on the ground. Ding! The system notification sounded. You have successfully slain one white name player, gaining 1 sin point. System notifications kept ringing, but Yang Yu paid them no mind. His stance was as steady as a sculpture, his longbow fully drawn like a crescent moon. With every release, 3 arrows flew simultaneously. These enemies' defenses were far weaker than the 5 captains he had faced earlier. The damage from his spiritual energy arrows alone was enough to take most of their health, and the poison effect left them reeling within the first second. One by one, they dissolved into white light and disappeared. Ding! You have successfully slain one white name player, adding 1 point to your sin value. Current sin value: 100 points. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the first player in the entire server to reach 100 sin value. You have earned 10 reputation points and the title Slaughterer. Slaughterer. You have a penchant for killing and excel at it. While killing, the drop rate of your opponent's items increases by 50. Caught off guard by the sudden notification, Yang Yu hesitated mid-shot. I was just defending myself, how did I end up as a Slaughterer? He wondered. Still, the passive skill that increased drop rates was undeniably useful, and at least his reputation was no longer at 0. Quickly regaining focus, Yang Yu redirected his attention to the battlefield. As expected, after obtaining the Slaughterer title, the items dropped by defeated players noticeably increased. Though these players were poorly equipped, nearly bare, the copper coins and health potions they dropped were nearly 50 more than before. In less than 30 seconds, nearly half of the once intimidating 500-player force had been wiped out. Meanwhile, Yang Yu remained as unshaken as a mountain. Not a single thread of his clothing touched. Any ranged attacks, whether fireballs or arrows, lost their power before reaching him and fell harmlessly to the ground. The crowd watching from the valley entrance stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape. Is this guy even human? That speed and range are unreal. The Aoshi Guild couldn't even touch his clothes, and half of them are already dead. Are we even playing the same game? I'm an archer too, but I can barely hit one shot. While he's firing 3 arrows at once and landing every single one, his damage is insane. It jumped from 236 to 398. He's gotta be cheating. The remaining members of the Aoshi Guild finally snapped out of their shock, realizing they were on the brink of total annihilation. Run. Everyone, retreat. This guy isn't human, he's a demon. Commander, we can't take him. I'm out of here. Scatter and run. We'll settle this score later. The remaining 200 players scattered in all directions, fleeing in panic. Yang Yu seized the opportunity, using his superior range and agility to pick off the fleeing players one by one. Yang Yu pursued relentlessly, keeping Aosher Kwang Fu locked in his peripheral vision within a 20-meter range. The battle was swift and brutal. In less than a minute, 500 members of the Aosher Guild were nearly wiped out, with fewer than 100 managing to escape through the valley entrance. The survivors glanced back at Yang Yu's icy gaze and shuddered in fear, fleeing without daring to hesitate. Yang Yu shifted his attention to Aosher Kwang Fu, who stood not far away, his face pale with terror. You stole from me, so I take from you. Seems fair, doesn't it? Fair. No, it's not fair. Aosher Kwang Fu quickly dropped his usual arrogance, pleading desperately. Brother Kwang Gu, please listen to me. I'm the Legion Commander of Aosher Guild, a key member of the guild. Killing these small fry doesn't matter, but if you kill me, it's a slap in the face to the entire Aosher Guild. You know the saying, don't beat the dog without considering its owner? I'm that dog. If you kill me, even if I don't retaliate, the Aosher Guild will issue a bounty on you the moment you reach the main city. Let me go, and we can leave this behind us. Hearing this, Yang Yu shook his head lightly. It seems you're not even as good as Wang Batian. Before Aosher Kwang Fu could react, Yang Yu knocked 3 arrows on his bow and released them in one smooth motion. The arrows whistled through the air, sealing off any chance of escape or defense. Under the devastating poison damage of 398 points per second, Aosher Kwang Fu couldn't last even a second before disintegrating into a flash of white light. The system notification chimed. Ding! You have successfully killed a red-named player. No sin points incurred. Clearly, Aosher Kwang Fu had been involved in numerous killings before. As the white light faded, he was reduced to level 1, and all his equipment was dropped. A pair of black battle axes and a bronze-colored suit of armor lay scattered on the ground. Yang Yu quickly collected the spoils and checked his sin points. After this battle, his previously cleared sin points had surged to 317. Fortunately, some of the Aosher players had already been red-named, mitigating the increase. The Aosher Guild was notorious for their ruthless ways, often treating killing and looting as a shortcut to leveling up. Killing players not only dropped gear but also yielded more experience points than battling monsters. While a level 3 monster granted only 15 experience points, killing a player provided 100, which explained their penchant for robbery and the rapid rise of their squad leaders to level 4. At the novice village altar, flashes of white light appeared one after another as over 400 SSS guild members resurrected. Some were relatively lucky being white-named players. They only lost one level and most of their equipment, suffering only minor losses of copper coins and health potions. However, the near 100 red-named players faced a harsher fate. Reduced to level 1, they lost all their gear and coins. What the hell just happened? Wasn't SSS guild ambushing Guanggu at the Black Rye grasslands? How did they get wiped out? 500 against 1. And they were annihilated? Did Guanggu use a nuke or something? This is insane. Even the 5 squad leaders were taken out? Look, even SSS Guangfu was knocked back to level 1. Haha, justice at last. SSS guild has been robbing and killing players every day. They finally met their match. Guanggu is a hero, a true defender of the people. This is the power of the top-ranked player in the novice village. Amid the mocking jeers of the surrounding players, the members of SSS guild lowered their heads and hurried away from the crowd, their faces dark with resentment. On a field of ryegrass, a fierce and breathtaking battle had just concluded. Yang Yu stood at the center of the battlefield, surrounded by lifeless bodies, beginning to collect the spoils of victory. This fight had been monumental single-handedly. He had slain nearly 400 elite players from 10 major guilds, promising a bountiful harvest. Meanwhile, a few opportunistic onlookers began inching toward the edge of the battlefield, hoping to scavenge something amidst the chaos. Though none besides Yueying possessed stealth abilities, their subtle movements didn't escape Yang Ye's keen eyes. Without hesitation, he drew his bow and loosed an arrow, which landed with precision just inches before one player's feet. Anyone who comes within 10 meters of the battlefield dies. The concise yet commanding warning froze everyone in place. It was at this moment that the onlookers truly grasped the extent of the man before them. Yang Yu, who bore a goblin-like appearance, wasn't just the top-ranked player of Novice Village 997, he was a veritable god of death. This battle had showcased his unparalleled strength. Facing 500 elite players alone, he emerged unscathed, having decimated over 400 members of the SSS guild with unerring precision. Under the awestruck and terrified gazes of the crowd, Yang Yu swiftly began sorting through his spoils. In just 5 minutes, after a rough tally, even he was stunned by the haul. Over 100 pieces of equipment, including 2 bronze-grade items. Among them were SSS Quangfus armor and a bronze dagger. Refined iron armor. Quality, bronze. Defense, 28 HP. Level requirement, 4. Special effect, 3 agility when equipped. Note, rather heavy. Red copper dagger. Quality, bronze. Attack, 30 strength. Attribute, 5. Special effect, ignores 5 of the target's physical defense. Level requirement, 4. Although these 2 items weren't ideal for him, they would undoubtedly fetch a high price at the auction house. In addition, the loot included 9 black iron-grade items, over 800 health potions, and more than 5,000 copper coins. After carefully evaluating the black iron items, Yang Yu chose 3 to upgrade his gear. Feathered bow. Quality, black iron. Attack, 18 strength. Level requirement, 3. Rhinoceros hide bracers. Quality, black iron. Defense, 10 magic resistance, 8 strength. Level requirement, 3. Cloud chasing boots. Quality, black iron. Defense, 12 magic resistance, 6 speed. Level requirement, 3. With the new gear equipped, Yang Ye's stats experienced a significant boost. Character stats. Name, Zhongjiu Quanga unclassified. Level, 604800. HP, 767. MP, 340. Attack, 106, a sharp increase from the previous 80. Defense, 108. Magic resistance, 5414. Speed, 69. Reputation, 10. Title, Mad Slayer. Luck, hidden. Talent, blood poison body deals 398 true damage per second to the target for 10 seconds. Current equipment, weapon, feathered bow black iron. Armor, black scale leather armor black iron. Bracers, rhinoceros hide bracers black iron. Boots, cloud chasing boots black iron. Helmet, goat helmet white. Leg guards, goat leg guards white. This round of equipment upgrades brought a dramatic leap in Yang Ye's combat capabilities, particularly in magic resistance, which left him especially satisfied. Even players below level 4 using Fireball couldn't make a dent in Yang Yu's health. Surveying the scattered equipment on the ground, Yang Yu couldn't help but sigh. Fortune favors the bold, just as a horse grows fat with nighttime grazing. A few more axes like this Overlord's fury wouldn't hurt. As he began walking toward the valley entrance, the mid and small-sized guild members who had been lurking with ill intent quickly stepped aside, their eyes filled with awe and respect as they made way for him. Yet, a question lingered in everyone's minds. A beginner's backpack only has 30 slots. How on earth did Yang Yu manage to sweep up all the equipment and potions lying around? Just as Yang Yu was about to leave the valley, two figures suddenly appeared ahead. On the left stood a man in his 30s with a crew cut, tall and muscular, exuding a sharp, clean-cut presence. On the right was a woman dressed in white, her black hair tied back with a red ribbon. Her beauty was striking, yet her demeanor carried an air of bold confidence. Neither of them held weapons, nor did they bother to hide their eyes. They were none other than Qin Shang and Sui Feng Qiwu, two of the top 5 players on the leaderboard. Their imposing aura caused the surrounding players to retreat further. Yang Yu remained unfazed as he asked directly, "Are the two of you here to take my loot as well?" "Don't misunderstand," the crew-cut man, Qin Shang, spoke first. "I'm just intrigued by your leveling methods and interested in buying some of your equipment." Yang Yu turned to the woman in white. Her voice was cold and composed. "I'm here to invite you to join Eternal Gate, and am also interested in purchasing your equipment. Any gear I don't need will be listed in the auction house." Yang Yu replied calmly, "If you're interested, you can bid there. As for joining your guild, I appreciate the offer, but am not fond of restrictions. I'd rather not cause trouble for Eternal Gate." With that, he turned to leave. Selling through the auction house would maximize his profits, and dealing directly with these two offered no real advantage. "Wait," Qin Shang couldn't hold back and spoke again. This time, Yang Yu took a closer look at him under the sunlight at the valley entrance. Qin Shang. That name suddenly triggered a memory from his previous Lifia news story he had seen in a hospital room. Last night, at dawn, Captain Qin Shang of the 15th Special Forces Unit of the Shudu Military District led 9 team members on a critical interception mission. In that fierce battle, Qin Shang and his entire team heroically sacrificed their lives, successfully blocking the invaders at the gate and defending the line with their very lives. As Yang Yu gazed at the tall man before him, a vague memory began to sharpen. The image of the martyr from the news started to overlap with the Qin Shang standing in front of him. If not for that unique name and the quivering voice of the news anchor, this story might have long been forgotten. Reflecting on the subsequent invasion of game creatures and the destruction of Yang City, the once vague phrases in the news special interception mission successfully stopped the invaders at the gate, heroes of humanity suddenly became crystal clear. Yang Yu realized that before the large-scale invasion of the game world, Earth and the other world might have already established some form of connection. Although the specifics remained unknown, it was evident that Qin Shang and his elite Special Forces unit, being among the best in the Heavenly Dao game, were likely the first to confront the game world's creatures crossing into reality. Recalling the scenes of Yang City's destruction, most of those who had gained extraordinary abilities through the game fled early. It was the ordinary soldiers, wielding guns and cannons, who held the line until the very last moment, protecting the people of Yang City. These were the true heroes. Given that Qin Shang came from the military, his purpose for acquiring large amounts of equipment was now obvious. Governments around the world clearly possessed classified information and understood the true nature of the Heavenly Dao game. They must have sent numerous military personnel into the game. Qin Shang and the few individuals who appeared on the ranking boards were likely just the tip of the iceberg. Behind them, there must have been countless ordinary-level soldiers. These pieces of equipment were undoubtedly prepared for those unsung heroes. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yu made up his mind. Although he had been discharged from the hospital after his rebirth, maintaining his advantage in the game required him to stay online for extended periods. While the golden flame in his mind seemed to have some special effects, he couldn't be certain he could survive long enough for his game abilities to fully manifest in reality. Moreover, having offended the Bation and Aoshur guilds, who knew if they could trace his real-world identity, accidents could happen at any moment. He needed to secure a safety net for himself and his family, and the military was undoubtedly the best protection. Looking directly at Qin Shang, Yang Yu spoke, "I have 118 whiteboard items in my inventory, with a market price of around 12,000 each. I'll give you a discount 8,000 each, no bargaining. I also have 6 black iron items, priced at 50,000 each, non-negotiable. 2 bronze items, a dagger, and armor are 250,000 each. Oh, and I noticed you previously bid on the green oak ghost head axe but didn't follow through. If you're interested, I can sell it to you for 250,000 as well." As soon as he finished, not only was Qin Shang stunned, but even Sui Feng Qiwu and the other players present were shocked. Just moments ago, Yang Yu had declared he wouldn't engage in private transactions, yet with a single remark from Qin Shang, he changed his mind and offered such favorable prices. To put it in perspective, the green oak ghost head axe had been bid up to 420,000 by Wang Batian, with only 3 minutes left in the auction. And now, Yang Yu was willing to sell it to Qin Shang for just 250,000. Is that true? Qin Shang's eyes widened in disbelief after hearing Yang Yu's offer. Of course, Yang Yu replied with a serious expression, nodding. "But I have one condition: I need your team's monster distribution map, as detailed as possible. The level 6 map provided by the system is no longer sufficient." Qin Shang paused to think. As a team with a military background, Even though the game had only been live for 3 hours, they had access to map information far beyond what ordinary guilds could gather. For Yang Yu, this map would not only save him time running around, but might also help him locate crucial toxic substances. This is no problem. Chen Shang quickly agreed. Although the map was classified information, its level of confidentiality wasn't particularly high. Other guilds also had similar data, differing only in detail. Besides, Yang Yu's request clearly came with goodwill. If they didn't make this deal, other factions would undoubtedly jump at the chance. Then let's trade right away. Yang Yu immediately opened the remote auction system and canceled the listing for the Qinggang Ghost Head Axe. The system did not charge him a penalty fee, and he began to sort through his equipment: 3 bronze items, 6 black iron items, and 118 plain white items. Meanwhile, Wang Batian, who was about to reach level 3, saw the notification that the Qinggang Ghost Head Axe had been withdrawn from auction. He erupted in fury. That bastard, Drunken Song. Are you out of your mind? I just heard you wiped out the Aoshire Guild, and I was actually happy for you. And now you're pulling this stunt? He turned to his subordinates, roaring, Ahui, Fei Hu, tell the guild brothers to report this unreliable lunatic. Get him banned. Blacklist him. Yes, boss. Beishan's men exchanged uneasy glances, watching their leader's emotions fluctuate like a roller coaster. In just half an hour, Wang Batian had been through too many highs and lows. First, his elite squad was wiped out by Drunken Song, dropping him back to level 1 with all his equipment lost. Then, seeing the Qinggang Ghost Head Axe listed for auction at a price he considered trivial, his mood improved. Shortly after, he learned that Aoshire Guangfu had mobilized hundreds to hunt down Yang Yu, feeling assured of their victory. But the latest news shattered his expectations. Drunken Song not only survived but slaughtered over 400 players in the process. The rapid series of events left Wang Batian seething with rage and a mix of conflicting emotions. Rage boiled within Wang Batian. That useless Aoshire Guangfu not only failed to kill Zhongjiu Guanggu but ended up being slain by him instead. The only silver lining was that the Qingshan Ghost Head Axe remained ownerless, and the auction had reached its final stages. Even his fierce competitor, Huang Fuxiong, was showing signs of exhaustion. The divine axe was almost within his grasp. But just 3 minutes before the auction ended, Zhongjiu Guanggu suddenly withdrew the axe from consignment. It was a blatant, audacious move to snatch the Qingshan Ghost Head Axe away from him once again. Zhongjiu Guanggu, I will never forgive you. Wang Batian roared through clenched teeth, his fury seething. Meanwhile, Yang Yu had taken out all his gear, along with the 800-plus bottles of basic healing potions he had recently seized, and handed them over to Chen Shang to name a price. The pile of equipment and potions formed a small mountain, drawing envious glances from the surrounding players, though none dared to act recklessly. After all, this was one of the top 2 players on the newbie village leaderboard. Even though potions of the same grade could be stacked in groups of 10 in an inventory slot, the 800-plus healing potions still occupied more than 80 slots in Yang Ye's storage. Fortunately, his Void Quiver had been upgraded to an iron-grade item, granting it 500 storage slots, which allowed him to carry all these items. Qin Shang had come prepared. 7 crew-cut young men appeared behind him and began sorting the whiteboard-grade equipment and potions into their inventories. As for the valuable iron-grade and bronze-grade items, Chen Shang personally stored them in his own inventory. 3 bronze items for 750,000, 6 iron items for 300,000, 118 whiteboard items for 944,000, totaling 1.994 million. The 800-plus healing potions, though rounded up to 106,000. Altogether, 2.1 million. Does that work for you? Chen Shang named a price well above market value, clearly as a gesture of goodwill. Deal. Yang Yu agreed decisively and accepted Chen Shang's friend request. Moments later, his Longhua bank account showed a transfer of 2.1 million yuan, bringing his balance to 2,865,184.15 yuan. After the transaction, Chen Shang handed over a monster distribution map and said earnestly, "No need for thanks, but I owe you for this. If you ever have more gear to sell, please contact me first. While I don't have the authority to offer above market prices, I can always buy at fair market value." He then sent Yang Yu a phone number. "This is my personal number. If I'm not online, just call me directly." As Yang Yu was about to leave, the previously silent Sui Feng Chi Wu suddenly spoke up. "Hey, kid, catch." A piece of parchment flew through the air and landed in Yang Ye's hands. "What is this?" Yang Yu muttered, unfolding the parchment with a curious expression. Yang Yu immediately recognized the monster distribution map in his hand. It was the latest map of the beginner's village monsters owned by the Super Guild, Eternal Gate. Compared to the one Qin Shang had previously given him, while there were slight differences in details, both maps marked monsters with levels reaching up to 10. The information on the map caught Yang Ye's attention. Qian Shang's map had indicated the presence of a venomous Creaturia level 7, spotted giant, lizard 5 kilometers east of the beginner's village. However, The map from Sui Feng Chi Wu marked another venomous creaturia level 6 sand scorpion 4 kilometers to the west. These two locations were like treasures to Yang Yu, as they meant he could enjoy double buff bonuses until he reached level 8. Here, the map is yours, Sui Feng Chi Wu said with a bright smile, seemingly unfazed by the fact that Yang Yu had sold his equipment to Chen Sheng. If you ever decide to join a guild, feel free to come find me. Eternal Gates doors are always open for you. As Sui Feng Chi Wu turned to leave, Yang Yu called out to her and tossed her a glass vial containing a murky liquid. It was something he had prepared in advance, a mixture of blood and dirt. What's this? Sui Feng Chi Wu asked, examining the vial closely but unable to discern its purpose. I don't like owing people favors, Yang Yu replied, meeting her gaze directly. Since you gave me the map, I'll give you something in return. I'm an alchemist, and this is a highly toxic potion I crafted. There are 50 drops in here. Each drop deals 278 damage per second to the target for 10 seconds. During the poisoning period, all forms of healing are nullified. You can coat your weapon with it, but whatever you do, don't let it touch your skin. I don't have an antidote. His words hit like a thunderclap. Sui Feng Chi Wu froze in astonishment, and even Chen Sheng, who hadn't gone far, along with the surrounding onlookers, were left speechless. No one had anticipated that Yang Yu was not only an alchemist but a rare poison alchemist at that. This revelation only strengthened Sui Feng Chi Wu's resolve to recruit Yang Yu. If he were merely a skilled gamer, he would have been a welcome addition to Eternal Gate, but nothing extraordinary in a guild full of experts. However, as a poison alchemist, he could provide the guild's members with a terrifying edge in combat, a contribution that far exceeded her expectations. What's more, the value of this toxin was even greater when it came to dealing with bosses. It was common knowledge that bosses not only had immense health, but also regenerated at a rate that had thwarted countless guilds. Some guilds had mobilized thousands, even tens of thousands of players, only to fail because they couldn't counter the boss regeneration. But Yang Yu's potion could suppress a target's healing ability for up to 500 seconds. With sufficient damage output, a boss could be taken down in just over 8 minutes. This realization filled Sui Feng Chi Wu with boundless excitement. After listening to Yang Yu's explanation, the crowd's eyes sparkled with amazement. The vivid image of the recent battle was still fresh in their minds. Starting at a damage rate of 278 per second, it had soared to an astonishing 398 points. No matter how many health potions the players of the Proud World Guild consumed, it was all in vain. The key to it all, as it turned out, was this mysterious potion. Players from various factions present fixed their eyes on the glass bottle in Sui Feng Chi Wu's hand, their gazes filled with desire. Everyone understood that possessing this potion and finding the boss first could secure the coveted first kill in the beginner's village. However, when Sui Feng Chi Wu's sharp gaze swept across the crowd, her commanding aura made everyone shudder involuntarily and avoid her eyes. As the vice leader of the Eternal Gate, Sui Feng Chi Wu was not only an exceptional individual player, but also a figure of intimidating influence. Her decision to come alone reflected her absolute confidence in her strength. At least in this beginner's village, no one dared to challenge her. I'm growing more and more fond of you. Are you sure you don't want to join Eternal Gate right now? Name your terms. Sui Feng Chi Wu made no effort to hide her admiration for Yang Yu. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yu replied, "Thank you. If I ever decide to join a guild, Eternal Gate will definitely be on my list." He remembered the guild's strong reputation from his previous life. Fight was a haven for passionate players who often stood for justice and had minimal internal faction conflicts. It was indeed a great choice, but for now, joining a guild wasn't part of his plan. All right, let's at least add each other as friends, she said, quickly adapting to his decision. If you ever have more of this potion to sell, contact me anytime. They'll take as many as you have, and you can name your price. With that, she sent him a friend request. After accepting her friend request, Yang Yu turned and walked swiftly toward the west. Sui Feng Chi Wu, Chen Sheng, and the others dispersed as well. Before long, news of Yang Yu being a poison master spread like wildfire across the beginner's village, and his potent potions became the object of countless players' desire. In no time, Yang Yu's friend requests were flooded by players from all factions. Some guild leaders offered astronomical annual salaries to recruit him as their chief alchemist, while others directly bid 50,000 per drop, seeking to purchase hundreds of bottles. Yang Yu merely smiled faintly in response. His earlier act of gifting Sui Feng Chi Wu a bottle of toxic potion and showcasing its effects was not just to repay a favor. It was a calculated move to establish his reputation. Coupled with the recent annihilation of the Bation and Proud World guilds, it was the perfect opportunity to advertise. For Yang Yu, selling potions was no longer about amassing wealth. He was acutely aware that a year later, the game world would invade Earth, rendering money meaningless. This was precisely why those privy to the truth among the major corporations were scrambling to convert their wealth into in-game power. For Yang Yu was not greedy when it came to money. As long as he had enough to cover a year's living expenses, he was satisfied. To him, True power in the game was the only goal worth pursuing. However, as he stared at the upgrade progress bar for the Void Quiver, his brow furrowed. Upgrading from a basic Y-tier item to black iron required only 10 Y-tier items, but advancing from black iron to bronze demanded a staggering 100 black iron items. This translated to at least 5 million gold coins. If not for the current attributes of the Void Quiver being sufficient for his needs, he wouldn't have even considered selling those 6 black iron items. After careful consideration, Yang Yu decided to put the Void Quiver's upgrade on hold. He planned to wait until the price of black iron items dropped. Even if he couldn't collect all 100 items himself, he could purchase the remainder to complete the upgrade. What truly worried him, though, was the future progression. If advancing to bronze required 1,000 bronze items, what about silver or gold? Following this exponential tenfold growth, even he might not be able to sustain the demands of this gold-devouring beast. As a result, selling blood and urine for profit might become a regular necessity. Yang Yu wasn't concerned about the risk of his identity as an alchemist being exposed. In fact, he saw it as the perfect cover for his blood-fiend poison body. Moreover, the alchemist persona would not only spare him from hostility from major guilds, but might even attract their recruitment efforts. Since the potions had no adverse effects on him, it further solidified his resolve to publicly embrace the identity of an alchemist. For now, Yang Yu intentionally limited the quantity of potions he sold. The first skill rewards for the bosses in the beginner's village were highly appealing to him. According to Xiao Pang, these bosses, with levels no lower than 10, were far stronger than the current level 4 or 5 players. A small number of potions entering the market wouldn't disrupt the balance, but a large-scale release could lead to unpredictable outcomes. In theory, suppressing a boss's healing ability and using sheer numbers could potentially bring it down. However, the reality was often more complicated. Bosses might possess unpredictable special abilities, and more importantly, these sentient heavenly Dao bosses would choose to flee when overwhelmed. At the current stage, players simply lack the strength to chase down bosses above level 10. Yang Yu planned to wait until he reached level 10 before attempting to take on a boss. At that point, the level suppression would prevent him from gaining excessive experience and skyrocketing in levels. If only killing bosses didn't grant experience, he thought to himself as he ran, unaware that such a sentiment would likely provoke outrage and even violence if overheard by other players. As he sprinted back to the village, Yang Yu drew the attention of everyone he passed. His infamy score, which exceeded 300, was unmatched in the beginner's village. The blood-red name hovering above his head made him a focal point wherever he went. Fortunately, the 2 battles at the Black Rye grasslands and his reputation as an alchemist were already well known. Although the crowd was envious and tempted, no one dared to make a move against Yang Yu. He walked straight into the general store and spent over 1,000 copper coins to purchase 100 wide-mouth glass bottles and 100 narrow-neck jade bottles. The glass bottles were inexpensive, costing just 1 copper coin each, while the jade bottles were pricier at 10 copper coins apiece. For someone as wealthy as Yang Yu, with more than 7,000 copper coins in his possession, this expense was insignificant. With the idea of selling potions in mind, Yang Yu made a silent resolution. From now on, every drop of urine would be collected in the glass bottles, not a single bit wasted. On the road, he occasionally cut his wrist to draw blood, carefully collecting the fresh liquid each drop destined to become future wealth and gear. Along the way, Yang Yu encountered numerous wild creatures ranging from level 4 to level 6. Some ferocious beasts would charge at him as soon as they noticed him. Though these monsters posed no real threat to him, Yang Yu avoided them as if they were predators and he the prey. The reason was simple. He didn't want these ordinary creatures to consume his experience pool. He preferred to save every bit of experience for the venomous beasts, even if it meant risking death from an overfilled experience bar. Traveling at full speed, Yang Yu soon reached his destination, the Death Dunes. As he stepped into this desolate area, the oppressive heat hit him like a wall, making it feel like a miniature version of a vast desert. The region was sparsely populated by monsters and vegetation, with only the occasional sighting of level 4 giant mantises or level 5 sawtooth rats. Finally, deep within the Death Dunes, Yang Yu found the venomous scorpions he had been searching for. The system immediately displayed the attributes of the Sand Scorpion. Sand Scorpion. Type: Common Monster. Level: 6. HP: 1,500. Attack: 70. Defense: 38. Speed: 35. Skill: Tail Spike Needle. Trait: a venomous creature found in the heart of the Death Dunes. Small in size but extremely toxic, its tail sting causes a loss of 30 HP per second for 15 seconds. The scorpion's base stats were unimpressive. Its health was even lower than that of a level 5 giant wild bull, but its terrifying venom attack made it a nightmare for players of the same level. For Yang Yu, however, it was a rare treasure. He drew his bow, knocking an arrow, and aimed at the scorpion's fist-sized body. The arrow he used was one of the 200 newly crafted poison spirit arrows he had made during his journey, each imbued with a venomous damage of 398 points per second. Additionally, he had collected around 500 drops of fresh blood for future potion sales. Given the ever-growing power of his blood venom physique, he knew that overly potent toxins might affect his level ranking and boss skill achievements, so these preparations were crucial. The scorpion, enraged by the arrow, raised its tail and charged at Yangyu. Within just 2 seconds, its health dropped by more than half. In a desperate counterattack, the scorpion launched its tail spike needle from 10 meters away. To Yang Ye's surprise, the scorpion's tail spike regenerated instantly, a natural ability that kept it combat-ready, unlike venomous bees that lose their stingers after a single strike. Yang Yu didn't dodge. Instead, he stepped forward, ensuring the spike would hit him. Thud. The needle struck his chest, but his blood venom physique rendered him completely immune to its effects. The system notifications followed promptly. Congratulations! You have successfully slain a level 6 sand scorpion and earned 30 experience points. Current progress, level 6, 304800. Your blood venom physique has grown. Venomous true damage increased to 399 points per second. Your body has been tempered by the blood venom. Constitution increased by 0.1. Current constitution, 69.8. The sound of a system notification echoed as Yang Yu swiftly approached the corpse of the fallen venomous scorpion. A prompt appeared before his eyes. Successfully absorbed all toxins from the level 6 sand scorpion. Blood fiend toxin body has grown. Poison damage increased to 400 points per second. At the same time, his constitution improved by 0.1, reaching 69.9. A wave of satisfaction surged through his body, a familiar pleasure from the double buff effect. Yang Ye's mood lightened, and his appreciation for Sui Feng Chi-Wu grew even stronger. Without her providing the map information, he would never have discovered this sparsely populated monster area. To advance from level 6 to level 7, he needed to kill 160 monsters of the same level. This meant that the map Sui Feng Chi-Wu had shared brought him incredible attribute gains: 159 points in health, nearly 16 in defense, and 159 points in poison damage. In comparison, the 50 points of blood poison he expended seemed negligible. After picking up mid-level health potions and copper coins dropped on the ground, Yang Yu continued his search for the next target. While the double buff was amazing, the scarcity of sand scorpions posed a challenge. Their small size and sand-colored bodies made them easy to overlook. He slowed his pace, carefully scanning his surroundings. After walking nearly 100 meters, he finally spotted another scorpion. With a single arrow, he killed it instantly. His poison damage and health each increased by 2 points, along with a few more copper coins and health potions as loot. Although his leveling speed had slightly slowed, his attributes were rising rapidly. Even so, this slow pace was relative. His experience gain rate had already surpassed the second-ranked player, Chun Shang, and the gap between them continued to widen. 20 minutes later, Yang Yu had slain 159 sand scorpions, absorbing all their toxins. His poison damage reached 716 points per second, and his health rose to 1,085 points. As his level increased, the number of monsters required for the next upgrade grew, further widening the attribute gap between him and ordinary players. The scorpion's drop rate was impressive. From 159 kills, he obtained 13 pieces of Y-Tire equipment, 72 mid-level health potions, and nearly 8,000 copper coins. According to the information released by Tiandao, only bosses and mutated monsters in the novice village had a chance to drop black iron tier equipment. However, higher-level monsters provided better drop rates and attributes for their loot. Yang Yu immediately listed each piece of equipment in the auction house. In the half-hour since he left the Black Rye grasslands, the average price of Y-Tire equipment had dropped rapidly from 12,000 to around 7,000. However, since the equipment dropped by level 6 monsters had better attributes than those from level 4 monsters, these 13 pieces still brought him nearly 100,000 in earnings after deducting system fees. Another system notification popped up. Congratulations on successfully killing a level 6 sand scorpion. Earned 30 experience points. Immediately after, his blood fiend toxin body evolved again, increasing his poison damage to 717 points per second. With the final strike, the sand scorpion collapsed heavily to the ground. A golden light enveloped Yang Yu, and a series of system notifications echoed in his ears. His constitution had increased by 0.1 points to 101.6 due to the blood toxin tempering, and his level had jumped directly from 6 to 7. Without hesitation, he allocated the newly earned 5 free attribute points to agility. Compared to his stats back in the Ryegrass Plains, Yang Yu's attributes had undergone a dramatic transformation. Level 708000, HP 1136, MP 390, Attack 116, Physical Defense 14539, Magic Defense 5920, Speed 794, Reputation 10, Title Killing Maniac. Special talent. Blood Venom Body deals 717 true damage per second to the target for 10 seconds. These stats were astonishing as HP had surpassed the 1,000-point threshold, physical defense had reached an impressive 140, and the most terrifying of all was the venomous damage of 717 points per second, nearly double what it was when he had just hit level 6. Such damage was practically an instant kill for ordinary players. Just as Yang Yu was about to head east toward the level 7 spotted giant lizard, a voice notification suddenly chimed. It was Yueying. Skinny stick, your leveling speed is insane. Yueying's crisp voice carried a hint of complaint. My sister and I are still struggling at level 5, and you've already shot up to level 7. And hey, I heard you gave potions to Sui Feng Chi Wu? We're your loyal customers, you know? Yang Yu was momentarily at a loss for words, thinking to himself that they weren't exactly close enough for this kind of expectation. But he kept that thought to himself and explained, well, I just didn't run into you too. Everyone's busy grinding levels, and I didn't want to make you go out of your way. Excuses. Yueying wasn't letting it go. My sister and I are stuck killing turtles by the lake, and those things have ridiculously high HP. If we had your potions, we might surpass Chen Sheng by now. Yang Yu casually opened the level leaderboard. Chen Sheng had just reached level 6, with Yueyao close behind at level 5 with 27403000 experience. As for Sui Feng Chi Wu, who had received 50 drops of venomous blood, it seemed he hadn't used the potions yet, and was still ranked 5th, right behind Yueying. Hey, skinny stick. Yueying finally revealed the real reason Shed contacted him. My sister and I picked up a brain quest, but it's way too hard for us to handle. Want to team up? It's an exploration of a corpse crypt. For Yang Yu, who had never taken on a quest before, the concept of quest rankings was entirely new. Yueying and her sister had just returned from investigating the corpse cavern. With a worried expression, she described the situation inside to Yang Yu. The place is crawling with rotting corpse monsters. They're not only incredibly tanky with high defense, but they also carry corpse poison all over their bodies. If you touch them, you'll keep losing health over time. She pointed to the mission prompt and continued. The corpse cavern has 3 levels, and there's a high chance that a boss will appear on the final level. At this point, her tone turned slightly pleading, with a touch of coquettishness. If we fail this mission, there will be penalties. Please help us out, pretty please. Yang Yu remained unmoved by Yueying's playful plea, but the mention of corpse poison caught his attention. As a unique type of toxin, corpse poison was fundamentally different from other biological poisons. Although he wasn't sure if he could absorb it to enhance his own abilities, or even if he was immune to its effects, he felt this was an opportunity he couldn't pass up. What levels are the monsters in the corpse cavern? Yang Yu asked after a moment of contemplation. Recalling her experience, Yueying replied, my sister and I only made it to the first level. The monsters there were all level 8, and their stats were insanely high. When we realized we couldn't handle it, we retreated immediately. She sighed heavily. If you don't help us, we'll have no choice but to grind and level up first, and then wait for our guild's main force to catch up so we can overwhelm it with numbers. Regret was evident in Yueying's voice. This prank mission was not only extremely difficult, but also came with a failure penalty, making her regret persuading her sister to accept it in the first place. What made it even more enticing was the fact that completing it within 3 hours would double the rewards. However, even with Yang Yu, a level 7 player, joining them, the odds of success against level 8 monsters were slim. While Yang Yu's potions were highly effective, it was unclear if they would work on corpse-type monsters, let alone whether he had enough supplies to sustain them. After a brief pause, Yang Yu finally spoke. I'll help you with the mission, but I need half an hour to prepare. In the meantime, you two should find a safe spot outside to level up. Don't go back into the corpse cavern. Also, don't share the mission with me. That way, you'll get more rewards when it's completed. In return, I want priority when it comes to loot, especially the boss's treasure chest. I get first pick. Yueying was completely baffled by Yang Yu's reasoning. You're not taking the mission? Are you crazy? Don't you want the mission rewards? They're really good. Just the experience alone could level you up, not to mention the possible gear rewards. She had sought Yang Yu's help because of his reputation as one of the most capable players in the beginner village. She also hoped this mission would serve as a way to strengthen their connection and eventually recruit him into her guild. Level missions are rare in the novice village, but Yang Yu's reaction was unexpected. Faced with the generous rewards, he didn't accept them with excitement. Instead, he shook his head repeatedly and declined. Too much experience as a reward is actually a problem, Yang Yu explained, his brows slightly furrowed. My blood fiend poison body needs to grow passively. These extra experience points will disrupt my cultivation progress. As for the equipment rewards, Yang Yu was indifferent. He understood that his strength primarily came from the development and utilization of his blood fiend poison body, while equipment was merely supplementary. If the mission only offered equipment or reputation as rewards, he would have readily accepted it. After a moment of thought, Yang Yu spoke decisively. Hey, erase the deal. Think of me as your hired muscle. I want to take the mission, but I get first pick of any loot that drops, and all the monster corpses belong to me, even the corpses of the rotting fiends? Ewing shuddered involuntarily, her face turning pale. She could tolerate ordinary creatures' corpses, but the thought of those disgusting, decaying monsters made her feel sick. No problem, Ewing quickly agreed, suppressing her discomfort. My sister and I don't want anything else, as long as we can get the mission item. Oh, and even though you're not taking the mission, it's best if we form a party. That way, we can still gain some experience and avoid falling too far behind in levels. The two quickly reached an agreement and finalized the details. Send me the mission coordinates. They'll get there within half an hour, Yang Yu assured. After the call ended, Yu Yao immediately asked her sister about the negotiation. Ewing nodded excitedly. Kuang Gu agreed. He said he needs half an hour to prepare, probably to gather herbs. With how confident he sounded, we might actually complete this insane mission this time. Yu Ying then lowered her voice, her expression turning strange. But, sis, I think there's something off about that skinny guy. You know what? The moment he heard about the rotting fiends, his eyes lit up, and he's even willing to give up the mission rewards just to get their corpses. Do you think he might have some kind of necrophilia or something? The curiosity and gossip were written all over Yue Ying's face, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Smack. Seeing this, Yue Yao unceremoniously flicked her younger sister on the forehead. Ow, that hurts. Why did you hit me, sister? Yue Ying clutched her forehead, puffing up her cheeks in indignation, her expression so endearing it was hard to stay mad at her. Yue Yao shook her head with a helpless smile. Kwanga was kind enough to help us, and here you are, making up stories about him. Actually, there's a lot of mystery surrounding him. Remember last time? We asked him to help us kill 100 silvering snakes. Something that should have been effortless for him, yet instead of doing it himself, he gave us a rare potion and let us gain all the experience points. Yue Yao continued her analysis. I suspect there's some kind of taboo or limitation on his abilities that prevents him from casually attacking monsters. As for the monster corpses, they're probably materials for his poison making. He doesn't want to reveal his methods or the source of his ingredients, so he takes all the corpses with him. This way, even if someone guesses he uses monster corpses for poison making, they can't deduce his exact formula. Oh, I see now, Yue Ying exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with realization. No wonder he took all the silvering snake corpses last time and said he needed them. Turns out they were for making potions. That skinny guy really knows how to keep secrets. Although the sisters' speculations were mostly wild guesses, they did hit close to the truth in some aspects, like the fact that Yang Yu couldn't freely engage in combat with monsters. In reality, it wasn't that Yang Yu couldn't fight, but rather that he refused to do anything that wasn't worth his time or effort. As for the poison-making materials, while their assumptions were off the mark, they weren't entirely baseless. However, no matter how clever they were, they could never imagine that Yang Ye's poison-making ingredient was himself. Nor could they fathom that the potion they considered invaluable was something Yang Yu could produce in limitless supply. When Yang Yu said he needed half an hour to arrive, it wasn't because he was out gathering herbs, but because he was hunting a level 7 red-spotted giant lizard. Since the monsters in the corpse cavern were at least level 8, Yang Yu needed to level up to 8 before he dared enter. Even though the corpse poison from the monsters there wouldn't benefit his blood fiend poison body, the corpse cavern was still an excellent area for leveling upon of the reasons he had so readily agreed to the task. With his plan set, Yang Yu quickened his pace. The two locations were nearly 10 kilometers apart, one to the east and one to the west. But with his speed stat of 79, it would only take him a few minutes to reach the giant lizard's territory. Along the way, many players noticed his presence. Most, upon seeing his goblin-like appearance and the glaring red crime value above his head, quickly avoided him, not even daring to meet his gaze. His distinctive look had already become infamous in the novice village, known by everyone. However, there were always a few audacious individuals. Some, upon spotting the blood-red name above his head, began harboring ill intentions. A few tried to tail him, while others rallied 3 or 4 companions to ambush him. Yet, as soon as they made any move, Yang Yu easily left them in the dust, vanishing from their sight in no time. At this moment, they truly grasped the vast gap between themselves and the top-ranked player in the beginner's village. Yang Yu moved nimbly through the rocky forest, quickly spotting his first target. A red-spotted giant lizard, the size of a hunting dog, appeared in his line of sight. The system immediately displayed its attribute panel. Level 7 common monster. Health, 2100. Attack, 85. Defense, 42. Speed, 38. Skill, Savage Bite. The system provided a detailed explanation of this creature's characteristics. These toxic beasts from the rocky forest were extremely aggressive. Once they latched onto their prey, they would refuse to let go until their victim perished. In addition to the pain of being bitten, victims would suffer from the creature's venomous saliva, which inflicted 40 points of damage per second for 15 seconds. A total of 600 points of poison damage was almost fatal for players at this stage. Aside from Yangyu, only Qinshang and a few players who had awakened the Blood Bowl talent could withstand it. Even if someone barely survived the first wave of poison, failing to kill the giant lizard within 10 seconds meant they would inevitably face a second round of venom. Fortunately, despite their imposing size, these creatures were not particularly fast. A typical level 7 player could avoid their attacks by keeping a safe distance. For Yangyu, the lizard's speed of 38 was nothing short of a crawl. Without hesitation, Yangyu drew a poisoned spirit arrow and released it with a twang of his bowstring. Although the arrow wasn't at peak toxicity due to being from an older stockpile, it was still lethal enough to give the giant lizard only 5 seconds to live after being struck. Eager to reunite with the two sisters, Yangyu didn't wait for the lizard to succumb to the poison. Instead, he used it as a tool, leading the enraged creature forward to help him locate more targets. Before long, a second red-spotted giant lizard appeared in his sights, and Yangyu released another arrow without hesitation. The system promptly notified him. Ding! Successfully killed level 7 red-spotted giant lizard. Gained 40 experience points. Current progress, level 7, 408000. Ding! Bloodthirsty poison body has grown. True poison damage increased to 718 points per second. Ding! Constitution tempered by blood poison increased by 0.1, reaching 106.7. Yangyu quickly did the math. Each giant lizard granted 40 experience points, requiring him to kill 200 of them to level up to 8. Compared to his early days, where killing just 20 striped toads was enough to level up, the experience requirement had increased tenfold. However, this also meant his passive attribute growth had improved by the same magnitude. With a plan in mind, Yangyu moved into high gear. He darted through the rocky forest, shooting any red-spotted giant lizards he encountered from a distance before turning to seek out his next target. He had no concern about others trying to steal his kills. Not only was his own strength formidable, but these lizards were far beyond what ordinary players could handle. 15 minutes later, Yangyu paused, turning around to clean up after slaying the 199th red-spotted giant lizard. With practiced efficiency, he drained the life from each lizard corpse, swiftly collecting the scattered equipment, health potions, and copper coins left behind. This time, his haul brought a gleam to his eyes. Among the white-tire equipment dropped by the lizards was a ring he had been dreaming of for ages. The attributes of the Fong lizard ring were astonishing. Strength 3, Agility 1, Special Effect, 2 Lifesteal. Level requirement, level 7. The lifesteal effect of the ring was particularly valuable. Although poison attacks couldn't trigger the lifesteal, when paired with his level 2 aura arrow's built-in 50 true damage and high attack speed, it could easily replace health potions in critical moments. More importantly, the lifesteal effect had no cooldown restrictions. According to the game's system data, players could equip up to 2 rings and 1 necklace at a time. These specialized equipment pieces were extremely rare, but they often came with lifesteal effects. If he could assemble a full set, even with just 2 lifesteal per item, the cumulative effect would be significant. As for the even rarer bracelet equipment, those could only be obtained from special monsters or boss chests. Glancing at his mediocre goat helmet and leg guards, Yangyu selected 2 pieces of gear from the 15 Y-tire items to replace them. Lizard Skin Helmet. Defense 6. Health 30. Level requirement, level 7. Lizard Skin Leg Guards. Defense 6. Health 20. Level requirement, level 7. After equipping the new items, Yangyu's health increased by 30 points, and his physical defense rose by 5 points. Casually, he listed the remaining gear on the auction house, setting a 3-minute time limit. Even though Y-tire equipment lost value quickly, it could still generate a decent income for now. Once everything was sorted, Yangyu resumed hunting. With a single arrow, he took down another red-spotted giant lizard, and the familiar system notifications followed in quick succession. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a level 7 red-spotted giant lizard, earning 40 experience points. Ding! Bloodfiend Toxin body has evolved, increasing poison true damage to 1116 points second. Ding! Constitution increased by 0.1, now at 146.5. Ding! Leveled up to level 8, experience 012500. All attributes 5, and 5 free attribute points gained. A golden light enveloped him, and warm energy surged through his body. Yangyu allocated the 5 free attribute points to agility and then checked his status panel. Drunken Wanderer unclassified. Level 8012500. Health 1615. Mana 440. Attack 132-57218. Defense 198-15147. Magic defense 644420. Speed 90,864. Reputation, 10. Title, Murderer. Luck, hidden. Talent, Blood Fiend Toxin body deals 1116 true damage second for 10 seconds. Compared to when he had left the ryegrass plains, his equipment upgrades were minor, but his overall stats had doubled. Most notably, his poison damage had skyrocketed from 398 points second to an impressive 1116 points second. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Yu consulted his map and dashed southward towards Soulbreaker Mountain, the location of the task sent by Yuing. Gu over here. As soon as Yang Yu arrived at the foot of Duanhuan Mountain, he heard Yu Yao's cheerful call. Not far away, the twin sisters Yu Yao and Yu Ying stood side by side. Although they looked identical, their demeanor and attire created a striking contrast. Yu Yao wore a pale yellow robe and held a staff, exuding elegance and grace. Yu Ying, on the other hand, sported a black, tight-fitting leather outfit with a dagger strapped to her waist, radiating a bold and valiant energy. Not bad, skinny stick. You managed to hit level 8 just while gathering herbs. My sister and I have been grinding like crazy and only just made it to level 6. Yuing exclaimed in amazement. During his journey, Yang Yu had glanced at the leaderboard. Over the past half hour, there hadn't been much change in rankings, aside from Qian Shang, Yu Yao, Yu Ying, Sui Feng Qiwu, and Shuang Jiang from the 24 Solar Terms team had all reached level 6. As levels increased, the experience required to progress grew significantly, slowing everyone's advancement. Even Qin Shang, ranked second, was barely halfway through level 6 and far from reaching level 7. Meanwhile, Yang Yu had surged far ahead. Not bad at all. Skinny stick, you actually look a lot better in leather armor. Yu Ying teased as she circled him, giving his shoulder a playful pat. And you? Yang Yu quipped, deliberately eyeing her up and down. Look way more alluring in those leather pants. Ugh, get lost? You pervert. Yu Ying shot back, her face flushing with embarrassment before vanishing into stealth mode. Yu Yao chuckled softly beside him. Ge, thank you for coming to help. She quickly explained their mission. We need to head deep into the corpse cavern to defeat the rotting general, Alanda, and retrieve the magic crystal from him to deliver to the demon suppression guard, Lest, in the village. It's a high difficulty quest, but the rewards are substantial and can be shared among up to 10 people. Would you like to take on the quest too? No need. Yang Yu declined with a shake of his head. Adding another person would dilute the rewards. I'd rather just claim a bigger share of the loot from the cavern. He calculated silently. He wasn't sure if there would be enough monsters inside to help him reach level 10 with full experience, nor if he could successfully absorb the corpse toxins to enhance his blood fiend toxic body. If the quest proved too difficult or the toxin absorption failed, he'd simply leave enough potions for the sisters and find another grinding spot. Accepting the quest would mean he'd have to see it through to the end. Time is short. Lead me to the corpse cavern. All right. Yu Yao didn't press further and guided them toward the cave entrance at the mountain's base. Earlier, Ying and I scouted inside. The place is crawling with level 8 mutated corpses, and their stats are formidable. We had no choice but to retreat. Even though you're already level 8, you'll need to stay cautious. As she spoke, she shared the monster stat information with Yang Yu. The stats of the mutated demonized corpse monster were displayed clearly before Yang Yu's eyes. Level 8 health, 3,800 attack, 120 defense, 85 magic resistance, 68 agility, and 55 skill points. The most lethal aspect was its special ability, Toxic Bite. Once hit by its teeth or claws, the victim would lose 50 health points per second for 15 seconds. Seeing these stats, which far exceeded those of ordinary monsters, Yang Yu drew in a sharp breath. Compared to the level 7 Scarlet Spotted Lizard, the attributes of these corpse monsters, corrupted by demonic energy, were almost doubled. No wonder the Yueyao sisters were so pessimistic about this quest. They fled at the mere sight of these creatures. This might explain why mutated monsters could drop black iron equipment. Even if someone knew such monsters were here, facing such terrifying stats would deter any reckless attempts. My health is only 370, Yueyao said gravely. My sister is slightly better, but even she only has 450. If the corpse monster hits us, it's basically instant death. As she spoke, Yueyao retrieved a small vial from her bag. Inside were 20 golden pills, each the size of a peanut. These are rejuvenation pills, crafted using a secret alchemy recipe we obtained from the Silver Ring Snake quest. Someone in my guild has learned to make them. They're much better than the health potions sold in shops. Take these for now, and let me know if you need more. Yang Yu accepted the vial and carefully examined the description of its effects. Upon consumption, it restored 20 health points per second for 15 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 minute. This meant a single pill could restore 300 health points, over 3 times the effect of a mid-tier health potion. For low health players like Yueyao, 1 pill could bring them back from the brink of death. We also prepared pills that enhance poison attacks, Yueyao added, a worried expression crossing her face. But Inger just tested them, and this type of poison has no effect on the corpse monsters. "I'm not sure about your potions." Her voice was filled with apprehension about the mission's outcome. If Yang Yu's potions were also ineffective, they would have no choice but to accept the penalty for failing the quest. "Let's give it a try. It should be fine," Yang Yu replied. Arriving at the cave entrance, he held out a hand to stop the sisters. "You two wait here. I'll go in and scout the situation." With that, he quickly added them to his party. Far from being a burden, these two were valuable allies in his eyes. "All right, be careful and don't push yourself too hard," Wei Yao said, fully aware of her own limitations and choosing not to argue. She simply offered a word of caution. "The corpse monsters can't detect my stealth. I'm coming with you." Yueying suddenly appeared, her tone firm and her eyes filled with determination. "All right," Yang Yu agreed, though he warned her, "Just stay alert. If something goes wrong, I might not be able to save you in time. Tisish, who needs your help? When you're poisoned, you might end up begging me to save you." Yueying muttered in dissatisfaction before her figure dissolved like smoke into the air, following Yang Yu into the cave. The dim and damp passageway was alive with the occasional scurry of rats and flutter of bats, accompanied by faint rustling sounds. Prepared for such conditions, Yueying retrieved a glowing stone tied to a thin string from her bag and handed it to Yang Yu. "This is a light stone I bought from the general store. Hang it around your neck. I can't stay hidden if I'm holding it." Yang Yu took the light stone and hung it around his neck. Though its brightness was a bit harsh, it didn't interfere with his ability to aim his arrows. After a moment of thought, he pulled a slender jade vial filled with a murky liquid from his bag and tossed it to Yueying. "This contains 100 drops of potion. It inflicts 398 damage per second for 10 seconds on the target. However, its effectiveness on the corrupted corpses is still uncertain. Focus on protecting yourself. Leave the monster hunting to me." 398 damage per second? Yueying exclaimed in delight as she caught the jade vial. She had only heard of such potions during the Aoshi Guild Wars, where the toxin Yang Yu used inflicted a mere 129 damage per second. In just a few hours, the potency had tripled. Yang Yu smiled faintly but didn't elaborate. In truth, his current poison could deal an astonishing 1,116 damage per second. He had given Yueying a weaker version of the toxin to maintain a low profile, and because the corrupted corpses, with their 3,800 health points, could be handled well enough with 398 damage per second. More importantly, he needed to personally slay the monsters to stack his passive attributes. If Yueying did the killing, he would only gain partial experience and loot, missing out on the stat boosts from direct kills. The pair ventured deeper into the passageway, their surroundings gradually expanding into a wide-open space after about 100 meters. Hundreds of grotesque, corrupted corpses roamed the clearing, their rotting flesh barely clinging to tattered garments, emitting a nauseating stench. The light stone's glow caught the attention of the nearby corpses. Dozens of them turned their heads in unison, letting out eerie, cackling laughs. Their eyes gleamed with a chilling excitement as they charged toward Yang Yu. "Be careful yourself. I'll fight while retreating." Yang Yu suppressed the nausea in his stomach and gave a quick warning to the invisible Yueying. He swiftly moved backward, drawing 3 poison-infused spirit arrows from his quiver. The bowstring vibrated as the arrows shot through the air with a sharp whistle. Seeing the poison take effect, Yang Yu let out a sigh of relief. This had been his biggest concern. The unique constitution of the corrupted corpses might render them immune to poison attacks, just as the poison pills refined by Yu Yao and the others were completely ineffective against these monsters. If the blood poison failed, even if he could kill the corrupted corpses, it would inevitably turn into a prolonged war of attrition. But the current situation was promising despite the corrupted corpses having a staggering 3,800 health points. Yang Yu's arrows, coated with even his older stock of blood poison, were still lethal with a single shot. The 3 corrupted corpses leading the charge slowed down significantly after being hit, collapsing to the ground as they were trampled by those behind them. The rest of the corrupted corpses showed no fear, letting out eerie cackles as they relentlessly pursued Yang Yu. Yang Yu's expression remained cold and focused as he continued to retreat and fire. While the corrupted corpses had a speed of 55, which would be challenging for Yu Yao and Yu Ying at their mere level 6, they were no match for Yang Yu's 90 speed stat. To him, they were little more than fast-moving turtles. Moreover, the narrow cave worked to his advantage. The poisoned and slowed corrupted corpses obstructed the ones behind them, making it even harder for the horde to catch up. Despite their numbers, not a single one could even graze Yang Yu's clothing. In just 10 seconds, Yang Yu managed to hit each of the dozens of corrupted corpses flooding into the passage. Soon, the first kill notification echoed. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing an 8th level corrupted corpse. As a mutated monster, its experience points are increased by 60, granting 80 points of experience. Notification: you are in a 3-person team. The killer receives half of the total experience. You have gained 40 experience points. Current level: 8. Progress: 4012, 500. The system notifications continued relentlessly. Ding. Your blood fiend poison body has grown. Poison true damage increased to 1,117 points per second. Ding. Your body has been tempered by blood poison. Constitution increased by 0.1. Current value, 151.6. As the kill notifications sounded one after another, the corrupted corpses fell in quick succession, and Yang Yu's experience points rose rapidly. He mused to himself. I didn't expect mutated monsters to yield so much experience. Normal 8th level monsters only give 50 points, but these give 80. For ordinary players, this would be a huge boon. For me, though, it's a mixed blessing. You'll need to carefully weigh the cost of engaging mutated monsters in the future. Just as he was lost in thought, a new system notification interrupted him. Ding. Your teammate, Moonlit Shadow, has successfully killed an 8th level corrupted corpse. You have gained 20 experience points. Moments later, Yu Ying's excited voice came through the team chat. Skinny guy, your potion is amazing. I can take down a corrupted corpse with one strike. Once they're poisoned, there's no way they can catch me. Haha. The system chimed in 5 more times with kill notifications before Yu Ying's spree finally came to an end. The surprise attack by Yue Ying had drawn the ire of the other rotting corpses, forcing her to retreat temporarily. However, in that brief moment, she managed to ambush 5 of them, earning Yang Yu a total of 100 experience points. Yang Yu was left speechless, caught between amusement and exasperation. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps broke the silence. Wow, Skinny Bamboo. You're amazing. I've only taken out 5 of those things, and you've already dealt with this whole crowd. A clear, lively voice echoed from the darkness ahead. Yang Yu looked up to see Yue Ying's graceful figure emerging, her dagger still stained with fresh blood, and a bright, exhilarated smile on her face. Awesome. These rotting corpses give such high experience points. I've gained over 1,000 in no time, and now my rank has even surpassed my sister's. Yue Ying exclaimed excitedly. In this wave of luring the monsters, Yang Yu had shot down a total of 57 rotting corpses. Yue Yao and Yue Ying had initially been earning 20 experience points per corpse, but since Yue Ying had independently killed 5 of them, she gained an extra 100 points over Yue Yao. While this difference seemed small, it was significant given how close the sisters' levels already were. This 100-point advantage allowed Yue Ying to surpass her sister for the first time, becoming the 3rd-ranked player in Novice Village 997, edging closer to the 2nd-ranked, Chansheng. Ahem. Yue Ying. Yang Yu hesitated before speaking. What's up? Yue Ying looked at him innocently. Yang Yu spoke earnestly. You're smart, and your stealth skills are impressive, but your health is low right now. If one of those corpses touches you, it could be dangerous. My health is sturdier, and with those rejuvenation pills you gave me, I can take a few hits without much trouble. How about you focus on cleaning up the battlefield while I handle the fighting? Much to his surprise, Yue Ying didn't argue, perhaps swayed by his compliment. She nodded in agreement. Cleaning up the battlefield is fine with me. Picking up coins and equipment is fun anyway. But these corpses are so disgusting. Having to search them for copper coins is just, ugh. As she spoke, she glanced at the pile of rotting corpses on the ground, shivering slightly as goosebumps rose on her pale skin. Don't worry, I'll handle the bodies. You just focus on picking up the coins, potions, and gear, Yang Yu quickly reassured her. Without hesitation, he turned and began swiftly collecting the corpses, stowing them into his void quiver. His hands moved so fast they seemed to blur, his speed surpassing even his archery skills, leaving Yue Ying staring in stunned silence. I've finished with the corpses. The rest is up to you. Before Yue Ying could ask any questions, Yang Yu dashed off deeper into the passage. He definitely has some sort of corpse obsession. So creepy. My sister said he uses the bodies for alchemy, but that's not the look of someone examining alchemy materials. There's more to this than meets the eye, Yue Ying muttered to herself, watching Yang Ye's figure disappear into the distance, her suspicions deepening. Meanwhile, Yang Yu, now far ahead, had no time to worry about Yue Ying's thoughts. He eagerly retrieved one of the rotting corpses, pressing his right palm against it and applying a slight force. A suction-like sensation immediately followed. The system notification chimed in. Ding. You have successfully absorbed all toxins from the level 8 corrupted rotting corpse. Blood fiend poison body has grown, and your poison attack has increased to 1174 points second. Ding. Your body has undergone blood poison tempering. Constitution has increased by 0.1, now at 157.3. It works. Yang Yu thought to himself, his excitement barely contained. To ensure safety, Yang Yu decisively dealt with the 57 corpses stored in his void quiver. He carefully absorbed the energy from each corpse before placing the desiccated remains back into the quiver. Once everything was organized, he continued deeper into the cave. Along the way, he discovered 5 more corpses that had been poisoned and killed by Yue Ying's ambush. He absorbed the energy from these as well, but deliberately left the scattered equipment and coins untouched. Before long, he returned to the wide clearing. Although he and Yueying had already eliminated 62 corrupted creatures, hundreds more were still roaming the area. After a moment of thought, Yang Yu retrieved a glass vial of venomous blood from his bag. This was collected earlier when he hunted the red-spotted giant lizard, containing approximately 500 drops, each capable of inflicting 717 points of damage per second. He poured the venomous blood into the void quiver, instantly creating 500 more powerful poisoned spiritual arrows. Fully prepared, Yang Yu strode forward, drew a poisoned spiritual arrow, and fired it at the corrupted creature ahead. A war. The struck creature let out a miserable scream, immediately drawing the attention of dozens of nearby corrupted creatures. They all turned simultaneously and charged toward Yang Yu. This time, Yang Yu didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced, firing arrow after arrow in quick succession. Without Yueying present, he no longer needed to hold back his strength. Though the corrupted creatures boasted a high attack power of 120 points, it was rendered useless against Yang Yu's formidable 200 defense. As for their poisonous attacks, they were completely nullified by his blood venom body. Thanks to the 2 lifesteal effect from his lizard Fang ring, Yang Yu didn't even need to use health potions to fight unscathed. Every time a corrupted creature attacked him, it suffered an even more devastating blood venom counterstrike. What used to take 6 seconds for a corrupted creature to succumb now only took 4 seconds before it succumbed to the venom. System notifications began to pop up continuously. Ding! Congratulations on successfully slaying an 8th level corrupted creature. You have gained 40 experience points. Current level 82420125500. Ding! Your blood venom body has grown. Poison true damage has increased to 1236 points second. Ding! Your body has been tempered by blood venom. Constitution increased by 0.1. Current constitution 163.5. As Yang Yu continued firing arrows, he pushed further into the depths of the tunnel. The corrupted creatures bit and scratched at him, but their minor damage was quickly offset by the lifesteal effect of the lizard Fang ring. Meanwhile, in the middle of the cave, Yueyao and her younger sister were busy gathering coins and equipment scattered on the ground. Suddenly, their experience points began skyrocketing. Ding! Your teammate Zhongjiuquanga has successfully slain an 8th level corrupted creature. You have gained 20 experience points. The system notifications came in rapid succession, with 7 or 8 kill alerts per second, leaving the 2 sisters stunned. Sis, look! Our ranking has surpassed Qinsheng's. Yueying exclaimed excitedly. Wait, I'm about to hit level 7. Before she could finish her sentence, she leveled up. A beam of golden light descended, and Yueying leapt directly from level 6 to level 7. Almost simultaneously, a golden glow flashed above Yueyao's head as she also advanced to level 7. The astonishing speed of their level-ups left Yueyao in disbelief. She looked toward Yang Yu in the distance, stammering, "See crazy song. How is he doing this? Are mutant monsters really that easy to kill? Inger, we need to speed up collecting coins." Yueyao urged anxiously. "If we can't even keep up with Crazy Song's monster-killing pace, we'll be nothing but dead weight." Got it, got it." Yueying nodded repeatedly, quickly bending down to retrieve a silver coin wedged in a crack between the rocks. Deeper in the passageway, Yang Yu continued his precise shooting while silently keeping count. 247, 248, 249, he calculated in his mind. To level up from 8 to 9, I need 12,500 experience points. Each zombie monster provides 40 points. Subtracting the 5 monsters Yueying already killed, I still need to take down 310 more zombies to level up. If the number of monsters in the passage exceeds expectations, I'll need to stop before leveling up, leave the remaining monsters for Yueying, and try to absorb any excess zombie toxins. Previously, the Yueyao sisters were both level 6, requiring only 4,800 experience points to level up. Combined with the experience they had already accumulated, by the time Yang Yu had killed over 200 monsters, the sisters had both advanced to level 7. Unbeknownst to the trio in the cave, the sisters' rapid level-ups were causing a stir in the outside world. In the eastern forest, Chen Sheng swung his green oak ghost axe to fell a yak, only to notice that his ranking had been surpassed by both Yueying and Yueyao at the same time. Before he could fully process his surprise, the sisters' levels had skyrocketed to 7, and their experience points continued to climb at a shocking pace. Strange, every time Crazy Song earns 40 experience points, these 2 sisters seem to gain 20 each. Could they have formed a party? Chen Sheng briefly entertained the thought before shaking his head in denial. If Crazy Song had known them well enough to team up for leveling, why would he sell equipment to me at a discount? Glancing at the leaderboard, Chen Sheng could only smile bitterly. With his strength doubling talent and strong team coordination, he had barely managed to secure the top-level spot in Newbie Village 997. But before he could even settle into his position, Yang Yu snatched the title, and now the twin sisters had pushed him down to 4th place. Meanwhile, in the western jungle, Sui Feng Chi-Wu was anxiously questioning her subordinates. Still no sign of the boss? Upon learning that her team couldn't approach the level 10 monster area due to their low levels, she glanced at the potion in her hand, torn with indecision. Originally, she had planned to use the potion to secure the first boss kill reward in the village. But as the twin sisters' levels continued to soar, widening the gap, her once resolute determination began to waver. Sis, this feels amazing, Yueying exclaimed, bouncing with excitement, her face glowing with joy. Just following that skinny guy around, picking up some loot, and I leveled up. Now, I'm ranked 2nd on the leaderboard. Yueyao watched her sister's cheerful demeanor, but a pang of guilt lingered in her heart. Yeah, it is nice, but it feels like we're taking advantage of Kwanga. This doesn't seem entirely fair. As an assassin, her sister could still contribute after using the potions Kwanga provided, but Yueyao herself, with her melee combat skills, was no match for the mutated ghouls. Every time, she could only step in to clean up the battlefield once it was safe. True, Yueying nodded in agreement. If that skinny guy wasn't sharing experience with us, he'd probably be level 9 by now. No wonder he leveled up so fast before. Before she could finish, she suddenly gasped. Oh no, my inventory's full. Mine's almost full too, Yueyao said as she glanced around. I didn't expect the drop rate from these mutated monsters to be so high. They had just finished clearing the first wave of 62 ghouls and had gained an impressive haul. 41 pieces of basic equipment, over 5,800 copper coins, and even a black iron tier pair of boots. Though the drop rate for black iron tier items was low, the sheer volume of ordinary items was astonishing. Nearly every monster dropped close to 100 copper coins and a piece of basic equipment, with some even dropping silver coins directly. In addition to equipment and coins, the mutated monsters had also dropped a significant number of advanced healing potions. These potions restored 10 HP per second for 15 seconds. While only half as effective as the rejuvenation pills, they were far superior to mid-grade healing potions. Players started with only 30 inventory slots. While it was possible to expand them using gold coins, the cost was exorbitant and doubled with each expansion. Even for wealthy players like the Yueyao sisters, it was hard to justify using guild funds to expand their inventories. Their bags were already carrying some supplies, and this wave of loot had completely filled up their remaining space. Kwang's inventory seems a bit special, can carry more than I can, Yueyao mused after some thought. We need to talk to him and see if he's willing to buy these items at market price. If he agrees, we'll call the guild members to transport the loot. If not, we'll ask him to help store them for now. Okay, they'll message him, Yueying said, preparing to open the team voice chat. But before she could, the system notification chimed. Ding. Notice, Zhengzhou Kwanga has left your team. Left the team? Yueying froze in disbelief. What's up with the skinny guy? Is he upset that we're splitting his experience points? But we agreed on this beforehand, didn't we? Don't jump to conclusions, Yinger. Yu Yao's expression turned serious. Kwanga isn't the petty type. If he cared about sharing experience, he would have left the team long ago, not now. Besides, he entrusted us with looting the equipment, and these items are far more valuable than experience points. Yueying was about to press further when a faint sound of footsteps echoed from deeper within the passage. Yang Yu stepped closer, rubbing his hands awkwardly. I'm a bit tired of killing. There are still over 40 undead monsters left inside. Yueying, why don't you take over? The sheer number of undead creatures in the tunnel was astonishing, about 360 in total. Excluding the 5 that Yueying had taken down earlier, Yang Yu had already eliminated 309 on his own. His experience points were now at 8th level, 12, 46012, 500, just one monster away from reaching level 9. For this reason, he had to stop. Otherwise, the experience from all these monster corpses would go to waste. He was even worried that any experience points allocated to him while Yueying and Yueyao were fighting outside might accidentally push him into leveling up. That's why he hurriedly left the party midway. Yueying stood up, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion as she stepped closer to Yang Yu. Didn't you say earlier that it was dangerous for me to fight monsters, and that you, with your thick skin, would handle all the combat? I don't mind stepping in, but why did you leave the party? Do you think my kills aren't worth the experience points? Her stunning face was now inches away, and Yang Yu couldn't help but feel nervous. He instinctively touched his nose. What problem could I possibly have? I just thought the level gap between us was too big, and wanted you both to catch up quickly. That's why I left the party to avoid taking any of your experience points. Really? Yueying pouted, clearly skeptical of his explanation. Luckily, Yueyao stepped in to mediate. Yinger, Kwanga is only looking out for us. Don't be ungrateful. With her sharp intuition, she had long suspected that Yang Yu was hiding something, but her gut told her he was someone trustworthy. Besides, he had been helping them all along. She thought to herself, everyone has their secrets. When he fully trusts us, he'll tell us in his own time. Humph, he'll let you off this time. Yue huffed, still looking displeased, but she followed the plan. Gripping her dagger, she charged into the depths of the tunnel to hunt the remaining undead monsters. Yang Yu and Yue followed closely behind. With her newfound strength at level 7, Yue combat ability had clearly improved. Combined with the potions Yang Yu had given her, she wasn't as efficient as him, but her innate permanent invisibility and agile movements allowed her to avoid danger each time. Once Yang Yu was certain she was safe, he focused on collecting the monster corpses littering the ground. Kwanga, my sister and I have both run out of inventory space, Yue said, showing him her haul. Your inventory seems huge, so take these. She handed him a pile of items, a pair of black iron boots, 23 Y-tire equipment pieces, 19 advanced health potions, and 27 silver coins. Yang Yu inspected the black iron boots, but found they were inferior to the windchaser boots he was currently wearing. While some of the Y-tire equipment was slightly better than his current leggings and helmet, he had no intention of switching. Considering the high drop rate of mutated monsters and the sheer number of creatures in this lair, he was confident he could leave with a full set of black iron gear. Your guild probably needs equipment too. You can handle these yourself and just pay me a third of the market price, Yang Yu said. A third. Yue was surprised. You don't have to give me a discount. I'm rich. This isn't a discount, Yang Yu clarified. Since the three of us are farming together, the loot should naturally be shared equally. But didn't you say earlier that you'd get first pick of the equipment? Having first pick doesn't mean I'll take everything. Anything I don't need gets split evenly among the three of us. But you're the one who killed all these monsters. Yue tried to argue, but Yang Yu had already turned away, continuing to collect the monster corpses. His voice drifted back to her from a distance. I know you're rich, but this is about principles. Call someone to come collect the equipment. All right. Yue didn't argue further, but her impression of Yang Yu became increasingly complex. When they first met, he had hesitated over a 10,000 coin offer for a silvering snake, making her think he was someone who valued profit above all else. But now, he was willingly giving up a larger share of the spoils for the sake of his principles. What kind of person is he, really? She wondered. It took Yue a full 10 minutes to slay the remaining 40 or so undead creatures. With the level progression, the experience required to advance from level 7 to level 8 had increased to 8,000 points. At this point, Yue and Yue were just over halfway through their experience bars. Meanwhile, Chunshang was grinding intensely and had just crossed the threshold into level 7. Notably, Sui Fengqi Wu's rapid progress was remarkable, as she had also reached level 7, significantly narrowing the gap with Chunshang and even showing signs of surpassing him. This might have been attributed to the potion provided by Yang Yu. Yang Yu swiftly stored the fallen corpses in his void quiver and turned to the sisters. I'll head out for a bit. I'll be back in no more than 10 minutes. In the meantime, sort through the loot here, he instructed. You're going. Yue, known for her straightforwardness, began to speak but was quickly interrupted by her elder sister, Yue. Smiling, Yue said to Yang Yu, Kwanga, go ahead. We'll handle things here. Yang Yu nodded in acknowledgement and left the cave in quick strides. His real purpose was to absorb the toxins from the corpses, something he clearly couldn't do in front of the sisters. Besides, the 360 corpses were already taking up most of the space in his void quiver. If he didn't deal with them soon, it would be completely filled. Once outside the cave, Yang Yu sprinted nearly a kilometer into the dense forest before stopping. He then focused on absorbing the toxins from the undead. System notifications began to flood in. Ding! You have successfully absorbed all toxins from an 8th level corrupted undead. Blood Fiend toxin body has grown, and toxin damage has increased to 1,488 points per second. Ding! Your body has been tempered by blood toxins. Constitution increased by 0.1, now at 188.7. As the system messages kept appearing, Yang Yu could clearly feel his strength growing steadily. He tossed the drained corpses into the underbrush one by one. Once removed from a player's inventory, these withered remains would automatically despawn within half an hour. 8 minutes later, Yang Yu had finished absorbing toxins from over 300 corpses. By this point, his toxin damage had skyrocketed to 1,785 points per second, and his constitution had surged to 218.4. With the additional 100 health points provided by his gear, his total health had reached a staggering 2,284, rivaling that of high-level monsters. What excited Yang Yu the most was a crucial discovery he had made during this process. As long as the toxin source was at least the same level as him, even if he hadn't personally killed the creature, it could still enhance his Blood Fiend toxin body. This revelation opened up entirely new possibilities for him. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Yu turned and dashed back toward the cave. In less than 2 minutes, he had returned to the first level of the corpse lair. Kwanga, we've sorted all the loot from the undead, Yue said, pointing to a small mound of items. There are 297 pieces of common-grade equipment, 238 bottles of advanced health potions, 315 silver coins equivalent to just over 3 gold coins and 6 pieces of black iron gear. As she finished reporting the loot, Yueyao herself couldn't help but feel astonished. Even if these items were distributed among the hundreds of members in their guild's novice village, they would provide an enormous boost. Let alone, the most striking spoils among the loot were 6 rare black iron items, which the Yueyao sisters regarded as precious treasures. What was even more astonishing was that all these rewards were acquired in less than half an hour. Most notably, Yang Yu had single-handedly slain over 300 mutated creatures with incredible speed, completing the task in just a few minutes. If not for Yueyang spending 10 minutes clearing out over 40 monsters at the end, along with the time taken to clean up the battlefield, they might have already advanced to the second level of the corpse cavern. Such battle efficiency gave the Yueyao sisters newfound hope. Completing the mission within 3 hours and earning double rewards no longer seemed like an unattainable dream. Previously, they hadn't dared to entertain such thoughts, only hoping to barely complete the mission with Yang Yu's help and avoid the penalties of failure. But now, witnessing Yang Yu's terrifying speed in slaying monsters, that goal suddenly felt within reach. Yang Yu carefully examined the 6 black iron items on the ground: a heavy armor, a long sword, mage's boots, leather bracers, a leather helmet, and a ring. He decided to keep the leather helmet and the ring for himself, generously giving the rest to the Yueyao sisters. Corpse Cloud Helmet. Quality: black iron. Attributes: defense 12, magic defense 10, HP 80. Level requirement: level 8. Corpse Cloud Ring. Quality: black iron. Attributes: strength 8, agility 5. Special effect: lifesteal, 3 lifesteal on each physical attack. Level requirement: level 8. We'll take these 2 and 1 gold coin. You can decide what to do with the rest, Yang Yu said. He remembered that Xiaopeng had mentioned that transitioning to a new class in town required gold coins for skills and techniques, and the earlier the transition, the higher the cost. This was why he hadn't touched the copper coins in his inventory yet. Just as Yueyao was about to calculate the value of the equipment, Yang Yu waved her off and interrupted, "Let's settle the accounts at the end. I've taken 2 black iron items and 1 gold coin. The remaining 297 common items and healing potions won't be worth much. The real treasure should be in the next 2 levels. Well, tally everything up after we're done." With that, Yang Yu immediately formed a new party, added the Yueyao sisters to it, and headed straight for the entrance to the next level. His decisive actions left the 2 sisters utterly stunned. As they advanced, Yang Yu began equipping the new items. He removed his lizard skin helmet and replaced it with the Corpse Cloud helmet, then slipped the Corpse Cloud ring onto the middle finger of his right hand. The 2 black iron items immediately provided a significant boost to his stats. Character attributes. Name: Zhongjiu Kuanga Unclassified. Level: 8, 124, 601, 2500. HP: 2334. MP: 440. Attack: 1486. Defense: 271 21853. Magic defense: 74 44 30. Speed: 95 914. Lifesteal: 5. Reputation: 10. Title: Maniac. Fortune: Hidden. Talent: Blood Poison. Physique deals 1785 true damage per second to the target for 10 seconds. After traversing a stone corridor nearly 100 meters long, Yang Yu arrived at the second level of the corpse cavern. The sight before him was overwhelming. Rows upon rows of corpses, clad in military armor and armed with long spears, standing in formation on a massive platform. Their numbers far exceeded those of the first level. Demonic Corpse Soldiers. Level: 9. HP: 5000. Attack: 150. Defense: 98. Magic defense: 76. Agility: 65. Skill: Spear Thrust. These were once soldiers under Elenda command, buried alive as part of his funeral. Now their bodies had been corrupted by demonic energy. Not only were they formidable in strength, but their bodies and spears were also imbued with deadly poison. Any strike from them would cause a loss of 60 HP per second for 15 seconds. After reviewing their stats, Yang Yu couldn't help but be impressed. These level 9 demonic corpse soldiers were far stronger than the level 8 demonic rotting corpses he had encountered earlier. With such powerful stats and poisonous attacks, even with healing pills, Yueyang wouldn't stand a chance. However, for Yang Yu, they posed no real threat. Standing at the entrance of the stone corridor, Yang Yu fixed his gaze on the outermost demonic corpse soldier. He slowly drew his longbow, nocked an arrow, and took aim. The arrow whistled through the air. "The general's graveyard trespassers will die. Attack!" With a thunderous roar, the second layer of corpse soldiers seemed to awaken as if summoned by an invisible command. In unison, their glowing, ghostly eyes snapped open. Clutching long spears, they advanced toward Yang Yu in formation. each step exuding an oppressive aura, yet maintaining a chilling discipline that sent shivers down the spine. Yang Yu stood firm at the entrance to the stone staircase, his expression calm and composed. His fingers moved swiftly, and arrows rained from his feather-carved bow. In an instant, a dozen or so frontline corpse soldiers were engulfed in a sinister, dark green poisonous mist. Their already grotesque faces twisted into even more horrifying visages. Despite their formidable 5,000 health points, the poisoned spiritual arrows ensured they could only last 7 seconds. As the corpse soldiers began closing off his retreat, Yang Yu defied expectations. He leaped from the stone staircase onto the platform, weaving nimbly through the enemy ranks while firing arrows at the rear line with precision. Thud! A sudden dull impact rang out as a spear struck Yang Yu squarely in the abdomen. Before he could regain his footing, a second and third spear followed in quick succession. The corpse soldiers were clearly employing a relentless chain attack to suppress his ability to counterattack. Unfazed, Yang Yu skillfully raised his feather-carved bow, using its sturdy frame to deflect the successive strikes. Though the immense force drained some of his health, he used the momentum to roll away and create some distance. My strength is still too weak, Yang Yu thought to himself with a tinge of frustration. His focus on investing attribute points elsewhere had left his strength lacking, making close combat a significant disadvantage. Throughout the battle, the system notifications echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 9 enchanted corpse soldier. In 3-person party mode, you gain 50 experience points. Ding! Bloodbane poison body has advanced. Poison true damage increased to 1786 points per second. Ding! Constitution increased by 0.1, now at 218.5. Ding! Leveled up to level 9. Experience points. 1018,000. All attributes 5, and 5 free attribute points awarded. Bathed in radiant golden light, Yang Yu decisively allocated all 5 newly earned attribute points to strength. While his speed had already reached 100 points, his lack of strength was a glaring weakness that needed immediate attention not only for boosting his attack power, but also for maintaining control during combat. As the battle raged on, Yang Yu moved fluidly through the vast space, each shot releasing a volley of 3 arrows. With the strength boost, each arrow now dealt 120 damage and restored 6 health points. The system's kill notifications came in rapid succession as Yang Yu and his party widened their level advantage, leaving others far behind. The wounds that the demonic, undead soldiers had painstakingly inflicted on Yang Yu were instantly absorbed and healed by his unique ability. As the battle progressed, the gap in power between them narrowed, and with his skillful use of parrying techniques, the undead soldiers could no longer push him back. With no distractions to hold him back, Yang Ye's killing rhythm became increasingly fluid. His long sword flashed like lightning, cutting down one undead soldier after another. In just 1 minute after entering the second level of the crypt, the Yueying sisters both advanced to level 8. However, the experience required for the next level skyrocketed to 12,500 points, slowing their leveling pace significantly. 358, 359, 360 in just 2 minutes, Yang Yu had already slain 360 demonic undead soldiers. His experience points had climbed to 9, level 17, 96018,000, just 40 points shy of reaching level 10. But as he glanced ahead, he noticed nearly 100 more undead soldiers on the platform, glaring at him menacingly. Seeing the stone stairway entrance now piled high with corpses, Yang Yu didn't hesitate to turn and sprint away. Fortunately, these undead soldiers weren't attacking barehanded. Even when struck by their spears, there was no risk of poisoning. Leveraging his superior speed, he quickly widened the gap between himself and his pursuers. After chasing him for several dozen meters, the undead soldiers eventually turned back and returned to the second level. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the first level of the crypt, personnel sent by Jinjiula to transport equipment had just arrived. Yueyao was busy giving instructions to a middle-aged leader. Uncle Lin, please take these items out immediately and distribute them based on the guild members' points. It's crucial to enhance everyone's strength as soon as possible. Don't worry, Mississippi. You focus on leveling up. They'll handle everything else, the middle-aged man replied promptly, directing his team to sort and pack the items. Once everything was arranged, Yueyao turned to her sister and said, Yinger, let's leave this to Uncle Lin and head inside to check on Kwanga. Maybe we can lend a hand. Just as Yueying was about to nod in agreement, the system notification sound suddenly interrupted them. Ding! Notice, Zhengzhou Kwanga has left your party. What? Unbelievable. Yueying immediately stomped her foot in frustration. That skinny stick. What's he playing at? First, he joins the party, then he leaves no better than a scumbag. Ahem, Yang Ye's embarrassed voice echoed from the passageway. Sorry, I accidentally clicked the leave party button. Only an idiot would believe that. Yueying huffed, still fuming. Yang Yu scratched his nose awkwardly. Yueying, You're already a level 8 expert and ranked second on the newbie village 997 leaderboard. Some challenges, you'll need to learn to face on your own. Out with it. Stop beating around the bush. Yue cut him off impatiently. There are still over 90 demonic undead soldiers inside, Yang Yu admitted with a sheepish grin. I can't keep going. He'll have to leave the rest to you. As he spoke, he pulled out a glass vial. This is a new potion I've developed. It's highly toxic and deals 717 damage per second. There are 200 drops in this bottle. If you don't use them all, consider it a gift. 717 damage per second? 200 drops? Yue exclaimed, her previous anger instantly dissipating as excitement lit up her face. Even the other people sorting equipment nearby stopped what they were doing, turning their heads in disbelief at what they just heard. The group of life players gathered by Yue might not be strong in combat, but they had all heard about Yang Yu's legendary battle with the Aoshi Guild. Back then, Yang Yu had single-handedly annihilated over 400 members of Aoshi using a single poisonous potion, even forcing Aoshi Kwangfu back to level 1. Everyone still remembered how shocking it was that the potion dealt 398 damage per second at the time. And now, just a little over an hour later, the potency of this mysterious alchemist's poison had escalated to an astonishing 717 damage per second. As they looked at the young poison master standing before them, they couldn't help but wonder. Where did such terrifying talent for alchemy come from? And even more puzzling, why was this poison master already famed in the novice village Izo close to Yue and her sister? Could it be that he had joined Jinjiola? This thought alone sent waves of excitement through everyone present. For these level 3 and level 4 players, who only had around 200 health points, the addition of a few top-tier experts to Jinjiola wouldn't have been as thrilling. But if this poison master joined, it meant they could also benefit from his miraculous potions. With such deadly toxins at their disposal, which guild would dare provoke them? What monster couldn't they defeat? Yang Yu, unaffected by the crowd's reaction, turned to Yue and said, I just crafted these using the corpses of the decayed. There aren't many, and I've given most of them to you. Asking you to kill some monsters with them isn't too much, is it? Not at all. Yue replied with a bright smile. I'll get started right away. Before her words fully landed, she had already vanished into stealth and dashed toward the second level of the crypt. Yue understood well that clearing out the crypt was her and her sister's task. Yang Yu was merely here to assist. Her earlier complaints about Yang Yu stemmed from already seeing him as a true friend, which was why his casual and independent attitude had upset her. But thinking it over, if Yang Yu didn't consider them friends, why would he willingly lend a hand and even gift such precious potions without any reservations? Perhaps, as her sister had suggested, this lanky young man's extraordinary talent for alchemy had limited his ability to fight monsters directly, which explained his seemingly odd behavior. Yue shook her head, dismissing these complicated thoughts after all. Thinking deeply was her sister's specialty, not hers. Back on the first level of the crypt, as the departing players finished dividing up their loot, Yang Yu turned to Yue and said, leave a few people behind to clean up the battlefield. The drops on the second level are better, but with just the two of us, it'll take quite a while. Sure, Yue replied with a gentle smile. I was already planning to do that, but I was worried you might not trust my people, so I didn't mention it. It's fine. You can pick who stays. I'll head down first to collect the monster corpses. With that, Yang Yu turned and walked toward the entrance to the second level. On the ground lay the remains of 360 monsters they had just slain. By a rough estimate, there were about 450 monsters in total on this level. While Yang Yu hoped for as many monsters as possible, the remaining 90 or so mutated corpse soldiers would already pose a significant challenge for Yue. Even though she had reached level 8, her stats still fell short compared to those level 9 mutated monsters. The most critical issue was, given Yue's limited health, fighting such venomous creatures requires flawless execution to avoid any damage. A single strike from a corrupted corpse soldier, with its 900 poison damage, would almost certainly mean death. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Yang Yu stepped onto the second floor, only to witness a heart-wrenching scene. Yue was completely surrounded by dozens of corpse soldiers. Her figure flickered amidst the horde, evading attacks with stealth and agility, but she was ultimately struck in the left shoulder by a spear. Blood splattered as her health dropped by 68 points in an instant. Worse still, the corpse poison began to take effect, draining 60 health points per second. Get out of there. Let me see if I can neutralize the poison. Yang Yu shouted, rushing toward Yue, but the dense formation of corpse soldiers blocked his way. In this critical moment, Yue remained calm and composed. She quickly swallowed a rejuvenation pill and disappeared into thin air once more. Within just 5 seconds, she reappeared in front of Yang Yu. Grabbing her left wrist, Yang Yu retreated to evade the corpse soldier's attacks while channeling a warm current into her. The system promptly notified him. Successfully absorbed a trace of level 9 corrupted corpse poison, but the amount is insufficient to enhance the blood fiend toxin body. Yang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was aware of his ability to absorb toxins from others, this was only the second time he had attempted it, the first being with Yueyao. If he had been a moment too late, Yueying's meager health of just over 500 points wouldn't have lasted long, even with the rejuvenation pill's effects. Skinny stick, thank you for saving my life, Yueying said, looking up at Yang Yu with a faint blush on her cheeks, her breath brushing against his face. Realizing their close proximity, Yang Yu quickly let go of her hand and feigned nonchalance. It's no big deal. You hired me for this mission, and if the client dies, it wouldn't look good on my record. Oomph. You big dummy who can't even talk properly. Yueying muttered before vanishing into stealth again. Like her sister, she didn't press Yang Yu about his detoxification method, though she had already guessed it was likely his innate ability. It explained why he could fight venomous creatures so fearlessly and with such incredible efficiency. After this encounter, Yueying became more cautious in her tactics. She adopted a Hitandran strategy, retreating before the corpse soldiers could regroup and targeting isolated enemies with her poison blade. While her efficiency couldn't match Yang Yu's, it was far superior to that of ordinary players. As the number of corpse soldiers dwindled, her combat became increasingly composed. Once Yueying's safety was assured, Yang Yu began collecting loot from the corpses scattered on the ground. Around this time, Yueyao arrived at the second floor of the corpse cavern, leading Uncle Lin and the others. Yueyao and her group cautiously kept their distance from the corpses of the corrupted undead soldiers, wary of provoking their wrath. They carefully collected loot near the stone staircase entrance. In contrast, Yang Yu showed no such hesitation. He openly retrieved the bodies of the creatures, one by one, into his void quiver in full view of everyone. It didn't take him long to notice that these level 9 corrupted undead soldiers had a significantly higher drop rate compared to the level 8 corrupted decayed corpses. A quick glance revealed at least 10 pieces of black iron equipment scattered around. 20 minutes later, Yueying finally defeated the last corrupted undead soldier. Leaning against the stone wall, she panted heavily, sweat trickling down her cheeks. I'm exhausted. Trying to kill monsters without taking any damage is so mentally draining. Yueyao quickly hurried to her sister's side, offering her a piece of bread to restore her satiety. Meanwhile, Yang Yu was in a completely different state. Ever since entering the game, he had been continuously absorbing various toxins. This process not only drained the life force of creatures, but also kept his satiety level full, eliminating any need for food supplies. After storing the final monster corpse in his void quiver, Yang Yu approached the two sisters. I'm heading out for a bit. I'll be back in 20 minutes. Yueyao smiled and nodded. All right, Kwanga, go ahead. We'll take care of things here. Yueying, though puzzled, merely rolled her eyes in front of Lin Shu and the others without voicing her questions. Yang Yu turned and sprinted toward the cave's exit, quickly reaching the dense forest they had passed earlier. To his surprise, the 300 or so decayed corpses he had left behind had been completely refreshed by the system, leaving no trace on the ground. Without hesitation, he began his work, using both hands to swiftly extract the toxins from the bodies of the corrupted undead soldiers. System notifications began to chime in rapid succession. Ding! You have successfully absorbed all the toxins from a level 9 corrupted undead soldier. Blood Fiend toxin body has grown, and your poison attack has increased to 2,146 points second. Ding! Your body has been tempered by blood poison. Constitution increased by 0.1, now at 224.7. Ding! You have successfully absorbed all the toxins from a level 9 corrupted undead soldier. 15 minutes later, Yang Yu completed the absorption of energy from 450 demonized corpse soldiers. With the final trace of energy coursing through his body, his poison attack skyrocketed to 2,595 points per second, and his physique surged to an impressive 304.4. Including the 150 health points added by his equipment, his total health reached an astounding 3,194 points, making him a veritable tank. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Yu raised his left hand. A streak of spiritual energy cut a fine line across his wrist, causing bright red blood to flow. While collecting the blood, he checked his sin value. According to the rules, eliminating 5 regular monsters of the same level or 3 mutated monsters would reduce his sin value by 1 point. It had been 2 hours since he left the ryegrass field. During that time, he had slain 160 sand scorpions, 200 red-spotted giant lizards, 309 demonized rotten corpses, and 360 demonized corpse soldiers. These victories had reduced his sin value from an initial 317 points to just 22 points. If he could clear the 3rd level of the corpse cavern, he should be able to completely erase the remaining sin value. After that, he could finally accept the village departure quest with peace of mind. After collecting approximately 1,000 drops of blood, Yang Yu turned and headed toward the corpse cavern. He consumed a rejuvenation pill, allowing his health to gradually recover on the way back. By the time he returned to the 2nd level of the corpse cavern, his health was fully restored. Kwang Gu, We've organized all the loot from the second level, Yao said, pointing to several piles of items that resembled small hills. Her voice was brimming with excitement. We've collected a total of 634 silver coins, which can be exchanged for over 6 gold coins, along with 427 high-grade healing potions and 408 Y-tire equipment pieces. Most importantly, we also found 13 black iron items. Nearby, Lin Shu and the others had eyes alight with excitement. It was worth noting that only monsters of level 4 and above dropped equipment, and even level 10 regular monsters typically only dropped Y-tire items, with the drop rate increasing slightly with higher levels. Up until now, they hadn't even managed to assemble a full set of Y-tire equipment, let alone acquire black iron items. Yang Yu carefully examined the 13 black iron items. Most were heavy armor pieces that offered substantial health and defense boosts, but came at the cost of agility. After some selection, he picked out a pair of leather greaves and a ring. Demon Soldier Greaves black iron item. Defense, 12. Magic defense, 8. Health, 50. Level requirement, 9. Demon Soldier Ring black iron item. Strength, 9. Agility, 5. Special trait. Lifesteal. Each physical attack restores 3 of damage Delta's health. Level requirement, 9. The attributes of the Demon Soldier Ring were strikingly similar to the Corpse Cloud Ring he had obtained on the first level. However, being a level higher, it offered an additional point of strength. Yang Yu immediately equipped the 2 black iron items, tossing his previous Lizard Fong Ring and Lizard Skin Greaves into the Y-tire equipment pile. With a sense of exhilaration, he opened his status panel. Kuang-gu the Drunken Song unclassed. Level, 9, 179, 601, 8000. Health, 3224. Mana, 490. Attack, 1808, 1218. Defense, 363, 30459. Magic defense, 8749, 38. Speed, 104, 1004. Lifesteal, 6. Reputation, 10. Title, Murderer. Luck, Hidden. Talent, Blood Venom Body deals 2595 true damage per second to the target for 10 seconds. At this moment, Yang Yu was equipped with nearly a full set of black iron gear. The feather-carved bow, black scale leather armor, rhino hide bracers, windchaser boots, corpse cloud helmet, corpse cloud ring, demon soldier ring, and demon soldier greaves. Half of these items were obtained by defeating monsters, while the other half were spoils from PvP battles, proving that killing players was indeed a more efficient way to gear up. Give me 2 gold coins. Handle the rest as you see fit, Yang Yu said to Yu Yao. All right. Yu Yao nodded in agreement, then added with a serious expression. I just got word that Jinyu Hall's leader, Jinwu Zhouxiao, and Eternal Gate's leader, Nitian Ershing, have already reached level 10 and claimed the first level rewards from their respective novice villages. Moreover, they found a boss and are organizing a raid. Competing for the first boss kill in the Dragon Kingdom region might not be so easy. Yu Yao felt a pang of guilt. If she and her sister hadn't taken half of the experience points, Yang Yu would undoubtedly have been the first player in the Dragon Kingdom to hit level 10. While the reward only included 10 free attribute points common to all novice villages, the honor of being the first would have been crucial for establishing Yang Yu's reputation in Heaven's Path. It's fine. Bosses aren't that easy to kill, Yang Yu replied with a smile. I suspect there's a boss on the 3rd floor of the Corpse Cavern as well. If we move fast enough, we still have a shot at the first kill. He was only 40 experience points shy of level 10, and if the 3rd floor did indeed have a boss, he was ready to give it his all. Wait here, Yang Yu said as he turned toward the entrance to the lower level, inviting Yu Yao and her sister into his party as he walked. A system notification immediately popped up. Ding! Your friend Zhong Jiu Kuang-gu has invited you to join a leveling party. You skinny jerk. That's too much, I'll take you on. Yu Ying fumed, brandishing her dagger as she prepared to charge. Sis, don't be reckless. You're no match for Kuang-gu, Yu Yao said with a soft laugh, covering her mouth as she stopped her sister just in time. Yang Yu chuckled faintly and quickly descended the stone steps. After navigating several twists and turns, he finally reached the lowest level of the corpse cavern. The sight before him was breathtaking. A towering figure clad in black armor and wielding a massive broadsword sat motionless on a wide stone throne, eyes closed as if in meditation. In front of him, 20 skeletal guards on undead warhorses stood in 2 neat rows, each gripping a long halberd. Though the guards' armor made them appear human, their exposed faces were riddled with dry, decaying crevices, resembling emissaries of hell. Cautiously, Yang Yu cast an appraisal spell on the figure seated on the stone throne. Corpse Cavern Lord, Eland Black Iron Boss. Level, 10. Health, 260,000. Attack, 240. Defense, 168. Speed, 95. Skills, Sweeping Strike, Savage Charge, Mountain Cleaving Blow, Death Revival. Special Effect, Eland, resurrected with corpse poison and demonic energy, inflicts 100 health damage per second for 15 seconds with each attack. Description: Eland was once a general in Blackwater City. Refusing to accept death, he constructed this unique tomb and buried himself with magic crystals, allowing demonic energy to nourish his body and the corpses of his soldiers for centuries. Now resurrected, should Eland escape the corpse cavern, he would bring devastation to the novice village. After reading the boss's stats, Yang Yu couldn't help but swallow nervously. Thankfully, he was immune to all poisons. Otherwise, the corpse poison effect alone would have been enough to decimate ordinary players, not to mention the boss's terrifying attack, defense, and massive health pool of 260,000. Just then, a raspy voice echoed through the cavern. Living one, you should not have come. Yang Yu had no interest in wasting words with his opponent. Swiftly, he drew his poison-infused spirit arrows, the bowstring humming as 3 arrows launched simultaneously, precisely targeting the Death Knight guards flanking the passage. These level 10 mutated creatures, though significantly more formidable than the level 9 enchanted corpse soldiers, still posed no serious threat to him. With an astonishing firing speed of 10 shots per second, Yang Yu swiftly took down 20 Death Knights, each struck down without fail. Reaching the final level of the corpse cavern, Yang Yu wasted no time unleashing his most potent toxic blood skill. His original plan was to coat the monsters in deadly poison, retreat to the stone staircase, and wait for the venom to claim their lives, allowing him to level up to 10 before confronting the Cavern Master in an unknown battle. However, the Cavern Master's movements far exceeded his expectations. Taking advantage of the brief moment while Yang Yu was firing his arrows, the powerful foe had stealthily circled behind him, cutting off his escape route. A powerful, thunderous slash came hurtling toward Yang Yu. In a split second, he raised his feathered eagle bow to block the strike, while his staggering 363 points of physical defense prevented the Cavern Master from breaking through. The sheer force of the blow sent him soaring into the air. As he struggled to regain his footing, the poisoned Death Knights, still relentless despite their condition, launched a barrage of spear thrusts. Though the damage was minimal, the onslaught left Yang Yu unable to retaliate or evade. "Watch me cleave you in two," the Cavern Master roared, abandoning standard attacks in favor of a devastating special move. His massive blade carved a blinding arc, slamming down onto Yang Yu's shoulder. A battle notification flashed. The Cavern Master's skill increased his attack power by 50 and dealt an additional 200 points of true damage. Although the boosted attack couldn't break through Yang Yu's defense, the true damage still cost him 200 health points. Fortunately, the force of the blow from the Cavern Master's special move knocked Yang Yu out of the encirclement. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he scrambled to his feet and quickly consumed a rejuvenation pill, his health beginning to recover at a rate of 20 points per second. Using his superior speed, Yang Yu created distance between himself and his foes. He knocked 3 arrows to his bowstring, aiming them at the Cavern Master's throat, chest, and abdomen. The first 2 arrows were deflected by the massive blade, but they still replenished 9 health points for Yang Yu. The third arrow, however, struck true, successfully poisoning his opponent. "Despicable insect! They'll crush you!" The Cavern Master bellowed in fury as his health began to plummet at a terrifying rate of 2,595 points per second due to the poison. Enraged, he charged toward Yang Yu. But the Cavern Master, already less agile than Yang Yu, was now further weakened by the toxic blood, making it impossible for him to land a single hit. At that moment, the first poisoned Death Knight collapsed to the ground, its health bar completely depleted. Ding! A crisp system notification sounded. Yang Yu and his teammates had just taken down a level 10 Death Knight. As the one who landed the final blow, he earned half of the total experience points, gaining 60 XP. Immediately after, several additional notifications followed. His blood venom physique advanced, increasing his poison true damage to 2,596 points per second. His constitution also grew by 0.1 under the refinement of the blood poison, reaching 304.5. Golden light descended from the sky, enveloping Yang Yu's body. He had finally broken through the barrier of level 9 and ascended to level 10. The system automatically allocated 5 points to each of his 5 core attributes and rewarded him with an additional 5 free attribute points. At that moment, a long-awaited system announcement echoed across the skies of Novice Village 997. Ding! Novice Village announcement. Congratulations to Zhengjiu Kuanga for becoming the first player in Novice Village 997 to reach level 10. As a reward, you have been granted 10 reputation points and 10 free attribute points. The announcement repeated 3 times, reverberating through every corner of the village, eliciting a variety of reactions. In the eastern forest, Chen Shang, who had just reached level 8, let his hands holding the Qinggang ghost axe fall limply to his sides when he heard the announcement. As the former top player in levels, he had long been left in Yang Yu's dust. Although he bore no resentment toward Yang Yu due to the latter's previous acts of kindness half an hour ago, When he noticed Yang Yu's experience seemingly stuck at 9th level with 179,601,8000 XP, he and others had dared to hope for a chance. But reality crushed that hope. Chun Sheng let out a bitter laugh and muttered to himself, "Guess I was overthinking." For Kwanga, leveling up is like child's play. Shaking off his disappointment, he rallied his spirits and continued leading his team deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the corpse cavern, the Yueyao sisters smiled with relief upon hearing the announcement. Yueyao softly remarked, "Thankfully, Kwanga didn't miss out on claiming the first level 10 reward. If someone else had beaten him to it, I would have felt so guilty." Moonshadow nodded in agreement and said to her sister, "Skinny Bamboo is actually a good guy, just a bit too blunt with his words." Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she remembered something. "Sister, we're almost at level 9. Judging by the situation, he should clear the 3rd floor of the corpse lair soon. Once he does, we'll get double quest rewards." After a brief pause, she continued, "The monsters here are so strong. The double rewards should be enough to get us to level 10. And Moonshadow's expression softened into a gentle smile. "He's been letting us take extra rewards by not sharing the quest with us. If we also take his boss rewards, it feels a bit unfair. How about we quietly leave the party? Let him keep all the boss rewards," Moonshadow suggested. "Great idea. I was thinking the same thing." The sisters were on the same page and immediately clicked to leave the team. At that moment, Yang Yu was locked in an intense battle with the corpse lair master, fully focused. With the constant announcements from the novice village and the death notifications of undead knights, he didn't even notice that the sisters had left the party. Reaching level 10 didn't concern Yang Yu. Once players hit level 10, they could take on the village exit quest and head to the main city upon completion. Although experience could accumulate to the maximum value of level 10, it wasn't an issue for him. If he wanted, he could stay in the novice village indefinitely, farming level 10 monsters to continuously enhance his stats. Dodging the corpse lair master's relentless attacks, Yang Yu contemplated his stat allocation. After a moment of thought, he assigned the 5 free attribute points from leveling up to agility and the 10 points from the heavenly Tao reward to strength. Agility was his core attribute, something he would never compromise on. However, his previous lack of strength had caused him trouble, and he was determined to correct that weakness. With the points allocated, Yang Yu's movement speed surged to an impressive 114 points. The corpse lair master, now weakened by poison, had a speed less than 2/3 of his and was no longer a threat. Meanwhile, the 15-point boost in strength caused his base damage against the boss to skyrocket from 62 points to 92 points. Using Hitandran tactics, Yang Yu struck once and retreated immediately, avoiding prolonged confrontations. He only turned back to fire another arrow when the poison was about to wear off. No matter how powerful the corpse lair master was or how devastating his skills were, he could do nothing but glare at Yang Yu's retreating figure. In just 30 seconds, the boss's massive 260,000 HP had already dropped by a quarter. "Cowardly rat! Do you dare face me, Hedon?" The corpse lair master roared in fury as his health plummeted. Yang Yu paid no attention. As the poison timer approached 10 seconds, he maintained a distance of 20 meters, preparing to fire. Just then, the corpse lair master, who had been biding his time, suddenly unleashed a skill, his speed surging dramatically. Miss. A large evasion prompt appeared. Having anticipated this skill from earlier observations, Yang Yu had remained cautious, keeping a steady 20-meter distance while shooting. The boss's movement skill was limited to a maximum of 20 meters. The moment the ground beneath the corpse lair master glowed with skill activation, Yang Yu immediately abandoned his shot and leaped back 3 meters, effortlessly dodging the lethal strike. After evading the attack, Yang Yu quickly widened the gap and fired a triple shot. The corpse lair master was poisoned again. Another minute passed, and the boss's health had dropped to less than 20. Since the initial hits at the start of the fight, Yang Yu hadn't lost a single point of health. Worthless insect. Killing me won't be that easy. Death resurgence. In desperation, the corpse lair master unleashed his ultimate ability. It appeared to be a healing skill, but Yang Yu observed closely for 5 full seconds. Instead of recovering, the boss's health continued to decline at a terrifying rate of 2,595 points per second. The blood poison not only suppressed natural regeneration, but completely nullified healing skills as well. "Oi, you despicable wretch!" The corpse lair master howled in anguish. "I've waited over 3 centuries for my resurrection. I can't die like this. I will kill you." His massive blade swung wildly, his attacks losing all discipline. But no matter how fiercely he struggled, his inevitable defeat was already sealed. In Novice Village 007, an epic boss battle was unfolding. Jinyu Hall's guild leader, Sword Dance Juxiao, hailed as the #1 swordsman in the gaming world, led a force of over 6,000 players against a colossal mammoth. The battlefield was teeming with players, though only about 1,000 were core members of Jinyu Hall. The rest were allied guild players drawn by Jiuxiao's reputation. Sword Dance Jiuxiao had just set a new record, reaching level 10 a full minute ahead of Eternal Gate's leader, Nition Ershing, claiming the top spot on the Dragon Nation leaderboard. This achievement granted him unparalleled influence in the novice village, even attracting players from rival guilds to join his cause. Frontliners, hold the line. Ranged units, increase your firepower. Jiuxiao darted around the mammoth, his longsword striking with precision, each blow carving over 500 points of damage into the boss. As he fought, he rallied his forces with a commanding voice. Eternal Gate in Novice Village 003 has only taken down 20 of their boss's health, while we've already reached 30. Victory is within our grasp. Push harder, brothers. For guild leader Jiuxiao, for the glory of Jinyu Hall. The players, filled with fervor, charged relentlessly at the boss. Even when slain and respawned, they rejoined the fray without hesitation. Meanwhile, in a far-off corner of the game world in the third level of the Corpse Crypt, a very different battle was nearing its conclusion. Under Yang Yu's relentless 2-minute barrage of poison strikes, the Crypt Lord's health had plummeted to less than 5. The devastating poison damage, dealing 2,595 points per second, was rapidly consuming the last of his life force. Sensing the inevitable, the Crypt Lord ceased his roaring and pursuit. Slowly, he approached a stone chair, his gaze falling upon the lifeless body of the Death Knight who had loyally followed him through 2 lifetimes. Gently stroking the blade of his long sword, his voice carried a deep sorrow. 3 centuries of schemes, patience, and sacrifices, burying hundreds of my brothers alive, and in the end, it was all for nothing. As his final sliver of health depleted, an earth-shaking explosion erupted. The colossal figure of the Lord of the Corpse Cavern crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. As the massive body fell, a purple-black crystal, several pieces of pitch-black equipment, and a mountain-like pile of coins scattered across the floor. System notifications rang out in quick succession. Congratulations! You have successfully slain the Black Iron Tier SS Lord of the Corpse Cavern. You have gained 20,000 experience points. Current level, 1021, 1603000. Your blood venom constitution has grown by 10 points. Toxic true damage has increased to 2,625 points per second. The system provided a detailed explanation of the boss's unique growth mechanic. Black Iron Tier bosses grant 10 points of toxin growth, Bronze Tier grants 100 points, Silver Tier grants 1,000 points, and so on. However, the boss's level and rank must not be lower than the player's own, or the growth effect will not trigger. Your constitution has been tempered by the blood venom, increasing by 1 point. Current value, 312.4. Yang Yu's emotions were mixed. While defeating the boss had indeed brought growth to his blood venom constitution, equivalent to 10 times the benefit of ordinary monsters, the 20,000 experience points were the same as killing 200 regular monsters. This meant he had sacrificed the chance to gain an additional 190 points of toxin damage and health improvement. As he weighed the pros and cons, a shocking server-wide announcement reverberated through the Dragon Nation server 3 times in a row. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to Drunken Song for successfully slaying the Black Iron Tier BOSS Lord of the Corpse Cavern. As the first player in the Dragon Nation server to achieve this feat, you are awarded 100 reputation points, 20 free attribute points, 10 gold coins, 5 luck points, and 1 bronze treasure chest. Since you dealt 100 of the damage solo, all rewards are doubled. This announcement caused an uproar in every novice village. Players looked up at the sky, their faces filled with shock, confusion, envy, and a mix of other emotions. The game forums were instantly flooded with heated discussions. Who is Drunken Song? Which top guild is behind him? How is it even possible to solo a boss at this stage? Our guild of thousands barely managed to take down 10 of its health, and he did it alone? Report him for cheating. Once he enters the main city, he's dead meat. Offering a bounty for any detailed information on him. And so, Yang Yu, who had been only modestly known in Novice Village 997, suddenly became a household name across the entire Dragon Nation server under the moniker Drunken Song. In an instant, everyone knew his name. In Novice Village 007, a brutal battle was raging. The players of Jinyu Hall had suffered nearly 2,000 casualties to finally reduce the Mammoth Giant's health to 50, far ahead of other major guilds. However, at that very moment, a Heavenly Dao announcement rang out, instantly shattering everyone's morale. The previously orderly formation crumbled in an instant. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, the Mammoth Giant unleashed its earthquake skill, charging into the crowd. Within a 10-meter radius, the ground split into countless jagged chasms, swallowing hundreds of players. Their anguished screams filled the air. Jinwu Jiuxiao, though momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure. He raised his sword and charged forward to engage the Mammoth Giant in fierce combat. His efforts managed to temporarily stabilize the battlefield, allowing others to regroup. Yet, The battle no longer carried the same momentum as before. Everyone fought in silence, and the casualty rate soared. Even Jianwu Jiuxiao, despite his skill, struggled to hold on, frequently teetering on the brink of death. Only the relentless efforts of players with awakened healing abilities kept him going. Meanwhile, in Novice Village 003, an IT on Ershing had a completely different reaction to the announcement. After a brief moment of surprise, he broke into an intrigued smile and muttered to himself, "So this is the alchemist Woody mentioned? To craft a poison capable of killing a boss so quickly, truly a rare talent." With that, he handed command over to his deputy and swiftly opened his contact list to send a message to Sui Feng Chi Wu. Deep within the third level of the corpse lair, Yang Yu also froze momentarily upon hearing the Heavenly Dao announcement. Solo leveling mode? Double rewards for 100 damage output? As he pondered its implications, a golden beam of light suddenly descended from the sky, piercing through the thick mountain and enveloping him. The warm energy surged into his body, bringing generous rewards: 200 reputation points, 40 free attribute points, 10 points of fortune's power, 20 gold coins, and 2 bronze treasure chests. When the light faded, Yang Yu collected his rewards and approached the corpse lair master's lifeless body. Extending his right hand, he triggered a system notification. He successfully absorbed all the corpse poison from the level 10 Black Iron Tier boss, increasing his blood venom physique's growth by 10 points. His poison attack rose to 2,635 damage per second, and his constitution increased by 1 point, reaching 313.4. Noticing that Yu Yao and Yu Ying had yet to arrive, Yang Yu decided to deal with the 20 undead night corpses scattered on the ground, absorbing them one by one. Yang Yu felt the toxin damage increase by another 20 points. Swiftly, he tossed the drained corpse into the void quiver. As the first player to defeat the Lord of the Corpse Cavern, he had secured a bountiful haul. The pile of coins, stacked like a small hill on the ground, immediately caught his attention. After gathering them into his wallet, the system automatically sorted and combined them. The gold coins dropped by the Lord of the Corpse Cavern alone totaled 12. Adding the rewards from Heaven's Path and his previous savings, his wallet now held a hefty 36 gold coins. In the current game economy, this was a significant fortune. Copper coins were the primary currency traded among players, with major guilds scrambling to purchase them. The market price had soared to 5 yuan per coin. If he were to sell off his gold coins, he could easily exchange them for 1.8 million in cash. This was the power of a top-tier player. Next, Yang Yu's gaze fell on the 5 pieces of equipment dropped by the Lord of the Corpse Cavern and a particularly striking purple-black crystal. A system notification promptly appeared. Magic Crystal. A sinister artifact from the abyssal world. It can corrupt the living, resurrect the dead, and turn them into puppets of the abyss within the world of Heaven's Path. Warning: do not wear it for extended periods. Abyssal world? Yang Yu murmured to himself, guessing that this was likely the quest item Yue Yao had mentioned. Exercising caution, he refrained from placing the magic crystal in his regular inventory and instead stored it directly in the void quiver. Turning his attention to the 5 pieces of equipment on the ground, Yang Yu's eyes lit up. All of them were level 10 black iron gear, and their quality was noticeably superior to the standard drops from mutated monsters of the same level. Among them were 3 pieces of leather armor he needed. Corpse scale leather armor black iron. Defense, 24. Magic defense, 20. HP, 100. Level requirement, 10. Demonic cloud boots black iron. Defense, 18. Magic defense, 15. Speed, 10. Level requirement, 10. Demonic cloud bracers black iron. Defense, 16. Magic defense, 12. Strength, 8. Level requirement, 10. Without hesitation, Yang Yu removed the set of equipment he had previously looted from the guild battle against Ba Tian and Ao Sherblack scale leather armor, windchaser boots, and rhinoceros hide bracers. Though they were also black iron gear, their lower level requirements and weaker attributes were no match for his new finds. Just as he finished equipping his new gear, Yue Yao's voice echoed from the stone staircase. "Kuanga, congratulations. You've secured the first boss kill in the Dragon Nation region. You're famous now. Thanks to you all for making it possible," Yang Yu replied sincerely. "If you hadn't quietly left the team, the rewards wouldn't have doubled. This is what you deserve," Yue Yao said with a smile. "My sister and I didn't contribute at all on the 3rd floor of the corpse cavern, so we already felt bad enough. If we took a share of your rewards, we wouldn't have the face to show ourselves." "You can't say that," Yang Yu said with a shake of his head. "If it weren't for you bringing me here, I wouldn't have gained so much." He meant every word. Neither of the monster maps provided by Chen Sheng or Sui Feng Chi Wu had listed any poisonous creatures above level 8. If it weren't for Yue Yao and Yue Ying bringing him to the corpse cave, Yang Yu would probably still be outside farming regular monsters. Not only would he miss out on this set of black iron equipment, but he would also lose half of the passive attributes, let alone the chance to encounter a boss alone and claim the generous first kill rewards. Hey, race the quest item you wanted. Yang Yu took out the magic crystal from his backpack and handed it to Yueyao. Yueyao took the crystal and examined it carefully, her face lighting up with delight. This is it. Thank you so much, Guanggo. With this, my sister and I can both receive double quest rewards. It's nothing. Yang Yu handed over the remaining 2 pieces of black iron gear and the loot from the 20 undead knights to Yueyao. Take these as well. Let's settle it at 1/3 of the market price. Sure. Yueyao agreed cheerfully. Including the loot from the first 2 levels, it'll transfer you 4 million in total. It's not worth that much, Yang Yu said, knowing the true value of the equipment. As the game progressed, the price of low-level whiteboard gear had plummeted, with each piece worth only a few hundred yuan. Although the whiteboard equipment from the corpse cave had slightly better attributes, each was only worth 2 to 3,000 yuan. Black iron gear, however, remained stable at around 50,000 yuan since regular monsters couldn't drop it. Considering the 4 black iron items and gold coins she had already taken, the remaining few hundred pieces of whiteboard equipment weren't worth much. I know you're loaded, so I won't be polite. Just transfer me 1.5 million, Yang Yu said earnestly. Seeing his firm stance, Weiyao didn't insist further. All right, then I won't hold back. If you ever need money, just ask me. She completed the transfer without hesitation. Ding. A notification popped up. The Dragon Country Bank card ending in 9527 has received a transfer of 1,500,000 yuan. Current balance, 3,527,984.15 yuan. From having only 300 yuan before the game to now accumulating over 3.5 million in one night. This windfall was enough to resolve most of Yang Yes family's financial troubles. Hey, Stickman, don't you still have 2 bronze treasure chests? Yueying suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Have you opened them yet? Let my sister and me have a look. Not yet, but he'll open them now. Yang Yu took out the 2 bronze treasure chests, his heart filled with anticipation. Yang Yu stared intently at the bronze treasure chest in front of him, silently recalling the description. A 95 chance to obtain bronze-grade items and a 5 chance for silver-grade items. This meant he was guaranteed at least 2 bronze items, and if luck was on his side, he might even get 2 silver ones. Looking down at his current set of black iron equipment, Yang Yu began to calculate. The most urgent pieces he needed were a necklace and a bracelet items with an extremely low drop rate from monsters, typically obtainable only by defeating special bosses or completing unique quests. However, the treasure chest rewarded by the system theoretically had the potential to yield any item. Necklace, bracelet. Yang Yu murmured as he gently placed both hands on the first bronze treasure chest, repeatedly chanting these 2 words. Beside him, Yueyao and Yueying were infected by his anticipation. Their beautiful eyes were wide open, unblinking, as they fixed their gaze on the chest. Open! With a soft exclamation from Yang Yu, the bronze chest burst into dazzling light. Gradually, an ancient-looking longbow emerged from the glow. Wolf Fong Bao bronze grade. Attack, 38. Strength, 12. Agility, 8. Special trait, Mighty Force. Description. This bow possesses extraordinary hardness. Only those with a strength of 100 or higher can draw it. Its immense draw tension increases the user's attack range by 50. Required level, 10. A customized weapon, and with such strong stats. Skinny guy, your luck isn't bad at all. Yueying couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Not bad. Maybe those 10 points of luck did the trick. Although he hadn't gotten the necklace or bracelet he hoped for, Yang Yu was already satisfied with such a powerful longbow. The Wolf Fong Bao's attack power and strength bonus even surpassed the heavy Qingyang Ghost Axe. More importantly, it increased attack range by 50. Paired with the 100 range boost from his level 2 Spirit Arrow, his effective range now reached an astonishing 25 meters. After checking his attribute panel, he realized that equipping the Demon Cloud Bracers brought his strength exactly to 100 points, though this included the 5-point bonus from his current feather carving bow. Without it, his strength would drop to 95, meaning he couldn't equip the Wolf Fong Bao just yet. However, this wasn't a problem, still had 40 unallocated attribute points. After a moment of thought, Yang Yu decisively added 15 points to strength and poured the remaining 25 points into agility. Once he equipped the Wolf Fong Bao, his strength skyrocketed to 122, a terrifying stat for an archer who prioritized agility and attack speed. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Yu turned his attention to the final bronze treasure chest. After a brief pause, he suddenly extended his right hand, as if gripping the air, and held it out to Yueying. Blow on it for luck. What? Yueying looked at him, puzzled. What kind of ritual is this? Are we kids playing games? Simple-minded people have simple blessings, Yang Yu explained with a smile. I feel like you've got good luck. Lend me some of it to help me draw a necklace or bracelet. Simple-minded people? You're the simple one here. Yueying shot him a glare filled with indignation, but ultimately leaned in and seriously blew on his hand. Rui Rui treasure chest. Open for me. Yang Yu solemnly chanted the incantation. Yueyao and Yueying instinctively held their breath, their eyes fixed nervously on the scene before them. Boom! A blinding light suddenly burst forth, and a silver-white metal necklace materialized out of thin air in front of the trio. Silver Fong Necklace. Quality: Silver Deer. Base attributes: Strength 18, Agility 15. Trait 1. Lifesteal physical attacks grant 5 lifesteal. Trait 2. Power increases the user's physical attack by 20. Level requirement: Level 10. We actually got a silver deer necklace. Yang Yu exclaimed in delight as he examined the necklace's attributes. He turned to Yueying, who was still in a state of shock, and teased. See? You really are a lucky fool. Thanks for your silly charm. Get lost. Yueying snapped back, puffing her cheeks in frustration. It was clearly your own doing. What does it have to do with me? A 5 chance for silver gear? I'd never be this lucky myself. In high spirits, Yang Yu immediately equipped the silver Fong necklace. Compared to when he first entered the 3rd level of the corpse cavern, his attribute panel had undergone a dramatic transformation. Character attributes. Name: Zhongjiu Kwanga Unclassified. Level: 102116030000. Base attributes: Strength: 140. Constitution: 315.4. Agility: 158. Spirit: 54. Intelligence: 55. HP: 3,384. MP: 540. Combat attributes: Attack: 381-1402-38120. Defense: 410 31595. Magic defense: 125 5471. Speed: 168 158 10. Range: 25. Lifesteal: 11. Other attributes: Reputation: 220. Title: Killing Maniac. Special attributes: Luck. Hidden talent: Blood Venom Body deals 2655 true damage exec to targets for 10 seconds. Kwanga, you're already level 10 now. You should head back to the main city to change your class, Yueyao reminded him. I heard there's a special reward for the first player of each profession to complete the class change. Don't let players from other starter villages beat you to it. It's not that simple, Yang Yu said, shaking his head, not feeling particularly rushed. He recalled a piece of information from his past life, shared by Xiaopeng. The teleportation arrays in all starter villages were damaged. Players had to complete a task to repair the array in order to reach the main city. This task was extremely challenging, requiring survival in a harsh map environment and defeating a boss even stronger than the Corpse Cavern Master. This scenario often caused significant delays for all starter villages. Some villages, lacking top-tier players, were stuck for days. The issue sparked heated discussions on gaming forums back then. However, Yang Yu wasn't in a hurry to leave. For one, staying at level 10 allowed him to farm more passive attributes. More importantly, this starter village concealed an ultimate quest. The difficulty of this quest was considered hell level. In his previous life, several super guilds had organized tens of thousands of players to tackle it, only to face complete annihilation. Even when wealthy organizations recruited top-tier players to converge on the same starter village, they suffered heavy losses and ultimately failed. Since then, although everyone knew about the hidden ultimate quest and its location, no one dared to attempt it again. While Yang Yu didn't have absolute confidence in succeeding, he was determined to give it a shot. After all, he still had time to strengthen himself. Yang Yu turned to Yueyao, having made up his mind. Yueyao, I'd like to buy some rejuvenation pills from you. Would that be okay? Although each rejuvenation pill could only restore 300 health points, less than 1/10 of his total HP, was the best healing item available in this beginner village. Since he planned to take on the ultimate hidden quest, preparation was essential. Yueyao's lips curved into a gentle smile. Of course, no problem. But you don't need to buy them. They'll just give them to you. She retrieved a bottle filled with pills from her inventory. These were just delivered by Uncle Lin. There are 50 pills in here. Is that enough? Yang Yu quickly did the math. Rejuvenation pills had a 1-minute cooldown, so 50 pills would last 50 minutes. Adding the dozen or so pills already in his inventory, he'd have enough to sustain himself for an hour. That's plenty. Thank you. As he spoke, Yang Yu handed Yueyao the feathered bow he had just unequipped, along with a glass vial. This is my latest potion, crafted from the Corpse Lord's remains. It deals 1,116 damage per second to its target, with 50 doses in total. Consider it a trade. Hearing 1,116 damage, Yueyao's eyes widened in surprise, followed by a trace of disappointment. She didn't take the vial. Kwanga, I thought we were already friends. I gave you the pills because I wanted to, not because I wanted something in return. Her words left Yang Yu momentarily stunned. Perhaps it was due to years of battling illness or the vast difference in their family backgrounds. But he had never considered Yueyao or Yueying as friends at most. They were amicable clients. Yet Yu Yao's reaction made him realize that his instinctive quid pro quo mindset had inadvertently hurt their budding friendship. It seems I didn't express myself clearly, Yang Yu said with an apologetic smile. You giving me the pills and me giving you the potion and bow, it's not a trade. It's just a gesture between friends. Really? Yue Yao looked at him, half doubting. Of course. You two are the first two friends I made after joining the game. Yang Yu said earnestly. Even if she suspected Yang Yu might just be being polite, Yu Yao's smile brightened. She carefully accepted the vial and stored it in her inventory. After leaving the corpse cavern, Yang Yu bid farewell to Yue Yao and Yue Ying before sprinting toward the beginner village at full speed. He knew the other beginner villages wouldn't repair their teleport arrays anytime soon, but every second mattered if he wanted to tackle the ultimate hidden quest. With his sin value completely cleared after defeating the corpse lord, he was now eligible to accept the mission. In less than 5 minutes, Yang Yu arrived back at the village. Though his ID was hidden, his goblin-like appearance and distinctive build had already become infamous throughout the beginner village. The moment he stepped through the gates, a crowd gathered to gawk at him. Wow, is that really the legendary player Zhongjiu Kuanga? He does look just like a goblin. How could that be? Sure, keep it down. Are you not afraid of dying? He's supposed to be a ruthless killer. Ruthless killer? Honestly, he doesn't seem that bad. Sure, he looks a little unique, but he gives off a decent vibe. The game world buzzed with endless chatter. Players were fervently discussing the astonishing feat of the goblin warlord, who had slain over 500 people in just a few hours. That's not just impressive, that's downright terrifying, a killing machine. Serves the Batian and Aoshire guilds right for being bullies. They even robbed me once. They had it coming. He's like a hero delivering justice. He's already reached level 10 and claimed the server's first boss kill. He must be heading to the main city next. I heard no one from other beginner villages has entered the main city yet. He might even secure the national server's first transition reward. So jealous. I'm only level 5. I'm worse. OFFI got killed by a wild boar and dropped to level 4. At least it wasn't a cow that gored you to death like me. Yang Yu ignored the chatter around him and headed straight for the village chief's residence. Soon, he arrived at the small courtyard, which was packed with players eager to take on quests. With his equipment-boosted strength of 140 points, Yang Yu easily forced a path through the crowd. He was a far cry from the weakling with only 5 strength points who had been pushed around when he first entered the game. A burly man he shoved aside was about to retaliate but froze in fear upon recognizing his face. Jigo, Goblin Warlord. The shout was like a thunderclap. The surrounding crowd fell silent, retreating hastily to clear a path for him. Some even fled the courtyard entirely. Yang Yu smiled faintly and strode up to the white-bearded village chief. Bowing respectfully, he said, "Village chief, I have reached level 10 and wish to travel to the main city to further my progression. Please guide me on the path." The village chief looked at him with approval. "Young hero of the small world, your growth is remarkable. Unfortunately, the village's teleportation array has been inoperable for over a month due to a damaged spatial stone. We've lost contact with the main city. To proceed there, you'll need a complete spatial stone. Where can I find one?" Yang Yu inquired. The village chief's expression turned grim. "To my knowledge, only the Earthfire Dragon King in the Blazing Gorge possesses such a stone. However, it is a ferocious creature that guards its treasures fiercely and will not part with them willingly." "No problem," Yang Yu replied calmly. "I'll make it handed over." "Child," the village chief warned, "the Blazing Gorge is exceedingly dangerous. It is teeming with fire elemental monsters and riddled with unquenchable flames. Ordinary people who venture there suffer continuous fire damage and face near certain death. Are you still willing to go?" A system prompt immediately appeared. "Do you accept the village chief's rank main quest? Slay the Earthfire Dragon King and use its spatial stone to repair the teleportation array? Quest rewards, 10,000 XP, 100 reputation, 10 free attribute points, 5 gold coins. Failure penalty, none. Note: the first player to repair the teleportation array across the server will receive an additional reward from the Heavenly Tao." Without hesitation, Yang Yu clicked accept. After accepting the task, a look of relief and satisfaction appeared on the village chief's face. "Child, this mission is extremely dangerous. You'd better gather a few trustworthy companions and prepare some fire-resistant gear and treasures. Only then might you have a slim chance of survival. Thank you for the advice, village chief." "I understand." Yang Yu expressed his gratitude respectfully before turning and leaving the small courtyard. It wasn't until Yang Yu's figure disappeared several hundred meters away that the players in the courtyard breathed a collective sigh of relief, with the lively chatter resuming. "Phew, that almost scared me to death. They say he kills without batting an eye, but he seems pretty polite to NPCs. That's just a front. This guy's ruthless when it comes to taking action. So this is the Goblin War God? I thought he'd be some kind of 3-headed 6-armed monster." He looks like a scrawny guy instead. Appearances reflect the heart. Someone who uses poison can't be a good person. Next time, stay far away from him. Exactly. I heard he wiped out dozens of Bataillon guild members with a single vial of poison. No wonder he managed to claim the first boss kill. What a terrifying guy. After leaving the village chief's courtyard, Yang Yu didn't head straight out of the village. Instead, he made his way to the only tavern in town. There, he spent 1 gold coin to purchase a jar of 30-year-aged premium pineflower wine and 20 silver coins on a roasted goose. At this stage of the game, 1.2 gold coins was roughly equivalent to 60,000 yuan in real-world currency. Even the wealthiest players wouldn't casually spend such an amount on items with no attribute bonuses. Although Yang Yu felt the pinch of spending this much, the Flaming Canyon map was exceptionally unique. Not only was it a higher level rank mission compared to the Corpse Cavern task, but it was also part of the main storyline. Without thorough preparation, he had no confidence in succeeding. The wine and roasted goose were gifts intended for the apothecary shopkeeper, Master Wang. Only by presenting these offerings could he earn the right to purchase a hidden item, the fire-resistant pill. Consuming the pill would temporarily boost resistance to fire-based damage. In a past life, players had been stuck on this challenge for hours before someone accidentally discovered this hidden item, unlocking the key to completing the mission. Suppressing his thoughts, Yang Yu carried the gifts and headed to the apothecary. "What can I get for you, dear customer?" A round-faced middle-aged man greeted him warmly. Yang Yu got straight to the point. "Master Wang, I heard you have fire-resistant pills here. I'd like to buy some." "Oh ho." Master Wang squinted with a sly smile. "Knowing I stock fire-resistant pills and understanding my rules well, it seems you're no ordinary fellow. Since fate has brought you to me, and you respect my ways, I'll give you a chance. How many do you need? How long does 1 pill last, and what's the price?" Yang Yu inquired. "Each fire-resistant pill costs 2 gold coins and lasts for half an hour. How many would you like, young man?" "1 will suffice," Yang Yu decided after a brief moment of thought. "Just 1? Are you sure?" Master Wang exclaimed in surprise, cautioning him. "I'm guessing you're planning to challenge the Blazing Canyon's Earthfire Dragon King, right? That beast is no joke. Forget 1 person, even 1,000 wouldn't stand much of a chance against it." "I know," Yang Yu replied calmly. Yang Yu spread his hands and said, "But I don't have much gold. Let me buy 1 and try it first. If it doesn't work, I'll come back to you." Shopkeeper Wang stroked his beard and nodded, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. "You've already managed to bring out gold at this stage and figured out my rules. Not bad. 1 it is." Smiling warmly, he accepted 2 gold coins, then retrieved a pill emitting a deep blue glow from a hidden compartment beneath the counter and handed it to Yang Yu. A system notification immediately appeared. "Fireproof pill. Upon consumption, reduces fire damage by 18 points per second for 1 hour." Reading the description, Yang Yu suddenly understood. No wonder that, in his previous life, even though players knew about the fireproof pill, many beginners were still stuck in the village for days. The pill didn't grant complete immunity to fire, it merely reduced the continuous damage from the map. Furthermore, the Blazing Gorge wasn't just dangerous because of the environmental fire damage. It was also teeming with powerful monsters. Among them, the Earthfire Dragon King was the strongest boss in the beginner village and a formidable challenge even on regular maps. The price was the real hurdle. Each pill cost 2 gold coins, equivalent to 100,000 Dragon Country currency. At the time, with the copper-to-gold exchange rate so unfavorable, almost no one could afford it. This effectively ruled out the possibility of players ganging up on the boss. It seemed that only after gold devalued would players be able to use sheer numbers to complete the village exit quest. Carefully storing the fireproof pill, Yang Yu sprinted toward the western mountains. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of the Blazing Gorge. 2 massive, yellow-brown mountain ranges stood side by side, forming a gorge several miles wide. The area was riddled with molten earth and harsh conditions, yet unique vegetation still managed to thrive, and various creatures could be seen scurrying about, adding a touch of wonder to the hostile environment. Standing at the entrance, a wave of scorching heat hit him, making his mind uneasy. Without hesitation, Yang Yu stepped inside. The system promptly issued a warning. "You have entered a special map, Blazing Gorge. You will take 20 points of fire damage per second." The damage was indeed terrifying, 200 points per minute. Ordinary players wouldn't survive even a minute just standing there, let alone fighting. Even using health potions was futile. Yang Yu immediately consumed the fireproof pill. A new system notification appeared. "Fireproof pill activated. Fire damage reduced by 18 points per second. Current fire damage, 2 points per second. Duration, 1 hour." While 2 points of damage per second seemed negligible, it added up to 120 points per minute. A high-grade health potion could only restore 150 health points per minute. Even with the fireproof pill and high-grade potions, survival was barely sustainable, and fighting remained extremely risky. So, this is the beginner village's exit quest? Truly insane. Yang Yu muttered under his breath. After drinking a high-grade health potion, he resolutely ventured deeper into the blazing gorge. Yang Yu found himself in the searing depths of Flame Canyon, face-to-face with his first monster encounter, a level 11 flamehound. This mutated creature boasted an impressive 4,800 HP, 180 attack power, 120 defense, and 98 speed. It wielded two devastating abilities, Savage Bite and Flame Breath. Not only could it unleash fiery assaults, but even its regular physical attacks inflicted an additional 100 points of fire damage. The Flamehound, upon spotting Yang Yu, didn't rush to attack. Instead, it let out a wolf-like howl that echoed eerily through the canyon. Soon, similar howls resonated from all directions. Yang Yu remained calm, his expression unchanging. He casually consumed a high-grade healing potion and waited patiently for his prey to converge. Within a minute, dozens of flamehounds emerged from every direction, closing in to encircle him. At that precise moment, Yang Yu sprang into action. He darted to the right, his bow already drawn and 3 poison-infused arrows knocked. The arrows shot forth simultaneously, each dealing 34 points of damage. These weren't ordinary arrows, they were Yang Yu's carefully prepared, most lethal poison-tipped projectiles. During his journey to the canyon, he had meticulously collected thousands of drops of fresh blood for this very battle. With a staggering poison damage of 2,655 points per second, a flamehound with only 4,800 HP would succumb in less than 2 seconds after being struck. Yang Yu's hands moved at lightning speed, the bowstring snapping so rapidly it left ghostly afterimages in the air. In the span of a single breath, every one of the 60-plus charging flamehounds had been poisoned. Using his superior speed, Yang Yu had already escaped their encirclement. The once ferocious pack of flamehounds failed to even graze his clothing before collapsing in their entirety. System notifications began to chime in rapid succession. Congratulations! You have successfully slain a level 11 flamehound. You gained 140 experience points. Current level, 1021, 3003000. Your blood venom physique has advanced. True poison damage increased to 2,656 points per second. Your body has been tempered by blood venom. Constitution increased by 0.1. Current value, 315.5. Moments later, the battlefield was littered with the lifeless bodies of all 64 flamehounds. Despite their high experience yield, Yang Yu was indifferent to leveling up, having already reached the cap before entering the main city for his class advancement. Now, he could hunt freely without concern, even targeting bosses with impunity. Without wasting time, Yang Yu began looting the battlefield. The drop rates in Flame Canyon were extraordinary. From the 64 flamehounds, he collected 5 black iron-grade items, 47 pieces of common equipment, dozens of silver coins, and several high-grade healing potions. Upon examining the gear, Yang Yu noted that the black iron items required level 11 to equip and were temporarily useless to him. The level 10 common equipment, while slightly better than the drops from Death Knights, still held some value for ordinary players. After all, obtaining black iron gear before entering the city was no easy feat. After a moment's thought, Yang Yu stored the 5 black iron items in his inventory. Yang Yu quickly listed 47 pieces of Y-tire equipment on the remote auction house, pricing each at 2,000 yuan. While the market for Y-tire equipment wasn't as hot as it once was, the items still sold at an astonishing rate of 10 per minute. Once he confirmed the price was market approved, he turned and headed deeper into the canyon. Over the next half hour, various monsters appeared before him in succession: 11th level blazing hounds, 12th level fire spirit deer, and 13th level flame bears. Armed with his bow, Yang Yu swiftly took them down with lightning-fast precision. Thanks to his 11 physical lifesteal attribute, he didn't even need to use health potions to withstand the environmental damage of the blazing canyon. After these intense battles, Yang Yu's stats saw a significant boost. His poison attack skyrocketed from 2,655 points per second when he first entered the canyon to 3,124 points per second, an increase of 469 points. His health also rose from 3,384 to 3,853 points. The rewards were equally impressive: over 300 pieces of Y-tire gear sold at 2,000 yuan each. Even after deducting a 20 service fee, he pocketed nearly 600,000 yuan, pushing his bank account balance past the 4 million yuan mark. Even more thrilling was the 37 height-ear black iron-grade items stored in his inventory. Although such gear was hard to sell in the beginner village, they offered hope for upgrading his void quiver. Unfortunately, the effect of his fire-repelling pill had only 30 minutes left, forcing Yang Yu to suppress his excitement and dash toward the canyon's end. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of a massive cave. The area around the cave mouth was barren, devoid of any vegetation or creatures for a kilometer. The air was thick with a foreboding sense of danger. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from within the cave, followed by a wave of scorching heat and an overwhelming sense of pressure. Before Yang Yu could react, a colossal creature burst out of the cavea, 10-meter-tall behemoth resembling a lizard, its body engulfed in blue flames. On its back were disproportionately small wings that seemed almost comical against its massive frame. Yang Yu quickly retreated 100 meters and cast a detection spell. Earthfire Dragon King Vides, Black Iron Tier Boss. Level 15. HP 1 million. Magic attack 520. Physical attack 380. Defense 300. Speed 150. Skills: Mighty Strike, Death Bite, Flame Breath, Rain of Fire, Rebirth. The detection spell revealed more. This was the undisputed ruler of the Blazing Canyon, possessing a trace of Earth Dragon bloodline and self-proclaimed as the Dragon King. It had a penchant for hoarding treasures, and any human intruders were fated to be devoured. Legend spoke of countless treasures hidden deep within its lair, accumulated over many years. Seeing these stats, Yang Yu couldn't help but swallow hard. This was the strongest boss in the beginner village by far, its power several times greater than that of the corpse lair's overlord. Its 520 magic attack alone was enough to make any player tremble in fear. Even with Yang Yu's nearly 4,000 health points, he wouldn't survive more than 10 hits. Despite being fully equipped with black iron-grade leather armor that boosted his magic defense, his magic resistance was only 125 points. Ordinary players stood no chance. The most daunting part was the Dragon King's monstrous million HP and its skills, which included significant healing and devastating area attacks. As Yang Yu strategized his next move, the Earthfire Dragon King let out an earth-shaking roar and lunged at him with terrifying speed, its massive body hurtling forward like an arrow unleashed. Boom! The Earthfire Dragon King opened its massive jaws, releasing a blazing fireball that roared through the air from 20 meters away. Yang Yu, well prepared, swiftly darted back, showcasing his superior speed 18 points higher than that of the colossal beast. The bowstring vibrated as he retreated to the maximum range of 25 meters, releasing his arrow without hesitation. Against such a massive target, precision was almost unnecessary. The arrow struck true, and in an instant, an eerie dark green hue spread across the dragon's black scales. The poison took effect, reducing the creature's movement and attack speed by a third. Yang Yu refused to give the dragon any chance to recover. He widened the distance again, fully aware that the dragon's fiery breath had a range of only 20 meters. However, its area effect skill, Rain of Fire, remained an unknown threat. Without understanding its range, he dared not let his guard down. Enraged by the continuous damage, the Earthfire Dragon King let out a deafening roar and charged at Yang Yu with its massive frame. Yet Yang Yu remained composed, keeping just within its aggro range while skillfully avoiding danger. As soon as the 8-second poison effect ended, Yang Yu pivoted and launched a direct assault toward the beast. The dragon roared in apparent mockery, as though ridiculing the audacity of this insignificant human. But when Yang Yu abruptly stopped at 25 meters and loosed another poisoned arrow that struck its target with precision, the scorn in the dragon's eyes turned to fury. It stomped the ground with tremendous force, shaking the surroundings with an intimidating display of power. Yang Yu, however, stayed calm, adhering to his rhythm: poison, retreat, kite, and strike again. The cycle repeated seamlessly. 2.5 minutes later, the relentless poison damage, dealing 3,124 points per second, had drained 40 of the Earthfire Dragon King's million health points. Sensing danger, the dragon unleashed a series of enraged roars. In the distance, a chorus of cries answered in kind: blazing hounds, fire spirit deer, and flame bears. Within moments, a swarm of over 1,000 beasts surged forward, surrounding Yang Yu in a dense, fiery tide. Unfazed, Yang Yu fired another arrow at the Earthfire Dragon King before charging toward the eastern flank of the encroaching horde. With 3 arrows released in rapid succession, his attack speed surged to its maximum 15 shots per second. In an instant, 45 arrows tore through the air. Damage numbers like 34 and 30 flashed repeatedly. Whether it was the level 11 blazing hounds, level 12 fire spirit deer, or level 13 flame bears, none could survive a single hit. Each shot also restored roughly 30 health points to Yang Yu, allowing him to withstand the environmental damage of the Flaming Canyon without relying on health potions. Yet the relentless assault of the beasts brought its own set of challenges, testing Yang Yu's endurance and resolve. Yang Yu dared not let the Earthfire Dragon King come within a 20-meter radius of him, forcing him to push deeper into the beast horde. His figure weaved and dodged through the dense crowd of monsters, and even when he was occasionally struck, he only lost a couple hundred health points. Thanks to his incredible attack speed and lifesteal ability, this minimal damage was quickly recovered, often leaving him with excess health. What was even more astonishing was that any monster that managed to bite him up close would be instantly poisoned to death by the powerful toxic blood coursing through his body. System notifications kept popping up, showing that he had successfully killed a level 13 flame bear. However, since he had already reached the level cap of 10, he could no longer gain experience. At the same time, his blood fiend poison body continued to grow, increasing his toxins' true damage to 3,125 points per second and raising his constitution to 362.4. In just 10 seconds, Yang Yu had shot down over 300 monsters, carving a path through the horde, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. As the poison effect on his arrows was about to wear off, he decisively turned and charged at the Earthfire Dragon King. After landing a successful hit, he quickly retreated, but the dense swarm of beasts had already blocked his escape route. A series of booming explosions followed as massive fireballs rained down. Yang Yu darted left and right within the horde, dodging most of the attacks, but one fireball struck his right shoulder, instantly reducing his health by 1/6. However, the fireballs he avoided crashed into the surrounding beasts, scattering them in all directions and breaking the encirclement. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Yu moved swiftly, loosing arrows in rapid succession, 3 at a time. At such close range, he hardly needed to aim to hit the nearby monsters. After successfully breaking through the encirclement again, the once dense horde of beasts had already been reduced by more than half. Seeing this, the Earthfire Dragon King hesitated to continue its assault, retreating instead to a defensive position while ordering the remaining beasts to guard it closely. Observing this, Yang Yu smirked coldly. These monsters, now only defending rather than attacking, were nothing more than sitting ducks. Noticing that the poison effect on the Dragon King had worn off and its health was regenerating at a rate of 1,000 points per second, he launched a new wave of attacks without hesitation. As more and more monsters fell, Yang Yu's toxin damage increased rapidly. Among the scattered loot on the ground, there were even dozens of black iron-grade items. Within just a minute, over 1,000 monsters lay dead, and the Earthfire Dragon King's health had recovered to 65. The so-called strongest boss of the beginner's village was now so frightened that it turned to flee. But how could Yang Yu let it escape? Utilizing his speed advantage, he quickly caught up and fired an arrow to reapply the poison, sealing its fate and ensuring it had no chance of escape. At this moment, Yang Yu remained unaware that his players in other beginner villages reached level 10 and began their quest to leave. The terrifying map traits of Flame Canyon and the horrifying attributes of its mutated monsters had been revealed on the game forums, sparking widespread discussion and collective despair among the player base. On the Tiandao game forum, a heated debate was raging over the notoriously difficult quest to leave the Flaming Canyon village. Players were voicing their doubts and frustrations about what they deemed an outrageously unfair challenge. Even top-tier players like Jinwu Zhouxiao and Nitian Ershing can't complete this quest. How broken is this design? One furious player posted. Losing 20 HP per second? That's pure insanity. And those level 11 mutated monsters not only have insane stats but also attack in groups. Soloing them is impossible. Others quickly chimed in. I'm level 8 with only 670 HP total. This has to be a joke, right? The map damage alone would kill me in under a minute. Even with my strength physique talent doubling my stats and chugging high-grade healing potions, I can barely survive in there for 2 minutes, another player lamented. In response, Yulongfu immediately issued a massive bounty, offering huge rewards for equipment capable of regenerating 20 HP per second and usable by players under level 10. Simultaneously, the Royal Guild announced a 1 billion annual salary for any top-tier alchemist who could craft high-efficiency, cooldown-free healing potions. Guanshan Alliance's chief alchemist soon replied, I have strength alchemy talent and have focused solely on crafting without leveling up. But even I can only produce potions that heal 600 HP over a minute, and they still have cooldowns. It's just not enough. Some suggested finding healers with restorative talents, but the idea was quickly dismissed. Surviving the map damage wouldn't solve the problem of the fire element monsters or the boss at the canyon's end. Unless the developers tweak the map's mechanics, no one is getting through this quest. If I'm wrong, I'll livestream myself eating 2 pounds of beef, one player declared confidently. Another brought up Zhongzhou Kwanga, the player who had achieved a first boss kill in a previous event. However, a player from Newbie Village 997 quickly clarified, he's a poison master, not a miracle worker. What, are we supposed to expect him to poison the entire map into submission? Meanwhile, low-level players were enjoying the chaos from the sidelines. Why are you all so stressed? You're not even level 10 yet. What's the rush? The Emperor's calm, but the eunuchs are panicking. Faced with the staggering difficulty of the quest, the top experts from major guilds were at a complete loss. What had initially been an exciting race for the first turn rewards now turned into a daunting puzzle, leaving even the strongest players frustrated and out of ideas. Currently, they can't even complete the task to leave the village. In Newbie Village 997, Yueyao and Yueying completed a double reward task and continued grinding monsters, quickly leveling up to 10. The two immediately headed to the village chief to receive the task to leave the village, and then arrived at the outskirts of the Blazing Canyon. Has Kwanga still not joined the voice chat? Yueyao asked, gazing at the canyon's entrance. No, he has do not disturb mode on. I can't reach him, Yueying replied with a shake of her head. It seems he's already entered the blazing canyon and is in the middle of a fight. Yueyao frowned slightly. Strange. When he left the corpse cavern, he asked me for a recovery pill, which means he didn't have better healing items. How is he managing to withstand the damage here? That skinny guy has a surprisingly high health pool, far exceeding ours. Maybe he's just tanking through with sheer health? Yueying speculated. Unlikely, Yueyao analyzed. The blazing canyon deals continuous damage. No matter how high his health is, it would eventually deplete. It seems Kwanga is hiding quite a few secrets. Who cares? Yueying said with a grin. As long as that skinny guy clears the blazing canyon and completes the task to leave the village, we can head straight to the main city. Anyway, he's definitely going to switch to an archer class, so he won't compete with us for the first-tier rewards for mage and assassin. Yueyao smiled knowingly. You're right. Instead of waiting around here, we might as well keep leveling. If we max out our experience at level 10 early, we can also farm gear for our guild members. Meanwhile, deep within the blazing canyon, the battle had reached a fever pitch. 2 minutes had passed, and the Earthfire Dragon King was down to only 5 health. 30 seconds earlier, it had unleashed 2 skills in succession, Rebirth in Ashes and Fiery Rainstorm. However, due to the ongoing poison damage from SSS Blood Toxin, Rebirth in Ashes was rendered completely ineffective. As Yang Yu turned to reapply the poison, the Earthfire Dragon King seized the opportunity to close the distance to 25 meters and suddenly cast Fiery Rainstorm, a devastating attack with a 30-meter range. Despite being prepared, Yang Yu was hit by 3 fireballs, losing nearly 2,000 health points. Fortunately, the cooldown for this ultimate skill was exceedingly long. Exhausted after the attack, the Earthfire Dragon King was left defenseless. 20 seconds later, the towering 10-meter beast collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, completely lifeless. System notifications flooded in. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated the level 15 Black Iron boss Earthfire Dragon King Vides, earning 100 reputation points. Since you have reached the maximum experience for level 10, you cannot gain additional experience points. Please complete your class transfer to continue leveling up. Your blood venom physique has grown by 110 points. Poison true damage has increased to 4,299 points per second. Your body has been tempered by the blood toxin. Constitution has increased by 0.110, now totaling 479.8. As the Earthfire Dragon King fell, a massive pile of loot and items burst forth from its belly. Yang Yu quickly stepped forward to examine the spoils dropped by the boss. Before him was a small mountain of items, the most eye-catching of which were piles of silver coins and 9 pieces of level 15 black iron equipment. He immediately stored the equipment in his inventory and continued searching through the heap. Suddenly, a black scroll caught his eye, the Earthfire Dragon King summoning scroll. The scroll's description read, "Tear to summon the Earthfire Dragon King to fight alongside you for 30 minutes. The system noted that this was an exclusive drop for the first kill. Seeing this rare treasure, Yang Yu was ecstatic. Although the Earthfire Dragon King had only lasted 5 minutes against him earlier, that was entirely due to his overpowered poison damage. Its million health points alone would have been enough to intimidate any average player. With this incredible tank on his side, his chances of completing the ultimate hidden quest increased significantly. The market value of this summoning scroll was easily in the tens of millions. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Yu continued his search. At the bottom of the silver coin pile, he found a wooden box containing 5 neatly arranged, bright red fruits, each the size of a cherry. The system identified them as strength fruits basic, which increased strength by 1 point per fruit, up to a maximum of 10. Without hesitation, Yang Yu consumed all 5 fruits, instantly raising his strength from 140 to 145 points, which boosted his attack power to 393 points. As he kept searching, aside from thousands of silver coins, he still found no trace of the space stone. Recalling the Earthfire Dragon King's information, it has a fondness for collecting treasures and has hoarded many valuables in its lair over the years. Yang Yu deduced that the space stone must be deeper inside the dragon's cave. Surveying the battlefield littered with monster loot, he glanced at the remaining time on his fire resistance pill. Only 14 minutes. Time was running out. He had to quickly clean up the battlefield, prioritizing equipment over other items, and reluctantly leave behind the silver coins and healing potions. Normally, he wouldn't even pass up a single copper coin, but with the sheer number of monsters defeated, these items would be automatically cleared by the system if left uncollected for 30 minutes. Even if he had more time on the fire resistance pill, it would be impossible to gather all the loot from the 1,000+ monsters within half an hour. More importantly, he needed to reserve at least 10 minutes to make it back alive from the end of the flaming canyon to its entrance, even at his fastest speed. He couldn't help but regret not preparing an extra fire resistance pill. His stinginess was now costing him dearly. Watching the minutes tick away, he focused solely on collecting black iron equipment and easily reachable white-grade items, painfully leaving the rest behind. By the time he collected his 100th piece of black iron gear, his inventory was full. Without wasting another second, Yang Yu sprinted toward the Earthfire Dragon King's lair. The cave was spacious yet not particularly deep, and after advancing about 100 meters, he came across a massive pile of gleaming coins alongside a shelf carved into the stone wall. The shelves were filled with an array of dazzling items. A piece of Shanin stone gleamed with a metallic luster. This rare mineral was renowned for its incredible malleability, capable of forging equipment of gold-tier quality. A tattered treasure map lay quietly in place, hinting at a hidden treasure outside Qingmu City, though unfortunately, it was missing its other half. The Lioli jade, while exquisite, was merely a decorative accessory adored by wealthy ladies. The tusk of the Flame Elephant King emitted a faint warmth. This relic of the Earthfire Dragon King's fiercest rival held the potential to craft fire elemental staves. As for the skull of the long-armed Ape King, although it was a trophy of the Earthfire Dragon King, it served little practical purpose. Damn! Yang Yu couldn't help but curse under his breath as he gazed at the treasures before him. Thankfully, his void quiver had ample capacity. He decided to take everything without reservation, sweeping the shelves clean of all their contents. Finally, on the topmost shelf, he discovered the true target of his mission, the Space Stone. This rare mineral, imbued with spatial laws, was a critical material for constructing teleportation arrays. Carefully stowing the Space Stone, he swiftly pocketed the remaining dozens of items on the shelves. By this time, the effects of the fire-repelling pill were wearing thin, with less than 10 minutes remaining. His eyes fell on a mound of coins, piled high with copper and silver. Heart-aching, Yang Yu quickly stepped forward, hastily grabbing about a third of the coins before reluctantly turning away and sprinting off. As he passed by the remains of monsters, his sharp eyes and quick hands allowed him to snatch up 10 or so level 10 basic white-tire pieces of equipment. Each was worth roughly 2,000 coins, totaling around 20,000. 21 years of poverty had ingrained frugality into his very Benissa habit, not easily shaken. While dashing forward, Yang Yu began feeding the black iron-grade items from his bag into the void quiver one by one. System notifications echoed in succession. Ding! The void quiver has successfully absorbed one black iron item. Current progress: black iron 1100. Ding! The void quiver has successfully absorbed one black iron item. Current progress: black iron 2100. 5 minutes later, when Yang Yu reached the midpoint of the canyon, the void quiver finally ascended to bronze tier. A new attribute panel appeared. Void quiver special equipment. Agility 20, Strength 15, Constitution 10. Trait 1. Can devour equipment of the same tier to upgrade. Current progress: Bronze 01000. Trait 2. Contains a void space with 1,000 storage slots. Automatically generates unlimited Tier 3 spirit arrows, each deals 100 true damage, 150 range. Trait 3. Produces 1 spirit energy arrow basic per hour, maximum storage, 10. Each deals 500 true damage, 300 range, and guarantees a hit. Trait 4. Bound to player Zongjio Kwanga. Cannot be traded, dropped, or destroyed. Gulp. Yang Yu swallowed hard. The upgrade from absorbing 100 black iron items was truly remarkable. Not only had his stats improved across the board, but the storage capacity had doubled to 1,000 slots, and the performance of the spirit arrows was significantly enhanced. The most astonishing feature, however, was the terrifying properties of the spirit energy arrows. Paired with the 50 attack range bonus of the Serious Bow, the range had now extended to 4.5 times that of an average player, an impressive 45 meters. If he had possessed such arrows earlier, he might not have been injured during the battle with the Earthfire Dragon King. Unfortunately, the production rate was relatively slow, with only 1 arrow generated per hour, which might still fall short for the ultimate mission. Overwhelmed with excitement, Yang Yu eagerly opened the attribute panel. Zongjio Kwanga was still at the pre-class change level, but his stats were nothing short of astonishing. His attribute panel displayed maxed out experience at level 10 with 30,00030,000 points. His strength was at 155, constitution at 489.8, agility at 168. He had a staggering 5,128 HP, 540 MP, 417 attack points, and defense calculated as 155238120. His magic resistance stood at 48,995 points, speed at 12,55471 points, and range at 16810. Additionally, he wielded the Lingyuan arrow range 45 and boasted 11 lifesteal. His reputation had reached 320 points, earning him the title Killing Maniac. Even more fearsome were his luck and hidden talent, Bloodbane Toxic Body, which inflicted a true damage of 4,299 points per second on targets for a duration of 10 seconds. After slaying over 1,000 monsters consecutively, Yang Yes HP finally surpassed the 5,000 mark, and his poison damage climbed to an astounding 4,299 points per second. However, an unusual sensation began creeping over him. His joints ached faintly. During his intense battle with the Earthfire Dragon King, his focus had drowned out the discomfort, but now that he had relaxed, the pain became harder to ignore. Could it be from staying up too late? Yang Yu wondered to himself. Yet, his mind felt unusually sharp and alert. Shaking off the thought, he decided to set aside the mystery for now and focus on the immediate goal of escaping the valley. With only 3 minutes left on the fireproof pills effect, Yang Yu wasn't overly concerned thanks to his robust 5,000 HP. Sure enough, when he finally exited the valley, he still had over 3,000 HP remaining. Letting out a long breath of relief, Yang Yu checked the spoils of his trip. His system wallet revealed 75 gold coins and 98 silver coins. Compared to the 33 gold coins he had before entering the valley, this adventure had earned him over 40 gold coins, more than double the reward for a first-time boss kill. Recalling Xiaopeng's advice that the earlier you change classes, the higher the cost, Yang Yu decided to hold onto his coins for now. There's plenty of time, and there are countless ways to make money, he reassured himself. After consulting the map, Yang Yu began heading north. While he didn't know the exact location of the ultimate hidden quest, he was certain it lay in the northernmost region of the novice village. It was only a matter of time before he found it. Just then, the communication bell rang. It was Yueyao calling. Kwanga, you finally turned off Do Not Disturb mode. The game forum is about to explode. Yueyao exclaimed urgently. What's going on? Yang Yu asked casually. What else? It's that insane damage in the blazing gorge. Yueyao explained. Even top-tier players like Jinwu Jiuxiao, Nitian Ershing, and Huang Fuhong are stuck. Everyone's trapped in the novice village. Oh, Yang Yu responded indifferently, his tone betraying no emotion. Yu Yao noticed Yang Yu's calm demeanor, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in her eyes. She eagerly asked, Guanggu, you must have a plan, right? You don't need to tell me the specifics. I just want to know my sister, and I need to help. Her tone was sincere. Whether we can secure the first turn reward all depends on you now. No need for help, Yang Yu replied after a brief moment of thought. You two just focus on your tasks. Once I've repaired the teleportation array, I'll let you know immediately. All right, contact me anytime if you need anything. With that, the call ended. As Yang Yu made his way to his destination, he opened the game forum. The homepage was almost entirely dominated by posts related to the Leaving the Village quest and the Flame Canyon. He casually clicked on a few threads to browse through them, realizing that while the discussions were heated, most players were merely spectating. It was still early morning, not even 7 o'clock, and the game had only been live for a little over 6 hours. Apart from a handful of top-tier players, the majority hadn't even reached level 10 yet, so the Leaving the Village issue was far from their concern. Even in Newbie Village 997, only Yang Yu, Yu Yao, and Yu Ying had reached level 10. Close behind them were Chen Shang and Sui Feng Chi-Wu, who were halfway through level 9 and needed at least another 30 minutes to level up. Meanwhile, many forum users were hoping the game officials would lower the quest difficulty. Complaints flooded the supposed game companies of various countries. Little did they know, the Heavenly Dao game was beyond human control. These companies were merely responsible for distributing and selling the game helmets. The origin of this technology, far ahead of what was currently available on Blue Planet, was a mystery known only to the highest levels of government. Just as Yang Yu was about to close the forum, a particular post caught his attention. Anonymous Batian member, my guildmates in Newbie Village 997 discovered that after Zhong Jiuquanggu accepted the Leaving the Village quest, he immediately sprinted west towards Flame Canyon. His speed was so fast they couldn't keep up, but we had already stationed people at the canyon entrance to observe from a distance. About 20 minutes later, Zhong Jiuquanggu entered Flame Canyon, and for the next hour, he didn't reappear. What's even more astonishing is that shortly after he entered the canyon, the level leaderboard showed his experience points skyrocketed to max level 10 within seconds and stayed there for the entire hour. This means not only did he enter Flame Canyon, but he also managed to survive for that long. Fellow players, that's all I can share. While his specific method remains unknown, I suggest you seek advice from Zhong Jiuquanggu directly. After reading the post, Yang Ye's heart skipped a beat. This anonymous Batian member was clearly from the Batian Guild and might even be Wang Batian himself. After the battle at the Ryegrass Plains, Wang Baishan's obsession with revenge only grew stronger. He began closely monitoring Yang Yu's every move. On the surface, he appeared to neutrally describe the unfolding events, but in reality, he was subtly steering everyone's resentment toward Yang Yu. He even made forum posts implying that Yang Yu held the key to resolving their predicament, but was deliberately withholding it. These remarks acted like a spark, igniting a wildfire of outrage within the gaming community. The comment section under his post was quickly flooded with angry players. This Zhongjiuquanga is way too selfish. He clearly knows how to counter the map damage, but he's just sitting back and watching millions of us struggle. This affects the entire server's progress. What gives him the right to hoard the information? The monsters in the blazing gorge are insanely strong. Even if he can neutralize the map damage, there's no way he can handle the quest alone. Sharing the info would benefit everyone. However, a few sharp-eyed players began to question the narrative. This is just the poster's one-sided story. It's all speculation. Plus, he claims to be anonymous, but deliberately reveals his identity clearly. There's an ulterior motive. Don't forget, Batian Guild has a history of grudges against Zhongjiuquanga. This is just a diversion tactic. The debate quickly spiraled into a larger discussion. Zhongjiuquanga might be skilled, but he's just a solo player. Even the mega guilds like Jinyu Hall, Eternal Gate, and Guanshan Alliance have been stumped. What special solution could he possibly have? Don't forget he got the first kill on that boss. Maybe he received some kind of unique reward. As the conversation escalated, more players began taking action. I just forwarded the post to the Royal Guild leader. Send it to the unrivaled guild leader too. Let the guild leaders confront him directly. In no time, what began as a relatively obscure post skyrocketed from a few hundred views to tens of thousands, with the numbers continuing to climb at an astonishing rate. The entire gaming community was in an uproar. In the leveling area south of the beginner's village, Bati and Feihu excitedly reported their planned success to Wang Batian. Under the sunlight, his face beamed with a smug grin. Boss, it's done. Now everyone knows that Zhongjiuquanga has a way to break through. He's either going to become the target of everyone's ire, or lose the first turn rewards. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Wang Batian, looking pleased, patted Batian Feihu on the shoulder, his face glowing with satisfaction. You've got a sharp mind, kid. The moment you heard he went to the village chief to take on a quest, you sent people to ambush him at Flaming Gorge. Once our guild's tens of thousands of members march into the main city, hell be in for it. With a wave of his hand, he added, hey, erase $1 million for you. Take the brothers to Fatian International tonight and enjoy yourselves. Batian Feihu nodded repeatedly, bowing in gratitude. Thank you, boss, for your generosity. Meanwhile, in the eastern forest, Sui Feng Chiwu held a long sword as she video-called Nitian Ershing. When Sui Feng Chiwu suggested asking a friend to inquire about Kwang's situation, Nitian Ershing gently shook his head. No need. These people claiming righteousness just want to force his hand, taking advantage of the fact that he's a solo player. My Eternal Gate would never stoop to such tactics. His tone was calm. If it were you or me who knew a way to break through, we wouldn't reveal it before entering the main city either. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Sui Feng Chiwu asked with concern. But leader, you've been stuck on this quest for an hour and a half now. No worries, Nitian Ershing replied with a faint smile. The village chief already hinted at the need for fire-resistant items. I've convinced him to give me a new quest, and completing it will reveal how to obtain the fire-resistance gear. That's a relief. Sui Feng Chiwu sighed, feeling reassured. Nitian Ershing continued. You need to level up to 10 quickly. Being in the same beginner's village as Zhongjiuquanga is actually a good thing. Once he repairs the teleportation array, you can follow him into the main city. You might even beat Jinwu Zhouxiao to claim the first turn reward for swordsman. Sui Feng Chiwu smiled knowingly and nodded in agreement. When Yang Yu closed the game for him and checked his contact list, he found thousands of new friend requests. Among them were well-known figures in the game, including leaders of 4 or 5 major guilds. Yang Yu's contact list kept flashing as a flood of messages poured in. While some adopted a friendly tone, politely inquiring about solutions to the stalemate or offering high prices to purchase information, others were far more aggressive. Cloaked in the guise of acting for the benefit of millions of players, they demanded that Yang Yu reveal the method to break the impasse. Some even went as far as threatening to rally major factions to issue a kill order on him once he entered the main city. Facing these threats, Yang Yu merely smiled faintly and switched his contact list to Do Not Disturb mode. He understood clearly that, based on the trajectory of his past life, it would take no more than an hour for someone to discover the existence of the fire avoidance pill. Once that happened, the news would inevitably spread far and wide. However, this was undoubtedly a trap set by Wang Batian, and Yang Yu was not the kind of person to yield to threats. He could accept goodwill, but he would never bow to coercion. Even if it meant becoming the enemy of all players, he remained unshaken. In reality, he might have hesitations, but in the world of Tiandao, he feared no challenge from anyone. Moreover, not everyone was willing to be used as a pawn by Wang Batian. At least among his friends, Jin Shang and Sui Feng Chiwu had remained silent, refraining from sending any messages. This gave Yang Yu a small sense of comfort. Shaking off distracting thoughts, Yang Yu sprinted at full speed toward the northernmost boundary of the novice village. The ultimate hidden quest located there was notoriously difficult, so much so that even the well-prepared major factions of his previous life had failed to conquer it. While he now had some confidence, the duration of the quest remained an unknown. This was one of the reasons he was unwilling to reveal the fire avoidance pill intended to claim both the first turn reward and the ultimate hidden quest at the same time. After half an hour of running, Yang Yu finally arrived at the northernmost boundary. Before him stood an imposing mountain wall that seemed to pierce the heavens, completely blocking the path forward. A faint, translucent barrier of energy enveloped the area in front of the wall. When he reached out to touch it, he felt a gentle repelling force. The harder he pushed, the stronger the barrier pushed back. According to Xiaopong's intel, hidden within this seemingly endless barrier was an extremely narrow gap. Finding this gap would allow access to another map. Yang Yu began carefully inspecting the barrier, inch by inch, scrutinizing every possible spot. Time ticked by minutes, 20, 30, nearly an hour of meticulous searching later. Yang Yu's fingers finally brushed against an almost imperceptible crack. Pressing gently, he noticed that the repelling force here was significantly weaker, replaced by a faint suction. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the crack in the barrier. Accompanied by a dizzying sensation, Yang Yu was transported to a unique space. It was a circular basin surrounded by steep mountains, with a massive taiji diagram sprawled across its center. At the yin-yang eyes of the diagram stood two figures facing each other, exuding an overwhelming and suffocating pressure. On one side was a towering humanoid giant, tens of meters tall, with a massive skeletal frame but shriveled flesh. Its entire body radiated a thick aura of death, as though it was on the brink of collapse. Opposite it was an equally colossal black dragon, its body shrouded in swirling black energy. This was no imitation like the Earth-Fire Dragon King. This was a genuine divine dragon. Swallowing hard, Yang Yu suppressed the fear rising in his heart and resolutely stepped toward the taiji diagram. Yang Yu stood at the edge of the taiji diagram, his gaze wary as he scrutinized the towering humanoid figure ahead, hesitant to approach. Raising his hand, he cast a detection spell, and information immediately appeared before his eyes. Ancient giant thunder. Life? Attack? Defense? Speed? Skills? Description: the young clan leader of the ancient giant race, and once a demigod-level warrior. Over a century ago, he undertook a mission from the heavenly Tao to hunt down the abyssal demon dragon. After days of fierce battle, both sides were gravely injured. In the end, Thunder used a secret clan technique, sacrificing his own flesh and blood to create the two forces' grand array, intending to trap and destroy the abyssal demon dragon. This description left Yang Yu deep in thought. Without exchanging a single word, he understood that this deathly shrouded ancient giant was likely on the same side as him. Turning his detection spell toward the black dragon on the opposite side, more information surfaced. Abyssal demon dragon Anita. Life? Attack? Defense? Speed? Skills? Description: a formidable creature from the abyssal passage, known for its savage nature. By devouring creatures of the heavenly Tao's world, it has grown in power, even annihilating several newly fused minor world races, earning the enmity of the heavenly Tao. After battling the ancient giant Thunder, it has been trapped here for over 180 years. Though its strength is now less than a tenth of its peak, it remains a significant threat. A system notification then flashed. This is the ultimate hidden quest of the beginner's village. Successfully slaying the abyssal demon dragon will grant immense rewards from the heavenly Tao. Yang Yu was both shocked and thrilled. He had finally found the ultimate hidden quest he had been dreaming of. However, its difficulty was far beyond his expectations. How could a mere level 10 beginner possibly contend with a foe that even a demigod-level warrior struggled against? As he deliberated whether to leave and strengthen himself first, a hoarse yet resonant voice echoed in his ears. "Young one, you are extraordinary. It has been 180 years through the last fusion of minor worlds. No worthy newcomer appeared. Yet, at the brink of my life's end, I finally see a glimmer of hope." Yang Yu turned to face Thunder, who was sitting cross-legged. Even in his near-death state, the light emanating from those massive eyes was so intense that Yang Yu dared not meet his gaze, as if the giant could see through his very soul. "Don't overthink it. You've already reached the limit of your current stage. If you forcefully enhance your toxic blood attribute, you will not only face self-destruction but also obliterate the body you possess in the other world." These words sent a shiver through Yang Yu's entire being. Not only had this figure seen through his innate abilities, but he also knew that Yang Yu came from another world? And self-destruction? What did he mean by that? Yang Yu was plunged into deep uncertainty. Yang Yu stepped into the eye of Yin and Yang, approaching Thunderclap. The young adventurer bowed respectfully and asked, "Greetings, Senior Thunderclap. Could you enlighten me? Why did I nearly experience a body explosion?" Thunderclap gazed at the young man before him, his voice calm and profound. No talent can grow boundlessly without regard for one's realm. A realm represents not only the intensity and quality of energy, but also serves as a direct reflection of overall strength. When we slay monsters and absorb experience, we are essentially integrating energy into ourselves. Advancing in realm is the process of continuously refining and elevating that energy. He paused briefly, his eyes sharp. Your toxic blood has indeed been tempering your body, making your physique far superior to others of the same level. This should be a good thing, but, he asked meaningfully, what do you think would happen if the strength of your toxic blood exceeds the limit your energy level can sustain? Yang Yu swallowed nervously, unable to respond. Thunderclap's words reminded him of the strange sensations he'd been experiencing recently. Have you noticed a subtle aching in your joints? Thunderclap asked, hitting the mark. You? How do you know? Yang Yu stammered in shock. That discomfort had indeed started after the battle in the Blazing Canyon. Thunderclap smiled faintly. That's a sign of a body explosion. Your body is warning you it's reaching its limit. If you hadn't stopped in time, you likely wouldn't have survived to stand here today. Yang Yu was stunned. It turned out that his rush to claim both the first turn reward and the ultimate quest reward had inadvertently saved his life. He quickly sought guidance. Senior, please advise me. How can I cultivate my talent to its fullest potential? He then recounted his cautious journey of leveling up, avoiding fighting monsters above his rank, and specifically targeting poisonous creatures. After a moment of thought, Thunderclap replied, focusing on toxin-based creatures is a sound strategy, but you can set aside your fears about fighting higher-level monsters. Within the same realm, differences in level do not fundamentally alter the energy tier. The key is to hone your toxic blood talent to its peak at the maximum level of each realm. He gestured toward the distant abyssal dragon. Don't get complacent just because you haven't encountered creatures immune to your toxic blood in the novice village. Even though that dragon's current strength is less than 1/10th of its peak, it can still suppress half of the effects of your toxic blood. That's strong? Yang Yu asked in disbelief. Thunderclap chuckled wryly. A being capable of wearing me down to death, though you think it's ordinary? Abyssal creatures are inherently robust, with natural resistance to toxins. This dragon is exceptional even among them, with regenerative abilities that surpass my own. His tone grew reflective as he recounted his battle with the dragon long ago. He had hoped to outlast the creature, but after 180 years, it was he who could no longer endure. Senior, may I ask, what is the dragon's current strength equivalent to? Yang Yu inquired. Thunderclap thought for a moment. In your terms, it's roughly equivalent to a level 50 gold tier boss. Yang Yu was dumbfounded. Only one thought remained in his mind. Is it too late to run? Yang Yu was on the brink of despair when a calm voice broke through his thoughts. It was Lei Ting. With your current strength, it's true you can't slay the demon dragon. But though my life is nearing its end, I still have some remaining power that can be of use. Before Yang Yu could respond, a mystical suit of armor materialized in Lei Ting's hands. The armor was colossal, spanning nearly 10 meters, and radiated a dazzling spectrum of colors, exuding an overwhelming aura. Holding the armor aloft, Lei Ting began chanting an ancient, cryptic incantation. As the chant rose and fell, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of vital blood, which was instantly absorbed by the armor. What happened next was nothing short of miraculous. The massive armor began to shrink rapidly, condensing into a size fit for a human. The brilliant rainbow glow faded, leaving behind a simple, unassuming appearance. But the transformation had taken its toll. Lei Ting's aura grew even fainter, his body shrouded in a deathly pallor, as though he could collapse at any moment. This is my clan's ancestral artifact, the 7-colored Xiantian armor, Lei Ting said, his voice weak but steady. Using a secret bloodline technique, I've suppressed its power to a level you can wield. Though its full potential is diminished, it will still be immensely powerful for you. However, he added grimly, this state will only last for 3 hours. If you fail to kill the demon dragon within that time, you'll perish alongside me. With trembling hands, Yang Yu accepted the armor, his eyes scanning its stats displayed on the interface. 7-colored Xiantian armor, artifact suppressed state. HP, 50,000. Physical defense, 3,000. Magical defense, 3,000. Trait 1 damage reduction. Reduces 50 of physical and magical damage. Trait 2 vitality. Recovers 20 of total HP per second. Remaining time in suppressed state, 2 hours 59 minutes and 52 seconds. Current owner, Lei Ting. Holy! Yang Yu couldn't help but blurt out, stunned by the armor's incredible attributes. As a player whose health pool far exceeded others of his level, even he only had a little over 5,000 HP. Yet this armor, even in its suppressed state, added a staggering 50,000 HP. Not to mention its 2 game-breaking trait shalving all damage and regenerating 20 of total HP every second. In just 5 seconds, it could fully restore his health. Lei, Senior Lei Ting, is this really for me? Yang Yu asked hesitantly, swallowing hard as he struggled to contain his excitement. Lei Ting's lips twitched into a faint smirk. Heh, you wish. This is my clan's sacred artifact. Without the bloodline of the ancient giant clan, even if I handed it over to you, you wouldn't be able to unleash its true power. His expression grew serious. I'm only entrusting it to you because I see a glimmer of hope that you might succeed in slaying the demon dragon. If you truly manage to perform a miracle today, I only ask that you return this armor to my clan's homeland as a gesture of goodwill. His final words carried a deep, inescapable sorrow. As I gazed toward the far northern horizon, the distant skies seemed to stretch across the entire realm of the heavenly way. As the young master of the ancient giant tribe, I bore the heavy responsibility of safeguarding the clan's ancestral artifact. Should the artifact be lost after my death, I would bring shame upon my people and die with eternal regret. Lei Ting withdrew his gaze from the horizon and turned to Yang Yu. I won't let your efforts go unrewarded. If you can slay this demon dragon, you'll earn the right to know a tremendous secret. With a light wave of his hand, he continued, go now. I'll expend the last of my strength to confine the demon dragon within the eye of yin and yang. As long as I still draw breath, the area outside the eye will be your absolute safe zone. If you find yourself unable to hold on, you can retreat at any time to recover. Yang Yu bowed solemnly. I will give it my all, and strive not to disappoint your expectations. Quickly, he removed his corpse scale armor and donned the seven-colored Shintian armor. Instantly, a surge of immense energy flowed into his body, significantly boosting his vitality, defense, and recovery abilities. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Yu strode toward the eye of yin and yang. At the center of this 100-meter-wide zone, the abyssal demon dragon stood still in the core of the dark eye. With Yang Yu's 30-meter attack range and only one Lingyuan arrow left in his void quiver, capable of a 45-meter range, he would have to step into the dark eye itself to strike the dragon. Yet, the dangers lurking within were unfathomable. Despite his apprehension, Yang Yu steeled his resolve. If he lacked even this shred of courage, how could he ever hope to grow stronger? How could he claim to possess the heart of a warrior? Sensing Yang Yu's approach, the abyssal demon dragon let out an ear-piercing, excited screech. It had gone nearly a century without tasting human flesh, and now it eagerly moved to the edge of the eye of yin and yang, baring its cold, menacing fangs as foul saliva dripped from its jaws. Seizing the moment, Yang Yu quickly reached the boundary and loosed an arrow at the dragon, aiming for the black and white dividing line. He paused for a moment in surprise as he observed the damage. Its effectiveness hadn't been diminished. Just as he wondered why, a system notification sounded. Due to the abyssal demon dragon's immense physique, the duration of blood poison is reduced to 5 seconds. Aside from inhibiting regeneration, all other negative effects such as weakness, slow, and lethargy are nullified. I see, Yang Yu thought grimly. This meant he would need to reapply the poison far more frequently, and every attempt would put him in grave danger. Enraged by the arrow, the demon dragon unleashed torrents of flames, but they were all blocked by Lei Ting's invisible barrier, constructed from his very flesh and blood, at the boundary of black and white. For over 180 years, the dragon had never managed to cross this line. Taking advantage of the poison's effect, Yang Yu studied the dragon's health. It revealed that the poison damage reduced only 1/10th of its health per second. With over 40 million health, the abyssal demon dragon's endurance was 40 times that of a fire dragon king. The brief excitement Yang Yu had felt over his own 50,000 health boost vanished in an instant. Yet Yang Yu did not waver. As long as the blood poison could continue to suppress the dragon's regeneration, even if it only chipped away at 1/10th of its health per second, he was confident he could wear down this creature that had been trapped for nearly 2 centuries. It was just a battle of 10,000 seconds. She had the patience for it. At the same time, in Novice Village number 003, an Ition Air Shing, holding the fireproof pill, finally stepped into the blazing flame canyon. However, the sight before him made him frown deeply. Groups of high-level, mutated monsters filled the canyon, proving to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. A fire spirit deer charged toward him at full speed. With a sharp glint in his eyes, an Ition Air Shing swiftly struck it down with a single blow. Zhong Jiuquanggu still hasn't managed to repair the teleportation array. It seems the situation here is indeed complicated. If the mutated monsters on the outskirts are already this troublesome, the Earthfire Dragon King is bound to be even more terrifying. He pondered as he quickened his pace toward the canyon's depths. He's probably fighting the boss right now. I might still have a chance. Meanwhile, in Novice Village number 007, Jianwu Jiuxiao had also entered the blazing flame canyon. Although the methods of obtaining the fireproof pill differed, this ticket to the canyon had become a highly sought-after item among major factions. News spread rapidly, and more people, both lone adventurers and elite teams of dozens or even hundreds, swarmed in with fireproof pills in hand. In Novice Village number 997, Chun Sheng, who had just reached level 10, led his team of 9 cautiously through the canyon. However, after traveling several kilometers without encountering a single monster, the unusual situation raised everyone's guard. Captain, something's not right, Huang Chang said warily, scanning their surroundings. Didn't the forums say there were a lot of monsters here? Qin Shang seemed thoughtful. Maybe Kuanga cleared them all out. Since he hasn't come out to repair the teleportation array, he's probably still locked in battle with the Earth Fire Dragon King. Let's move forward and see if we can lend a hand. The group of 10 quickened their pace, reaching the canyon's end after about 10 minutes. Before them lay a ground riddled with craters, but the monster corpses and equipment left behind by Yang Yu had already been refreshed by the system. They cautiously entered a cave, only to find empty stone walls and shelves. What's going on? Wang Lei asked in confusion. There's no way there's nothing here. Where's the spatial stone? Chun Sheng shook his head. No need to search. It seems Kuang's strength far exceeds our expectations. He's already taken the spatial stone, and even the monsters have been cleared out. Then why hasn't he repaired the teleportation array? Huang Chang asked. No one in the village has seen him return. Perhaps there's something else he needs to do, Qin Sheng replied after a moment's thought. Let's leave the canyon. There's nothing left for us here. The group left empty-handed. After over half an hour of exploration, they hadn't killed a single monster or gained any experience points. However, they did stumble upon one crucial piece of information. Yang Ye's progress was far ahead of what the outside world had estimated. Even more astonishingly, he had not only left the canyon but had done so without anyone noticing. Yang Yu had been battling the abyssal demon dragon for half an hour. At the start of the fight, the dragon stood arrogantly at the boundary between light and darkness, allowing Yang Yu to attack as if mocking the insignificance of its opponent. It wasn't until its health dropped to 90 that the colossal creature realized the threat and began to adjust its tactics. The dragon slowly retreated, moving just beyond Yang Yu's attack range, a glint of triumph flashing in its eyes. As the poison effect was about to wear off, Yang Yu gritted his teeth and charged into the Eye of Darkness. However, the dragon was prepared. It unleashed a torrent of scorching flames from its jaws while moving to the opposite edge of the eye, continuously widening the gap. Even so, the 100-meter battlefield felt cramped for the massive creature. Yang Yu executed his butterfly step, weaving through the flames and closing the distance. Yet, in the dragon's eyes, his movements were still as sluggish as a crawling insect. Boom! Flames struck Yang Yu's shoulder, and a searing pain surged through him. A combat notification revealed that the dragon's fire dealt 10,000 true damage, unaffected by the defenses of the rainbow celestial armor. A second wave of flames followed, but Yang Yu managed to get within range just in time. 3 poison-tipped arrows struck the dragon with precision, though another blast of flame hit Yang Yu. Once he confirmed the poison had taken effect, he immediately turned and sprinted toward the nearest boundary between light and darkness. The dragon, realizing his intent, launched both its claws and flames in pursuit. On his way back, Yang Yu was struck by the flames again. Just as the dragon's claws were about to reach him, he finally crossed the boundary. The dragon's claws collided with an invisible barrier, emitting a sharp, grating sound followed by wisps of smoke. The impact caused the dragon to lose about 1 of its health. Roaring in pain, the dragon withdrew its claws and turned its fury toward Lei Ting, who sat in the distance. Lei Ting's clouded eyes suddenly gleamed with light, and he responded to the dragon's rage with a mocking smile. The brief skirmish had been so swift that the rainbow celestial armor's 20% health regeneration hadn't had time to take effect. Yang Yu was left with only 15,773 health points. 2 more hits from the dragon's flames would be fatal. Moments later, the regeneration finally kicked in, restoring health at a rate of 11,005 points per second. Meanwhile, the dragon's health continued to drop at a rate of 4,299 points per second due to the poison. However, this advantage would last only 5 seconds. Once the poison wore off, the dragon's formidable physique could instantly recover its lost health. The rainbow celestial armor's duration was limited, leaving no room for error. Yang Yu took a deep breath, recalibrating his strategy. Though the Eye of Darkness was only 100 meters in diameter a distance, both could cover in an instant. The dragon held an overwhelming edge in attack range and speed. Crossing the mere 10 meters required to get within striking range felt like walking through the gates of death. From the earlier exchange, it was clear the dragon had been toying with him, holding back its full power. If it decided to get serious, increasing its speed or creating more space to evade, Yang Yu would be doomed. The disparity in health between the two was insurmountable. The dragon could afford 1,000 mistakes, while Yang Yu could not afford even one. A single misstep would spell utter failure and a devastating loss of progress. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yang Yu decisively abandoned all his previous plans and opted for the most aggressive tactic he had in confrontation. Against a formidable opponent like the abyssal dragon, The 50 rejuvenation pills and the Earthfire Dragon King summoning scroll he had prepared earlier seemed utterly insignificant. Even the Earthfire Dragon King would likely last less than 100 seconds under the dragon's overwhelming attack power before becoming its prey. This life-and-death battle could only be fought relying on combat instincts and lightning-fast reflexes. As long as he limited the number of hits taken during each poison cycle to no more than 4, he could restore his full health beyond the boundary of the black and white demarcation. This was destined to be an endurance battle with no room for error. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before even entering the 30-meter range, Yang Yu had already fired 3 arrows in quick succession. Though the arrows lost momentum and fell to the ground before reaching the dragon, this unexpected move successfully caught the abyssal dragon's attention, buying him precious time to close the distance. The moment he entered the 30-meter range, 3 more arrows shot out. After refreshing the poison effect, Yang Yu immediately turned and sprinted away. Boom, boom, boom. Torrents of fire rained down like a storm, forcing him to dodge left and right, weaving an erratic S and zaped path. Despite his efforts, he was struck twice before escaping the black and white boundary, losing nearly half his health. However, this was an improvement from the last round, where he was hit 3 times, proof that his feinting tactics were indeed effective. 4 seconds later, Yang Yu charged back into the abyssal eye. This time, he launched 3 arrows from 45 meters away. The abyssal dragon dismissed them with disdain. But to its surprise, while 2 arrows fell short as expected, the third struck its thigh with precision. Seizing the moment, Yang Yu quickly retreated, leaving the dragon momentarily stunned and puzzled by the unpredictable changes in his attack range. Though the arrow inflicted negligible damage on the dragon, it sparked a keen interest in the human warrior. Watching Yang Yu retreat beyond the black and white boundary, a glint of excitement flashed in the dragon's eyes. It had finally encountered an opponent capable of offering some semblance of a challenge. Unbeknownst to the dragon, Yang Yu had just used a Lingyuan arrow, a rare product of the Void Quiver. Not only did it extend his range by 300, but it also guaranteed a hit. Over the past 2 hours, the Void Quiver had produced only 2 Lingyuan arrows, and now, only 1 remained. This clever attack strategy, while ingenious, was unlikely to be the key to victory. Yet, as the art of war teaches, opportunities often lie in the interplay between illusion and reality. Even if the abyssal dragon had fallen for the ploy only once, the seed of doubt had already been planted, giving Yang Yu a sliver of hope. Time flew by, and another 30 minutes passed. During this time, Yang Yu narrowly escaped death on multiple occasions. It was solely thanks to the astonishing regenerative ability of the rainbow celestial armor that he managed to cling to life on the brink of death. There were moments when Yang Yu could distinctly feel that the abyssal dragon could have easily ended him, but chose to hold back. He couldn't fathom why, and could only attribute it to the dragon's wariness of the invisible wall's damage. The intense combat had long soaked Yang Yu's back in cold sweat, but when he noticed the abyssal dragon's health had dropped to about 65, a spark of hope ignited in his heart. If he could hold on for just 2 more hours, victory would be within reach. At that moment, Yang Yu launched another poison-inflicting attack. However, this time, the abyssal dragon acted unusually. It neither dodged nor retaliated with flames, but instead reached out with its massive claw, aiming directly at the arrow. Though the poison attack succeeded, Yang Yu's heart sank. An immense suction force emanated from the dragon's claw. A system notification followed. The abyssal dragon has used the skill Dragon's Grasp. Yang Yu's body was pulled uncontrollably toward the black dragon claw. While this control skill didn't deal direct damage, it was far more lethal than the fiery breath. Once trapped, he would lose all ability to resist. In midair, Yang Yu desperately fired dozens of arrows, hoping to interrupt the dragon's skill. The arrows embedded themselves in the dragon's palm, inflicting poison effects, but they failed to disrupt the skill's execution. In the blink of an eye, he was firmly caught in the black claw, unable to move. A chill ran down his spine. So this was the abyssal dragon's game all along. Its earlier feigned weakness was nothing more than a ploy to toy with him, its plaything. After being imprisoned for over 180 years, the dragon had finally encountered a bold insect and was relishing the opportunity to have some fun. But now, playtime was over. A searing blaze surged toward the trapped Yang Yu. It seemed the dragon intended to roast its special prey before devouring him. In an instant, Yang Yu's health plummeted to its lowest point, only to halt inexplicably at 1 HP, entering a forced survival state. At this critical juncture, the golden flame that had long lain dormant in Yang Yu's mind suddenly erupted, engulfing his entire body in an instant. A radiant golden light burst forth from his form, extinguishing and dispersing the dragon's flames the moment they came into contact. A system notification chimed in. He has comprehended the skill Invincible Golden Body. Upon receiving fatal damage, the user gains 5 seconds of invincibility, becoming immune to all attacks. This skill can only be triggered once every 24 hours. This unexpected turn of events left not only the abyssal dragon stunned, but also Yang Yu himself in disbelief. From the distance, the weakened thunder spirit managed a faint, knowing smile, as if it had foreseen this moment. Seizing the dragon's brief moment of distraction, Yang Yu broke free from the claw's grip. Facing the gaping maw of the colossal dragon, he gritted his teeth and made a shocking decision, leapt directly into the dragon's mouth. Though the invincible golden body had saved his life, it wouldn't activate again for another 24 hours. If the abyssal dragon used Dragon's Grasp once more, he would undoubtedly perish. Rather than wait for death, he chose to risk everything. Perhaps the key to survival lay hidden within the dragon's belly. A foul stench assaulted Yang Yu's senses. Seizing the brief 5-second window of invincibility, he charged headlong into the gaping maw of the abyssal demon dragon without hesitation. The rancid air nearly suffocated him, but he gritted his teeth and pressed forward into the depths. Just as the dragon's massive jaws were about to snap shut, he managed to leap into its throat passage. The demon dragon, sensing the intruder, reacted violently. Its throat muscles contracted with immense force, and searing flames erupted from deep within. Corrosive, viscous fluids began to surge from all directions. Yet, as soon as these attacks reached Yang Yu, the golden invincibility aura surrounding him nullified them completely. The regenerative effect of the 7-colored Xiantian armor continued to work, rapidly restoring his health. He plummeted further, and just as the invincibility aura was about to fade, Yang Yu landed in a pool of foul, viscous liquid. Darkness enveloped him, and the pulsating, constricting walls of flesh made it nearly impossible to maintain his balance. He had entered the demon dragon's massive stomach, and the slimy, putrid liquid enveloping him was none other than its gastric acid. A system notification rang out. He was being corroded by stomach acid, losing 12,000 health points per second. Despite the regenerative effects, his health was still plummeting at a net rate of nearly 1,000 points per second. At this pace, he would be completely dissolved in less than a minute. In this dire moment, Yang Yu launched a counterattack. He fired 3 arrows in rapid succession, 1 laced with poison and 2 imbued with spiritual energy, striking the stomach walls with precision. The poison effect successfully took hold, restoring 33 health points to him. Without pausing, he unleashed a 4-fold arrow barrage, his previous combat limit. In this confined 10-meter space, where the dragon's stomach wall surrounded him on all sides, there was no need for precise aiming. With an agility stat of 168, Yang Yu's maximum firing speed reached 16 arrows per second. While each arrow only restored 11 health points, the combined output of 64 arrows per second replenished 704 health points. Though this wasn't enough to entirely counteract the stomach acid's damage, it reduced his net loss to 291 health points per second. With his remaining 55,028 health points, he estimated he could survive for approximately 3 minutes. Yang Yu remained calm, refusing to panic. Instead, he pushed himself to surpass his limits. Starting with the 4-fold arrow barrage, he relentlessly worked to increase the number of arrows he could fire simultaneously. When he successfully advanced to a 6-fold arrow barrage, the tide began to turn. His health stopped declining and started increasing at a rate of 61 points per second. His hands moved tirelessly, drawing the heavenly wolf bow until it radiated with heat. Within mere minutes, the tens of thousands of health points he had lost were fully restored. As time passed, the battle began to shift in his favor. The blood flowing from Yang Yu continuously mixed with the abyssal dragon's stomach acid, creating a lethal pool of venom. Even if he stopped attacking now, this diluted poison would still inflict continuous damage on the dragon. With poison damage of 4,299 points per second, the dragon would be doomed within 3 hours. Yet, at this moment, Yang Yu stood within the dragon's stomach, launching a relentless assault. His arrows rained down like a storm, 96 per second. Though each arrow dealt only 101 points of damage, the cumulative impact was staggering, 9,696 points per second, more than double the poison damage. Moreover, before leaping into the dragon's mouth, Yang Yu had already reduced 35 of its health. In just 20 minutes, the abyssal dragon's life force plummeted to a mere 20. The threat of death finally drove the massive creature into panic. Initially, it had planned to roast and consume this frail human, but things had gone awry. Instead of burning Yang Yu to death, the dragon had inadvertently allowed him to escape into its stomach. At first, the dragon hadn't been overly concerned, even regretting that it wouldn't get to savor Yang Yu's flavor. After all, its stomach acid was known to dissolve anything, living or otherwise, within half an hour. However, clad in the 7-colored Xiantian armor, Yang Yu proved as resilient as an unkillable cockroach. The dragon roared furiously, spewing flames as it slammed against the invisible barrier at the boundary of light and dark, trying to vent its growing fear and unease. But all its efforts were in vain under the suppression of Yang Yu's toxic blood. All its healing abilities were rendered useless, and its powerful attacks and control skills were completely ineffective. Meanwhile, Thunderstrike, sitting cross-legged, watched the scene unfold and suddenly burst into laughter, only to break into a violent coughing fit, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Maintaining the Taiji Yin-Yang formation for over 180 years had already drained his life force, and modifying the seven-colored Shintian armor had pushed him to the brink of death. Yet he held on, determined to witness the fall of the abyssal dragon with his own eyes, to see Yang Yu one last time, entrusting him with his final wishes and completing one last task for the ancient Titan race. At the same time, in Novice Village number 007, Sword Dance of the Nine Skies and her 100-member elite team finally reached the fiery depths of the Blazing Canyon. However, their battle against the Earthfire Dragon King had only just begun, and they had already lost over a dozen members. Fortunately, thanks to Sword Dance of the Nine Skies' skillful maneuvers and several players with healing abilities continuously casting spells, the team managed to stabilize the situation. Brothers, the boss's health is finally dropping. Jinwu Jiuxiao's voice was filled with excitement. At this rate, we'll take down the Earthfire Dragon King in just over 2 hours. The journey has had its challenges, but in the end, victory will belong to Sword Rain Hall. Victory belongs to Sword Rain Hall, the group shouted in unison, their voices echoing through the canyon. Little did they know, the real trial was only beginning. The Earthfire Dragon King not only possessed a significant health regeneration skill, but also had the terrifying ability to summon all remaining monsters in the canyon to fight alongside it. Because the team had avoided battling the monsters in the canyon to reach their destination quickly, the number of surviving mutated creatures was alarmingly high. If these monsters were summoned, the survival rate of this elite team would be slim. Meanwhile, other major factions began arriving at the end of the Blazing Canyon. Faced with the Dragon King's formidable power, reactions varied. Some chose to retreat temporarily, preparing for a stronger assault later. Others formed alliances, brimming with confidence as they launched a full-scale attack, with plans already in place to divide the first-class transfer slots by profession. Back in Newbie Village 997, nearly 10 players had reached level 10 and accepted the village exit quest, including Frost Descent from the 24 Seasons Guild and Huang Fuxiong from the Royal Guild. However, upon purchasing fire resistance pills through their guild channels and entering the Blazing Canyon, they were met with a shocking sight: an empty canyon. No monsters, no boss, and even the quest item, the spatial stone, had completely vanished. This discovery was quickly posted on the game's forums, sparking an uproar among players from Newbie Village 997. What's going on? Other Newbie villages might be tough, but at least they have a chance. Here, we've got no thingyo monsters, no boss, no quest items. Are we just stuck in the Newbie Village forever? I just wanted to play casually and be a merchant in the game. Now look at this, I'm completely trapped here. Some began speculating. Wasn't it said that Zhengjiu Kuanga entered the Blazing Canyon and never came out? Could he have killed all the monsters and the boss, taking the spatial stone with him? That's ridiculous, someone immediately countered. Even the super guilds with hundreds of elites couldn't clear this map. How could one person do it? If he had the spatial stone, he'd have turned in the quest and entered the main city by now. Why would he just disappear? Then where did Zhengjiu Kuanga go? And why did the monsters vanish with him? Who knows? Maybe he's trapped somewhere. Inside the stomach of the abyssal dragon, Yang Yu was fully focused, drawing his bow and shooting arrows with precision. He had mastered the technique of shooting without aiming and was now experimenting with firing 7 or even 8 arrows simultaneously. Though his movements were still somewhat unrefined, it didn't hinder his damage output in the slightest. When the abyssal dragon's health dropped to 10, the situation took a drastic turn. The surrounding stomach walls began to contract violently, pressing in on Yang Yu. This was the dragon's final counterattack, an attempt to crush him through the writhing motion of its stomach lining. However, clad in the multicolored Shintian armor, Yang Yu's physical defense had reached its peak. The crushing force of the stomach walls was far less threatening than the corrosive power of the stomach acid. As the available space grew smaller, Yang Yu could no longer perform the actions required to draw and shoot his bow. Without hesitation, he stowed away his heavenly wolf bow and drew 2 spirit arrows from his void quiver, one in each hand. He then began stabbing directly into the pulsating stomach walls. Alternating between regular spirit arrows and poison-infused ones, damage numbers continuously flashed, 11, 114299. Though the spirit arrows were crushed by the powerful muscles, Yang Yu's void quiver seemed inexhaustible. One arrow after another, his damage output became even more terrifying than before. 3 minutes later, as his final spirit arrow pierced the stomach wall, the frenzied contractions of the muscles abruptly ceased. The stomach space returned to normal, and the corrosive power of the stomach acid dissipated. A system notification immediately chimed, announcing his victory. Not only did Yang Yu gain 1,000 reputation points, but his bloodbane poison body also experienced remarkable growth. The toxin's true damage increased to 5,299 points per second, and his constitution improved to 589.8. However, the joy of victory was short-lived. A surge of invisible energy flooded into his body, and Yang Yu was suddenly racked with excruciating pain. His joints began to rupture, spraying crimson blood. His health points plummeted by more than half, and if not for the undying effect of the multicolored Shintian armor activating just in time, he might have perished on the spot. At that moment, a system-wide announcement echoed across the server. Ding! Global announcement. Congratulations to Zhongjio Kuanga for completing the ultimate hidden quest in the novice village, slaying the abyssal dragon Anita. As the sole player in the entire server to accomplish this feat, Yang Yu received an impressive array of rewards: 2,000 reputation points, 500 gold coins, 200 free attribute points, 100 luck points, 2 special treasure chests, and 1 dragon egg. The announcement rang out 3 times, resounding across all regions of the server. Every online player was stunned upon hearing the news. Though details about this ultimate hidden quest were scarce, the sheer magnitude of the rewards was enough to send everyone into a frenzy. A global announcement in the game forum sparked an uproar both domestically and internationally. The international forums were the first to explode. Why does this Longwa player named Zhongjio Kuanga deserve a global announcement? An indignant player from Eagle Nation posted. Even Rock, the legendary player, only got a regional announcement for completing an 11-level hidden quest. And this guy didn't even have a quest rank? The system is totally unfair. A player from Hanguk chimed in, complaining, if we had this kind of quest, Park would have led a team to complete it ages ago. Meanwhile, Matsuda Kazuki from Fusang made a bold statement. As soon as the national barriers are lifted, he'll lead a team to conquer every city in Longwa and reduce Zhongjio Kuanga back to level 0. The reactions in the Longwa server, however, were even more intense. While Zhongjio Kuanga had already gained some fame after securing the first boss kill, the rewards this time left everyone stunned. 500 gold coins? 200 free attribute points? And a dragon egg? Someone repeated the reward list in disbelief. I don't even have 1 gold coin to my name, and this guy just got rewards worth 20 million Longwa currency? 20 million? That's nothing. That dragon egg alone is worth 200 million at this stage. Another player added. Skepticism spread quickly. Is this guy the game company's golden child or something? He's flexing like this on day 1, why not just make him a god already? One player scoffed. A member of a professional gaming studio voiced their frustration. We worked tirelessly to finish a clever quest and only got 5 reputation points. He gets 2,000 points from 1 quest? How is this balanced? Reputation points are crucial, an experienced player explained. They not only impact how NPCs perceive you but also determine access to special quests and dungeons. I've even heard that reaching a certain level of reputation can grant you titles, allow you to build settlements or cities, and even command NPC armies. Ah, that makes sense now, a newbie exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. I always thought level was the most important thing, but reputation points are the real game changer. The gaming world was in an uproar. Players were abuzz, all discussing the shocking 200 free attribute points awarded to Zhongjio Kuanga. What's the point of just leveling up? It's all about the attribute points, one frustrated player exclaimed. Zhongjio Kuanga gets 200 free points from a single quest. How many levels would we need to catch up? Debates about Zhongjio Kuanga grew increasingly heated. Some players who had previously defended him now regretted their stance. Meanwhile, players from Novice Village 997 revealed that Zhongjio Kuanga had vanished after entering the Blazing Canyon, likely to complete this ultimate hidden quest. The news spread quickly among the gaming community. Major guilds like Aoshi and Huangzhou had allied, determined to stop Zhongjio Kuanga from repairing the teleportation array at any cost. Not only were they after the rewards he held, but they also devised a clever scheme to thwart him. We don't even need to find him, one player analyzed. All we have to do is surround the teleportation array. If he wants to enter the main city, he'll have to pass through there. The plan was undeniably cunning. Novice villages lacked patrol guards and didn't prohibit player-versus-player combat. If Zhongjio Kuanga was forced to fight back, he'd earn a red name for killing other players. Renamed players were barred from entering the 5 major cities in the Dragon Nation region, as city guards would attack them on sight. That's ruthless, players exclaimed. Even if he's powerful, being surrounded by thousands of players will cost him time. And even if he manages to kill them all, the accumulated infamy would take ages to clear before he could safely use the teleportation array. Meanwhile, in the Tai Chi diagram basin, Yang Yu had just experienced a major breakthrough. A golden beam of light descended from the heavens, piercing through the demon dragon's body and pouring into him. His attribute panel underwent a dramatic transformation. His reputation skyrocketed from 320 to 3,320, his gold coins increased from 75 to 575, and he gained 200 free attribute points. In addition, his inventory now contained 2 special treasure chests and a dragon egg. These treasure chests had the potential to yield items of any grade equipment, skill books, or consumable stuff. The chances of obtaining high-quality items were slim. With a racing heart, Yang Yu sat inside the black dragon's stomach and opened one of the treasure chests. A divine artifact. A divine artifact, he chanted in his mind. Please give me something as powerful as the 7-color Shintian armor, or at least a strong bracelet. As the blinding light subsided, a golden skill book appeared before him. The description of the SS level skill book, Eye of Insight, appeared before him. This is a powerful ability that allows the user to perceive the distribution and flow of energy within a 100-meter radius. No one in hiding can escape its detection, and energy-rich minerals, spirit fruits, and treasures can be easily discovered. Most importantly, it enables the user to quickly identify fatal weaknesses in an opponent's energy pathways, assessing their strength based on the intensity and layers of energy. With each advancement in the skill owner's cultivation level, the range of the Eye of Insight doubles. Additionally, it may even integrate with the user's physique, evolving into unique abilities. No way an SS level skill book? Yang Yu exclaimed in disbelief after reading the skill's description. In the world of Tian Dao, skills and talents are ranked across 9 tiers, starting from the lowest, F, and ascending through E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and finally the ultimate, SSS. Although classified as a support skill, the Eye of Insight holds incredible potential. It is not only useful in combat but also invaluable for mining, harvesting herbs, treasure hunting, and even analyzing the human body. While its current 100-meter detection range is less impressive than eyesight, this will expand unimaginably as cultivation progresses, bypassing any physical obstructions. Without hesitation, Yang Yu chose to learn the skill book. The system promptly chimed. Congratulations! You have acquired the skill Eye of Insight. This skill consumes 1 mana point per second and has no cooldown time. With this, Yang Yu's skill panel finally gained its second active skill, complementing his previously acquired passive skill, Invincible Golden Body, and the innate detection technique that all players possess. While the detection technique allows for basic information gathering, it is limited to targets within a 5-level difference. The Eye of Insight, however, opened an entirely new dimension, enabling Yang Yu to assess strength and weaknesses on an energy-based level. Driven by curiosity, Yang Yu immediately activated the Eye of Insight. Previously, within the stomach of the demon dragon, he had relied solely on the faint glow of the illumination stone on his chest. But the moment the Eye of Insight was activated, a brand new vision unfolded before him. Countless energy particles flowed through the space, forming layered energy patterns like a thermal imaging display or a 3-dimensional CT scan. Through the demon dragon's stomach walls, he could clearly see the entire structure of the abyssal dragon, including the strength of every muscle and bone. Although the dragon was dead, the energy within its body hadn't entirely dissipated, and its intensity far exceeded Yang Yu's own by several magnitudes. This dragon's corpse was, in itself, a priceless treasure. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Yu took out a second special treasure chest, silently praying to himself, a bracelet. Please let it be a bracelet. It doesn't have to be too amazing, something at the spirit or celestial artifact level will do. Grant my wish, treasure chest, open. As his words fell, a dazzling light began to shine. A jet-black leather cloak suddenly appeared before Yang Yu. He examined the magical cloak, a rare gold inter item, with great care. Its attributes were astonishing: 300 points of magic defense, 180 points of health bonus, and an additional 1,000 base attribute points. Even more exciting were its 5 unique features. The shapeshift trait allowed the wearer to alter its appearance at will. The glide trait enabled the user to gain gliding time proportional to the height when jumping from a high place. The damage absorption trait automatically absorbed 10 of both physical and magical damage. As an evolvable piece of equipment, it could upgrade in tier by absorbing 10 cloaks of the same level. Lastly, the cloak would automatically bind to its wearer, making it untradeable, undroppable, and indestructible. Yang Yu was overjoyed. Such a cloak was exceedingly rare in the game. He had killed thousands of monsters before, but had never acquired anything like it. The shapeshift trait, in particular, seemed tailor-made for him. After the series of incidents in the novice village, he had made quite a few enemies, many of whom were waiting to cause trouble for him once they reached the main city. With this cloak, as long as he wanted to stay anonymous, he wouldn't have to worry about being tracked again. The only downside was that he would have to wait until his first-class transfer to equip it. Carefully storing the cloak in his dimensional quiver, Yang Yu turned his attention to the enormous flaming red dragon egg before him, towering even taller than he was. The system indicated that a drop of blood was required to establish ownership and begin the hatching process. My blood is toxic. What if it kills the dragon egg? Yang Yu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to trust that the system wouldn't set such a trap. He pulled out a spiritual energy arrow and decisively pierced the palm of his left hand, pressing the flowing blood onto the surface of the egg. The system immediately issued 3 notifications. The bloodline contract was successfully established. The hatching countdown had begun 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds remaining, and the dragon egg had acquired the poison immunity trait. Moreover, the more blood it absorbed during the hatching period, the higher its loyalty would be. This result left Yangyu ecstatic. Not only was the hatching time reduced to just 1 day, but his toxic blood had also gifted the dragon egg a valuable immunity trait, perfectly aligning with his future development as a poison specialist. As Yangyu pondered how to escape the belly of the demon dragon, a sudden flash of sword light tore through the creature's body from the outside. He climbed through the fissure and emerged to see the figure of Elder Thunder seated cross-legged nearby. Though the Elder's aura was faint, deathly energy clinging to him like a waning flame, his face bore a contented smile as he gently beckoned Yangyu over. Yangyu quickly walked toward Lei Tang, but his steps faltered slightly halfway. He turned to gaze at the massive corpse of the abyssal dragon, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Don't bother looking," Lei Tang's calm voice drifted over. "The abyssal dragon isn't a native creature of the heavenly Tao world, so it usually doesn't drop items. However, its entire body is a treasure. Make sure to take its corpse with you when you leave." "Got it." Yangyu nodded firmly and approached Lei Tang with hurried steps. He bowed deeply. "Thank you, senior, for lending me the treasure. Without it, I wouldn't have survived." Yang Ye's body was covered in gruesome wounds, blood constantly seeping out, making him look like a man entirely drenched in red. Yet with the miraculous healing power of the seven-colored Shintian armor, his vitality was slowly returning. Every now and then, he carefully collected the blood dripping from his wounds into a glass vial, using it to nourish the scarlet dragon egg he carried. "No need to thank me," Lei Tang replied, shaking his head. "Defeating the abyssal dragon wasn't just because of the seven-colored Shintian armor. The blood toxin suppression effect, your seemingly endless spiritual energy arrows, those were all critical factors. But even more important was the mark of a strong one on you that is the true reason for your uniqueness." "A mark of a strong one?" Yang Ye's heart stirred. If not for the golden flame in his mind that had guided him to comprehend the invincible golden body, he wouldn't have survived inside the dragon's stomach. Those 5 seconds of invincibility had been the key to turning the tide of battle. "Senior Lei Tang, do you know the origin of this flame?" Yang Yu asked eagerly. Lei Tang's expression grew somber. "I don't know, nor can I say. During my travels in the heavenly Tao world, I encountered 2 other youths with the same mark as you. Both were unparalleled geniuses who accomplished astounding feats. That's why, when I first saw you, I decided to take a gamble." After finishing his words about the mark, Lei Tang abruptly shifted the topic. "Slaying the abyssal dragon was originally my mission. Now that you've completed it, the heavenly Tao will not punish my people. In this regard, we owe each other nothing. However, I have one more request, or call it a task, that I hope you'll accept." As he spoke, a golden ring suddenly appeared on Lei Tang's massive palm. The ring spun and flew toward Yangyu, shrinking to the size of a bracelet as it neared him. "This is a treasure I obtained in a secret realm, also an artifact, called the Chinkuan bracelet. In some aspects, it is even more powerful than the 7-colored Shintian armor." Lei Tang's gaze locked onto Yang Yes, his expression grave. "I've placed 10 seals on the Chinkuan bracelet. Every time you ascend a realm, 1 seal will be lifted. However, the final seal can only be unlocked using the secret techniques of my clan." Thunder gazed intently at the final seal of the Chinkuan bracelet, revealing its secret in a calm tone. This seal not only suppressed most of the bracelet's power, but also concealed treasures he had prepared for the ancient giant clan, both the heritage passed down from the clan and rare artifacts he had collected during his travels across the heavenly Tao world. As he spoke, Thunder retrieved a sealed letter from his chest, his eyes filled with deep longing. He handed the letter to Yangyu, his voice grave and steady. "If you can deliver this letter to my father, Lei Zhan, the leader of the ancient giant clan, he will unlock the 10th seal of the Chinkuan bracelet for you. Are you willing to embark on this journey across vast and perilous lands?" A system notification immediately appeared. Special mission, Thunder's last wish. Mission objective, deliver the sealed letter and the Chinkuan bracelet to Lei Zhan, leader of the ancient giant clan. Reward, fully unlocked Chinkuan bracelet. Penalty for failure, none. Time limit, none. Hint, the ancient giant clan resides in the extreme northern regions, a journey fraught with deadly dangers. Proceed with caution. Without pausing to review the system's warnings or even inspecting the properties of the Chinkuan bracelet, Yang Yu accepted the mission without hesitation. Even without the allure of the long-coveted artifact, he felt compelled to fulfill this wish as a token of gratitude for Thunder's guidance. Moreover, Thunder's lack of a deadline or penalty reflected a profound trust, one Yang Yu could not bring himself to refuse. Seeing Yang Yu agree, a faint sense of relief flickered in Thunder's eyes as his energy waned. Struggling to speak, he continued, "While I still have some strength left, there is something important you must know. The special state of the Rainbow Celestial Armor will only last for another hour and a half. You must complete your class advancement within this time frame, or no one in the Novice Village will be able to save you. Once the special state ends, the rainbow celestial armor will automatically be stored in the 10th layer of the Chinkuan bracelet. He added with urgency, "This letter is crucial. It is the only proof of your identity when you meet my father, Lei Zhan. Guard it carefully. Once he reads it, he will understand everything, and may even grant you a great opportunity. Additionally, I must share some truths about this world with you." The truth of the world? Yang Yu looked up at the sky, his eyes filled with curiosity and doubt. Noticing Yang Yu's cautious expression, Thunder offered a faint smile. "Don't worry. Having slain the abyssal demon dragon, you are now qualified to learn certain things, as permitted by the heavenly Tao itself. The history of the heavenly Tao world spans only 5,000 years. Only 5,000 years? Yang Yu asked, incredulous. That's correct, Thunder confirmed with a slight nod. Every 100 years, the heavenly Tao integrates 1,000 smaller worlds into itself. During this process, you must overcome countless challenges and compete with other worlds for resources and survival. Each century is referred to as a session. You belong to the 50th session. My ancient giant clan has existed since the first session, making us one of the superclans. There are 9 such superclans in total, known as the 9 heavenly clans. Countless weaker races, numbering in the tens of thousands, found themselves at a pivotal juncture. Thunder's voice was deep and grave. During this 100-year period, though protected by the heavenly Tao, you will face countless dangers. Yet, this is also a golden era for rapid growth. In the world of the heavenly Tao, the fate of weaker races is limited to 2 paths, extinction or enslavement by stronger races. If you fail to grow strong enough to stand your ground within this century of protection, what awaits you is endless darkness, and perhaps even the annihilation of your entire race. Yang Yu furrowed his brows, pressing further. Why does the heavenly Tao merge so many worlds together? And why establish such a cruel survival system? I don't know, Thunder replied calmly. Perhaps it's to cultivate the strong more quickly. The heavenly Tao itself is a world born for slaughter, which is why its full name is actually the heavenly Tao slaughter world. Here, all life is imbued with the attribute of devouring. Just as we grow stronger by killing monsters, monsters grow stronger by killing us. This process is countless times faster than ordinary cultivation. Seeing Thunder's energy fading, Yang Yu quickly interjected, I understand. We're nothing more than the heavenly Tao's experiment, like insects raised in a jar. Yet it's also the heavenly Tao's rules that allow us to survive and grow rapidly. Thunder nodded faintly, his voice growing weaker. Exactly. The area you're in now, including the main city you're about to enter and even the vast territories beyond, is part of the newly merged protected zone in the southernmost region of the heavenly Tao world. Meanwhile, the ancient Titan race resides in the far north. With the fusion of tens of thousands of small worlds, the heavenly Tao world has become boundless, teeming with countless powerful beings and demonic creatures. His gaze became increasingly clouded as he fixed his eyes on Yang Yu. I'm telling you this to warn you until you're strong enough. Never venture recklessly to the extreme north. And never stop striving to grow stronger. Before he could finish, Thunder's voice abruptly ceased. Yang Yu looked up to see Thunder's eyes slowly closing as he gazed toward the north, his last trace of life consumed entirely by the encroaching deathly aura. Yang Yu rose, bowing deeply 3 times toward Thunder with a solemn expression. Rest assured, Senior Thunder, I will fulfill your final wish, and it won't take long. Your guidance today will stay with me forever. Though they were of different races, Yang Yu felt deep gratitude for Thunder's help and teachings. To him, Thunder was not only a great warrior who sacrificed his life for his people and the greater good, but also a mentor and father figure. After paying his respects, Yang Yu placed Thunder's and the demon dragon's massive corpses into his void quiver. This extraordinary artifact had an astonishing amount of space, with each of the 2 colossal bodies, towering tens of meters high, occupying only a single storage slot. Taking one last look at the now empty Taiji Basin, Yang Yu made his way back through the fissure toward the northern outskirts of the novice village. Glancing at the remaining time on his 7-colored heavenly armor, he sprinted toward the village center without hesitation. According to Senior Thunder's estimation, if he didn't complete his class transition within 80 minutes, he wouldn't just face death and a loss of levels, it could even endanger his life in the real world. What Yang Yu didn't know was that guilds like Aoshi, Huangzhou, Ershizijia, and Batian had already joined forces, gathering nearly 10,000 players at the teleportation array, lying in wait for him. The area around the teleportation array in Novice Village 997 was packed with a dense crowd of nearly 50,000 people, leaving no room to move. The mass had split into 2 distinct factions, and the tension in the air was palpable. Closer to the teleportation array, an inner circle of nearly 10,000 individuals stood armed and ready, exuding an aura of hostility. These people hailed from various guilds, including Ao Shur, Huangzhou, Ershizijia, Batian, and their affiliated forces. Their mission was singular: to kill Yang Yu or die trying. Yet, This temporary coalition was far from united, as each guild harbored its own ulterior motives. Killing Yang Yu was merely the first step. Once that was achieved, a fierce battle over the loot would inevitably erupt among the guilds. As a result, smaller guild members were placed on the front lines, while the major guilds strategically occupied the inner circle near the teleportation array under the pretense of guarding the final line of defense. Just dozens of meters away, an even larger crowd of spectators had gathered. Casual players held up communicators to live-stream the unfolding drama, while gaming forums were already ablaze with discussions. Opportunists mingled within the crowd, hoping to scavenge some benefits from the imminent chaos. Amidst this noisy throng, three distinct forces stood apart. Over 300 members of Jing Yulu led by Yu Yao and Yu Ying, more than 800 members of Eternal Gate under Sui Feng Chi Wu, and a 10-person squad commanded by Chen Sheng. At this moment, the leaders of these three factions had discreetly gathered in one spot. Still no response? Sui Feng Chi Wu turned to Yu Yao with a questioning glance. That's right, Yu Yao nodded. The communicator indicates that Guanggu is in a special map and can't be reached. However, I've left a message. He should contact us once he's out. Sui Feng Chi Wu frowned as he gazed at the nearly 10,000 hostile players on the other side. If Guanggu doesn't intervene, there's no way we can escort him to the teleportation array safely with just our manpower. But if he does take action, not only is the outcome uncertain, but the delay will give those guilds exactly what they want: time to exploit the situation. He shifted his gaze toward Chen Sheng. Major Chun, the military can't possibly have only the 10 of you here, right? After all, you've purchased so much equipment. Chen Sheng interrupted with a shake of his head. This is a private operation of mine, and I don't have the authority to mobilize any military forces stationed in Novice Village 997. Furthermore, he added, his tone serious, to minimize public impact and avoid causing fear among the population, we've established a guild called Beyond the Bridge. Please refrain from referring to us as the military from now on. Quite bold of you all. Who's the guild leader? Surely it's not you, is it? Dancing with the Wind asked directly, locking eyes with Chen Sheng. Of course not. Chen Sheng quickly shook his head, his expression humble. The guild leader of Bridge to the Other Shore is Li Ming, with the ID Dawn's Light. I'm just one of the Legion commanders among many skilled players in the guild. Being a Legion commander is impressive enough, Dancing with the Wind complimented with a smile. A Legion commander can manage up to 10,000 members. Your guild is a well-organized force that follows strict orders, not like the loose coalitions we have. 10,000 of your members could rival 100,000 from a less disciplined large guild. Chen Sheng forced a faint smile, but chose not to respond. Bridge to the Other Shore's primary mission was to build a powerful in-game army to prepare for potential future catastrophes and better protect the people of Longhua, rather than to compete for dominance with other factions. However, due to his friendship with Yang Yu, and the spatial stone in Yang Yu's possession key to his own class advancement had brought 9 teammates to assist. Still, he couldn't mobilize more military resources. As unease settled among the group, Yu Yao's communication chime suddenly rang. It's Guanggu, she exclaimed. Dancing with the Wind immediately understood and signaled with a glance. In response, hundreds of members from the Eternal Gate Guild quickly formed a protective wall around them, ensuring the conversation remained private. Guanggu, don't rush back to the village just yet, Yu Yao said after confirming the surroundings were secure. She connected the call and updated Yang Yu on the current situation. There are nearly 10,000 opponents on the other side, while we only have a little over 1,000. After discussing with Dancing with the Wind and Chen Sheng, we suggest you stay out of sight for now. Our forces will launch the initial attack. Once we break through their line, you can use the chaos to enter the teleportation array, repair the spatial stone, and immediately teleport to the main city. This was the most feasible plan they had come up with, but even with Yang Yu staying out of the fight, the odds of breaking through were less than 50%. At that moment, Yang Yu was pressing forward while examining the attributes of the Qingquan bracelet. Qingquan bracelet. Quality: Divine Artifact Sealed. 10 layers. Base attributes: Strength 25. Agility 20. Special effects: 1. Lifesteal: each physical attack restores 10 of the damage dealt as health. 2. Splash damage: each physical attack deals 50 splash damage to enemies within a 5-meter radius of the target. 3. Binding: once equipped, cannot be traded, dropped, or destroyed. Bound to player Drunken Song. For 13. To be unlocked. Truly worthy of being called a divine artifact, Yang Yu murmured in awe. Even with most of its abilities sealed, the stats far surpassed those of the Silver Fang necklace, a Silverder item. He could hardly imagine how powerful it would become once fully unsealed. Equipping the Qingquan bracelet, Yang Yu began strategizing. The blockade set up by the Ao Shur Guild and others was indeed troublesome, but not insurmountable. 2 potential solutions quickly came to mind. The first option was to follow Yu Yao and the other's suggestion but supply them with a large amount of poison blood. With poison blood in hand, breaking through the enemy liner, even annihilating their near 10th Sandstrong force wouldn't be impossible. However, this would incur a debt of gratitude to the three allied factions and cause significant losses for their forces, delaying their entry into the main city. The second option was to use the Earth Fire Dragon King summoning scroll. Originally reserved for an ultimate quest, the scroll hadn't been used due to the overwhelming strength of the Abyssal Dragon. Now, it seemed like the perfect opportunity. The only concern was whether kills made by the summoned Earthfire Dragon King would increase his infamy points. Time was running out. Yang Yu decided to test the second option first. If the Dragon King's kills add to my infamy, they'll have to revert to the first plan. While I do owe a favor, the poisoned blood should be enough to settle the debt. He quickly informed Yu Yao, hold off on any action for now. He'll arrive in about 10 minutes, and I might have a way to deal with those players. He ended the call and sped toward the teleportation array, leaving Yu Yao and the others exchanging bewildered glances. They murmured in disbelief. Away? How is that even possible? In front of the novice village teleportation array, the crowd surged with anticipation. People murmured endlessly, speculating on the whereabouts of Zhongjiu Kuanga. Why isn't he here yet? Could he have chickened out? If it were me, I wouldn't show up either. Facing a dead end like this? Forget it. I'd just give up the first turn reward. These guilds are so despicable. The Goblin War God clearly completed the task with sheer skill. Sure, keep your voice down. In this game, might makes right. Don't let them hear you. Look, over there. The crowd suddenly stirred. A thin figure, covered in blood, emerged into Viwit was Zhongjiu Kuanga. His injuries were horrifying, as if he had suffered irreparable, fatal wounds. He's actually showing up in this condition? Word is, a few of the novice village's Earthfire Dragon King bosses were nearly taken down. If he doesn't come now, the other side will really win. Bold move. Knowing it's certain death and still willing to fight, I'm starting to admire him. The crowd parted, forming a path. Yang Yu walked forward with a solemn expression, each step reverberating in the hearts of everyone present. The previously boisterous novice village fell silent, the tension in the air almost tangible. From obliterating the Himeko Guild's Tyrant Batian and the Ao Shur Elite Squad, to achieving the novice village's first level 10 announcement, to the national first boss kill, and even slaying the demon dragon that triggered a global announcement, Yang Yu's series of achievements had already proven his strength. Even against insurmountable odds, no one dared to underestimate him. Unfortunately, what he faced now was a deadlock. Yu Yao, Chen Shang, and Suifeng Chiwu led over 1,000 players forward. Through the spirit vision eye, Yang Yu could clearly see Yu Ying concealed beside Yu Yao. Kuanga, your injuries. Yu Yao looked at him with concern, her eyes scanning the blood covering his body. It's nothing, Yang Yu replied with a faint smile. Thank you all for standing with me at this moment, but I'm short on time. Let's catch up in the main city. After a brief word of thanks, Yang Yu stepped forward to face the army of thousands. Among the four leaders on the opposing side, two faces were familiar: Wang Batian and Ao Shur Kuangfu, both already at level 9. The other two were even more formidable, having reached level 10. Huangfu Xiong, a burly man wielding a bronze spear, and Shuangjiang, a cold and elegant woman armed with a bronze longbow. Yang Yu had seen these names on the top 10 leaderboard. They hailed from the Royal Guild and the 24 Solar Terms Guild, respectively. Along with the Ao Shur Guild, 3 of the top 10 super guilds in Longhua had gathered here. Yang Yu's gaze swept over the nearly 10,000 players assembled before him, all waiting in battle formation. Yang Yu spoke up, apart from the Ao Shur and Batian guilds, I have no grievances with any of you. Are you sure you want to stop me? Huangfu Xiong stepped forward, his voice deep and commanding. Zhongjiu Kuanga, our guild leader has given the order. If you hand over the Space Stone and the Dragon Egg for safekeeping, the Royal Guild will not only let you pass, but also welcome you to join us. Shuangjiang raised her eyes to meet Yang Yu's gaze, her tone icy. Our leader, Bailu, has instructed us to delay you for 2 hours, but we are not required to take your life. As long as you don't try to force your way through, the 24 Seasons Guild will not attack. Heh, Yang Yu sneered, saying nothing more. With only 67 minutes left on the special state of his 7-colored Shintian armor, he couldn't afford to waste any time. He immediately pulled out a scroll and tore it apart with force. Roar! With an earth-shaking roar, a massive figure over 10 meters tall descended from the sky, crashing heavily into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The faces of the tens of thousands present changed dramatically, and they instinctively retreated. What kind of monster is this? I've seen it on the forums. It's the Flame Dragon King, the boss of the Blazing Canyon. How is it here? Did Zhongjiu Kuanga fail to obtain the Space Stone? Get back. Don't get caught in the crossfire. In the blink of an eye, the onlookers retreated en masse, leaving a several hundred-meter-wide empty space. Only the nearly 10,000 guards at the teleportation array were forced to stay put, many trembling with fear, wishing they could flee immediately. The system prompt echoed. Ding. You have successfully summoned the Flame Dragon King. Duration, 30 minutes. As a summoned creature, it is connected to your mind and can be controlled through your thoughts. To avoid accumulating sin points, Yang Yu refrained from ordering a mass attack. Instead, he directed the Flame Dragon King to unleash a fiery breath at a level 6 player in the front row. Boom! A fireball instantly took the player out. Ding! Your summoned creature, the Flame Dragon King, has successfully slain a player. The system only displayed the kill notification without any mention of sin points or the ability to loot the player's experience. Confirming this, Yang Yu fully let loose, commanding the Flame Dragon King to charge into the enemy lines. Huangfu Xiong, Shuangjiang, Wang Batian, and Aosher Kuangfu quickly realized the danger and retreated to the back, hiding behind the crowd. While Yang Yu didn't immediately pursue them, his gaze remained fixed on these four. No matter who else escaped today, these four would not. Especially Huangfu Xiong and Shuangjiang, whose betrayal he despised even more than his longtime rivals Wang Batian and Aosher Kuangfu. Under Yang Ye's mental control, the Flame Dragon King stormed into the center of the battle line and unleashed Rain of Fire. This massive spell, covering a radius of 30 meters and lasting 10 seconds, had once given Yang Yu a hard time in the Blazing Canyon. Just 3 fire rains had cost him nearly 2,000 health points. Countless fireballs rained down, each dealing nearly 1,000 damage. Screams rang out as players fell one after another. Those who barely survived the first wave couldn't withstand the relentless onslaught. White flashes of light flickered continuously, leaving only scattered equipment and coins on the ground. The Earthfire Dragon King charged across the battlefield like a streak of lightning, its massive body wreaking havoc within the 10-second duration of its skill. It was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, harvesting the lives of players in its path. By the time its area effect skill ended, the once impenetrable formation of nearly 10,000 players was in shambles, leaving only 3,000 to 4,000 dazed and terrified survivors. Panic spread like wildfire. Some players, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure, abandoned their guild's strict orders and fled in desperation. However, under Huang Fuxiong's command, the remaining players regrouped, preparing to launch a counterattack against the Earthfire Dragon King, whose ultimate ability had just concluded. At that moment, Yang Yu retrieved a dozen glass bottles filled with poison from his inventory and hurled them precisely toward the Earthfire Dragon King. These bottles contained his carefully collected concoctions of blood and urine, each holding at least 500 drops. The toxic potency ranged from 398 damage per second to a staggering 1786 damage per second, fatal to any surviving player. Under Yang Yu's control, the towering 10-meter Earthfire Dragon King circled the teleportation array, scattering the deadly liquid into the air. As the poison descended, it fragmented into countless tiny droplets of blood and urine. While some splashed onto the Dragon King itself, causing its health to decrease slightly, the damage was negligible for a creature with millions of hit points. Screams of agony echoed incessantly as flashes of white light marked the deaths of countless players. Anyone touched by the poison, even at the minimum damage rate of 398 per second, faced inevitable death. Within a 100-meter radius of the teleportation array, the battlefield had turned into a living hell. Mission failed. Retreat. Realizing the situation was hopeless, Huang Fuxiong finally issued the retreat order. The few hundred surviving players scattered like startled birds. Amid the chaos, Huang Fuxiong and 3 other Shuangjiang, Wang Batian, and Aosher Kuangfu attempted to flee but were intercepted by Yang Yu within 3 seconds. Simultaneously, the Earthfire Dragon King abandoned its pursuit of other players and charged in their direction. Yang Yu, Huang Fuxiong, clutching his spear, tried to maintain composure despite being surrounded. Leave us some leeway, and we may meet again on better terms. Must you push us to the brink? Huh? Weren't you the ones who wanted to erase me first? Yang Yu retorted with a cold smirk. Now that I'm standing here, why don't you dare make a move? Arrogant fool. Shuangjiang, enraged, fired an arrow straight at Yang Yu's chest. Taking this as their cue, Huang Fuxiong, Wang Batian, and Aosher Kuangfu all raised their weapons and launched a coordinated attack. Yang Yu stood motionless, letting their attacks land on him. Thanks to his exceptionally high constitution and the dual protection of the 7-colored Xintian armor, his defense was nearly invincible. Of the 4 attackers, only Shuangjiang's arrow, infused with 50 points of frost true damage, managed to chip away a mere 51 points of Yang Yu's health. The other 3 were helpless against Yang Yu's impenetrable defense. At that moment, a system notification suddenly popped up. You are under attack by Shuangjiang, Huang Fuxiong, and others. Counterattacking and killing them in self-defense will not increase your infamy. This was the moment Yang Yu had been waiting for. His movements were as fast as lightning, and in an instant, he knocked his poisoned arrows. 4 arrows were released simultaneously, followed by 2 more rapid volleys. In the blink of an eye, 12 poison arrows were unleashed, leaving no room for his opponents to dodge or block. Within just a second, Huang Fuxiong and his 3 allies succumbed to the poison, all dead without exception. The system promptly announced, the killing spree title is now active. The drop rate of items from players you kill has increased by 50. As 4 beams of white light rose, the ground was littered with an overwhelming array of loot. Dozens of pieces of equipment, hundreds of health potions, and even Huang Fuxiong's bronze spear and Shuang Zhang's bronze longbow. The Earthfire Dragon King arrived just in time, spewing fiery blasts to swiftly eliminate the remaining scattered players in the area. Moments later, only Yang Yu and his dragon companion remained near the teleportation array. From afar, tens of thousands of players who had been watching stood in stunned silence. Millions more, following the livestream on the game forums, were equally shocked. Those who had issued the order to intercept Yang Yu, including Ao Shi Tianxia, Huang Fuhong, and Bai Lu, were pale with regret. Their misjudgment had caused repeated failures in their attempts to conquer the Earthfire Dragon King, nearly costing them their lives. The entire battle lasted less than a minute. Nearly 10,000 elite members of Ao Shi and allied guilds were wiped out, including the 4 leaders. Yet Yang Yu, who had slaughtered thousands, remained unblemished by infamy, his status icon still glowing a healthy green. Ignoring the stunned gazes around him, Yang Yu casually inspected Shuang Zhang's longbow but decided not to switch. It couldn't compare to the superior attributes of his Tianlang Bao. As for Huang Fuxiong's spear, he didn't even bother giving it a second glance. Yu Yao, Chen Sheng, and Vice Leader Sui Feng Chi Wu, come over here. Yang Yu called to his trusted friends as he surveyed the scattered loot. Gather some people to clean this up and divide it among yourselves. Just calculate half the value for me. Such a generous offer left Yu Yao momentarily speechless. Noticing the still bleeding wounds on Yang Yu, she nodded firmly. Got it. Leave the rest to us. You should focus on repairing the teleportation array. Chen Sheng and Sui Feng Chi Wu also nodded repeatedly, their eyes filled with gratitude. After instructing the Earthfire Dragon King to patrol the area as a guard, Yang Yu quickly approached the teleportation array. Taking out a beginner's dagger, he carefully cleared the shattered spatial stones from the groove before delicately embedding a precious milky white crystal into place. Boom! A dazzling light erupted as the array's intricate patterns lit up one by one, forming a stunning design. At the same time, a system-wide announcement resounded across the entire Guolong server. Ding! A crisp system notification echoed in the ears of every player in the Dragon Kingdom region. Dragon Kingdom announcement. Congratulations to player Zhengjiu Quanga for successfully repairing the teleportation array in Novice Village 997, establishing a connection between the Novice Village and the main city. The system announcement declared this major breakthrough with excitement, followed by the reward details. Reward: 10,000 experience points, 200 reputation points, 20 free attribute points, and 5 gold coins. Shortly after, a second notification chimed in. It has been detected that Novice Village 997 is the first village in the Dragon Kingdom region to repair a teleportation array. For game balance, once Zhengjiu Quanga teleports to the main city, this teleportation array will temporarily close for 2 hours. The third notification left everyone watching the livestream utterly stunned. As the first player in the Dragon Kingdom region to complete the village exit task, all of Zhengjiu Quanga's rewards have been tripled. Additionally, he has earned 5 extra teleportation slots, allowing him to bring 5 level 10 players into the main city with him. Final rewards: 40,000 experience points, 800 reputation points, 80 free attribute points, and 20 gold coins. These 3 consecutive announcements instantly triggered a frenzy on gaming forums and livestream chats. Did I read that right? Triple rewards? And he can bring 5 people along? 80 free attribute points? That's insane. He just got 200 points half an hour ago, and now it's 280 points total. I haven't even earned a single attribute point yet. How are regular players supposed to compete with this? Players began feverishly calculating the value of those 5 teleportation slots. One suggested, these spots should be auctioned off publicly and no archers allowed, starting at tens of millions. If it's a national auction, it could easily hit over $1 billion. But some sharp-eyed players pointed out, the rich players in Novice Village 997 just got leveled by Quanga. There are probably only a dozen people there who even meet the level 10 requirement. Others shifted the conversation in a different direction. All you people care about is money. Such a narrow perspective. Do you really think a top-tier player like Quanga needs cash? Don't forget, there's still that pair of twin sisters and the beauty Sui Feng Chi Wu in the village. If Shuangjiang hadn't sided with the wrong team and gotten taken out by the goblin warlord, would have had 4 stunning flowers in this mix. The forum instantly erupted with heated discussions, and a flood of suggestive comments poured in. If it were me, I'd trade the city entry slot for 1 night of passion in a heartbeat, someone jeered. But soon, a more skeptical voice chimed in. With the goblin war god's looks, I doubt many women would be willing. You guys don't get it. A female player with the ID Swordheart suddenly jumped in to argue. For true top-tier players, strength is what really matters. ID do it. Turn off the lights and it's all the same. Haha, count me in too. Another female player echoed. I've never been with someone so unique. It must be quite an experience. As the online debate grew more intense, Yang Yu, who had just received his rewards from Heaven's Path, had no time to pay attention. He glanced at his status bar. Special effect of the 7-colored Shintian armor had less than 50 minutes remaining. While entering the city didn't guarantee an immediate class change, he still had no idea about the specific requirements or how long the entire process would take. If he couldn't advance his level within this short time, his life would be in grave danger. With this in mind, Yang Yu immediately called together Yu Yao, Yu Ying, Chen Shang, and Sui Feng Chi Wu. Time is tight, so we'll get straight to the point, he said bluntly. Tell me which class you want to switch to. As long as there's no overlap, I'll take you with me into the city. Oh, and one more thing, he added. I'm choosing Qingmu City. If you have other plans, you'll have to wait for another 2 hours. In the Dragon Nation region, players could choose from 5 main cities, each offering unique bonuses. Jinyang City, 2 attack power. Qingmu City, 2 agility. Heishui City, 2 health. Xian City, 2 monster drop rate. Huangsha City, 2 monster experience. Choosing a main city was akin to establishing residency, and it was nearly impossible to change later. While cities were connected by teleportation arrays, the cost was exorbitant, making large-scale transfers unrealistic for guilds in the early stages. As a result, major guilds would usually designate a specific city as their base and have members gather there. Yu Yao exchanged a glance with her younger sister, Yu Ying, before replying to Yang Yu. I'm planning to switch to a mage, and my sister wants to become an assassin. As for the main city, we can notify our guild members to gather in Qingmu City. She paused, glancing at Chen Shang and Sui Feng Chi Wu, then hesitated before adding, regarding the city entry slots, my sister and I are willing to pay 10 million each. What do you think? Sui Feng Chi Wu remained calm, but Chen Shang's expressions turned bitter. As an ordinary special forces soldier, he couldn't possibly afford such an astronomical sum. Even a 500,000 coin axe was beyond his budget, let alone a city entry slot costing tens of millions. Unless he received special approval from the military, this amount was simply out of reach for him. At that moment, Yang Yu shook his head gently and smiled. Money is useful, but too much of it can be a burden. Besides, we're friends now, aren't we? Consider this as repayment for the support you all gave me when I needed it most. Yang Yu turned to look at Chen Shang and Sui Feng Chi Wu, his eyes filled with anticipation. What about you two? Are you willing to go to Qingmu City? What's your target profession? Sui Feng Chi Wu, always straightforward, noticed Yang Yu was in a hurry and responded immediately. The leader has already informed me to go with you to Qingmu City to establish a branch of the Eternal Gate. My target profession is swordsman. Good. Yang Yu nodded in satisfaction and shifted his gaze to Chen Shang. Guanggu, thank you. Chen Shang took a deep breath, speaking sincerely. I'm planning to transition to Berserker. My superior just sent word, asking me to try and enter the city with you. It doesn't matter which main city we go to. All right. Yang Yu nodded in agreement. Suddenly, something seemed to occur to him, and he looked toward Yu Yao and the other 3. I still have 1 spot left. Do you have anyone suitable to recommend? We can bring them along. The 4 were momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then fell into silence. If Yang Yu had charge money, Yu Yao and Sui Feng Chi Wu might have felt comfortable buying the spot. But since Yang Yu wasn't asking for payment, this was a significant favor. They already owed him so much, and they didn't dare to add more to the burden. Besides, in the novice village, there were only a handful of level 10 experts in their guild. Even if they wanted to recommend someone, there was no one suitable. Noticing their hesitation, Yang Yu understood and turned back to Chen Shang. Stop dawdling, Chen Shang. Pick someone from your team, he instructed as he headed toward the teleportation array, waving without looking back. No other requirements, just make sure their profession doesn't overlap with ours. Thank you so much, Guanggu, Chen Shang said, expressing his gratitude for what felt like the 100th time that day. His feelings were complicated as he looked at this frail man, who had only met him twice yet had helped him repeatedly. Chen Shang wondered when he would ever be able to repay this debt. 2 minutes later, the 6 of them were ready and standing on the teleportation array. The last to join was Wang Lei, the deputy captain of Chen Shang's special operations team. This tall man with dark skin, dressed as a knight, exuded a steady and reliable demeanor. After confirming everything was in order, Yang Yu activated the teleportation to Qingmu City. In a flash of light, the 6 figures vanished. Accompanied by a dizzying sensation, they reappeared in a grand plaza. The plaza was lined with dozens of teleportation arrays, categorized by different levels of complexity based on their patterns. Each array was guarded by armed sentinels. The array they arrived on was the most basic type, with simple patterns in the smallest area. The sentinels conducted a routine inspection and, upon seeing that everyone's names displayed a green status, pointed toward the imposing structure in the northern part of the plaza. Looking up, for bold characters came into view. Hall of Professions. Without hesitation, Yang Yu dashed toward the hall. Although Yu Yao and the others were unsure of his urgency, they quickly followed. At the entrance of the hall stood a dozen or so statues of powerful human figures, each one representing the pinnacle of their respective professions across the vast worlds. The human profession system in the heavenly Tao world was divided into 9 main categories: mage, assassin, archer, priest, swordsman, warrior, knight, martial artist, and beast tamer. In addition, there were numerous hidden and specialized professions. For example, warriors could branch into berserkers or shield warriors, while mages could specialize in specific elemental attributes. Though he was tempted to pause and admire the legendary feats of these powerful figures, the special state of the 7-colored Shintian armor was running out of time. Yang Yu pressed on, heading straight into the main hall of the sanctuary, where he quickly located the archer transition zone. There, a tall woman was crouched in front of a filing cabinet, searching through records. She wore a tight-fitting leather armor that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure, causing Yang Yu to momentarily lose focus. Collecting himself, he politely asked, "Hello, I'd like to transition to the archer profession. Are you the one I should speak to?" "Oh, someone's here already?" The woman turned around, her mature and intellectual voice tinged with surprise. Her stunning face regarded Yang Yu curiously, while he discreetly observed her as well, quietly casting a detection spell. Lu Ruyan, a celestial-level archer. Her presence made Yang Yu unconsciously hold his breath. As a descendant of the Tianyu star humans, her people had lost their ancestral land in the last multiverse battle, yet they gained the protection of the heavenly Tao. They were allowed to settle and recuperate in this region where humans of different realms merged. In return, she had to fulfill the tasks assigned by the heavenly Tao, serving as a professional archery mentor here. A celestial-level archer. Yang Yu's heart trembled. It was well known that one needed to surpass level 100 to become an earth-level archer, and celestial level was an existence far above that. Driven by curiosity, Yang Yu activated his spirit vision. Lu Ruyan's figure immediately appeared before him, tall and graceful, with perfect curves. But what astounded him most was the energy radiating from her, far surpassing the levels of the other professional mentors. "You've got some nerve, kid. Do you find my figure pleasing?" A sudden voice, naturally alluring but tinged with anger, snapped Yang Yu out of his daze, making him shudder. "Sorry, I didn't mean to." Yang Yu quickly lowered his head and apologized, not daring to meet Lu Ruyan's gaze again. Even an SS-level spirit vision couldn't escape the perception of a celestial-level powerhouse. "Humph." Lu Ruyan snorted coldly. "Since you're the first disciple I've encountered, they'll let it slide this time. But if you dare to cross the line again, they'll tear your eyes out." Yang Yu hurriedly cupped his hands in respect. "Thank you, teacher, for your generosity." He knew his earlier actions had been reckless. If Lu Ruyan decided to make things difficult for him during the transfer process, or set up some insurmountable challenge, he'd be in serious trouble. Lu Ruyan sat elegantly in a chair, crossing her legs, and pointed to the books on the table. "Pay up." The professional manual, Xianyu Manual, costs 100 gold coins. The 3 beginner skills illuminating arrow, rapid fire, and piercing arrow are 20 gold coins each. That's a total of 160 gold coins. Her lips curled into a faint smile. "If you don't have enough, you'd better head out of the city and start grinding for gold." 160 gold coins, the equivalent of 9 million Dragon Nation currency, left Yang Yu momentarily stunned. But his finances were no longer what they used to be. With 595 gold coins in his possession, he could easily afford it. Without hesitation, he neatly placed 160 gold coins on the desk. "Thank you, teacher, for your concern. I can manage this amount. Please guide me in the ways of cultivation." Seeing his straightforwardness, Lu Ruyan smiled as she accepted the coins and handed him the 4 books. Skill books are simple, just flip through them to learn. As for Xianyu Manual, you'll need to circulate your spiritual energy according to its teachings and complete a full celestial cycle to truly grasp it. Some people accomplish this in a few minutes, while others take over 10 hours. She gestured to several meditation mats. "You can meditate here. They'll set up a barrier to help you focus on your training." "Understood. Thank you, teacher." Yang Yu was about to take his seat when he noticed Yu Yao, Yu Ying, Chen Shang, and Wang Lei approaching, their expressions filled with hesitation. "Brother Kuang Gu, I truly apologize," Chen Shang said, forcing himself to speak, his face filled with discomfort. "A profession manual costs 80 gold coins each, and a skill book costs 15. The prices are just too high. Wang Lei and I came here in a hurry and only brought a dozen or so gold coins with us, not even enough to buy the most basic profession manual." He looked at Yang Yu with a hint of hope. "Do you happen to have any extra gold coins? I've already reported this to my superiors, and they've agreed to purchase them at market price. The funds will be transferred within 10 minutes. If you don't want the gold reimbursed, we can pay you back with interest within a day, 10 interest, to be exact." Although Chen Shang was already a legion commander, he didn't directly manage finances. The little gold he and Wang Lei had on them was saved from their usual monster hunting. The military's level of urgency in this matter was evident from the unusual 10 interest rate they were willing to offer. However, what truly shocked Yang Yu was the price of the manuals. Wait a second, did you say 80 gold coins for a profession manual? And 15 for a skill book? He turned to Lu Ruyan in disbelief. It turned out she wasn't as generous as she seemed on the surface. She had taken full advantage of him, overcharging him by 35 gold coins, equivalent to 1,000,000 Longwu yuan. What are you looking at? Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed slightly, but she stubbornly retorted, books for archers are naturally more expensive. Got a problem? Want a refund? This forget it. Yang Yu muttered helplessly, shaking his head. He turned to Yu Yao and Yu Ying, the two sisters. Are you short on money too? That doesn't make sense. As the president and vice president of Jinghua Tower, and heiresses to a wealthy family in real life, how could they not afford the cost of changing professions? Yu Yao explained. One of us has enough, but there are two of us. And we want to learn all the skills, so we're short a bit. Qiwu, the deputy leader, already took most of the gold collected by Eternal Gate from Newbie Village 997, but it's only enough for her. She even had to give up temporarily on learning one skill. Yang Yu suddenly understood. If not for the 500 gold coins he had received as a reward from the Abyssal Demon Dragon, his own savings wouldn't have exceeded 100 coins. The two Yu sisters needed 250 gold coins in total, a significant amount. Without prior knowledge and deliberate preparation, it would have been impossible to bring enough when entering the city. How much are you short, exactly? Yang Yu asked directly. Yu Yao answered. My sister and I are still 93 coins short. Chen Shang gave a bitter smile. We're short even more, 236 coins. Yang Yu glanced down at his wallet, which held 435 gold coins. Without hesitation, he took out 329 coins and handed them to Yu Yao and Chen Shang. With a relaxed smile, he said, just transfer the money directly to me. It'll save me the trouble of selling the coins myself. After saying this, Yang Yu ignored the excited expressions of the other four, waved his hand lightly, and sat cross-legged on the meditation mat. Lu Ruyan raised her hand, and a protective barrier emerged, isolating all external sounds and visuals. At this moment, nothing happening outside mattered to Yang Yu. He had only one goal, to comprehend the Xianyu scripture within 46 minutes. Time ticked away second by second. 10 minutes passed, then 20, then 30. Perhaps the more anxious one becomes, the harder it is to focus, or perhaps the scripture itself was profoundly difficult to grasp. All 6 individuals who entered the profession hall were stuck at this stage. As Yang Yu grew increasingly uneasy, a sudden announcement from the system rang out beyond the barrier. Ding! Announcement for the Dragon Kingdom region. Congratulations to player Yu Xia Shu Ying for successfully transitioning to the assassin profession. As the first player in the Dragon Kingdom region to transition to assassin, they are awarded 300 reputation points, 30 free attribute points, 10 gold coins, and an exclusive skill book for the assassin profession. Whether it was natural talent or a simpler mindset, Yu Ying was the first among the 6 to fully comprehend their profession scripture. Just 2 minutes later, another announcement declared that Sui Feng Chi Wu had successfully transitioned to the swordsman profession. The game forums erupted in excitement. Some envied the duo for benefiting from Yang Yu's guidance, earning the first transition rewards. Others, top players themselves, expressed regret for missing this opportunity. Some speculated that Yang Yu might have encountered a setback, as his transition announcement was conspicuously absent. While some sympathized, many secretly rejoiced. But all this chaos meant nothing to Yang Yu, who was immersed in intense concentration. Feeling the pressure of time, he activated his spiritual vision, meticulously observing the flow of every strand of spiritual energy within his body. In this heightened state, controlling the flow of energy became remarkably effortless. Even a spiritual energy circulation diagram, 10 times more complex than the Xianyu scripture, could now be completed in just 10 minutes. As the final strand of spiritual energy coursed through his entire body and settled in his dantian, Yang Yu felt a profound shackle within him shatter. His bleeding wounds began to heal rapidly, and the blood poison effect stacked from 1 layer to 2. Ding! Congratulations on successfully comprehending the Xianyu scripture. Your realm has advanced, and you have become a novice archer. At that moment, the Chinkoan bracelet on Yang Yu's wrist suddenly emitted a dazzling light, its aura becoming significantly stronger. Before he could examine these changes, the long-anticipated system announcement finally echoed across the Dragon Kingdom region. Ding! Announcement for the Dragon Kingdom region. Congratulations to player Zhong Jiuquanggu for successfully transitioning to the archer profession. As the first player in the Dragon Kingdom region to transition to archer, they are awarded 300 reputation points, 30 free attribute points, 10 gold coins, and an exclusive skill book for the archer profession. Impressive. Truly worthy of being called the Goblin War God. The players chattered amongst themselves, watching as Yang Yu successfully completed his class advancement. Some began calling him the Arrow God, but many felt his poison-based abilities were more terrifying, making the title Goblin Poison God seem more fitting. The scene from the earlier battle was still fresh in everyone's minds, the awe-inspiring sight of Zhongjiu Kuanga commanding the Earthfire Dragon King to unleash poison potions, decimating thousands of opponents in one fell swoop. The spectacle left everyone present utterly shocked. Guilds like Ao Shi, Huangzhou, Batian, and Urshi Jie suffered heavy losses not just in manpower but also in reputation. As Yang Yu shifted his focus to Qingmu City, the major guilds reacted differently. The super guilds Ao Shi and Huangzhou immediately issued internal directives, mobilizing all their members to establish a presence in Qingmu City. Meanwhile, the female executives of Urshi Jie convened an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures. As for Batian Guild, which had been at odds with Zhongjiu Kuanga from the start, it seemed to have developed a psychological scar from their encounters and decided to retreat to Heishui City to regroup. Though Batian Guild was formidable, it still lagged behind the super guilds. Its strength largely relied on the financial backing of its leader, Wang Batian, making their decision to lay low a prudent one. The main city is nothing like the starter villages, where there are only a handful of players, someone worried aloud. These super guilds have tens of thousands of members, many of them top-tier players. His earlier feat of quickly taking out nearly 10,000 people was mainly thanks to the summoned Earthfire Dragon King. Another player analyzed. That kind of one-time use scroll is gone after it's used. And it'll be hard to recreate such an incredible scene again. Have you forgotten? Someone reminded them. When Kuanga completed the ultimate quest, he received a dragon egg. Once he raises his dragon pet, it might even surpass the Earthfire Dragon King in power. Meanwhile, players across various starter villages were abuzz with discussions. Some envied those in Starter Village 997 for being able to ride the coattails of such top-tier experts, while others lamented their own village's inability to defeat their respective bosses. Rumor had it that Jiuxio's team had already reduced their boss HP to 80, while the 1,000-strong mercenary group led by Ao Shi Tianxia had reached 75. The competition was fierce, with everyone racing against time to claim the first-class advancement rewards before the teleportation array at Starter Village 997 reopened. At that moment, Yang Yu, still within the isolation barrier, had just finished receiving the rewards from Heaven's Will and was reviewing the system notifications. Ding! Congratulations on becoming a beginner archer. Basic attack range has increased to 20 meters. Ding! Congratulations on advancing your cultivation realm. Your blood fiend poison body has undergone significant growth. Poison duration is now doubled to 20 seconds. Applying poison to a target twice consecutively will now stack the effect to 2 layers. Ding! Sensing your realm advancement, the Qinkuan bracelet has automatically unlocked one seal. Ding! The special state of the 7-colored Shintian armor has ended. It has returned to the 10th sealed layer of the Qinkuan bracelet. Watching the 7-colored Shintian armor leave him, Yang Yu felt a profound sense of loss well up within him. Yang Yu eagerly examined the changes in the attributes of the Qinkuan bracelet. This artifact still had 9 seals left to unlock, but its current attributes were already astonishing. A base bonus of 50 agility and 40 strength. More importantly, it came with several powerful traits. The first trait was a lifesteal effect, allowing each physical attack to absorb 15 of the target's health. The second trait, splash damage, dealt 55 additional damage to enemies within a 5-meter radius of the target. The third trait was even more incredible, thunder. Each attack dealt an additional 100 points of true lightning damage and had a 20 chance to paralyze the enemy for 1 second, with the paralysis chance halved for splash damage targets. The fourth trait was equipment protection, making the bracelet immune to being traded, dropped, or destroyed, and it was already bound to the player Zhongjiu Kuanga. The remaining traits, numbered 5, 6, and 7, were still sealed. As one of the seals was unlocked, the Qinkuan bracelet strength and agility attributes doubled instantly, and a new trait was revealed. Combined with the level 3 Spirit Arrow's 100 points of true damage, Yang Yu could now easily deal over 200 health damage to enemies with a single arrow, even without using poison. Remembering the unused skill books he had received, Yang Yu immediately began studying the 3 skills given to him by Lu Ruyan. Illuminating Arrow. An A-level skill that creates a bright light at the arrow's impact point, illuminating a 10-meter radius and revealing invisible targets. It has a 3-second cooldown and costs 10 mana points. Armor-piercing Arrow. A level skill that increases attack power by 50 and ignores 20 of the target's physical defense. It has a 5-second cooldown, costs 20 mana points, and is currently at Novice Proficiency 01000. Rapid-fire Arrows. A level skill that fires 3 consecutive arrows with attack power of 100, 110, and 120, respectively. It has a 10-second cooldown, costs 30 mana points, and is also at Novice Proficiency 01000. Finally, Yang Yu opened the exclusive skill book he had received as a reward from Heaven's Path. To his amazement, he unlocked an S-level skill Soul Arrow Rain. This powerful area effect skill splits a single arrow into 100 arrows, covering a 5-meter radius. The arrows inherit all the attributes of the original and have a 1 chance to deal a critical hit. Although it couldn't carry poison effects, the skill's 60-second cooldown and 100 mana cost were well worth it. After reading through the skill descriptions, Yang Yu felt a surge of excitement. He suddenly remembered another piece of equipment, a magical cloak waiting to be equipped. Without hesitation, he retrieved the unique item from the storage compartment of his void quiver. The attributes of the magical cloak were once again displayed before his eyes. This gold-tier equipment not only provided 300 points of magic resistance and 180 points of health boost, but also came with an additional 1,000 points of defense. Its 5 unique features were remarkable. The morphing trait allowed the wearer to alter its appearance at will. The gliding trait enabled the user to glide to varying degrees when jumping from high places. The damage absorption trait automatically absorbed 10 of physical and magical damage. As an evolutionary piece of equipment, it could be upgraded by absorbing 10 similar cloaks, with the current progress at 0-10. Lastly, it was automatically bound to the player's Zhongju Kuang, making it untradeable, undroppable, and indestructible. The only requirement for equipping it was being a first-tier physical class player. Every time Yang Yu looked at this cloak, he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Not only did its traits perfectly meet his needs, but it was also the strongest piece in his current gear in terms of defense and health bonuses. After donning the magical cloak, Yang Yu immediately checked his attribute panel. As a novice archer, he had reached level 10,300,003,0000. His base attributes included 205 points of strength, 589.8 points of constitution, 208 points of agility, 54 points of spirit, and 55 points of intelligence. When converted into combat stats, this resulted in 7128 health points, 540 mana points, 537 attack power 2052382120, 984 defense 589395, 305 magic resistance 54251, and 218 speed 20810. Notably, his spirit arrow's range had increased from 30 meters to 60 meters, which, combined with his regular 90-meter range, allowed him to handle the abyssal dragon more effectively within the 100-meter radius of the two forms' eye. Additional attributes included a 26 lifesteal effect and a 106-point gold bonus. His system panel also showed 310 free attribute points awaiting allocation, 4,420 reputation points, and the title of Killer Maniac. His hidden talent, Blood Venom Body, inflicted 5,299 points of true damage per second on targets for 20 seconds, with the poison effect stackable up to 2 layers. His skill bar listed abilities such as Detection, Invincible Golden Body, Spirit Vision Eye, Illuminating Arrow, Piercing Arrow, Rapid Fire Arrow, and Rain of Arrows. His equipment list included the 9-sealed Shinkuan Bracelet, the Gold-tier Magical Cloak, the Bronze-tier Void Quiver, the Silver-tier Silver Fong Necklace, the Bronze-tier Sirius Bow, and a collection of Black Iron-tier items. Corpse Scale Armor, Demon Cloud Bracers, Demon Cloud Boots, Corpse Cloud Helmet, Corpse Cloud Ring, Demon Weapon Ring, and Demon Weapon Leg Guards. The attribute boost from his successful class advancement filled Yang Yu with confidence. Restraining the urge to distribute his free attribute points, he turned his attention to the Flame Red Dragon Egg in his inventory. The egg's timer displayed a remaining incubation time of 22 hours 34 minutes and 51 seconds. After replenishing the egg with 2 large bottles of fresh blood, a banking notification on his phone caught his attention. It turned out that during his meditation session, Chen Shang, Yu Yao, and He Fengwu had transferred the proceeds from selling over 10,000 Novice Village items to his Dragon Country bank account, amounting to a total of 36.28 million yuan. This brought the balance of his account, ending in 9527, to 40,567,984.15 yuan. Yang Yu wasn't privy to the exact details of the equipment distribution, but the sum transferred by the three left him stunned over 600,000 yuan per person, totaling nearly 20 million. Adding to that, Yu Yao and Qin Sheng had purchased 329 gold coins at 50,000 yuan each, amounting to 16.45 million. This massive windfall boosted Yang Yu's bank account balance from just over 4 million to more than 40 million yuan. Not only could he now afford game pods for his sister and parents, but he could also move them to a safer, more spacious home. Thinking of his family, a wave of exhaustion finally hit him. The overnight gaming session had pushed the time past 10 a.m. Normally by now, his parents would have finished clearing their breakfast stall and brought him a warm meal before heading to the factory. But today, there was neither the familiar aroma of breakfast nor the usual persistent calls to wake him up. Could they have deliberately avoided disturbing me because they knew I was gaming? He wondered. With a trace of doubt, Yang Yu logged out from the game within the isolation shield. Across from him, Lu Ruyan, seated on the chair, glanced at the spot where he vanished. Her expression remained calm as she continued filing her nails with meticulous care. As he removed the gaming helmet, His stomach growled loudly in protest. Though his body felt weak, his mind was surprisingly clear. Supporting himself with his thin arms, Yang Yu rose from the bed and shuffled toward the living room. On the dining table sat 2 large meat buns and a cup of soy milk, evidently left there by his parents. Seizing the opportunity while the food was still warm, Yang Yu devoured it ravenously while dialing his mother's phone number. After what felt like an eternity, the call was finally answered. "Son, you're awake?" His mother's stammering voice carried a hint of unease. "The buns and soy milk are on the table. If they've gone cold, just heat them up yourself." Sensing something off, Yang Yu immediately pressed her further. "Mom, is everything okay? You sound nervous." "No, nothing's wrong," she replied hastily, her words tumbling over each other. "Your dad and I are both at work, and your sister is in class. Don't bother them. Finish your breakfast and get some more rest. We'll bring lunch home later." "That's it, bye." The call abruptly ended, leaving Yang Yu with a sinking feeling. His mother's unusual behavior gnawed at his gut. It wasn't until he glanced at his phone and saw that it was Sunday that the realization struck. While his parents might work overtime on weekends, his sister, Xiaoxue, definitely didn't have school on Sundays. His mother was lying. Quickly finishing the remaining bun in 2 bites, Yang Yu frantically tried calling his father and sister, but neither answered. At this point, his worst fears were confirmed. Something had happened to his family. Forcing himself to stay calm, Yang Yu paused to think before pulling up the number of his sister's friend, Ding Xiaoyu. With trembling fingers, he dialed the number. The phone rang for a long time before Ding Xiaoyu finally answered Yang Yu's call. "Hello, Xiaoyu. This is Yang Yu, Yang Shue's brother," Yang Yu said, trying to keep his voice steady. "Do you know where she is right now? Has something happened?" There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Yang Yu could hear Ding Xiaoyu's rapid breathing as if she was hesitating on how to respond. At last, she spoke with a trembling voice, almost in tears. "Brother Yang Yu, here's the thing. Xiaoxue has always done very well in school. She consistently ranks among the top in every exam. Because everyone knows about your family's financial difficulties, some wealthier classmates often ask her to tutor them on weekends. She could earn anywhere from a few dozen to over 100 yuan a day, and her tutoring results are even better than professional tutors." After a short sob, Ding Xiaoyu continued, "Xiaoxue has always been very careful about her reputation. Whether tutoring boys or girls, she insisted on doing it only in the school classroom. Some rich kids who aren't serious about studying would offer her hundreds or even thousands of yuan to tutor them at their homes because they thought she was pretty, but she always turned them down. But today..." At this point, Ding Xiaoyu suddenly broke into tears. "She accepted Tang Hu's tutoring request," Ding Xiaoyu said between sobs. "Tang Hu is one of our classmates. His family is in the mining business. They own silver mines, coal mines, and stone quarries. They're one of the wealthiest families in Yangtze. He's very domineering at school and often bullies others, but he's also generous with his money. He had pestered Xiaoxue several times, offering her 5,000 yuan a day to tutor him, but only if she came to his house. Xiaoxue always ignored him. Last night, Xiaoxue told me." Ding Xiaoyu's voice cracked with emotion. "She said that you had decided to stop your treatment because you didn't want to burden the family anymore, and she wanted to help ease the financial pressure. So she agreed to tutor Tang Hu but insisted it had to be in the classroom. Tang Hu said he couldn't concentrate in the classroom and suggested meeting at a cafe instead. Xiaoxue thought it would be safe since it's a public place, so she agreed." Ding Xiaoyu suddenly burst into tears, her voice choked as she recounted what had happened. It turned out that not long after Xiaoxue went to tutor Tang Hu, he began making inappropriate advances toward her and eventually attempted to assault her. In a moment of desperation, the strong-willed Xiaoxue used a pin in her hand to stab Tang Hu's palm and immediately called the police. "I just came from the police station, and things aren't looking good," Ding Xiaoyu said, wiping her tears. "Now I'm on my way to the school to find the teachers and principal for help." "Something's not right," Yang Yu frowned, questioning. "This is clearly self-defense, and the other party attempted assault. We have the moral high ground. Why do we need the school's help?" Through her sobs, Ding Xiaoyu explained, "We only found out at the station that the tea restaurant belongs to Tang Hu's family. He had planned this all along. The surveillance cameras in the restaurant were conveniently down that day, and there was no one else there except them, not even other customers, just one remaining waiter. Luckily, Xiaoxue had been recording audio on her phone since she entered the restaurant, capturing everything. However, once the case came to the attention of the station chief, Wang Doqing, the situation took a turn for the worse. Chief Wang sided with Tang Hu, claiming the recording could be fabricated and was inadmissible as evidence. The waiter even gave false testimony, stating they heard no argument and only saw Tang Hu injured by the pin. Now, Tang Hu's parents were countersuing Xiaoxue for intentional harm, demanding an exorbitant amount for medical expenses and even threatening to have her imprisoned. Hearing the full story, Yang Yu felt a sharp pang in his heart. His sister had only agreed to tutor Tang Hu to earn extra money for his medical treatment. Even though she had been extremely cautious, she still couldn't escape such a sinister plot. That fool. Didn't I tell her I already made 500,000? Yang Yu berated himself silently. If he hadn't been busy completing that ultimate hidden task, he could have entered the city sooner, changed jobs, and logged off. Perhaps he could have prevented all of this. Pushing aside his regret, Yang Yu asked for the location of the police station. Despite Ding Xiaoyu urging him not to go, worried about his health, Yang Yu insisted, "I think I can help now." After hanging up, Yang Yu sprang into action. He retrieved his bank card and logged back into the game to check the contact information left by Chun Sheng and Yue Yao. Facing local power and influence, even with 40 million in his account, he wasn't entirely confident he could resolve this. If things went too far, he would have to call in a favor from Qin Sheng or Yue Yao. After saving the numbers to his phone, Yang Yu took 200 yuan from his parents' metal box and hailed a taxi straight to the Changdong police station. Along the way, he noticed advertisements for the Heavenly Dao game everywhere. People carrying game helmets hurried past him on the streets. With government support, more and more people were entering the world of Heavenly Dao. As soon as he stepped into the police station lobby, a chaotic scene unfolded before him. Xiaoshua's father was red-faced with anger, her mother was sobbing uncontrollably, voicing her accusations, while Xiaoshua herself stood silently in a corner, her clothes disheveled and a clear handprint on her face. Guo Xiaopeng was fiercely arguing with the other party, and even neighbors like Grandpa Zhang and Aunt Lu had shown up. Yet, as her brother, Yang Yu was the last to arrive. The hospital corridor presented a stark contrast. On one side stood the Yang family, dressed in simple, modest clothing, while on the other was a middle-aged couple, impeccably dressed and dripping with jewelry, their entire focus on a slightly chubby teenage boy who was wailing in pain. Medical staff were tending to the boy's injured hand as his cries of agony echoed through the hallway. "I'll make sure that insolent woman ends up in jail today," the injured boy, Tang Hu, roared furiously. "Dad, Mom, my hand hurts so much. You have to get justice for me." The heavily made-up middle-aged woman immediately tried to comfort him, her voice filled with concern. All right, Hewer, don't worry. Director Wang will surely ensure justice is served for us." She then turned to the Yang family, her eyes blazing with contempt. "You bumpkins, you savages. How dare you hurt my son? None of you are getting away with this." "What do you mean by hurting your son?" Guo Xiaopeng exploded with rage, pointing at Yang Shui, who was standing quietly by the wall. "Do you people even know the law? In serious cases, this could lead to life imprisonment, or even the death penalty. Look at the handprint on my sister's face. Look at the torn collar of her clothes. My sister acted in self-defense. Even if she killed your son, it wouldn't be a crime." He continued, his voice trembling with anger. "Don't think your Tang family's money makes you untouchable. This is a society governed by law and the internet. If the director sides with you, they'll go straight to the bureau chief. If the bureau chief doesn't care, they'll escalate it to the ministry. I refuse to believe no one can hold you accountable." At this moment, the middle-aged man with a beer belly stood up, exuding an air of authority. "Young man, don't be so naive. You're not a judge, and you can't just call it rape because you say it's rape." He gestured first at the young woman in a server's uniform and then at Tang Hu, whose hand was still bleeding. "Evidence matters. I have witnesses and physical proof. All you have is a short, unclear, and potentially fabricated phone recording. Even if you take this to the ministry, it won't help you." His words left Guo Xiaopeng momentarily speechless. Just then, Yang Yu, looking pale and frail, stepped forward and addressed the round-faced police director directly. Whether the recording is authentic and what it captures can easily be verified by the forensic department. Why, Director Wang, are you dismissing its validity without any examination, claiming it can be forged and is inadmissible as evidence? Xiaoyu, why are you here? The Yang family quickly gathered around him, voicing their concern in a flurry of words, momentarily easing the tension in the room. Yang Yu offered them a reassuring smile before turning back to Director Wang. He pressed him again for an answer. Director Wang shot him a cold glance and replied indifferently, "Whether a recording made without consent can be used as evidence is still a matter of debate in court. Moreover, her recording is full of noise and hardly worth analyzing. Since there's controversy, that means there's precedent for it being used." Yang Yu's gaze was firm, and his voice carried a powerful conviction. He continued, "For professional evaluators, background noise won't pose an obstacle." Standing upright, Yang Ye's tone turned serious. "As a family member of the victim, I am formally accusing Tang Hu of attempting to rape my sister. Not only did he tamper with the surveillance footage in advance, but he also instructed staff to provide false testimony. This is clearly a premeditated crime. I demand the police file a case immediately, report it to the prosecutor's office, and detain Tang Hu according to the law." As soon as he finished speaking, a contemptuous laugh broke the brief silence. Yang Yu turned his head to see Tang Hu's father, Tang Xiao. In that case, Tang Xiao sneered as he looked at Director Wang. I, too, as a family member of the victim, accused this woman of maliciously injuring my son, potentially leaving him disabled for life. She also falsely accused him of rape, despite the evidence proving otherwise. I demand 5 million yuan in compensation for his injuries and emotional distress, as well as an apology to my son. 5 million? Why don't you just go rob someone? Guo Xiaopeng exploded with rage. Your trash of a son will get himself killed sooner or later. A broken hand isn't worth that much. The two sides erupted into another heated argument. Yang Yu shook his head silently and walked out of the crowd. For him, 5 million wasn't an issue, but this was a matter of principle. He wouldn't pay a single cent, no matter what. Anticipating Director Wang's bias, Yang Yu stepped into a corner and dialed Chen Shang's number. After a long wait, the call finally connected. Chen Shang, it's Kwanga. Yang Yu said directly. Someone tried to rape my sister today, but the perpetrator is very influential locally. He briefly explained the situation. Where are you? Chen Shang asked. Yangcheng. All right, I'm stationed northeast of the Sichu military district, less than 100 kilometers from Yangcheng. Give me an hour. With that, Chen Shang hung up. Yang Yu stared at Yue Yao's number for a moment, hesitating, but ultimately decided not to call. Since Chen Shang had agreed to help, there was no need to owe anyone else a favor. Returning to the crowd, he heard Tang Zhao's mocking voice. Young man, were you just trying to pull some strings? Don't waste your energy. Here in Yangcheng, I'm the biggest connection there is. Tang Xiao looked down at Yang Yu condescendingly. You look like a sickly weakling who won't live much longer. How about this? Let your sister stay at my house for 2 months to make amends. After you die, I'll have someone burn you a few $100. Is that so? Yang Yu met Tang Xiao's gaze, a chill flashing in his eyes. I bet you'll die before I do. And when you do, I won't burn you anything because you're not worth it. Yang Yu's 2 sentences plunged the chaotic and noisy police station lobby into an eerie silence. Tang Xiao locked eyes with Yang Yu, exuding a chilling aura so intense that it sent an involuntary shiver down Yang Yu's spine. Just as the tension reached a boiling point, Chief Wang's phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, his expression changed dramatically, and he quickly answered. Hello, Director Li? His voice carried a clear note of unease. Yes, nothing yet. We haven't started the formal interrogation. Understood. I'll arrange for them to be separated immediately. Rest assured, there will be no questioning or anyone leaving before your arrival. Please don't worry. After hanging up, Chief Wang's face turned dark and foreboding. He first shot Tang Xiao a meaningful glance, then shifted his gaze to Yang Yu. Despite the stark contrast between the Tuo commanding police chief and a frail, sickly-looking young man who seemed like he could be blown over by the slightest breeze, Yang Yu's eyes showed no trace of retreat. He knew full well that the call he had made to Chen Shang was already working its magic. Well, appearances can certainly be deceiving, Chief Wang suddenly said, putting on a smile and walking up to Yang Yu. Since you're clearly no ordinary individual, and your sister hasn't suffered any substantial harm, why don't we both drop the case? Shake hands and make peace? After all, making a friend is better than making an enemy. No way, Uncle Wang. Tang Hu, freshly bandaged, suddenly stepped forward, pointing angrily at Yang Shui. That wretched woman hurt me this badly. I won't let this slide. Shut up, Chief Wang snapped, cutting him off sharply, inwardly cursing Tang Hu for being more trouble than he was worth. Suppressing his frustration, he forced a smile back onto his face and turned to Yang Yu again. What do you say, young man? I don't make peace with trash, Yang Yu replied coldly. And besides, Chief Wang, didn't you just tell Director Li over the phone that there would be no further questioning and no one would leave? If you let us reconcile and go now, how will you explain yourself later? Seeing that Yang Yu was completely unmoved, Chief Wang snorted in frustration, finally giving up on mediating. With his years of experience in the underworld, Tang Xiao had likely already sensed something unusual about the situation. Even if things fell apart in the end, it wouldn't be on Chief Wang. As a long-serving police chief, his relationships with the local bigwigs weren't just about mutual favors, they were tangled webs of power and leverage. This was why he had tried so hard to push for reconciliation despite the immense pressure. But now, with things spiraling out of control and Tang Hu proving to be a liability, he couldn't be blamed for stepping back. Having come to terms with this, Chief Wang promptly ordered his men to escort Yang Yu and his group to a reception room, while Tang Xiao and his companions were led to a separate room. As soon as Yang Yu stepped into the reception room, his parents, sister, and Guo Xiaopeng eagerly surrounded him, their eyes filled with curiosity as they studied him closely. Wow, bro, you're something else, Guo Xiaopeng exclaimed, his eyes widening dramatically. I just realized today how resourceful you are. Who did you call earlier? I thought you were bluffing. Since when do you know such powerful people? Yeah, Xiao Yu, Tian Shouying said, clutching Yang Ye's hand tightly, her eyes filled with worry. You've been in and out of the hospital for more than a year since dropping out in your sophomore year. You're not being scammed, are you? Mom, don't worry. It's a friend I met in a game. Yang Yu reassured his mother before turning to his younger sister Yang Shui. Gently brushing his fingers over the glaring handprint on her face, he said with a pained expression, "Don't be afraid. Your brother's got your back now. Well, make sure justice is served." Yang Shui nodded firmly before breaking down, her emotions finally overwhelming her. She threw herself into her brother's arms and sobbed uncontrollably. At 18 and still in high school, she had suffered not only violence from her classmates, but also the indifference of bystanders and even law enforcement. The psychological toll was immense. Only by bringing Tang Hu to justice could she begin to heal and regain her faith in the world. Wait, bro, did you just mention the Heavenly Path game? Guo Xiaoping interjected, his curiosity piqued. What's your username in the game? What level are you? Yang Yu didn't answer directly. Instead, he pointed to the 2 surveillance cameras mounted on the ceiling. The group immediately understood and fell into silence, waiting patiently. Meanwhile, in the Seoul city of the Fusang Nation service area, a middle-aged man with a traditional Chanmage hairstyle was receiving intelligence updates. President, the player Zongjio Kwanga from the Dragon Nation, who triggered the global announcement, logged off right after completing their class change. There's been no activity on their level for over half an hour. Haha, the heavens are on my side. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. I only need 600 more reputation points to activate the resource challenge order. Once this rank mission is complete, we'll catch the Dragon Nation players off guard and seize their leveling resources. Brilliant strategy, President. Soon, ITLLB Fusang Nation making the global announcements. Before the words fully left his subordinate's mouth, the middle-aged man had already charged into a cave, leading a monstrous creature with 9 snake heads and a serpent-like body. 50 minutes later, 2 military off-road vehicles suddenly pulled into the courtyard of the Yangqing police station. The vehicles bore license plates exclusive to Special Operations Forces. Wang Daqing, who had been waiting at the entrance for Director Li, raised an eyebrow in surprise, hadn't expected a visit from the military. 10 towering soldiers, each over 6 feet tall, stepped out of the vehicles. Their buzz cuts, piercing gazes, and imposing stature made everyone else present seem insignificant. Leading the group was a military officer in his 30s. His steady, powerful stride and sharp demeanor commanded attention as he approached Wang Daqing, pulling identification from his pocket. Chen Sheng, a member of the Special Operations Unit of the Shudu Military District, stood at the reception desk of the local police station and handed his ID to the on-duty officer, Wang Daqing. I need to see Yang Yu, he said, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Wang Daqing examined the ID carefully, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This might not be in accordance with regulations. Before he could finish, 2 police vehicles suddenly pulled into the courtyard, their tires crunching against the ground with a heavy sound. A middle-aged man stepped out of the lead vehicle. Though he walked with a slight limp, his demeanor was sharp and full of energy. The moment he spotted Qin Sheng, a broad smile spread across his face. Major Qin, oh wait, I heard you've been promoted twice for your achievements. I should be calling you Colonel Chun now. Sir, you're too kind, Qin Sheng said, stepping forward to embrace him warmly. A flicker of nostalgia crossed his eyes. I still remember my first day in the military. You were the one who guided me. I heard you transferred to a local position after being injured last year. It's great to run into you today. I have a friend here who's been treated unfairly. I don't have much influence, so I had to come to you for help. You? Saying you don't have influence with a rank higher than mine now? The man, addressed as Director Li, clapped Chen Sheng on the shoulder with a hearty laugh, his eyes filled with pride. Then his expression turned serious. If there's a problem with someone under my watch, it's my failure as a leader. Let's find out who's responsible for this mess in the system. Wang Daqing turned pale at the statement and opened his mouth to explain, but Director Li waved him off. Without missing a beat, Li turned to his team and issued a series of crisp commands. Split up and get to work. Interview the parties involved and witnesses separately in the interrogation rooms. Extract useful information from the audio recordings immediately. Seal off the scene at the tea restaurant. Investigate the shareholders' backgrounds and business operations, and check if the surveillance equipment has been tampered with. Also, arrange for a medical examination of the injuries sustained by the 2 involved individuals. Yes, sir. The team moved swiftly, and the station was instantly bustling with activity. Before long, someone entered the interrogation room and escorted Yang Shui out. Finally, Qin Sheng, along with Wang Lei and Huang Chong, came face-to-face with Yang Yu, the man known in the gaming world as the infamous Zongjio Kwanga, reckless drunkard poet. Although they had known him virtually for some time, seeing him in person left them momentarily stunned. Yang Yu and Qin Sheng were particularly cautious about their in-game identities. The 2 avoided discussing anything in the room and instead walked out to the parking lot, settling into Qin Sheng's SUV. Only when the car doors closed, sealing them in a private space, did they feel safe enough to talk. You don't need to worry about what's happening inside, Qin Sheng said, leaning back in the driver's seat. Director Lee used to be my superior. He's principled and intolerant of corruption. Although he's only recently taken office in Yang City and hasn't had time to clean up the rotten apples, your sister's case has given him a powerful weapon. As for that station chief Wang, his position is as good as gone. If they dig up anything else on him, he'll probably end up with free accommodations behind bars. Yang Yu nodded slightly. Thank you. A brief silence filled the car. Chen Sheng studied Yang Ye's pale complexion closely. You seem really sick. Yeah, Yang Yu replied with a self-deprecating smile. The doctor said that without hospitalization and treatment, I won't make it past a year. Won't make it past a year, Chen Sheng repeated, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. You need to reach level 100 in the game as soon as possible. There might be a chance to turn things around. Before coming here, I already consulted with headquarters. They've allowed me to share part of the truth with you. Level 100? The truth? Yang Yu pressed, his interest piqued. Chen Sheng nodded solemnly, choosing his words carefully. Tiandao isn't just an ordinary game. You've probably already sensed that. The reason why military forces and major corporations from around the world have all entered Tiandao is because of a divine decree. A divine decree? Yes, a decree from an actual god, Chen Sheng said, pausing for emphasis. Apparently, only a few of the highest-ranking leaders from various nations have seen this god in person. When the decree descended, it came with 2 billion game connection stones. These stones surpassed anything humanity on Blue Planet could conceive of, both in terms of imagination and technology. To avoid public panic, governments developed helmets and gaming pods around the stones to make them more acceptable to the masses. Chen Sheng's tone grew heavier. The divine decree revealed that a powerful otherworldly force will invade in a year. It's both a test and an opportunity. But with 7 billion people on Blue Planet and only 2 billion connection stones, it's impossible for everyone to access the game in advance. Governments have been heavily promoting Tiandao while also pricing it strategically to ensure that some people remain in their jobs, maintaining societal order until the disaster arrives. After hearing this, Yang Yu nodded thoughtfully. Based on his knowledge from his previous life and guidance from Lei Ting, he had already suspected some of this. While the details differed slightly, the overall direction aligned. So what does reaching level 100 have to do with this? Yang Yu asked. I'm not entirely sure, Chen Sheng admitted, shaking his head. But the higher-ups told me that once we break through to the Earth-level realm in the game, we should be able to gain some of the game world's abilities. While the exact ratio isn't clear, it should be more than enough to sustain your life. Understanding dawned on Yang Yu. No wonder in his previous life, Hua Xiaopeng hadn't gained any game abilities even after nearly 10 months of playing. It was because he hadn't reached level 100. The Tiandao world was far from an ordinary game. The class advancement he and Chen Sheng had just completed was merely the first tier. The hierarchy in the game world is rigid. After level 40, one must undergo a second transition, a third after level 70, and a fourth after level 100. These transitions are essential steps to achieving the status of a high-level expert. Each transition not only requires a specific profession manual, but also auxiliary materials such as elixirs or rare treasures. Due to the difficulty of obtaining these materials, many players in the previous timeline failed to break through level 100 before the game world invasion began. Yang Yu understood that although leveling up would become increasingly challenging and the transition materials even more precious, he had no choice but to go all out. Reaching the high-level realm as quickly as possible was not just a matter of survival, but also crucial for confronting hidden dangers in the real world. After discussing the matter, the two remained in the car, closing their eyes to rest. 2 hours later, a rapid knocking on the window shattered the silence. Captain, we've got everything figured out, came Wang Lei's voice from outside the car. Tang Hu's mental fortitude is too weak. With a bit of pressure using the extracted recording, he confessed everything. Director Li personally interrogated the waitress, and she, eager to redeem herself, admitted to being bribed by Tang Hu to provide false testimony and revealed the entire story. We haven't found any evidence of Tang Hu's parents being involved, but Wang Decheng's abuse of power and misconduct have been confirmed. Director Li is expanding the investigation. Tang Hu, Wang Decheng, and the waitress are about to be escorted to the detention center. Want to take a look? Let's take a look. Otherwise, I'm afraid Kuang Ge might not feel satisfied, Chen Sheng said with a smile as he stepped out of the car with Yang Yu. Although the case was already clear, the fact that the police had resolved everything in just 2 hours left Yang Yu impressed by their efficiency. Mom, Dad, save me. I don't want to go to jail. As soon as they stepped out of the car, they heard Tang Hu screaming hoarsely while being restrained. That wretched woman's family is in desperate need of money. Just offer a few million, and she'll definitely sign a letter of forgiveness. His words elicited varied reactions from those present. Chen Sheng and Wang Lei exchanged meaningful glances with Yang Yuthi. Both knew about Yang Ye's astonishing ability to make money in the game. Perhaps Yang Ye's family had indeed been financially strained in the past, and might have been forced to compromise for compensation. But now? That was absolutely impossible. At that moment, Huang Chong came rushing over, phone in hand. Boss, something's happened in the game. Qin Shang took the phone, and Yang Yu leaned in to see a critical post on the Heavenly Dao game forum. Urgent. Matsuda Kazuki, the top-ranked player in Fusang, has spent 2,000 reputation points to use a resource challenge order. He's challenging Fuzhang Sun City against Longguo's Qingmu City in a resource duel. Whichever city has a player reach level 21st wins. The losing city's main hub will face punishment from Heavenly Dao, with leveling resources halved, while the winning city's resources will increase by 50. The first player to reach level 20 will also receive an additional reward from Heavenly Dao. Reportedly, this resource challenge order is a ghost-level special item drawn by a player from Fusang at the start of the game. Matsuda Kazuki has never logged off, constantly grinding tasks to accumulate reputation. He also started with a rare pet, a young Shangliu, making him incredibly powerful and fast at levelings, already at level 14. His decision to target Qingmu City is because Kwang's global announcement stole the spotlight from Fusang. Matsuda wants to humiliate Kwanggu and cripple one of Longguo's main cities in the process. Currently, the highest level in Qingmu City is Yushang Fuyao at level 12. Qingmu City is in grave danger. All experts, please come to the rescue immediately. Who is this Matsuda Kazuki? How can he dare to wager the leveling resources of two national main cities? Isn't he afraid of losing? Yang Yu frowned as he asked. As one of the only two main cities in Fusang, the consequences of losing such a bet would be unimaginable. He turned to Huang Chong, who immediately explained, Matsuda Kazuki is the leader of the largest guild in Fusang, backed by the Matsujin Financial Group. His strength is indeed formidable. He entered the main city almost at the same time as you and Kwanggu. The difference is that after changing your class, you logged off, but he has been grinding levels non-stop. Huang Chong paused for a moment before continuing. The reason he's using the resource challenge token now is that he's found out Kwanggu has been offline for 4 hours, stuck at level 10. Meanwhile, he's already reached level 14. Even if you log back in now, it would be tough to catch up. According to the military's analysis, if everything goes smoothly for him, he could reach level 20 in as little as 8 hours. Hearing this, Yang Yu instead broke into a relaxed smile. 8 hours? Plenty of time. Even though leveling gets harder the higher you go, with the guidance I received from Senior Lei Ting, I've mastered the technique of challenging monsters far above my level. I can even take on creatures 10 levels higher than me. He then turned serious. But we can't put all our hopes on me alone. You guys need to log in as soon as possible, too. Did you bring your gaming helmets? We did, Chinching nodded. But actually, you don't need a helmet to log into Tiandao. Remember what I mentioned before? The gaming helmets are just external devices developed by various nations. The core lies in the Link Stone. As long as you can awaken the Link Stone within your body, you can project your consciousness into the Tiandao world at any time. However, according to military tests, perhaps due to low cultivation levels, the success rate is less than 0.1, and you'd lose access to features like forums, transactions, and communication, since these rely on Blue Star's data network. Looking at Yang Yu's condition, Chun Sheng suggested, with your current physical state, it would be best to buy an advanced gaming pod. It would reduce physical strain and allow you to stay online longer. Yang Yu glanced at the time. It was already past 2 p.m. Got it. You guys log in from Yang City. I'll try to resolve this crisis by 10 p.m., and then I'll treat you all to a late-night snack. After all, you drove 100 kilometers here because of me, so I have to be a good host. Haha, sounds great. We'll celebrate tonight. Chun Sheng agreed enthusiastically. I'll drive you home. You need to get online quickly. Players in Aoki City are already starting to panic. Yang Yu gestured for a moment of patience, then called over his parents, his younger sister Yang Shui, and Guo Xiaopeng. Once they were all squeezed into the SUV, he finally spoke. Dad, Mom, Xiaoxue, Xiaopeng, I have an urgent matter to handle right now, so I'll keep this short. Please try not to interrupt. Yang Yu pulled out his phone and displayed the latest bank message in front of the 4 people. The screen clearly showed the balance, 40,560,000. Guo Xiaopeng's eyes widened in shock, his mouth opening as if to exclaim something, but he remembered Yang Ye's earlier warning and forcibly swallowed his words. However, his small eyes darted around uncontrollably, filled with excitement and curiosity as he looked at Yang Yu. Yang Ye's parents and sister were equally dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss for words. I earned this money in the game last night, Yang Yu said, meeting his family's gaze directly. The 10 officers who came to help earlier are also friends I met in the game. Tiandao is not just an ordinary game. As long as I can grow stronger quickly in the game, I might have a chance to survive without needing a kidney transplant. You don't need to worry about my illness anymore. He then turned to Yang Shui and Guo Xiaopeng, his tone serious. I need both of you to take a year off from school and join me in Tiandao. Next, he looked at his still somewhat bewildered parents. Mom, Dad, you're older, so you can take your time joining the game. But there are a few things in the real world that need your immediate attention. First, quit your jobs, and there's no need to run the breakfast stand anymore. From now on, Our family won't have to worry about money. Second, I need a safe and comfortable house. Don't worry about the cost, the safer, the better. But try to rent rather than buy. Yang Ye's expression became even more solemn. The third thing is the most important. Although I've made some friends in the game, I've also offended many powerful people. You must not mention knowing me to anyone. Once you reach level 10, come to Qingmu City to meet me. Bro. Guo Xiaopeng couldn't hold back any longer, blurting out in excitement, "You're not telling me you're the guy from last night? The one who triggered 3 national announcements and even one global announcement, the legendary Zhongzhou Quanga, are you?" When I watched the game videos this morning, I thought that guy looked a little like you, but I couldn't see clearly because of the gear, and he was so insanely strong that I didn't dare to connect it to you. There's no one else here. Yang Yu nodded calmly. It's me. But before we enter the main city, you need to keep a low profile. Don't mention our relationship in real life to anyone. Got it? Guo Xiaopeng nodded emphatically, his expression uncharacteristically serious. Mom, Dad, Xiaoxue, did you all understand? Yang Yu asked, turning to his still processing family. Xiaoyu, we have money now. Why don't you just go and get the surgery first? Tian Shuoying began. But her words were gently interrupted as Yang Jianhua placed his hand over hers. He shook his head slightly and interjected. Our son clearly has something important to handle right now. Let's not cause any trouble. We'll follow his plan for now and discuss everything else later. Though Tian Shuoying's face was filled with worry, she nodded reluctantly. Yang Shui, having gone through so much upheaval, was still trying to gather her thoughts. But her unwavering trust in her brother remained. If my brother says I should take a break from school, then I'll take a break. After everything that's happened today, I don't really want to go back to school anyway, she said softly, her gaze somewhat distant. Unbeknownst to them, Ding Xiaoyu had already returned from school over 2 hours ago. To her dismay, when Tang Zhao's son, Tang Hu, was mentioned, the principal and teachers all avoided the topic as if it were a plague. Not a single one was willing to get involved. Ding Xiaoyu had no choice but to return to the police station alone. This incident left both girls utterly disillusioned with the school. I've never played games before, so I'm afraid I won't be much help to you, Yang Shui said, steadying herself but still looking worried. I don't need you to be strong, Yang Yu replied with a reassuring smile. As long as you can protect yourselves, that's all the help I need. With that, he pulled a bank card out of his pocket and handed it to Yang Shui. Go with Xiaopeng to buy 5 of the best gaming pods. Although Mom and Dad aren't in a rush to join the game, we should be prepared. Once you're in the game, don't hold back on spending. Pour in as much money as you need. Starter gear isn't that expensive, spend $1 million or so to get a good set. Level up to 10 as quickly as you can, and then come find me in Qingmu City. Understood. Both of them nodded seriously, their expressions resolute. After arranging these real-world matters, Yang Yu hopped into Chen Sheng's off-road vehicle and hurried back home. Considering the possibility of retaliation from Tang Xiao, Chen Sheng had even arranged for 2 people to protect their parents, as well as Yang Shui and Guo Xiaopeng. 20 minutes later, Yang Yu logged back into the game and returned to the Hall of Professions. Over 4 hours had passed, but Lu Ruyan was still sitting quietly in her chair, meditating with her eyes closed. Beside her was a high-level archer who was teaching skills to newly arrived players. By now, more than 20 novice villages in Longhua had repaired their teleportation arrays. While the hall wasn't crowded, there were still over 1,000 players sitting cross-legged, engrossed in studying their profession manuals. Hey kid, stop right there, Lu Ruyan suddenly called out as Yang Yu was about to leave quietly. Teacher Ruyan, is something wrong? Yang Yu asked cautiously. I noticed your unique constitution. I need you to fetch something for me, Lu Ruyan said in a calm tone. Teacher Ruyan, I still haven't resolved the issue with Matsuda Ichiki, and am in a hurry to level up. Yang Yu replied hesitantly. Don't worry, I'm aware of your situation. This will actually help you, Lu Ruyan said as she stood up, her tall, graceful figure momentarily leaving Yang Yu stunned. The place you're going to is perfect for leveling up at your stage. If you succeed, it'll even teach you an rank archery skill. A system notification immediately popped up. Would you like to accept Lu Ruyan's questo? Gather 10 mandrake flowers from the poison mist forest? The reward for completing the quest is an rank skill book for the archer profession. Failure will result in a penalty of 50 gold coins. The system warned that the poison mist forest is perpetually shrouded in deadly poison mist, which not only continuously reduces health but also disables all forms of healing. Although the forest is home to many precious herbs, very few have ever made it out alive. Players are advised to proceed with extreme caution. Upon seeing the task notification, Yang Yu's eyes lit up instantly. The poison mist forest, a place others avoided at all costs, was, in his eyes, the perfect training ground and an ideal place to absorb toxins. At that moment, he was certain that the charming female mentor before him was genuinely helping him. Without hesitation, he clicked to accept the task and bowed deeply to Lu Ruyan. Thank you, Teacher Ruyan, for your generous assistance. May I ask what the mandala flower looks like? Although I possess the spirit vision, which makes it easier for me to locate rare treasures, it would still be challenging to search without knowing the target's appearance. Lu Ruyan was well prepared. With a gentle wave of her fingers, a sheet of paper floated down in front of Yang Yu. He caught it and saw an illustration of an extraordinarily vibrant blue flower. The poison mist forest is abundant with rare treasures, Lu Ruyan reminded him. The alchemists in Qingmu City are all competing for them. If you come across any spiritual herbs or medicines that your detection skills can't identify, bring them back as well. Not only can they fetch a good price, but they might also be exchanged for valuable items. Thank you for the advice, Teacher Ruyan. Yang Yu bowed again. After quickly reviewing the task map, he dashed out of the grand hall. The plaza outside was bustling with people, and it wasn't long before someone recognized him. Look, it's the legendary Kuang Gu. Kuang Gu is finally back online. Qingmu City is saved. That's right. Matsuda Kazuki only dared to issue the resource challenge while Kuang Gu was offline. Now that Kuang Gu has returned, he'll surely make that little Fusong player pay back half the city's training resources. You're celebrating too early. Haven't you checked the merged city level rankings? Matsuda Kazuki is only 30,000 experience points away from level 15, while Zhongzhou Kuanga is still at level 10. Even if they're both top-tier players, the gap is just too wide. True. It seems Qingmu City is doomed to lose this time. If I had known, I would have joined Heishui City instead. Exactly. Ever since Matsuda Kazuki issued the resource challenge, hardly any new players have chosen to settle in Qingmu City. Among the 5 major cities in Longhua, ours has the smallest population now. It's all Kuang Ji's fault. If it weren't for him triggering the global Heavenly Dao announcement, the Fusong players wouldn't have taken notice of us. It's a classic case of gods fighting and mortals suffering. Yang Yu paid no attention to the chatter around him. He entered a shop and spent 50 gold coins to purchase a large supply of health potions, mana potions, and 10 return scrolls. Then, he sprinted towards the eastern city gate. The poison mist forest was located in a massive mountain range over 200 kilometers east of Qingmu City. With Yang Yu's exceptional 208 agility points, it would take just over 20 minutes to reach the forest at full speed. However, he felt that wasn't fast enough, so he allocated 200 points from his 310 unassigned attribute points to agility. His agility skyrocketed to an astonishing 408 points, nearly doubling in an instant. Players passing by couldn't even catch a glimpse of his figure, only feeling a gust of wind rush past them. As he dashed forward, Yang Yu opened the merged city level ranking list he had just heard about. The game leaderboard displayed the top 6 rankings clearly. At the top was Matsuda Kazuki from Fuzhang Sun City, boasting an impressive level 14 with 125, 500,160,000 experience points. Following closely behind was Yushang Fuyao from Longguo's Qingmu City, ranked second with level 12 and 57, 800,80,000 experience points. In third place was Yuxia Shuang, also at level 12, with 55, 200,80,000 experience points. Yagyu Shiro from Fuzhang Sun City secured 4th place with level 12 and 30, 500,80,000 experience points, while Sui Feng Chiwu from Longguo's Qingmu City held 5th place with level 12 and 27, 600,80,000 experience points. Finally, Takahashi Shibakawa from Fuzhang Sun City ranked 6th with level 11 and 48, 600,50,000 experience points. Notably, aside from the significantly leading Matsuda Kazuki, the other players' levels were very close, with none surpassing level 12. Early entrants Yang Yu, Chen Sheng, and Wang Lei had been preoccupied with real-world responsibilities. Despite having unlocked their profession manuals, they logged out hastily and failed to secure a spot on the leaderboard. Now, only Yu Yao, Yu Ying, and Sui Feng Chiwu were left struggling to hold their ground. Matsuda Kazuki's rapid level progression and soaring experience gains were astonishing, leaving Longguo players with dwindling confidence in this competitive wager. Shaking off these thoughts, Yang Yu sprinted forward at full speed. Ding! The system notification chimed. You have entered the outskirts of the poison mist forest. The 50H Seekin poison mist damage has been nullified by your blood fiend poison body. After over 10 minutes of dashing, Yang Yu finally arrived at the marked location on the mission map. The forest ahead was shrouded in thick white mist, reducing visibility to a mere dozen or so meters. Beyond that range, only an endless expanse of white could be seen. It was no wonder so few had ever returned alive from this forest. Even at the outskirts, the toxic environment and limited visibility were already formidable. Venturing deeper into the forest's core, after a brief moment of reflection, Yang Yu activated his spirit vision. Since his class transition, the range of his spirit vision had expanded from 100 meters to 200 meters. While still not comparable to normal visibility, it was a game-changing ability within the poison mist forest. With spirit vision active, the surroundings transformed dramatically. The outlines of the trees remained, but their vibrant green hues faded into a pale silver white, indicating their low energy levels. Surprisingly, some inconspicuous flowers and plants emitted a faint glow, their energy levels surpassing those of the trees. However, Yang Ye's primary objective was leveling up, treasure hunting was secondary. Besides, these plants on the outskirts, despite their peculiarities, were far from being classified as spiritual items. After advancing roughly 500 meters, Yang Yu froze in shock at the scene before him. Through his spirit vision, he spotted hundreds of fox-sized venomous rats lurking within a dense shrub 100 meters ahead, lying in ambush. Scattered before the rat swarm were the corpses of several massive monsters. Some had been gnawed down to bare bones, while others lay with ruptured flesh and fresh blood, indicating their recent demise. At this distance, the venomous rats did not seem to have noticed Yang Ye's presence. He cautiously cast a detection spell. Mutant giant-toothed venomous rat. Level 15. HP 20,000. Attack 680. Defense 500. Speed 240. Skill Venomous Fang Bite. The description revealed that these toxic creatures on the outskirts of the poison mist forest were highly social. Upon spotting prey, they would swarm and tear it apart. If even one giant-toothed venomous rat was detected, the wisest course of action would be to flee immediately, as hundreds more were undoubtedly lurking nearby. The system issued a special warning. The rat's fangs were laced with potent venom. Being bitten would inflict a poison effect lasting 30 seconds, draining 100 HP per second. Yang Yu carefully adjusted his steps, gradually closing the distance between himself and the group of venomous rats. His spirit arrow had a range of 60 meters. Although his spirit vision allowed him to clearly see the rats over 100 meters away, he needed to get closer to ensure precise hits. At a distance of 60 meters, the rats remained crouched in place, oblivious to the impending danger. With swift precision, Yang Yu drew a poisoned spirit arrow, aimed at the lead rat, and unleashed a piercing arrow. Immediately following, he fired a rapid shot. The thunder attribute activated, paralyzing the target for 1 second. These skills weren't intended to deal significant damage, but to increase his proficiency. Since the first seal of the Chinquan bracelet had been unlocked, it could now deal 100 points of true lightning damage, cause 55 splash damage to rats within a 5-meter radius, and had a 20 chance to paralyze the primary target for 1 second. Even the targets affected by the splash damage had a 10 chance of paralysis. The combo proved highly effective while the lead rat was struck. 3 nearby rats were also paralyzed. The stacking effect of the 2 poison arrows caused the toxin damage to skyrocket from 5,299 points per second to 10,598 points per second. At this staggering level of damage, even the 20,000 health rats could only survive for 2 seconds before succumbing. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The remaining rats, enraged by the attack on their companions, let out piercing cries and charged at Yang Yu in a frenzy. He stepped back steadily, bow at the ready, and unleashed his only area effect skill Soul Arrow Rain. Arrows streaked through the air, splitting into 100 spectral projectiles that gleamed with radiant light. Each arrow seemed to have a mind of its own, locking onto individual targets with precision. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Soul Arrow Rain's 1 soul strike has activated, successfully executing a target. More system messages followed in rapid succession. Congratulations! You have successfully slain a level 15 mutant creature giant Fang Venom Rat. Defeating an enemy 5 levels above you grants 50 bonus experience. You have earned 300 experience points. Your blood venom body has grown, increasing your true poison damage to 5,300 points per second. Your body has been tempered by blood venom, increasing constitution by 0.1. Current constitution, 589.9. Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 11. Current progress, 30050,000 experience points. As a novice archer, leveling up grants 5 spirit, 10 strength, constitution, agility, and no longer automatically increases intelligence. You have also gained 10 free attribute points. A beam of light descended upon Yang Yu, marking his promotion from level 10 to level 11. To his surprise, the attribute distribution after his first advancement had significantly changed. Before his class change, leveling up granted 5 points to all 5 attributes and only 5 free points. Now, the attribute increases were tailored to his class, and the free points had doubled to 10. However, the difficulty of leveling up had also noticeably increased. The power boost from leveling up was exhilarating. Each level 15 mutated monster granted 200 experience points, and defeating them while being 5 levels lower pushed the reward to an impressive 300 points. Yang Yu surveyed the dense swarm of venomous rats before him. There were at least 400 of them. This bounty of experience was more than enough to push him past the level 12 threshold. Resisting the urge to allocate his attribute points, he stored the 10 free points for later use. Then, he unleashed an overwhelming storm of attacks. Every basic attack fired 4 arrows simultaneously, with his attack speed pushed to its absolute limit. Within just 5 seconds, the entire swarm was coated in his potent poison. With agility far surpassing that of the venomous rats, Yang Yu maneuvered effortlessly through the battle, emerging unscathed save for the consumption of 150 mana points. Under the staggering poison damage of 5,299 points per second, the giant-fanged venomous rats fell like wheat before a scythe. The system notifications rang out in quick succession. Ding! Congratulations on successfully slaying a level 15 mutated monster giant-fanged venomous rat. Due to defeating an enemy 4 levels higher, experience points increased by 40, granting you 280 experience. Current level, 11, 58050000. Ding! Your bloodbane poison body has grown. Constitution increased by 0.1. Current stat, 590.0. Just 2 seconds later, a beam of light descended upon him as Yang Yu broke through to level 12. By the time the last rat fell, his experience points had surged to 12,6202080,000, catapulting him to 4th place on the merged city leaderboard. At the same time, in a valley within Fusang Nation's Sun City, dozens of people surrounded Matsuda Kazuki, shielding him from the onslaught of monsters. In front of them, a 4 to 5 meter long, 9-headed serpent known as Shangliu was locked in fierce combat with a pack of level 17 wild wolves. Though still young, this celestial-grade pet was ferociously powerful. Each of its 9 heads targeted a different wolf, and any wolf bitten by Shangliu would succumb to poison, losing 200 health points per second. While this wasn't on par with Yang Yu's bloodbane poison body, it was more than enough to secure Matsuda Kazuki's position as the highest level player in Fusang Nation, giving him the confidence to challenge Qingmu City for resources. Boss, once we finish off these 30 wolves, both you and Lord Shangliu will reach level 15. We're getting closer to defeating the players from Long Nation, one of his followers flattered. So Ka, if it weren't for Lord Shangliu needing to level up alongside me, I might already be at level 17 by now. No worries, the top player in Long Nation is only level 12. Even if you took a 2-hour break, they wouldn't catch up. Matsuda Kazuki laughed triumphantly. So de Suani. Soon, they'll be able to plunder from the Long Nation players again. When I reach level 100 and break into the Earthgrade realm, manifesting my in-game strength in reality, they'll personally visit Long Nation to take their treasures and their women. The surrounding Fusang players erupted into laughter. Boss, you have to take us with you when the time comes. Yeah, I can't wait to see the Long Nation players crying in despair. But just as they were indulging in their arrogant fantasies, a terrified scream suddenly pierced through the crowd. President Matsuda was sitting with a group of Fusang players when someone suddenly exclaimed while staring at the leaderboard. The player from Longhua, Zhengjiuquanga, is online. Incredible, one Fusang player said, eyes wide. He stayed at level 11 for only 3 seconds before jumping straight to level 12. His experience points have already surpassed 60,000. He's now ranked higher than President Yagyu, jumping directly to 4th place on the Twin Cities leaderboard. Stammered another, leaving the entire room in stunned silence. Matsuda Kazuki's smile froze on his face. Even with my Shangliu spirit beast, I couldn't achieve such an astonishing monster kill speed. Everyone quickly opened the leaderboard, and seeing Yang Yu's name firmly in 4th place, they had no choice but to accept the unbelievable reality. The previously boisterous group fell silent. I figured it out. A Fusang player with a small mustache suddenly slammed the table. This Longhua player must be fighting a boss. Only a boss could provide such a massive amount of experience points. This kind of leveling speed is impossible to replicate. He laughed triumphantly. I bet it's a boss being fought by thousands of Longhua players, and they just let him deliver the final blow. So cunning, these Longhua players. This analysis quickly gained agreement from the group, and the tense atmosphere began to ease. His level has completely stopped increasing now, so it must be due to killing the boss, Matsuda Kazuki sneered. If the Longhua players are going to play dirty, then they can't blame us for using their own tricks against them. Matsuda Kazuki waved his hand and gave a resolute order. Send the word. All guild members are to search for bosses immediately. Spare no cost, use sheer numbers. Once the boss's health drops to 20, notify me at once. President, one member cautioned hesitantly. This might result in heavy casualties and slow down everyone's leveling progress. It could cause dissatisfaction. Matsuda Kazuki snorted coldly. What right do they have to be dissatisfied? I'm securing resources for the entire Fusang Nation. Once I win this wager, the leveling resources in Sun City will increase by 50. Isn't that worth a temporary sacrifice? President Matsuda is absolutely right. The mustached man quickly chimed in. This isn't for personal gain. It's for the rise of Fusang. Only by doing this can we defeat Longhua and stand at the pinnacle of Blue Star when the calamity arrives. Yamamoto is right, another member declared passionately. For the rise of Fusang, Any sacrifice is worth it. After this fervent speech, the group was filled with zeal, their gazes toward Matsuda Kazuki burning with fanaticism. The order to focus all efforts on taking down bosses spread swiftly among the guild members. Meanwhile, in the western mountain range of Qingmu City, sisters Yueyao and Yueying, who were grinding levels furiously, finally breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the leaderboard's changes. Phew. The skinny guy finally logged in, Yueyao remarked. If he had taken any longer, I was about to dig up his personal info online. Yueying emerged from her stealth state, pouting tiredly at her sister, Yueyao. There's nothing we can do. We don't have Kwang Ji's phone number, she said. Yueyao put away her staff, stepped out of the monster's aggro range, and leaned against a large tree to rest. Uncle Lin's 5 elite squads, each with 100 members, have already brought that black iron level boss down to 30 health. He just sent a message asking us to join, but it seems like they won't need our help after all. Yeah. Yueying nodded in agreement. Even if we head over, it would take over 20 minutes just for the round trip. It might be faster than grinding monsters, but it's still not nearly enough to catch up to Matsuda Kazuki. Her eyes suddenly lit up. I really wish I could buy a few thousand potions from that lanky guy. If I had enough of those toxic potions, even if he doesn't log on, I'd have the confidence to take down Matsuda Kazuki myself. You're dreaming. Yueyao chuckled and shook her head. Potions with effects that strong? Kwanggu probably doesn't even have thousands of them for himself, let alone sell them to you. Keep dreaming. I'm just saying, Yueying playfully stuck out her tongue, then disappeared back into stealth, continuing her grind. Yueyao followed suit, raising her staff to cast a blazing storm upon a group of monsters ahead. Both sisters tacitly avoided disturbing Yangyu, who was leveling up nearby. Although they were still hard at work grinding, the weight on their hearts had lifted. Having witnessed Yangyu's monster-slaying skills firsthand, they had an almost blind faith in his leveling speed. Meanwhile, on the northern plains, Sui Feng Chiwu was catching her breath, her chest rising and falling slightly as she gripped her long sword. Like the Yu sisters, once she noticed Yangyu was online, she couldn't help but let go of the burden of resisting the Fuso faction. In a private room of a tavern in Qingmu City, the leaders of 3 major super guilds Ao Shi, Huangzu, and Ershizi Ju were deep in discussion. Guildmaster Hong, Guildmaster Bailu. Ao Shi Tianxia glanced at the two across from him. My people saw Kwanggu log in and head straight for the eastern mountains, but even after deploying hundreds to search along the way, we couldn't locate him. Do you have any updates? Same as you, replied Huangfu Hong, his expression stoic beneath his heavy armor. We lost track of him after he left the east gate. Finally, Bai Lu, the leader of Ershizi Jia, broke her silence. The female player, who was in her 30s, wore leather armor that perfectly accentuated her figure, with a silver dagger strapped to her waist. At this point, are you two seriously still planning to go after Kwanggu? Matsuda Kazuki has already reached the main city ahead of us and is far higher level than the 3 of us combined. Right now, Kwanggu is the only player in Qingmu City who stands a chance against Sun City. If you find him just to kill him, Qingmu City will be finished. What does that have to do with me? Ao Shi Tianxia said darkly. At worst, we just move to another main city to develop. Switching cities isn't easy, but for you and me, it's not that difficult either. Besides, are you so sure that keeping Kwanggu alive will guarantee he wins this resource battle? Exactly, Huangfu Hong said coldly. Even if Qingmu City loses half its resources, it'll only mean a lower player capacity. It won't affect you or me much. But the drunken song killed so many of our people and disgraced the royal family. This grudge cannot go unavenged. Bai Lu sneered coldly, her sharp gaze sweeping over the 2 people before her. Don't think I don't know what you're really after. Revenge is just a pretense. What you truly want is that unhatched dragon egg, don't you? Ao Shi Tianxia's lips curled into a meaningful smile as he countered nonchalantly. And isn't that what you want too, President Bai? No, you're mistaken, Bai Lu replied firmly. When I had Shuangjiang intercept Drunken Song back then, it was because I was 1 hour away from slaying the Earth Fire Dragon King. If we had stopped him, I would have earned the first reward for repairing the teleportation array in the Dragon Kingdom area. It was fair competition within the game. I lost, but I don't hate him, and I certainly won't use revenge as an excuse to kill and plunder. Her eyes burned with determination. I would never destroy Qingmu City's hope with my own hands at a time like this. Huh. Ao Shi Tianxia scoffed. Such noble words. Then why did you choose to settle in Qingmu City? It was a unanimous decision by the guild's leadership, Bai Lu stated bluntly. This place offers a 2 agility boost, which suits our guild's players better. With that, she stood decisively, leaving the private room without a backward glance. A bunch of naive women, blinded by their soft-heartedness, Ao Shi Tianxia muttered as he turned to Huangfu Hong, who sat across from him. President Hong, are you backing out too? No, Huangfu Hong's tone was icy. While his level remains low, this is the perfect opportunity. If we wait for him to grow stronger and for the dragon egg to hatch, even if you and I join forces, we won't be able to stop him." The two quickly reached an agreement and led their teams toward the eastern mountain range in search of their target. Little did they know, Yang Yu had already used the shape-shifting abilities of his phantom cloak to disguise himself as a burly man with a thick beard, slipping into the toxic mist forest where they dared not venture. Deep within the forest, Yang Yu had just finished taking down 417 giant fanged venom rats. He swiftly cleaned up the battlefield, collecting the most valuable loot, silver coins and potion bottles. The drop rate from the level 15 mutated monsters was incredible. Among the spoils were 63 pieces of black iron equipment and 2 pieces of bronze gear. Unfortunately, all the items required level 15 or higher, so he couldn't use them yet. He listed the black iron items on the trading platform for auction and fed the bronze ones to his void quiver, advancing its upgrade progress to 21,000. As he ventured further into the forest, Yang Yu suddenly stopped in his tracks. 100 meters ahead, dozens of vibrant spirit fruits grew amidst a fierce battle between snakes and rats. Hundreds of crimson venomous snakes coiled and clashed with nearly 1,000 venom rats. In the distance, a giant fanged venom rat boss, as tall as a man, was locked in a brutal fight with a massive crimson snake boss, its body as thick as a tree trunk. The scene was nothing short of chaotic carnage. The giant rat leader let out a piercing, mournful screech, squeak, squeak, squeak. Its cry was filled with agony. Blood as dark as ink gushed from its numerous wounds, while it was tightly ensnared by a massive crimson serpent. Despite its desperate attempts to gnaw at the snake's body, the odds were clearly against it. While the giant snake still retained 80 of its health, the rat leaders had already plummeted to 50. On the battlefield, the venomous snake swarm, though outnumbered by the toxic rats, held a clear advantage. One after another, the giant fanged rats fell prey to the serpents, swallowed whole in a scene that was truly terrifying. Driven by curiosity, Yang Yu used a detection spell on one of the nearest crimson snakes. Information instantly unfolded before him. Crimson scaled viper. Mutated monster level, 17. Health, 30,000. Attack power, 750. Defense, 540. Speed, 255. Skills, constrict, venomous bite. Trait. The venom of this snake, already highly toxic, has been further enhanced by the poisonous mist of the forest. Warning. Being bitten by its fangs will cause continuous health loss of 200 points per second for 30 seconds. A level 17 mutated monster. No wonder it's overpowering the giant fang rats. Yang Yu marveled silently. Compared to the level 15 giant fang rats, the crimson-scaled viper had 10,000 more health points, and its venom was twice as potent. Though neither side was immune to the other's poison, the viper's superior health and venom ensured the rats were doomed to lose. Yang Yu turned his attention to the fierce duel between the two bosses in the distance and attempted to cast his detection spell. Giant Fanged Rat Leader. Black Iron Tier Boss. Level. Attributes. All unknown. Description. The ruler of the outer regions of the Poison Mist Forest, known for overwhelming adventurers with sheer numbers. Trait. Its claws and fangs inflict a poisoning effect, causing 500 health loss per second for 30 seconds. Crimson Scaled Viper King. Bronze Tier Boss. Level. Attributes. All unknown. Description. Feeds on invasive creatures and competes with native species for spiritual herbs and fruits. Traits. Immense strength, impenetrable scales, and inescapable constriction. Its venomous bite causes 700 health loss per second for 40 seconds. Both of these are level 18 or higher bosses. Yang Ye's heart raced with alarm. Even with his impressive 8,162 health points unmatched among players, she knew that without his unique bloodbane toxic body, which rendered him immune to all poisons, being bitten by either boss would mean certain death multiple times over. Yet, this massive battle between the two factions presented him with a rare opportunity not only to level up rapidly, but also to potentially claim the first kill of a bronze-tier boss. After a brief moment of deliberation, determination flashed in his eyes. He stepped forward and unleashed a soul arrow rain upon the dense swarm of snakes and rats, the brilliance of his skill illuminating the chaotic battlefield. 100 arrow projections tore through the sky like precision-guided missiles, striking the venomous snakes and rats with unerring accuracy. System notifications chimed in rapid succession. Ding! Soul Strike activated. Successfully killed Scarlet-Scaled Viper. Ding! Soul Strike activated. Successfully killed Giant-Toothed Venom Rat. This rare streak of activations was likely bolstered by the 110 luck points Yang Yu had recently acquired, turning a mere one lethal strike chance into a series of deadly hits. After reaching level 12, Yang Yu noticed that the experience points earned from killing giant-toothed venom rats had dropped from 300 to 260, but the level 17 Scarlet-Scaled Vipers still granted a generous 350 experience points. Seizing the opportunity, He unleashed his armor-piercing arrows and rapid-fire arrows on the paralyzed rats. The intensity of the battle between the two factions was so fierce that the attacked monsters ignored him, continuing their desperate struggle against their adversaries. Delighted by this turn of events, Yang Yu moved nimbly, targeting the level 15 giant-toothed venom rats. Strategically, he held back from annihilating all the monsters at once, fearing that if he leveled up to 16 too quickly, the corpses of nearly 1,000 venom rats would go to waste. Instead, he prioritized taking down the rats and absorbing their remains before the vipers could devour them, planning to deal with the remaining vipers and the two bosses afterward. Firing 4 arrows at once, Yang Yu pushed his attack speed to the limit, each poisoned arrow striking its target with precision. The earlier battles had already drained the monsters, leaving many with low health. Most of them collapsed before the poison fully took effect. System notifications flooded in. Ding! Killed level 15 giant-toothed venom rat, gained 260 experience points. Current level, 12, 62, 890800000. Ding! Bloodfiend poison body evolved. Toxin damage increased to 6,136 points second. Ding! Constitution increased by 0.1, now at 693.5. Within just 2 seconds, Yang Yu leveled up to 13. Although the experience points from killing the rats had dropped to 240, it remained an enviable reward for most players. As per his strategy, he reserved 10 free attribute points, bringing his accumulated points to 140, a crucial resource he considered his trump card. However, the relentless barrage of poisoned arrows finally drew the attention of both factions. Seeing their comrades fall one after another, the enraged giant-toothed venom rats abandoned their fight with the vipers and charged at Yang Yu, their blood-red eyes filled with fury. Sensing the shift, he adapted quickly, retreating while fighting, luring hundreds of rats away to a safer distance. The two bosses reacted to the situation in starkly different ways. The scarlet-scaled Viper King let out an excited hiss, rallying hundreds of its minions to attack. In contrast, the giant-toothed venom rat leader's cries were filled with anguish and despair. After luring the horde of giant fong venomous rats a kilometer away, Yang Yu began shooting without restraint. His arrows rained down with relentless intensity, and each shot claimed the lives of multiple venomous rats. Even when a few managed to leap onto him and ferociously bite at his body, their attacks were utterly negligible against his staggering physical defense, which exceeded 1,000 points like mere scratches on an impenetrable fortress. What was even more astonishing was the complete ineffectiveness of the rats' venomous fangs, their most lethal weapon. Every time they sank their teeth into Yang Yu, they were instantly poisoned to death by the overpowering venom coursing through his blood before he could even retaliate. The slight loss of health he sustained was effortlessly replenished by his 26 lifesteal effect, rendering health potions unnecessary. On the battlefield, the venomous rats fell in droves, their corpses piling up around him. Meanwhile, Yang Yu's level and experience points skyrocketed at an incredible pace. 10 seconds later, as the final giant fong venomous rat collapsed, the system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations on successfully slaying a level 15 giant fong venomous rat. Due to killing a creature 1 level higher, you gain a 10 experience bonus and receive 220 experience points. Current progress, level 14, 85, 410160000. Ding! Your blood venom physique has advanced. Poison true damage increased to 7,090 points per second. Ding! Your body has been tempered by blood venom. Constitution increased by 0.1. Current value, 808.9. The relentless massacre of nearly 1,000 venomous rats had propelled Yang Yu to level 14. Surveying the battlefield littered with rat corpses and scattered loot, he took a brief moment to catch his breath. Then, while absorbing the venom from the carcasses, he opened the level rankings for both cities. Remarkably, less than an hour had passed since Yang Yu left the city, most of which had been spent traveling and clearing the battlefield. Yet the city rankings had undergone a dramatic shift. 1. Matsuda Kazuki, level 15, 45, 800200000, Sun City, Fusang Nation. 2. Zhongzhou Kwanga, level 14, 85, 410160000, Qingmu City, Dragon Nation. 3. Yushang Fuyao, level 13, 14, 8501200000, Qingmu City, Dragon Nation. 4. Yuxia Shuang, level 13, 93401200000, Qingmu City, Dragon Nation. 5. Yagyu Shiro, level 12, 70, 500800000, Sun City, Fusang Nation. 6. Suifeng Chiwu, level 12, 68, 670800000, Qingmu City, Dragon Nation. 7. Takahashi Saikawa, level 12, 38, 900800000, Sun City, Fusang Nation. 8. Bai Lu, level 12, 29, 45080-000, Qingmu City, Dragon Nation. While Yang Yu had been leveling up at a breakneck pace, others had not been idle either. Matsuda Kazuki, in particular, had already reached level 15 and amassed over 40,000 experience points. Although Yang Yu was still trailing by over 120,000 experience points, he was confident that once he returned to face the hundreds of crimson-scaled vipers, he could catch up to and even surpass Matsuda Kazuki. I can't let those two bosses get away. I need to hurry. Driven by urgency, Yang Yu decided to only collect the venomous rat corpses and any obvious equipment, abandoning all other items. Meanwhile, in Sun City, Fusang Nation, Matsuda Kazuki and his team were swiftly heading toward the northern forest. There, a boss that had been reduced to low health by thousands of his guild members awaited his finishing blow. Haha, President, that player Zhongjiu Kuang's level has been stuck at 12 with just over 60,000 experience points for almost 20 minutes now, one player said excitedly. It looks like he's on his way to the next boss location, just like us. So does Sura, everyone uses this method. There's no way he can catch up to the president, another chimed in. I heard Zhongjiu Kuang is just a solo player with a terrible reputation in Longhua. How could he possibly compare to President Matsuda's influence? The entire guild is helping him take down bosses. Exactly. Once we defeat this high-level Black Iron boss, the president will be close to level 16. This resource wager is in the bag for us. Just as everyone was reveling in their visions of victory, a terrified shout shattered the cheerful atmosphere. President, something's wrong. Look at the leaderboard. Zhongjiu Kuang's level just jumped 2 levels, now at level 14 with over 80,000 experience points. What? Impossible! They all exclaimed in unison, quickly pulling up the leaderboard. Matsuda Kazuki's face turned pale as he muttered in disbelief. How could he gain over 200,000 experience points in such a short time? Even killing 2 Black Iron bosses in a row wouldn't yield that much experience. The previously calm and confident group fell into stunned silence. Even the elite players from Fusang couldn't come up with a plausible explanation. Killing monsters of the same level takes at least 10 seconds each, and they only give a couple of hundred experience points. Gaining over 200,000 experience points in under a minute? It was utterly inconceivable. Taking down multiple bosses in rapid succession? Impossible. Bosses aren't just lying around like cabbages, and even if they were low on health, it would still take several minutes to kill them. As for slaying 1,000 monsters at once, that was pure fantasy. At this stage, there was no way such a devastating large-scale spell existed. Even if someone miraculously had such a skill, they couldn't possibly withstand the damage from hundreds of monsters attacking simultaneously. President, his level has stopped rising again. One player suddenly shouted with relief. Maybe it was just a fluke. There's no way that kind of leveling speed can last. With the entire guild backing us, we won't lose to a solo player. Exactly. If the guild isn't enough, we'll mobilize every player in the city to take down the bosses together. Yamamoto's right. This is a resource war between Fusang and Longhua. We can't let President Matsuda fight alone. They'll go post on the forums right now, calling on all city players to share boss locations and intel. If we join forces, we can definitely defeat the Longhua player. With renewed confidence, the group rallied together. Though Zhongjiu Kuang's sudden leveling surge had been shocking, there was still a gap of over 100,000 experience points between him and their president. Their advantage remained. Perhaps his rapid progress was just a fleeting anomaly, and once his special methods were exhausted, he would falter. Soon, calls to arms flooded the Fusang gaming forums, creating a tense and determined atmosphere as the entire community prepared for battle. Meanwhile, the Longhua forums painted a completely different picture, full of laughter and celebration. The gaming world was thrown into a frenzy as Zhongjiu Kuang's astonishing performance left everyone in shock. In just 20 minutes, he leveled up 4 times, and even with an inexplicable 10-minute pause, his leveling speed was jaw-dropping. Kuanga is unstoppable. Leveling up is smoother for him than drinking water. Players marveled in the world chat. The rise of this goblin arrow god reignited hope for many in the upcoming resource gamble war. A full agility swordsman player lamented, if I had known Kuanga was this strong, I would have chosen Qingmu City. That 2 agility boost there is exactly what I need. At this moment, Qingmu City had become the least populated of the 5 main cities, but this only spurred more adventurous players. If not now, then when? Someone shouted excitedly. When Kuanga creates a faction, they'll be the first to join. However, not everyone shared this enthusiasm. Some players were still struggling in their starting villages, unable to defeat the Earthfire Dragon King to gain access to the main cities. Others, even after reaching the cities, couldn't afford the job transfer manuals and had to continue grinding for gold. Rational voices occasionally emerged. Don't get carried away. There's still a gap of over 100,000 experience points between Kuanga and Matsuda Ichiki. His leveling speed is inconsistent. Who knows if he can keep it up? What worried some players even more was that the two super guilds, Aoshi and Huangzu, were still relentlessly hunting Kwanga. If he gets killed and loses levels, or worse, if his high infamy value causes him to drop all the way back to level 1, the risk is just too great. But the passionate players dismissed these concerns. What's there to fear? Only the brave get to enjoy life first. They harshly criticized Aoshi Tianxia and Huang Fuhong's despicable actions. Not only are they refusing to help in this critical moment, but they're also causing trouble. Some players angrily exposed the guild's notorious behavior. They've always been brutal to domestic players, yet they cower during cross-nation wars. I've been ambushed by them several times in the wild. Let's hope Kwanga creates a faction soon and wipes out these trash guilds for good. Experienced players quickly warned, "Sure, keep it low-key, or Aoshi and Huangzu might remember your ID." Meanwhile, deep in the poison mist forest, Yang Yu was still focused on absorbing the toxins from monster corpses. Despite working with both hands and leaving behind most of the loot, it still took him nearly 10 minutes to return to the site of the snake rat battle. When he arrived, the giant rat leader was being besieged by the crimson-scaled Viper King and hundreds of venomous snakes, letting out agonized screams. The giant rat's health had dropped to a perilous 10, while the Viper King still retained 60 of its health. Yang Yu didn't act rashly. Instead, he quickly collected the scattered corpses of venomous rats and snakes from the battlefield, continuously strengthening his blood venom body. He kept a close eye on the giant rat boss, rapidly dwindling health while carefully monitoring the overall battle situation. The giant rat boss had an astonishing 1.4 million HP, and even with just 10 remaining, it still had over 100,000 HP left. Despite being surrounded by the Scarlet Viper King and hundreds of venomous snakes, the poison damage could not stack, only maintaining a steady 700 points per second. However, the physical attacks from the snake swarm were far deadlier, dealing thousands of points of damage per second. If not for the boss's formidable passive regeneration ability, it would have already been torn apart by the venomous horde. Yang Yu moved like lightning, swiftly absorbing the corpses of fallen monsters on the ground. His blood poison effect skyrocketed to a terrifying 8,338 points per second, while the giant rat boss HP had dropped to a critical 2. The time had come. Yang Yu dashed toward the battlefield 100 meters away, plunging a spirit-infused arrow into his wrist. As the venom-coated arrow was ready, he knocked it to his bow and unleashed a flurry of 3 arrows aimed directly at the rat boss. The double-layered blood poison effect caused the boss to lose 16,676 HP per second, completely nullifying its regeneration ability. With only 2 of its HP remaining, the giant rat boss was hanging by a thread, but Yang Yu didn't let up for even a moment. Meanwhile, the Scarlet Viper King and its army of snakes continued their relentless assault, dealing thousands of points of damage per second. Securing the final blow would not only require strength, but also a bit of luck. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yang Yu pushed his attack speed to the limit, firing 4 arrows in rapid succession each time. Piercing arrows, rapid shots, and soul arrow rain rained down relentlessly. The soul arrow rain blanketed the battlefield, and while it only managed to kill 2 minor monsters, its thunder effect successfully paralyzed both bosses for a full second. Seeing their leader under attack, some unparalyzed Scarlet Vipers furiously lunged at Yang Yu, but he stood firm, firing arrows with even greater intensity. The string of his Sky Wolf bow began to emit a faint smoke from the friction. With 26 lifesteal from physical attacks, Yang Yu could withstand the onslaught heeding. Boom. 2 seconds later, the giant rat boss collapsed with a thunderous crash, spilling coins and items across the battlefield. The system notification immediately followed. Congratulations! You have successfully slain the level 20 Black Iron boss giant Toothed Venom Rat Leader, earning 80,000 experience points and 200 reputation points. Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 15 with 6,030,200,000 XP. Your spirit has increased by 5 points, and your strength, constitution, and agility have each increased by 10 points. You have also gained 10 free attribute points. Your blood venom body has grown by 110 points, increasing your true poison damage to 8,350 points per second. Your body has been tempered by blood poison, increasing your constitution by 0.110, now at 944.9. A golden light enveloped Yang Yu as he finally caught up to Matsuda Ichiki's level, leaving only a few tens of thousands of experience points between them. But before he could catch his breath, an enraged hiss echoed through the air. The Scarlet Viper King, now deprived of its prey, raised its head and flicked its tongue menacingly, leading hundreds of crimson vipers in a coordinated charge toward Yang Yu. Yang Yu swiftly fired 2 highly toxic arrows at the crimson phosphorus Viper King, while meticulously poisoning hundreds of its smaller minions one by one. For these minor creatures, each with only 30,000 health points, He specifically chose toxic arrows that dealt 5,299 damage per second, shooting just one arrow per snake. This particular poison, of which he had a stockpile of millions of points, was his most abundant resource. After defeating the abyssal demon dragon, the combined effects of blood poison explosion and the 7-colored Shintian armor caused him to lose tens of thousands of health points per second. Initially, he directed all this blood to feed the flaming red dragon egg, but he quickly realized the egg couldn't absorb it all. Fortunately, he had prepared plenty of glass and jade bottles in advance, allowing him to collect and store most of the blood. Despite its devastating damage, this toxic blood had a significant limitation. It was collected before his job advancement, so the poison's effect only lasted 10 seconds, and no matter how many arrows he fired, only one layer of poison could be applied. However, this didn't bother Yang Yu. On the contrary, he was pleased. Although he couldn't use all this blood himself, it could be sold gradually in the future. Thanks to its unique ability to completely block any healing effects on its target, this blood would remain a sought-after rare item among players, even at level 100. As his own skill level increased, the maximum poison stacking limit of his toxic blood might reach 4 or even 5 layers. Such potent poison would be akin to a nuclear weapon, suitable only for personal use and not for sale. For now, these millions of drops of toxic blood were the perfect high-grade consumables for him to sell over an extended period. Pulling his thoughts back to the present, Yang Yu focused entirely on the battle. Before the 20-second poison effect on the Crimson Phosphorus Viper King could wear off, all of its hundreds of underlings succumbed to the poison. The kill notifications flooded in, and the death of over 400 Crimson Phosphorus Vipers granted him nearly 120,000 experience points, propelling him past Matsuda Kazuki to claim the top spot on the merged city's leaderboard. Without pausing, Yang Yu unleashed a relentless barrage of spirit arrows at the bronze tier boss. Even with its impressive speed of over 300 points, the Viper King was nearly 100 points slower than Yang Yu, and the blood poison's slowing effect reduced its speed to half of his. Lacking any long-range abilities, the boss posed no real threat to Yang Yu. By observing the rate at which the boss health bar decreased, Yang Yu estimated that the Crimson Phosphorus Viper King had a total of 2 million health points. Although he had lost nearly half his health during the battle with the giant rat boss, the remaining 1 million plus health points would be depleted in just about a minute under Yang Yu's relentless assault of 16,676 poison damage per second, combined with his intense arrow barrage. Staying focused, Yang Yu continued his sustained attacks with precision. Completely oblivious to the chaos outside, the gaming forums were in an uproar as players flooded the threads with updates. He did it. Kwanggu has finally surpassed Matsuda Kazuki in level, and he's ahead by over 70,000 experience points. The Goblin Arrow God is insane. In just a few seconds, he gained 80,000 experience points, and then another sudden spike of 120,000. This is unreal. Guys, this is huge. The leveling resources in Qingmu City are going to increase by 50. For us regular players, this is like a blessing from the heavens. However, the cheers were short-lived as another piece of breaking news exploded across the forums. Wait, hold up. Check the leaderboard. Matsuda Kazuki just gained 80,000 experience points in an instant and overtook Kwanggu by a few thousand points. I just came back from the Fusong forums. Their entire city has mobilized to help Matsuda Kazuki farm bosses. When a boss is about to die, they call him in to finish it off. This is blatant cheating. In this critical moment, the players from Longhua sprang into action. The forum was flooded with reports of boss locations. 15-level Black Iron boss spotted in the Black Forest, 60 kilometers west of the city. 14-level Black Iron boss wandering in Gale Canyon, 30 kilometers north of the city. As everyone eagerly awaited a response from Yang Yu, a shocking server-wide announcement appeared just a minute later. Ding! Server announcement. Congratulations to Zhongjio Kwanggu for successfully defeating the level 22 bronze tier boss Crimson Scaled Viper King. As the first player in the Longhua region to slay a bronze tier boss, they received double rewards: 600 prestige points, 100 gold coins, 60 free attribute points, and 2 silver treasure chests. This announcement, like a thunderclap, sent shockwaves through players in both nations. Not only had Yang Yu shot up to level 16, reclaiming the top spot on the leaderboard for both cities, but he also left everyone in utter disbelief. How could someone who had just gained 200,000 experience points in rapid succession take down a bronze tier boss so quickly? It defied all logic. Could there really be a line of nearly dead bosses just waiting for him to finish them off? The very thought was so absurd it was difficult to accept. Outside the outskirts of Sun City, an enraged roar pierced through the heavens. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Matsuda Kazuki stood beside the corpse of the Black Iron tier boss he had just slain, his face turning pale as he stared at the dramatic shift on the leaderboard. Surrounding him were thousands of players, their eyes filled with shock, resentment, anger, and blame. This must be a bug. Heaven's path must have made a mistake. Matsuda Kazuki shouted frantically, clenching his fists tightly. Or maybe he found a special map, one where bosses are densely packed and easy to kill. That's the only way his level could have risen this fast. His eyes burned with unwillingness and fear as he clung to his last shred of hope, shouting to the crowd around him. But we haven't lost yet. These special maps are usually limited in scope. His leveling speed has already peaked. If we intensify our low health boss strategy, I can still reach level 20 before him and secure that 50 leveling resource share for Fusang Nation. Despite his impassioned speech, an oppressive silence fell over the scene. Even his most ardent supporters lowered their heads, saying nothing. Yet they all knew he was right, there was no other choice. Fusang Nation had only 2 main cities, and the 50 resource share from Sun City represented a quarter of the entire country's assets. Losing this battle was simply not an option. Meanwhile, the situation in Longhua was a stark contrast. The once quiet Qingmu City was now bustling with life, seemingly on its way to becoming the leading city of the region. With Zhongzhou Quanga on their side, the resource gamble felt like a guaranteed victory. The voices that once mocked and doubted Yangyu had quietly vanished from the forums without a trace. Having just received his rewards from Heaven's Path, Yangyu finally exhaled in relief as he glanced at the updated leaderboard. Previously, his lagging level had left him no time to even collect his spoils. Now, he could finally take stock of the fruits of his battle. He began absorbing the loot scattered on the ground. Over 400 minor monster corpses and 2 boss corpses. His poison blood effect surged by 579 points per second, with the Crimson Phosphorus Viper King's corpse alone contributing a 100-point boost. Additionally, the loot included 13 pieces of bronze equipment and more than 200 pieces of black iron gear. Without hesitation, Yangyu listed all the black iron items on the remote auction house, setting them for free bidding over the next 5 minutes. Among the 13 bronze items, he carefully selected 3 to keep, feeding the remaining 10 directly to his void quiver. Yangyu gazed at the 3 brand-new crimson bronze pieces of equipment before him, a pair of bracers, greaves, and a helmet. Their attributes were highly desirable. The bracers offered 48 points of magic defense and 40 points of strength. The greaves boasted 50 points of magic defense and 46 points of health, while the helmet provided an impressive 60 points of magic defense and 55 points of health. Unfortunately, all these items required a level of 1720 to equip, and he was only at level 16. He glanced at the black iron gear he was currently wearing, obtained after defeating the master of the corpse cavern. While the newly acquired bronze equipment had stats 2 to 3 times higher, he was reluctant to feed them to his void quiver just yet. Luckily, the dense population of monsters in the poison mist forest meant leveling up to 20 shouldn't take too long. Beyond the equipment, there was an unexpected bonus from the Viper Kinga jade bottle containing 3 golden pills. Upon careful inspection, Yangyu was ecstatic to discover they were none other than the Xian Feather Transition Pills, a necessity for an archer's second-class advancement. Even though he was still far from the level 40 requirement for the job change, obtaining such rare pills, each with a 50 success rate, was a huge relief for his future plans. The spoils of this battle didn't end there. Each mutated monster had dropped over 20 silver coins, and combined with the loot from the 2 bosses and the rewards from Heaven's Path, his wallet now held a whopping 436 gold coins. After clearing the battlefield, Yangyu didn't rush to open the silver treasure chests. Instead, his attention was drawn to a cluster of spirit fruits growing 100 meters away. It was these very fruits that had sparked the fierce battle between the snake and rat clans, granting him the perfect opportunity to reap the benefits. Even at the height of the conflict, both sides had deliberately avoided this area, a testament to the extraordinary value of these fruits. Approaching the cluster, he plucked a perfectly ripened, deep red fruit and used his detection skill. To his delight, he discovered it was a vitality fruit, capable of permanently increasing health by 100 points, with a consumption cap of 100 fruits. Without hesitation, he consumed it, and a warm energy surged through his body as his health immediately increased by 100 points, reaching a total of 11,964. Next, he picked an unripe fruit. Though its effect was slightly reduced to 90 health points, it was still incredibly valuable. Adhering to the principle of sustainable harvesting, he only picked fruits with a ripeness of over 70. In the end, he gathered 26 fruits, which collectively boosted his health by 2,270 points, raising his total to an impressive 14,134. With everything else settled, Yangyu finally turned his attention to the 2 silver treasure chests in his inventory. Yangyu stood in front of the 2 silver treasure chests, fully aware that these chests had a 95 chance of yielding silver-grade items and a 5 chance of containing gold-grade items. Having opened numerous treasure chests before, he was no stranger to the process. Following his usual routine, he made a series of wishes, muttered a few cryptic incantations, and then simultaneously opened both chests. As the blinding light gradually faded, 2 items emerged before him. A gleaming set of silver chainmail armor and an ancient-looking token. Yangyu wasted no time inspecting the attributes of the armor. Bright silver chainmail silver grade. Defense, 120. Magic defense, 100. Health, 500. Trait 1. Iron Wall increases physical and magical defense by 10. Trait 2. Rejuvenation restores 1 of total health per second. Equipment requirement, first tier archer or assassin. Impressed by the excellent stats, Yang Yu immediately removed his current corpse scale leather armor and replaced it with the silver grade equipment. The armor's superior base attributes and dual traits, particularly the rejuvenation effect, paired perfectly with his 26 lifesteal ability, significantly enhancing his endurance in prolonged battles. Equipping the new armor, Yang Yu opened his character attribute panel. Drunken Ballad Novice Archer. Level, 164406 025 0000. Strength, 265. Constitution, 1063.5. Agility, 468. Spirit, 84. Health, 14,534. Mana, 840. Attack, 681 2652 Defense, 1709 106 349 1110. Magic defense, 456 8433 1110. Speed, 478 46810. Range, 60 Lingyuan arrow range, 90. Lifesteal, 26. Gold, 436. Remaining free attribute points, 230. Reputation, 5,520. Title, Mad Slayer. Luck, hidden. Talent, Blood Venomous Body deals 9436 true damage per second to the target for 20 seconds. Can stack up to 2 layers of poison. Compared to just over an hour ago, Yang Yu's power had undergone a dramatic leap. His level had risen from 10 to 16, with significant boosts to all attributes. Notably, his health and poison damage had nearly doubled. Additionally, he had accumulated 230 free attribute points to allocate as needed. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Yu turned his attention to the ancient-looking token. Nation Teleportation, Token Gold Grade Special Item. Effect. Teleports the user to the designated main city of another nation. Duration. 12 hours automatically returns the user to their original nation's main city upon expiration. Usage conditions. Consumes 2,000 reputation points. Requires 1,000 gold coins. User must be at least second tier. Failure to meet conditions will result in being torn apart by spatial forces. Damn it, these requirements are insane. Yang Yu's excitement quickly waned as he digested the item's restrictions. While the cost of 2,000 reputation points and 1,000 gold coins didn't bother him, the other conditions rendered it temporarily unusable. His plans to wreak havoc in the Sun City and teach the Fusang challengers a harsh lesson would have to wait. After all, since they had dared to provoke him first, he was determined not only to win the resource wager, but also to leave them with an unforgettable defeat. Yang Yu stared at the pile of gold coins. Even though they were worth 50 million Longhua currency, he was confident he could earn it all back from Fusang. However, the barrier of the second transition realm loomed like an invisible wall, suppressing his thirst for revenge. He gently ran his fingers over the void quiver, a flicker of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Once the quiver was upgraded to a silver tier item, its storage capacity would expand significantly. Not only would he be able to bring back more treasures and equipment, but more importantly the flame red dragon would finally hatch and mature. The Blood Fiend Poison Body and the Chinkuan Bracelet could also advance to the next tier. By then, sweeping through the entirety of Sun City wouldn't just be a pipe dream. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the sound of his phone ringing. The screen displayed Yu Yao's name, and he immediately picked up. Huang Ge, congratulations on claiming another first kill on a boss and surpassing Matsuda Kazuki in level. Yu Yao's sweet voice carried genuine joy. You're not far behind yourself, you're almost level 14. Yang Yu replied with a smile, then shifted the conversation. But I doubt this call is just to congratulate me, is it? It's about the Aos and Royal Guilds, Yu Yao said, her tone becoming serious. I just received word that Aoshi Tianxia and Huang Fu Hong are each leading thousands of elite players, conducting a carpet search in the eastern part of the city. They're leveling up while looking for you. If you're in that direction, don't head back. She quickly added, all 4 city gates are guarded by their people, and even using a teleport scroll is risky. I suggest you stay outside for now. If you need supplies, I can arrange for someone to deliver them to you. Yang Yu felt a wave of warmth at her concern. Don't worry. Those 2 guilds are hardly worth my attention. Once I'm done with the resource challenge token, they'll deal with them properly. He paused. Speaking of supplies, I do need your help with something. What is it? Yu Yao asked immediately. Help me find a resource challenge token, Yang Yu said seriously. If Fusang players manage to draw one, then with the sheer number of players in Longhua, we should have some too. In return, I can provide 10,000 vials of deadly poison potion, with damage exceeding 5,000 points per second. 5,000 points per second? 10,000 vials? Yu Yao's voice shot up in astonishment, unable to hide her shock. Are you serious? Of course. Don't worry, they'll search every corner of Longhua if I have to. They'll find it for you. Yu Yao exclaimed, her excitement tinged with slight hesitation. But I want to clarify something first. If I find one, they'll buy it with money. You won't need to worry about the cost, just provide me with the 10,000 vials of potion when the time comes. Is that okay? Deal. Yang Yu agreed without hesitation. After hanging up the call, Yang Yu ventured deeper into the forest. Over the next 10 minutes, he encountered two groups of giant venomous rats, each numbering about 200. Since his level far surpassed these creatures, he couldn't enhance his blood fiend poison body, and the experience points gained were negligible. Thus, he chose to avoid them entirely. As he ventured further into the forest's depths, the poisonous mist grew denser, its lethality increasing with every step. However, what would terrify most people posed no threat to him. Thanks to his blood fiend poison body, the deadly toxins felt no more harmful than a gentle breeze. Boom, boom, boom. Get away. You disgusting snakes. Leave me alone. Suddenly, the sounds of intense combat and a girl's desperate cries reached his ears. Yang Yu cautiously refrained from revealing himself. Instead, he used the cover of the bushes to quietly approach the source of the commotion. Activating his spirit vision, he observed the scene 100 meters away. A petite girl clad in simple yellow clothing was surrounded by hundreds of crimson-scaled vipers. In the distance behind the snake swarm, a massive crimson viper king, as thick as a tree trunk, coiled leisurely on a large tree, coldly observing the siege. The girl's combat style was rather unusual. She wielded a staff, but not for attacking. Instead, she continuously cast healing spells on herself. 1,500. 1,500. Bright green numbers repeatedly appeared above her, nullifying both the effects of the poisonous mist and the relentless attacks of the snakes. Her health bar revealed an extraordinary vitality, boasting at least 50,000 hit points. While maintaining her healing, the girl scattered red powder around her. Any viper that came into contact with the powder emitted blue smoke and lost 2,000 hit points per second. A healer? Or perhaps a genuine alchemist? Yang Yu wondered silently before casting his detection skill. Physician Su Xian. Intermediate priest. Advanced alchemist. Level. Health. Defense. Speed. Description. Su Xian hails from a family of renowned herbalists and is the daughter of the Ziyuan apothecary's proprietor. Her ancestors were descendants of the heavenly craft star. After losing their ancestral land, her family has resided in Qingmu City for centuries. Through her, you might have the opportunity to learn the art of true alchemy. An intermediate priest? That must put her at level 40 or higher. No wonder her health is so astonishing. As the Crimson Viper King watched its subordinates fall one after another without making a dent in the girl's defenses, it finally lost patience. Its massive body suddenly lunged from the tree with terrifying speed. Trapped within the encircling snakes, the girl had no room to retreat. She swung her staff, unleashing a holy light, smite at the Serpent King while scattering more of the red powder. Though the powder took effect quickly, it was insignificant against the Viper King's massive health pool of 2 million. To make matters worse, the creature regenerated approximately 1,000 health points for every 2,000 it lost, effectively negating the powder's damage. The girl needed at least half an hour to use the red powder to kill the giant serpent before her. But the Crimson Viper King was clearly not going to give her that chance. The serpent's massive tail swept across with sudden force, slamming the girl violently to the ground. Without hesitation, the enormous snake coiled upward, its crimson scales standing on edge, muscles rippling like waves as it wrapped tightly around her. Under the immense pressure, her bones emitted a chilling crackling sound. She couldn't scatter the red powder, nor could she lift her staff to heal herself. Hundreds of venomous snakes, responding to the Viper King's command, bared their sharp, pale fangs and lunged at her from all sides. Even with her health bar full and a top-tier healing potion continuously restoring her, the sheer onslaught of damage meant she could last only a few seconds at best. Father, grandfather, I won't be able to come back and save you, the girl murmured quietly, her voice calm as if she'd already resigned herself to this fate. 2 tears slid down her cheeks, shimmering in the dim light. At that critical moment, Yang Yu finally made his move. 4 arrows tore through the air, each one aimed directly at the giant serpent boss. The arrows were coated with toxic blood extracted from the abyssal dragon. Though the venom's potency was only half of Yang Yu's current strength and could only be applied in a single layer, its destructive power was undeniable. The Thunderstrike ability triggered with a 20 chance, instantly paralyzing the serpent boss. Its massive body shuddered, and the coils trapping the girl loosened just enough for her to slip free and collapse onto the ground, her face etched with shock and disbelief. Get out of the battlefield. Leave now, Yang Yu shouted, firing arrow after arrow to keep the serpent boss in a paralyzed state. The spatial bracelet he wielded unleashed an area effect attack, inflicting 154 damage points to every Crimson Viper within a 5-meter radius with each shot, while also paralyzing them with thunder. This was the power of the bracelet after unlocking one of its seals, showcasing its incredible crowd control capabilities. "Thank you. I can heal you," the girl stammered, taking advantage of the brief paralysis of the surrounding venomous snakes. She stumbled out of the battlefield center and made her way to Yang Yu's side, trembling. Why aren't you affected by the poisonous mist? You're not losing health either." "This mist is supposed to be incurable," she said, staring in astonishment at Yang Yu's untouched health bar. "Focus on healing yourself first," Yang Yu replied calmly, his eyes locked on the serpent boss ahead. "I need the experience points from these monsters. Leave them to me. But I can't control all of them, so you'd better keep your distance and stay out of the way." Before he even finished speaking, hundreds of venomous snakes from the outer edges were already surging toward them. Yang Yu could have ignored the minor creature's attacks, but to avoid revealing his immunity to poisons and his exceptionally high physical defense, he began to retreat slowly, luring the snake swarm farther away. At the same time, he knocked an arrow and unleashed a soul arrow rain into the heart of the serpent horde. Ding! The battle notification sounded as Yang Yu's soul strike hit its mark, successfully slaying a level 17 Scarlet Phosphorus Viper. Without pausing, his bow unleashed a flurry of soul arrows, swiftly taking down 2 more Vipers in quick succession. Following this, he seamlessly transitioned between armor-piercing arrows and rapid-fire arrows, raining down a storm of spirit arrows like a torrential downpour. Yang Yu's strategy was simple yet effective: apply poison to each of the hundreds of Scarlet Phosphorus Vipers one by one. Although his poison blood damage was only 4,299 points per second and lasted for just 10 seconds, it was lethal enough to eliminate these minor enemies. In the distance, the massive serpent boss, having just shaken off its paralysis, roared in fury and charged straight toward Yang Yu. Remaining calm and composed, Yang Yu fought while retreating, leading the snake horde in circles. He took calculated shots at the boss with poison arrows, ensuring the poison effect remained active. Watching Yang Yu handle the situation effortlessly, the girl in the yellow dress wisely retreated to a safe corner to await the battle's conclusion. The system notifications kept chiming, informing Yang Yu of his successful kills of level 17 Scarlet Phosphorus Vipers. Each over-leveled kill granted him 260 experience points, plus a 10 bonus reward. As time passed, the serpent boss's minions dwindled in number. When the boss realized the tide was turning and attempted to flee, Yang Yu gave chase, bombarding its massive body with a relentless barrage of spirit arrows. The Scarlet Phosphorus Viper King, already slower than Yang Yu, was further hindered by its enormous size, making it impossible to evade the arrows. Although each arrow dealt only around 200 damage, Yang Yu's attack speed had reached its peak, pushing his damage per second past the 10,000 mark. Combined with his poisoned arrows effect, which dealt 4,299 points of damage per second, the continuous poison not only negated the boss's regeneration ability, but also paralyzed it with lightning effects, rendering the colossal creature immobile like a statue. Within just 3 minutes, the boss's health plummeted from 80 to 50, then to a critical 10. With a thunderous crash, the Scarlet Phosphorus Viper King collapsed, dropping a trove of items. The system notifications followed in rapid succession. You have successfully defeated a level 22 bronze grade boss, earning 120,000 experience points and 300 reputation points. Level up. You are now level 17. Spirit 5, Strength, Constitution, and Agility 10 each, with an additional 10 free attribute points. Blood Poison Body has gained 100 growth points, increasing poison true damage to 10,164 points per second. Constitution has increased by 10 points through Blood Poison Refinement, reaching 1,146.3. In just a few minutes, Yang Yu had cleared over 600 minor monsters and one boss, amassing nearly 300,000 experience points and leaving Matsuda Ichiki far behind. After storing the boss's corpse and the loot in his inventory, Yang Yu began tidying up the battlefield. Yang Yu took only a few seconds to shoot down hundreds of clustered small monsters, but cleaning up the battlefield took him over 10 minutes. When he returned to the center of the initial battlefield, he found the girl in yellow still waiting under the shade of a tree. To his surprise, she had meticulously sorted the surrounding monster corpses, equipment, coins, and potions. I haven't thanked you yet," the girl said nervously, wringing her hands as she looked at Yang Yu's rugged, bearded face. "My name is Sushin. Are you one of this year's adventurers?" "Yes," Yang Yu replied curtly, quickly storing the sorted items into his inventory. "You're amazing," Sushin exclaimed with genuine admiration. "I heard today is just your first day in the city, and yet you've already ventured into the poison mist forest and slain that giant serpent all by yourself. You're so much stronger than me, a useless priest." After a brief pause, Sushin reached for 4 potion bottles at her waist and respectfully handed them to Yang Yu with both hands. These are pills I made myself. I hope you don't mind. You made these? Yang Yu's eyes lit up as he eagerly accepted the bottles without hesitation. These were treasures crafted by a skilled alchemist, far superior to the standard potions sold in stores. Some of them were even rare items unavailable on the market. The bottles contained 50 advanced vitality pills. Restore 1000 health points per second for 30 seconds, 60-second cooldown. 20 advanced strength pills. Temporarily increase strength by 100 points for 10 minutes, 30-minute cooldown. 20 advanced diamond pills. Temporarily boost physical and magical defense by 200 points for 30 minutes, 60-minute cooldown. 10 advanced swift pills. Temporarily increase agility by 50 points for 5 minutes, 10-minute cooldown. After reading the effects, Yang Yu was speechless with astonishment. Each of these pills was a rare gem, potentially life-saving in critical moments. Sir, Sushin asked softly, may I ask why you ventured into the poison mist forest? To level up and help my mentor find mandrake flowers, Yang Yu replied casually, carefully storing the potion bottles into his spatial quiver. His mood significantly improved as he looked at Sushin again. She now seemed to glow with a radiant aura like a golden opportunity. Befriending this 17 or 18-year-old alchemy prodigy could mean an endless supply of such valuable pills. Although the world of Tian Dao had slow character progression for its inhabitants, support-based talents like hers were unrestricted, and her future potential seemed limitless. Mandrake flowers? I know where to find them, Sushin suddenly said excitedly. I once went to the poison mist forest with my father. There are plenty near the toxic fire ants cave. They weren't mature back then, so we didn't pick them, but now should be the perfect time. As she spoke, a pleading expression appeared in her eyes. My father and grandfather were injured by some bad people and are now in critical condition. I'm heading there to gather medicine, but I can't make it on my own with my limited strength. Sir, could you take me with you? At that moment, a quest notification suddenly echoed in Yang Yu's ears. Ding! The system notification sounded, and a new task appeared in Yang Yu's interface. Escort Sushin to the fire ant nest to gather the 9-turn soul-reviving herb and ensure her safe return to Qingmu City. The reward for completing the mission was Sushin's family heirloom alchemy manual, containing hundreds of rare and valuable pill recipes. Yang Yu accepted the task without much hesitation. The fire ant nest happened to be home to the mandrake flower he needed, so accompanying Sushin was simply convenient. The only concern lingering in his mind was the possibility of some of his secrets being exposed during the journey. However, Sushin, a native of Qingmu City, had a pure and straightforward nature. Bound by the rules of the heavenly way, even if she learned something, it wouldn't pose a threat. Besides, with the alchemy manual, not only could he solidify his identity as a poison master, but he could also refine various pills on his own. Thank you, kind benefactor. Sushin beamed with joy. Shall we set off now? Let's go. Yang Yu nodded. You lead the way, but stay within 5 meters of me at all times. As they walked, Sushin waved her staff, casting 2 buffs on Yang Yu. The system promptly notified him. All attributes increased by 10 for 5 minutes. Automatic regeneration of 1000 health points per second for 3 minutes. The effectiveness of her support abilities genuinely surprised Yang Yu. If an intermediate priest was this powerful, how formidable would advanced, earth-level, or heaven-level priests be? It was no wonder major guilds invested heavily in training priest players. A strong priest could boost a 10-person team's combat strength by 20, an advantage no potion could replicate. During the journey, Yang Yu took the opportunity to equip the level 17 Crimson Phosphor Bracers and Greaves, further enhancing his defense and health. The giant serpent boss he had just defeated had dropped over 30 gold coins, 6 pieces of level 22 bronze equipment, and, unexpectedly, a bottle of Shadow Melt Elixira must have for Assassin's second-tier advancement, with a 50 success rate per pill. Though he had no use for it, as players' levels increased, this elixir would undoubtedly become a hot commodity. Benefactor, Sushin said, guiding the way and offering a reminder. The fire ant nest is located in the central area of the poison mist forest. It will take about an hour to reach it. Beyond that lies the forest's core, where the poison mist is so dense that even my father's healing magic can't counteract the damage. That's why we always return immediately after gathering herbs near the nest. It's said that the core area is not only filled with terrifying poisonous mists, but also home to some powerful nightmare-level monsters. Leading the way, Sushin warned with a serious expression, Benefactor, the monsters there are all above level 50. Even though you seem immune to the poison, you must not venture into that area before your second-class advancement. What exactly caused these poisonous mists? Yang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, showing not a trace of fear. Sushin shook her head. The exact reason is unclear. However, a general from the city lord's Manziona Heaven-tier warrior once went in to investigate. He returned gravely injured, and the physicians couldn't do anything to heal him. No matter what they tried, his wounds remained untreatable. He only managed to survive for half a day before passing away. She paused briefly and added, "There's a rumor that a tremendously powerful venomous creature resides within, and the poisonous mist is the gas it exhales." A Heaven-tier warrior? Yang Yu gasped, momentarily abandoning the idea of entering the core area. "Sushin, even someone of that level fell there, and you're just telling me not to go until I've had my second-class advancement?" Sushin flashed a playful smile. "But you're an adventurer, benefactor. I hear that now there's divine protection if you die, you can come back to life. So, it's not something to worry too much about." Seeing her innocent expression, Yang Yu merely smiled silently. While it was true that players could resurrect, the Golden Flame had once warned him not to recklessly lose levels. It might involve the consumption of one's soul, and could even limit future progression. Determined to avoid unnecessary risks, he resolved to steer clear of situations that could lead to death and level loss. "Don't move." Yang Yu suddenly grabbed Sushin's arm. His spirit vision had detected a startling scene 100 meters ahead, a swarm of giant mantises lurking in the mist. These creatures, as large as eagles, were either hovering in the air or perched on trees. Their scythe-like forelegs gleamed with a chilling, deadly light. Sushin looked puzzled. Even as a mid-tier professional, the dense poisonous mist limited her visibility to a mere 50 meters. Yang Yu leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Stay here and don't move. They'll come back for you." "Understood. Be careful, benefactor." Though she couldn't see the danger, Sushin nodded earnestly. She cast a buff and a large healing spell on Yang Yu before watching his figure gradually disappear into the poisonous mist. Cautiously, Yang Yu approached the mysterious creatures, using his detection skill. Venomous mantis mutated monster. Level. HP. Attack. Defense. Speed. Skills. E. Description. The most powerful creatures on the outskirts of the poison mist forest. They prey on giant fong rats and crimson-scaled vipers. They are highly aggressive toward intruders. Warning: they are incredibly fast, and their forelegs can easily slice through heavy armor. Their attacks not only inflict massive physical damage, but also cause a poison effect that drains 800 HP per second for 30 seconds. Standing 90 meters away from the swarm of monsters, Yang Yu carefully observed the venomous mantises before him. Despite being at level 17, he couldn't discern their specific attributes, which indicated that their level was at least 23 or higher. From the Chinkuan quiver, he drew a spirit energy arrow, skillfully coating it with venomous blood. After a period of preparation, his quiver now held 8 spirit energy arrows. These arrows not only extended his attack range by 30 meters compared to level 3 spirit arrows, but also dealt an additional 500 points of true damage, making them the ideal choice for unleashing area effect skills. As the Soul Arrow Rain skill activated, a dazzling glow illuminated the air. The spirit energy arrow split into hundreds of shadowy projectiles, pouring down like a torrential rain upon the surrounding monsters. The venomous mantises displayed astonishing speed, with many of them instantly shifting positions in an attempt to evade. However, they were unaware of the unique trait of spirit energy arrows' guaranteed accuracy. Those that managed to dodge the initial impact soon realized that the arrows seemed to possess a will of their own, swiftly homing in and piercing their bodies with precision. Ding! Combat notification. Soul Strike triggered. You successfully killed a level 25 venomous mantis. This strike not only revealed the mantis's level and health, but also rewarded Yang Yu with 640 experience points, 360 base points, boosted by an 80 bonus for defeating a monster 8 levels higher. The enraged swarm of venomous mantises retaliated, their wings vibrating furiously as they charged at high speed. Concerned that they might discover Su Xian, who was nearby, Yang Yu fired arrows while swiftly moving toward the left side of the forest, leading the monsters away. Despite his agility reaching an impressive 478 points, the mantis's speed was still formidable, with their aerial peak estimated at 400 points, enough to terrify most players. Fortunately, Yang Yu not only had the advantage in speed, but also possessed 2 crucial passive skills: Venomous Blood Slowdown and Thunder Paralysis. Against his relentless arrows, the mantis swarm stood no chance. Within just 10 seconds, hundreds of mantises had been poisoned, with the first one struck already plummeting to the ground. Kill notifications flooded in, and his experience points skyrocketed. Ding! Congratulations! You successfully killed a level 25 venomous mantis, earning 610 experience points. Current progress: level 18, 57, 950380000. Ding! Your blood poison body has grown by 1 point, increasing poison true damage to 10,589 points per second. Ding! Your body has been refined by blood poison, increasing constitution by 0.1. Current constitution: 1198.8. As the final kill notification sounded, Yang Yu had officially reached level 18. while Songtian Kazuki on the leaderboard was still struggling around level 16 with only 50 progress. Yang Yu was far ahead in the resource betting game, casting a shadow of despair over the entire Fusang nation. The once fanatical followers of Matsuda Kazuki, who had revered him like a deity, disappeared overnight. In their place came a torrent of insults and accusations. Desperate Fusang players flocked to another main city, Dongyu City, hoping to find leveling resources for ordinary players there. Little did they know, this city had already fallen under Yang Ye's watchful eye. In the northern mountains of Sun City, a cornered Matsuda Kazuki was making his last stand. He roared into the phone, "What Nabakan? Aren't you supposed to be the most professional assassin organization? How can you not even find that guy's identity and location? If you don't hurry, Sun City will be finished and so will I." A cold, mechanical voice responded on the other end. "Apologies, President Matsuda. Zonjokwanga is not a veteran or well-known player, and almost no one in Longwa knows his real identity. Even though you've paid the full amount, we still need time to complete the assassination. However, it seems unlikely that this method will help you win the resource bet anymore." Idiots. What kind of number one assassin organization can't even find one person? You're all useless fools. Matsuda Kazuki fumed after the call ended, but his anger did nothing to change the reality of being abandoned by players across the nation. Meanwhile, in the poison mist forest, Yang Yu had just taken down a group of venomous mantises. Instead of heading back to find Su Xin right away, he began absorbing the toxins from the corpses on the spot, including the remains of the red phosphorus viper he had stored in his void quiver earlier. After nearly 20 minutes of processing, his poison damage skyrocketed to 11,742 points per second, and his health reached an impressive 17,190 points. When Yang Yu returned to their meeting spot, he found Su Xin anxiously looking around, clearly worried that something might have happened to him. "I'm so glad you're safe, benefactor," she exclaimed with a pure smile of relief. She then cast 2 status skills on him and continued leading the way ahead. Over the next 40 minutes, they encountered 2 more groups of about 200 venomous mantises each, but no sign of the boss. Yang Yu dispatched them without hesitation, annihilating every last one. His level rose to 18, with 80 experience progress. During this time, he also collected several spiritual fruits and herbs that couldn't be identified with his detection skill. He stored them in his inventory to analyze later when they returned to the city. After nearly an hour of trekking, the two finally arrived at their destination, the Poison Fire Ant Nest. Ahead, nestled in a small mountain valley, lay a vibrant spiritual herb garden. Hundreds of spiritual flowers, grasses, and fruits grew in an orderly yet natural arrangement, each emanating a unique aura of energy, their vibrant colors blending into a mesmerizing spectacle. Behind this garden stood a tall, earthy yellow cave entrance, towering slightly above the height of an average person. What immediately caught the eye were the fiery red ants fluttering back and forth around the cave entrance. Each ant was about the size of a fist, equipped with a pair of wings, and astonishingly fast, much faster than even the notoriously swift venomous mantis. They moved in swarms, constantly entering and exiting the cave, as if guarding something of great importance. Anyone reckless enough to approach and attempt to harvest the spiritual plants would quickly find themselves becoming prey to these toxic fire ants. At this moment, Yang Yu was crouched in a thicket about 100 meters away, carefully observing the scene ahead with Su Xian by his side. "Su Xian, what exactly are the attributes of these toxic fire ants?" Yang Yu asked in a low voice. "They're level 30 mutated creatures with 50,000 health points and a speed of around 450, Su Xian recalled. "The last time I was here with my father, we were attacked by them. They deal 1,000 poison damage per second, and each attack carries an additional 500 points of true fire damage." Her expression grew serious as she added, "The most terrifying thing is their bite. No matter how much health you have left, the searing pain from their bite is enough to shatter your will to fight and throw you into chaos. Benefactor, I advise you to collect the herbs and leave quickly. Don't go into the cave." Su Xian glanced at the poisonous mist lingering at the cave entrance and continued. "According to my father, there's a level 35 bronze-grade boss, the Queen Toxic Fire Ant, inside the cave. Even though you seem immune to poison, the sheer number of fire ants in there would make it nearly impossible to escape if you're surrounded." Hearing this, Yang Yu couldn't help but feel a chill. The level 30 fire ants were already on par with his speed and could deal 500 true damage with each attack. Even with his 18,000 health points, he could only endure about 30 attacks. The level 35 queen ant would undoubtedly be even faster. For someone like him, at only level 18, taking on such a high-level creature even with his immunity to poison was a daunting challenge. After a brief moment of thought, Yang Yu decided to allocate 100 points from his pool of 250 free attribute points to agility, raising his total agility to 588, over 100 points higher than the level 30 toxic fire ants. With this speed advantage, he was confident he could handle even a large swarm of them. Su Xian, move back 500 meters and find a safe place to hide. Stay put and wait for me to return. All right, but please be careful, benefactor. Su Xian agreed with a nod. She waved her staff to cast 2 buffs on Yang Yu, then turned and left. With the buffs enhancing him, Yang Yu's overall attributes increased by 10, pushing his agility to 646 and his health close to 20,000. Although the effects would only last for 5 minutes, it was more than enough for his plan. Yang Yu stepped forward swiftly. Yang Yu approached within the 60-meter range and immediately unleashed a barrage of soul arrows at the swarm of venom fire ants patrolling near the cave entrance. The arrows whistled through the air, followed by the system notification. Soul Strike activated. Successfully killed a level 30 venom fire ant, gained 1,000 experience points. The system added, over-level kill bonus capped at 100 for monsters 10 levels higher or more. This meant each venom fire ant granted a full 1,000 experience points. Yang Yu was only 70,000 experience points away from reaching level 19, which required him to eliminate just 70 of these ants. The dense swarm before him far exceeded that number, enough to propel him all the way to level 25 if he could manage it. Infuriated by the attack, the venom fire ants swarmed with a deafening buzz. Hundreds, if not thousands, of them vibrated their wings and bared their glistening mandibles as they surged toward Yang Yu like a dark, relentless tide. These creatures were no small threat if they swarmed him. Even a player with 200,000 health would be devoured in moments. Yang Yu, with only 20,000 health, had no room for error. Yang Yu sprinted toward the right side of the mountain pass, firing continuously as he moved. The venom fire ant's speed was terrifying, especially when flying in a swarm, reaching a blistering 500 points. Were it not for the 100 agility points he had preemptively invested and the morale boost from Su Zin's skill, he would have already been overwhelmed. Thunderstrike activated, paralyzing the target for 1 second. System notifications flashed repeatedly. The combination of splash damage and Thunderstrike was highly effective, causing more and more ants to break away from the main swarm. Though the paralyzed ants weren't poisoned and some even retreated to the nest, the number of ants chasing Yang Yu remained overwhelming. Combat notifications followed in rapid succession. Successfully killed a level 30 venom fire ant, gained 1,000 experience points. Current progress, level 18, 314, 250380000. Blood venom body advanced by 1 point. True poison damage increased to 12,594 points per second. Body tempered by blood venom. Constitution increased by 0.1. Current value, 1,399.3. Within 10 seconds, large swathes of venom fire ants collapsed, their deaths converting into an influx of experience points for Yang Yu. Soon, he broke through to level 19, earning 10 free attribute points. Poisoned spirit arrows continued to fly, and his experience points soared. Meanwhile, countless players from Longhua and Fusang were closely monitoring the leaderboard. They watched as Yang Yu's experience bar climbed steadily, inching closer to level 20. In stark contrast, Matsuda Kazuki, who had been pushing himself to the limit, had only just reached level 17. At his current pace, it would take him at least another 4 hours to catch up, but Yang Yu clearly wasn't going to give him that chance. Matsuda Kazuki collapsed to the ground in despair, staring blankly at the sky as he muttered to himself, "I've failed Fusang. I've ruined Solar City. I'm a disgrace." In sharp contrast to the somber mood in Fusang, players across Longhua from Qingmu City to other main cities and even novice villages watched the rankings with bated breath. All eyes were on Yang Yu's experience bar. 19 level 70, 80, 90, 95. Finally, as his experience reached 19 level 100, the long-awaited heavenly announcement was about to echo through the game. Ding! The announcement reverberated across the skies of the two nations as the system notification echoed 3 times throughout the world of Tiandao. Congratulations to the player Zheng Jiuquanga from the Longhua region for being the first to reach level 20. Qingmu City of Longhua has claimed victory in this resource wager. With the announcement, the system immediately outlined a series of rewards and penalties. As the victorious side, all leveling resources in Qingmu City would be increased by 50. Meanwhile, the losing side, Sunlight City, suffered a heavy blow, with all leveling resources halved. Most significantly, Matsuda Kazuki, the initiator of the wager, faced the punishment of Tiandao's reputation points and fortune points were completely deducted, and all his attributes were reduced by 30 points. At the same time, the victorious Zheng Jiuquanga received a bountiful reward, 2,000 reputation points, 500 gold coins, 100 free attribute points, 50 fortune points, and a special treasure chest. Even more striking was his conferment as a third-class viscount, granting him the privilege to purchase an independent estate in Qingmu City. The system also released a notification regarding titles. Players who advanced to the rank of Marquis or higher would gain the right to establish a base outside the city and recruit native inhabitants in the main city to build their armies. To obtain a title, Players must either make significant contributions to the main city or accumulate 10,000 reputation points to automatically earn the rank of third-class baron. As players were still reeling from the announcement, two massive pillars of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Qingmu City and Sunlight City, respectively. Players in the wilderness near Qingmu City were astonished to witness a miraculous sight. The number of monsters surged dramatically to became 3, became 6. The sudden change caught many players off guard, with some even dying and respawning back in the city. Yet, oddly enough, no one was angry. Instead, the atmosphere was filled with excitement and joy. In stark contrast, the players of Sunlight City were plunged into despair. Bosses they had been painstakingly close to defeating vanished into thin air at the last moment, no matter how hard they searched. It was only then that they truly grasped the catastrophic consequences of the resource wager. Those who once admired Matsuda Kazuki now despised him with a burning hatred. Some Fuso guilds, who already had grievances against him, even issued a joint bounty, aiming to take advantage of his weakened state and ensure his permanent downfall. Meanwhile, above the skies of the Longwa region, suddenly, a wave of congratulatory voices erupted from countless players. Within the game world, golden light shimmered as system notifications popped up one after another. The news that Zhongjiu Kuanga had achieved the rank of Viscount struck like a thunderclap, causing a massive uproar on the Longwa server. Major guilds sprang into action, spending hefty sums to broadcast server-wide announcements. Eternal Gate was the first to send their congratulations, extending a sincere invitation for collaboration. Following closely, Guanshan League offered the position of vice leader in gratitude for Kuanga's contributions to Qingmu City. Jinghua Pavilion also sent their well wishes, and soon, a flood of congratulatory messages poured in. It wasn't just the major guilds, many wealthy players, complete strangers, generously opened their wallets. Each spent 200 gold coins equivalent to 7 million Longwa currency just to send a fleeting congratulatory announcement. Their enthusiasm was akin to fireworks lighting up the New Year's sky, fleeting yet filled with genuine joy and respect. The game forums exploded with activity. Millions of players flooded in, leaving comments in a frenzy. Zhongjiu Kuanga is a legend. 2 hours to level up from 10 to 20. How is that even humanly possible? A Viscount title in the 3rd tier. Imagine the perks that come with it. 100 free attribute points, a 3rd special treasure chest, and an unhatched dragon egg. No wonder the major guilds are going crazy for this. All eyes turned toward Qingmu City. Countless players began teleporting to the city, and even the super guilds from other main cities wasted no time sending representatives to establish branches there, all eager to claim a stake in this rising hotspot. Meanwhile, Yang Yu was deep in the poison mist forest. He had cut off all communications, fully focused on dealing with the poison fire ant swarms that had surged in numbers by 50. Enveloped in the divine reward beam of Tiandao, a steady stream of energy flowed gently into him. Yang Yu spent nearly 5 minutes finally eliminating the swarm of venomous fire ants behind him. His weapon swung relentlessly, taking down almost 2,000 of the creatures, and his level quietly rose to 22. With significant improvements to his attributes and the rewards from the Heavenly Tao, his free attribute points had now reached an impressive total of 290. Without bothering to clean up the ground littered with ant corpses, Yang Yu eagerly retrieved a newly acquired special treasure chest from his inventory. This type of chest could yield equipment, skill books, or items of any grade, though the higher the grade, the lower the chances of obtaining it. This was his second time obtaining such a chest. The last time, after slaying the abyssal demon dragon, he had opened 2 special treasure chests rewarded by the Heavenly Tao, which granted him the SS grade auxiliary skill Eye of Insight and the evolvable golden gear Phantom Cloak, both exceedingly rare treasures. Spirits of heaven and earth, show me your favor. Yang Yu clasped his hands together in a soft prayer. I want to ask for a divine artifact. Just grant me a resource challenge token, please. As a blinding light burst forth, a blood-red bead tied with a string materialized before him. Though it wasn't what he had hoped for, Yang Ye's curiosity got the better of him, and he picked up the bead to examine it closely. Devourer bead. Grade. Ghost tier special item. Attributes. Strength 200, Spirit 100. Traits. 1. Devour evil absorbs the wearer's sin value and converts it into strength. For every 100 sin points absorbed, the wearer permanently gains 1 strength. Current progress, 0-100. 2. Soul fortification. For every 24 hours the bead is worn, the wearer permanently gains 1 spirit. Requirement to equip, none. Seeing these traits, a grin spread across Yang Ye's face. While the soul fortification trait was appealing, he primarily relied on poison-infused physical attacks, so he didn't have a significant need for increased mana. However, gaining 1 spirit not only added 10 mana points, but also increased magic defense by 1, making it a welcome bonus. What excited him the most was the Devour Evil trait. The 2 major guilds, Aoshur and Huangzhou, were still relentlessly hunting for him. a grudge he had been forced to swallow for some time. Previously, he had been too occupied resolving the crisis in Fusong to deal with them. If he retaliated, he would inevitably accumulate a high sin value, which would make entering towns and accepting quests impossible. But with the Devourer bead, he now hoped those guilds would send even more members his way. With that thought, Yang Yu wasted no time tying the Devourer bead to his waist. Yang Yu eagerly opened his attribute panel, and the data before him made his heart race with excitement. As a level 22 novice archer, his stats were astonishing. Strength 540, Constitution 1616.2, Agility 628, and Spirit 214. These translated into a staggering 20,208 health points and 2,140 mana points. His attack power reached an impressive 1,341,540, with defense boosted to 2,447, 1616, and magic resistance at 721,214, all far surpassing other players of the same level. His special attributes were equally remarkable: a base range of 60 yards, a spirit arrow range of 90 yards, 26 lifesteal, along with 1,164 gold coins and 290 free attribute points. As a third-rank Viscount, he had accumulated 7,820 reputation points and earned the Killer Maniac title, secretly gaining an additional 160 luck points as a reward. What was truly terrifying was his talent, Blood Venom Body, which dealt 14,360 points of true damage per second for 20 seconds and could stack twice. This meant nearly 300,000 damage in just 20 seconds, and if stacked, the total skyrocketed to over 500,000 damage. In his equipment slots, his unique gear included the Ghost Tier Devourer Orb, the 9-sealed Universe Bracelet, the Gold Tier Phantom Cloak, and the Bronze Tier Void Quiver. His regular equipment featured Silver Ear Bright Silver Chainmail and Silver Fong Necklace, Bronze Tier Sky Wolf Bow and Red Phosphorus Armor Set, as well as Iron Tier Shadow Cloud Boots and Dual Rings. Within minutes, Yang Yu leveled up 4 times, his strength growing exponentially. Suppressing his excitement, he began clearing the battlefield along the way. Reopening his previously muted communication function due to the noise, he found congratulatory messages from friends Yueyao, Yueying, Chunshang, and Dancing with the Wind. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of friend requests poured in, so many that he abandoned the idea of filtering through them. At that moment, a message from Yueyao caught his attention. Kwanga, my team found a player in Huangsha City holding a resource challenge token. I'm heading there to negotiate, but the usage conditions are strict. Take a look before deciding. The accompanying screenshot revealed that this Ghost Tier special item allowed a wager of 50 of the base resources with a designated main city, and the opponent couldn't refuse. However, the usage conditions required deducting 2,000 reputation points and 1,000 gold coins. The most concerning aspect was that the wager rules were entirely determined by the Heavenly Dao's random generation, leaving both parties unable to influence them. Yang Yu fell into deep thought. The loss of reputation and gold was insignificant to him, but the unpredictability of the wager rules posed a serious risk. Whether it was a contest of levels, reputation, or some unknown criteria, even with his strength, victory wasn't guaranteed. Failure would not only result in punishment by the Heavenly Dao, but could also jeopardize the development of the entire city, making him a target of public ire. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yu solemnly instructed Yu Yao, make sure to secure this token at all costs. Whether or not it would be used could be decided later, but having such a crucial item in his own hands was undoubtedly safer than leaving it to others. Ending the communication, Yang Yu immediately focused on clearing the battlefield. His gaze swept over the countless monster corpses scattered across the ground as he quickly calculated the time. Nearly 2,000 monster bodies needed to be absorbed, and the foliage was littered with an uncountable number of equipment and coins. Collecting all the loot within the half-hour refresh limit set by the system was clearly unrealistic. Prioritize the important corpses, Yang Yu swiftly adjusted his strategy, concentrating on high-value targets. As for the scattered equipment and coins, he decided to grab what he could and reluctantly forego the rest. While clearing the battlefield, he couldn't help but think, if only the Void Quiver had an auto-pickup function. Such a complaint about having too much loot to handle would undoubtedly draw collective disdain from others if they heard it. After absorbing all the monster corpses, Yang Yu wasted no time rushing into the earthy yellow cave ahead. The system notifications instantly chimed. Ding! Congratulations on successfully slaying the level 36 Bronze Tier BOSS Poisonfire Queen Ant. You've earned 1 million experience points and 500 reputation points as a reward. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. You are now level 25 with 32.4 experience. Your spirit has increased by 5 points, and strength, constitution, and agility have each increased by 10 points. You've also gained 10 free attribute points. Ding! Your blood venom body has grown by 11,010 points. Poison true damage has increased to 18,522 points per second. Ding! Your body has undergone blood poison tempering, increasing constitution by 0.11010, now totaling 2062.4. An hour later, Yang Yu had completely eradicated the poison fire ant nest. Not only had he slain the remaining 1,000 or so poison fire ants in the cave, but even the queen ant, as massive as a wild ox, fell victim to his venomous arrows. From the time he first arrived at the mountain valley with Su Xian at level 18 to now reaching level 24 after 6 consecutive level ups, Yang Yu's strength had grown exponentially. The comprehensive boost in attributes and poison damage gave him a significant advantage against the poison fire queen ant. Despite its immense strength and speed that rivaled his own, the dual debuffs of thunder paralysis and toxic blood slow rendered the physical close combat boss powerless. In just over 10 minutes, it succumbed to poison on the spot. Gazing at the pile of loot beneath the boss's corpse, Yang Yu quickly took inventory of the spoils. An ant force crystal, the power core of the poison fire queen ant, which could be used to craft advanced strength pills. 10 heavenly dragon transformation pills, essential for second-tier class advancements for warriors, each with a 50 success rate. 10 fire rock ores, ideal for forging top-tier silver-grade fire attribute equipment. Additionally, there were 14 pieces of level 36 bronze-tier gear, including the black scale shield, wrought copper armor, and black scale greaves. Uninterested in these pieces of equipment, Yang Yu decided to feed them all to the void quiver. After several hours of continuous feeding, the upgrade progress of the void quiver had reached 5681000. Yang Yu felt a surge of excitement. Just one more trip to the poison mist forest, and he could complete the upgrade right away. Over the past 4 hours, Yang Yu had sold more than 2,000 pieces of black iron equipment through the remote auction house, earning him a considerable income of over 10 million. After deducting the 2 million spent by Yang Shui and Gua Xiaopeng on gaming pods, his bank account balance had already exceeded 50 million. Even if cash ran short, he still had a large stockpile of potions and gold coins that could be exchanged for Dragon Country currency at any time. However, players capable of acquiring bronze equipment were still few and far between, and such items were even rarer in the marketplace. Even though Yang Yu had been keeping a close eye on the trading platform, the gains were far slower compared to acquiring gear on his own. At this moment, a more daring idea flashed through his mind. Why not seize it? He immediately opened his contact list and sent a message to Qinsheng. Brother Qinsheng, do you know where the people from Aoshi and Huangzhou are right now? Qinsheng replied instantly, about 100 miles east of the city, coordinates 1025, 2486. Guangzhou, are you heading back to the city? Make sure to avoid that area. No need to avoid it. I'm heading there now, Yang Yu responded decisively. Heading there? Are you crazy? Qinsheng was so anxious he could almost shout. There are over 20,000 elite players from those 2 guilds gathered in that area. They've occupied that part of the map because of a type of wild horse monster that can be captured as mounts. They are said to have excellent stats. Plus, ever since you helped Qingmu City win the resource wager, your reputation in the Dragon Country region has skyrocketed. They don't dare to openly go after you anymore. As long as you don't provoke them, they won't retaliate. Not going after me anymore? That won't do. Yang Yu quickly replied. Brother Qinsheng, they'll be at the coordinates you mentioned in about an hour. If you're looking to stock up on equipment for your team, bring your people over to clean up the battlefield. Oh, and, he added, make sure to call Brother Wang Lei, Brother Huang Chong, and the others. After this wave, we'll log off and grab some late-night snacks. After sending the message, Yang Yu closed the contact list, absorbed the poison fire ant queen's corpse, and quickly dashed out of the cave. Before him was a vibrant field of spirit plants, with hundreds of colorful plants creating a dazzling display. His gaze swept across the area and immediately locked onto a dozen blue flowers, fully matured mandrake flowers, which were critical ingredients for crafting the elixir that allows advancement from the heavenly tier to the ghost tier. So teacher Ru Yin is preparing to break through to the ghost tier. Surprised by this realization, Yang Yu swiftly harvested all the mandrake flowers. Not far away, he spotted a few green herbs, 9-turn revival herbs, essential for crafting resurrection pills, which could also rapidly heal injuries when consumed directly. He collected 6 mature 9-turn revival herbs as well. After gathering the quest items, Yang Yu carefully examined the other spirit plants in the area. 8 mature strength fruits which permanently increase strength by 10 points, up to a maximum of 50, 9 7-star herbs materials for crafting the elixir to advance from the earth tier to the heavenly tier, 13 vitality fruits which permanently increase health by 100 points, up to a maximum of 100, 11 intelligence fruits which permanently increase intelligence by 10 points, up to a maximum of 50, 3 banksia herbs, and 7 highly toxic saffron flowers. There were also several spirit plants with exceptionally high spiritual energy concentrations that couldn't be identified using his detection skill due to their unique properties. Suppressing his excitement, Yang Yu quickly harvested all the mature strength fruits and vitality fruits and consumed them without hesitation. The sweet juice transformed into a warm current that surged through his body, and he could distinctly feel his strength and vitality growing rapidly. After a moment, Yang Yu felt a surge of power coursing through his body. His base strength increased by 80 points, reaching 650, while his attack power skyrocketed to 1605. His health points surged by 1,300, reaching a total of 23,002. Taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, he carefully harvested the remaining mature spiritual plants, categorizing and neatly storing them in his inventory. At the same time, he marked this location on the map. It was in the central region of the Poison Mist Forest, an area nearly forbidden to ordinary players. This meant he could likely return to harvest the plants again when they matured. After tidying up, Yang Yu activated his spirit vision and began retracing his steps. Soon, he spotted Sushin waiting for him amidst the dense foliage. Sushin, hey, race the 9-turn revival grass. How many do you need? He asked. That's wonderful. Suxin's face lit up with joy. After a brief moment of thought, she replied, there are quite a few injured people in the medicine hall. I think I'll need 3 stalks. Would that be all right? Without hesitation, Yang Yu handed her 3 stalks and kept another 3 for himself. Thank you, benefactor. Sushin carefully stored the spiritual herbs with great reverence. Let's go. I'll escort you back to the city, Yang Yu offered. Then he asked, can you use a return scroll? Sushin shook her head and explained. Father said that return scrolls are special items granted to you newcomers by the heavenly Tao. Once you pass the 1-year novice protection period, you won't be able to use them anymore. I see. Then we'll head back the same way, Yang Yu said, unsurprised. He led Sushin swiftly toward the forest's outskirts. Since he had already cleared the path earlier, and no new monsters had respawned yet, their journey was smooth. In less than an hour, they exited the poison mist forest. Breathing in the fresh air and enjoying the restored visibility, both of them couldn't help but sigh in relief. Glancing at the map, Yang Yu didn't head directly toward the main city. Instead, he adjusted his course slightly to the northeast. Sushin obediently followed without question. Benefactor, what's your name? She finally asked halfway through their journey, unable to contain her curiosity. When my father and grandfather recover, I want to bring them to properly thank you. Guanggu, Yang Yu replied after a moment's thought. He then removed the morphing effect of his phantom cloak, transforming from a burly man with a beard into his true form, a slender young man. Seeing Suxin's astonished expression, he chuckled. This is my real appearance. Don't mistake me for someone else. I definitely won't mistake you, benefactor. Sushin promised earnestly. Yang Yu smiled and continued walking toward a grassy field in the distance, the exact coordinates marked by Chunsheng. A few minutes later, they arrived at the edge of a large clearing, where numerous players were leveling up. Most of them hadn't hidden their IDs, and many bore guild names with prefixes like Aoshur or Royal Clan. The field was teeming with level 18 black wild horses and their foals. Players were simultaneously leveling up and capturing foals to use as mounts. Some warrior players were already riding wild horses in combat, gaining both increased speed and higher health points compared to standard warriors. Yang Yu turned to Su Xian and said, I'm going to kill a few people. Wait here for half an hour, and then we'll head back to the city together. Those adventurers? Su Xian glanced at the bustling crowd ahead and hesitated. Benefactor, I can't attack adventurers without reason, or the heavens will punish me. This time, I can't assist you with buffs. No need for your help. Just keep yourself safe, Yang Yu replied with a smile, waving her off. Then, he dashed toward the group of players ahead. The players from the 2 major guilds noticed someone approaching and immediately barked, Get lost. This grassland is claimed by Aoshur and Huangzhu. If you value your life, scram now. Is that so? Yang Yu kept walking, his bow already drawn. He said coldly, Haven't you been looking for me all this time? Well, here I am. Whoosh. A volley of soul arrows whistled through the air, raining down on the 20+ member leveling team of Aoshur Guild on the left. The 100 spectral arrows spread evenly, sparing no one. System notifications popped up in rapid succession. Combat boost activated. Soul strike successful. Target eliminated. Killer title activated. Drop rate of defeated players increased by 50. You have slain 1 white-named player, gaining 1 point of sin value. The sin devouring orb has automatically absorbed your sin value. Progress. 1,100. These players, averaging only level 12 or 13 with barely over 1,000 health points each, were no match for Yang Yu. Without needing poison, a single soul arrow rain wiped out the entire group. White flashes of light rose one after another, leaving only equipment and potions scattered on the ground. It's him. It's him. It was only then that someone recognized Yang Yu, their face filled with terror. It's Zhongjiu Guanggu, the Scourge. We can't beat him. Hurry, notify Guild Leader Hong and Guild Leader Tianxia. Run. Split up and run. At the warning, the players scattered in all directions. Yang Yu fired a few arrows symbolically before stopping his pursuit. His true goal was to let them report back, luring Aoshur Tianxia and Huangfu Hong to gather their forces for a decisive encounter. Yang Yu quickly moved forward to inspect the loot. The equipment here was noticeably better than what he'd seen in the starter village. Among the 20 or so players, 2 bronze-grade items had dropped. He dismissed these low-level items with disdain and fed them directly to his void quiver. As for the remaining white-grade and iron-grade gear, he didn't bother picking them up, leaving them for Chen Sheng to clean up later. A few minutes later, the sound of heavy footsteps grew louder. Yang Yu gazed into the distance and saw 2 groups charging across the grassland. Leading them was a warrior player on a black warhorse, flanked by thousands of others on each side, exuding an overwhelming presence. Further back, on the grassy horizon, even more reinforcements seemed to be assembling. Yang Yu stood quietly in place, calmly watching as the large group of enemies steadily approached. The 2 teams halted in front of him, and he finally came face to face with the 2 figures who had ordered his relentless pursuit since the novice villager, Shi Tianxia and Huang Fu Hong. The 2 men sat astride distinctive warhorses, their mounts' blood-red bodies larger and more imposing than ordinary wild horses. As warriors, they were clad in thick, heavy armor. Although their level was only 15, a full 10 levels lower than Yang Yes, their every move exuded the confidence of those accustomed to positions of power. Ao Shi Tianxia appeared to be in his 30s, gripping a 9-ring broadsword in his hand, his eyes glinting with malice and greed. Huang Fu Hong, on the other hand, had a darker complexion and a burly physique. He held a black spear, his face expressionless, though a faint trace of contempt and avarice flickered deep within his gaze. Zhong Jiuquanggu, you're certainly skilled at leveling up and slaying monsters far better than any of us, Ao Shi Tianxia said with a sinister smile, swinging his broadsword casually. I thought you were clever enough to hide and build your strength, at least until your dragon egg hatched. But it turns out you were just an impatient fool, walking right into our hands. Yang Yes' gaze swept past the duo to the gathering forces behind them. He didn't mind giving them more time to stall. He understood that if he struck too swiftly and decisively, the reinforcements might scatter, and he'd lose this rare opportunity to take them all down at once. My dragon egg still has 13 hours before it hatches, and I've already opened all 3 special treasure chests, Yang Yu remarked casually, glancing at the blood-soaked crimson dragon egg in his inventory. Unfortunately for you, most of the items are bound. You won't be able to take them. Huh. What a clueless bumpkin. Ao Shi Tianxia chuckled darkly. There are many unique items in Tiandao, including ghost-level talismans. These can force a slain player to drop a specific item, even if it's bound or normally non-droppable. As luck would have it, 2 members of our guild happened to draw such talismans early on. And as for your blood-bound dragon egg, as long as it hasn't hatched, I have ways to make it recognize a new master. Yang Yes' eyes narrowed as realization dawned. When Yu Yao had warned him that the 2 major guilds were hunting him down, had been puzzled, thinking they were merely seeking revenge for the novice village battle. Now he understood their true goal was murder and plunder, cloaked under the guise of vengeance. As the conversation continued, Yang Yes' spirit vision detected hundreds of stealthy assassin players creeping closer from all directions. These players believed their concealment was flawless, and seeing that Yang Yu hadn't fired any illuminating arrows, they grew even bolder. Little did they know that the moment they entered his 200-meter detection range, their every movement was laid bare before him. Yang Yu stood still, completely unaware of the imminent danger. A glimmer of excitement flashed in the eyes of Ao Shi Tianxia and Huang Fu Hong. These carefully selected assassins not only possessed armor-piercing capabilities, but also wielded paralysis and stun skills. As long as one of them succeeded, Yang Yu could be stunned repeatedly until his demise. The assassins crept closer. 80 meters, 70 meters, 60 meters. The moment the frontline assassins entered the 60-meter range, Yang Yu suddenly sprang into action. The Skywolf bow was drawn in an instant, and 3 arrows shot through the air. With a terrifying attack power of 1605, combined with the 100 true damage from both the thunder and spirit arrows, Yang Yu didn't even need to rely on poison arrows or any special skills. His basic attacks alone were enough to instantly kill these fragile assassins. System notifications echoed one after another. Ding. You have slain a white name player, gaining 1 point of sin value. Ding. The Devourer Orb has automatically absorbed your sin value. Progress now at 24,100. In just 2 seconds, Yang Yu had fired over 100 arrows, each one lethal. A few players with higher health or special equipment barely survived the first arrow, only to be struck down by the second. Assassins in the rear who tried to use their speed to close the distance were shot in the throat before they even reached the 40-meter mark. Ding. The Devourer Orb has automatically absorbed your sin value. Progress now at 347,100. In less than 5 seconds, hundreds of assassins had fallen, leaving behind a field littered with equipment and coins. The Devourer Orb absorbed over 300 points of sin value, granting Yang Yu an additional 3 points of strength. Factoring in the 20 attack boost from the Silver Fang necklace, his base attack power increased by another 7 points. The thousands of players surrounding him were plunged into a deathly silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The assassins who hadn't participated in the attack now wore expressions of despair because their once reliable stealth abilities were utterly ineffective against this man. While regular archers could reveal hidden assassins using illumination arrows, such methods were often futile against experienced players. Yet this man needed no such skills to precisely locate every hidden player. Each arrow struck its target with unerring accuracy, revealing the assassin only upon impact. To think you were perfectly concealed, only to realize that every move had already been observed. This meant the assassination attempt was doomed from the very start. Aside from the assassins, the most shocked were the ranged players in the backline. At the first stage of advancement, the basic attack range was just 20 meters. Even with special equipment or skills, it barely extended to 30 or 40 meters. Yet Yang Ye's attack range reached an astonishing 60 meters, 3 times that of an ordinary player. With such overwhelming superiority in level, range, and attributes, what chance did anyone have? As the crowd stood frozen in shock, Ao Shirtianxia and Huang Fuhong were lost in deep thought. However, Yang Yu, having already made his move, didn't give them time to reflect. Facing the neatly arranged formation of thousands ahead, he gripped the Sky Wolf bow tightly and began charging straight at them. Yang Yu faced the massive formation of tens of thousands of players without hesitation, unleashing a series of deadly archery techniques: Soul Arrow Rain, Armor-Piercing Arrow, Rapid-Fire Arrow. With 4 arrows released in quick succession, each imbued with venomous spiritual energy, the projectiles tore through the air, leaving a trail of anguished screams in their wake. The priests scattered among the frontline warriors frantically waved their staffs, trying to save their barely surviving comrades. However, to their dismay, every healing or cleansing spell cast resulted in the glaring words "invalid" appearing above the poisoned players. This was the terrifying power of the bloodbane poison body. It not only hindered self-healing capabilities, but also completely nullified the priest's restorative efforts. Ao Shirtianxia and Huang Fuhong, overseeing the battle, narrowed their eyes as they witnessed the scene. They had known of Yang Yu's unparalleled strength, but they never anticipated that their meticulously prepared army of thousands of priests would be rendered utterly useless. The coordinated advantage of this 20,000 strong coalition army crumbled in the face of Yang Yu's overwhelming prowess. Stay calm. Huang Fuhong raised his spear and commanded in a deep voice, "He's just one manha, can't possibly defeat us all. Cavalry charge ahead. Infantry follow closely. Priests, fall back. Archers and mages, advance. Flank him from both sides and cut off his escape." To boost morale, Huang Fuhong shouted again, "Whoever can hold Zhengjiuquanga for just 1 second will be rewarded with 5 million. This offer applies to Ao Shi's brothers as well. The promise of a 5 million reward instantly reignited the fighting spirit of the two guilds' players. What was once a panicked rabble transformed into a fearless and determined army. Yang Yu continued to mow down his enemies while deftly maneuvering across the battlefield. Observing the flanking forces closing in on him, he chuckled softly. Without hesitation, he allocated 100 points from his pool of 320 free attribute points into agility, spiking his total to an astonishing 758, more than 5 times that of the surrounding players. Though he possessed extraordinary health and defense, Yang Yu knew better than to risk being encircled by thousands of opponents. Even a single second of being controlled could spiral into an endless chain of stuns and traps, leading to his downfall. Fortunately, his significant level advantage drastically reduced the effectiveness of the enemy's crowd control abilities, even if they managed to land a hit. Yang Yu knew he couldn't rely on luck to determine the outcome of the battle. He opted for the strategy he was most confident in, leveraging his incredible speed to maintain the optimal combat distance from his enemies. His figure streaked across the battlefield, leaving faint afterimages in his wake as the wind howled beneath his feet. Temporarily abandoning shooting, he darted swiftly to the left rear, reaching the far left edge of the Ao Shi faction's formation within seconds. His astonishing speed left everyone present in stunned silence. Once he secured the perfect position, Yang Yu launched his attack. Poison-infused spiritual energy arrows rained down like a storm, specifically targeting the vulnerable ranged players at the rear. The distance was ideal, close enough for him to strike, but far enough to keep him out of their effective range. System notifications echoed incessantly. For every white name player he killed, he earned 1 point of sin value, which was instantly converted into strength by the Devour Sin Orb. In less than a minute, nearly 2,000 players had fallen, granting the orb enough power to boost Yang Ye's strength by 18 points. At that moment, inspiration struck Yang Yu. Without hesitation, he allocated all 220 of his stored free attribute points into strength, causing his strength value to skyrocket to 888 points. This decision was based on his newfound understanding of the special effect of the Qian Kuren bracelet. Each physical attack would deal 55 splash damage to enemies within a 5-meter radius of the target. This allocation caused his attack power to surge by 528 points, reaching a total of 2,176 points. Combined with the 100 points of true damage from both his spiritual energy arrows and thunder ability, his splash damage alone was enough to instantly kill most fragile players within the 5-meter radius of his attack. Effectively, his single-target attacks had transformed into devastating area effect attacks. In the past, when facing monsters with tens of thousands of health points, Yang Yu had prioritized poison damage and agility. However, against these ordinary players, who had only a few hundred or thousand health points, he realized the terrifying potential of high base attack power and splash damage. What thrilled him even more was the possibility that the Qian Kuan bracelet's splash damage percentage could increase further as its seals were gradually lifted. Every arrow was like a thunderous missile, detonating within the enemy ranks. Yang Yu deliberately targeted players with the weakest gear and lowest levels, as lower defenses amplified the splash damage. Under the combined assault of splash and thunder damage, each shot cleared out dozens of fragile players in the vicinity. The Devour Sin Orb continuously absorbed the incoming sin values, driving its progress bar to soar to 381-5100. Yang Yu's arrows rained down like a torrential storm, taking out over 2,000 ranged players within mere seconds. Moving swiftly along the enemy's front line, he cut through the Ao Shur Guild's defenses like a streak of lightning, heading straight for the Royal Guild's formation. The players of the two major guilds were still reeling in shock. They had planned to encircle Yang Yu with a standard formation, but he had already swept around to the left flank with the speed of a gale. The rear-line players, caught completely off guard, suddenly found themselves on the front lines, facing his onslaught head-on, a masterstroke of strategy that felt like a divine ambush. Before the opposing forces could reorganize, Yang Yu unleashed another barrage of arrows, raining down with relentless precision. Thousands of Ao Shur Guild's ranged players were wiped out under the devastating power and wide splash radius of his attacks. The players, who moments ago were fired up by the 5 million reward, now descended into chaos. We can't beat him. There's no way. He's not human, he's a walking boss. What archer? He's basically a mobile artillery unit. He's deadlier than any AoE mage. Is this the power of the top-ranked player? The gap is too massive. Even numbers mean nothing against him. Despair spread like wildfire among the crowd. Even as Ao Shur Tianxia and Huang Fu Hong shouted orders to regroup, their efforts were in vain. Some players pulled out teleportation scrolls in desperation, only to realize they couldn't use them while in combat. More and more players defied guild commands, scattering in all directions to flee. Watching this unfold, Yang Yu grew more anxious than the guild leaders themselves. These players were his fodder for upgrading his void arrow quiver. His poisoned spirit arrows continued to fly, each volley firing in quadruple bursts. The Royal Guild's formation was in utter disarray. Whether ranged or melee players, none could survive the quadruple-layered splash damage. As Yang Yu fired relentlessly, he steadily advanced along the edge of the Royal Guild's battle line. Alone, he exuded the overwhelming presence of a single warrior encircling an army of tens of thousands. Suddenly, under Yang Yu's spirit vision, the scene 200 meters ahead came into sharp focus. Nearly 100 assassin players lay hidden in wait. These individuals were clearly following Huang Fu Hong's orders, having set up an ambush well in advance. They assumed Yang Yu, caught in the heat of battle, would be too preoccupied to notice his surroundings. Little did they know, his spirit vision was like an all-encompassing radar, mapping everything above and below ground directly into his mind. To lull the enemies into a false sense of security, Yang Yu deliberately maintained a calm and unaffected demeanor, never once glancing toward their hiding spot. The distance between them closed rapidly. 180 meters, 150 meters, 120 meters. Huang Fu Hong stood amidst the group, clenching his fists tightly, holding his breath in anticipation. To him, this ambush was a critical turning point in the battle. Even at the cost of complete annihilation, capturing Yang Yu would make it all worthwhile. When the gap narrowed to 90 meters, Yang Yu suddenly drew a spirit arrow and unleashed a soul arrow barrage. With thunderous explosions, the spirit arrow, carrying 500 points of true damage, split into 100 arrows midair, each one striking its target with pinpoint accuracy. The devastating damage, totaling nearly 2,000 points per strike, instantly wiped out all the hidden assassins on the spot. Huang Fu Hong's typically calm face betrayed a slight twitch in his eyelids, a hint of unease welling up in his chest. Yang Yu's performance at maximum range was once again beyond anything he could have anticipated. The system notification chimed in. Ding! You have slain one white-named player and gained 1 point of sin value. Ding! The Sin Pearl has automatically absorbed your sin value, replenishing progress to 756-2100. Unbeknownst to his enemies, Yang Yu had completed a full circuit around the two guilds' encampments, leaving nearly 8,000 players dead in his wake. Among them, almost all the ranged players had been eliminated. As the numbers of the two guilds dwindled, Yang Yu's attack power only grew stronger. He continued darting through the remaining players, nearly 10,000 of them firing off arrow after arrow with relentless precision. Even those charging at him on black warhorses couldn't breach the 40-meter death zone, falling lifeless before they could get close. In a mere 3 minutes, the enemy's numbers plummeted from over 20,000 to just 5,000. Of those, nearly 3,000 fled the battlefield in despair, while the rest perished under Yang Yu's relentless assault. The staggering results left not only the members of the two guilds in shock, but also Chen Shang, Wang Lei, and their reinforcements, who had just arrived, utterly speechless. "Captain, it looks like our intervention might have been unnecessary. Huang Gu clearly doesn't need our help," Wang Lei said with a wry smile, glancing at the comrades behind him. "Not entirely unnecessary," Chen Shang replied, his eye twitching slightly. "At the very least, we'll be able to clean up the battlefield faster later." Wang Lei. Within minutes, the once-dense formations of the two major guilds had scattered into sparse clusters. Only about 1,000 survivors remained, spread across the vast grasslands. After enduring devastating losses, they finally understood that dispersing far and wide was the only way to avoid Yang Yu's lethal splash damage. At the center of the battlefield, tens of thousands of shimmering pieces of equipment lay strewn across the ground. Amid the carnage, only 3 figures stood firm: Yang Yu, Huang Fuhong, and Aoshi Tianxia. The 3 formed a triangular formation, spaced 100 meters apart. Huang Fuhong, astride his striking crimson warhorse, held a gleaming spear that exuded a chilling aura. Aoshi Tianxia, seeking greater mobility, had already dismissed his mount and now stood with a long blade in hand, mirroring Yang Yu's stance. "You're not going to run?" Yang Yu asked, his gaze sweeping over the two of them, his tone calm and indifferent. "Run?" Aoshi Tianxia sneered. "Zhongjiu Kuanga, you underestimate me and brother Huangfu. The positions we hold today weren't earned merely through money or family influence. Our combat skills are the real deal." Huang Fuhong chimed in proudly. "Every year in the online gaming championship, the guildmaster and I rank among the top 10 in the individual competitions. In this battle, our true strength was never in the 20,000 ordinary players. It's in Uzmi and the guild master." Yang Ye's interest was piqued. After witnessing the massacre earlier, the fact that these two still retained their fighting spirit, whether out of genuine confidence or sheer bravado, made them worthy of attention. Suddenly, Aoshi Tianxia and Huang Fuhong moved in unison. In the distance, a priest's skills activated, and a green glow enveloped their bodies. Talent unyielding fury. Talent wind of speed. In a flash, their speed nearly doubled. Though still slower than Yang Yu, the gap had narrowed significantly. Flanking him from either side, they closed in with a pincer attack. Yang Ye's expression remained unchanged as he drew his bowstring taut in an instant. When the two entered his 60-meter range, he loosed 2 arrows simultaneously, each aimed at their chests. Despite their evasive zigzag movements, Yang Ye's arrows seemed to anticipate their every step, leaving them with no escape. Thud. Thud. The two used their weapons to deflect the arrows, avoiding the poison damage. However, the immense force behind the arrows pushed them back 2 steps, disrupting their offensive momentum. By now, Yang Yu had accumulated 156 points of strength through the Devourer Pearl, bringing his total strength to a staggering 1026, far surpassing any warrior of his level, let alone opponents 10 levels below him. Seizing the moment when their footing faltered, Yang Yu unleashed 2 rounds of triple-shot arrows, each targeting their vital points: the throat, heart, and abdomen. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The poisoned arrows struck true, embedding themselves in their bodies with deadly precision. 2 terrifying damage numbers exploded simultaneously on Huang Fuhong and Aoshi Tianxia. Adding the base damage caused by the arrows, Yang Yu had dealt over 10,000 points of cumulative damage to both of them in just an instant. Yet, strangely enough, not only did the two withstand this lethal onslaught, but the green glow on their bodies flickered several times, and their health bars were completely restored to full. Yang Yu was utterly perplexed. At the current stage of the game, unless someone had awakened a top-tier talent related to health, it was impossible for anyone's health points to exceed 10,000. Even with his own Bloodbane Poison Body talent, which increased his health by 1 point for every ordinary monster killed and by 2 points for killing poisonous monsters, his total health had only just broken 10,000 at level 15. Moreover, Huang Fuhong and Aoshi Tianxia's talents were clearly focused on attack and speed, making it even more unlikely for them to possess such an astounding amount of health. The only plausible explanation was the eerie green glow emanating from their bodies. Yang Yu immediately activated his spirit vision to take a closer look. He then discovered that, in addition to the flickering green light, both players were entangled with incredibly fine threads of energy. These threads not only bound to their bodies, but also extended far into the distance. Following the direction of the threads, Yang Yu spotted a group of several hundred players gathered on a grassy plain a kilometer away. At first, He thought these players were just like others, reluctant to throw their lives away, but also hesitant to disobey their guild's commands, so they stayed at the edge of the battlefield. However, upon closer inspection, Yang Yu noticed that this group maintained an unusually tight formation, with concentric circles of fully armed warriors standing guard on the perimeter. This starkly contrasted with the scattered state of other players. Through gaps in their formation, Yang Yu caught a glimpse of dozens of priests in the center, frantically waving their staves to heal a player mounted on a black warhorse. Heh, so you figured it out, Aoshi Tianxia said smugly. This is the power of teamwork, something a lone player like you could never comprehend. I don't mind telling you this is a powerful support talent awakened by one of our guild members. It links the health of 10 players and enables damage sharing. To counter your poison, Huangfu and I went to great lengths. We carefully selected 8 full health knights and arranged for dozens of strong priests to heal us non-stop. Unless you can deal damage exceeding the combined total health of all 10 of us in an instant, you'll never defeat us. Aoshi Tianxia continued. After that prolonged battle earlier, your poison-coated arrows must be running low, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have started relying so heavily on ordinary arrows in the later stages. Without your poison, and with our seemingly endless health, do you think you still stand a chance? Hearing this, Yang Yu hesitated for a moment. It was true that he had been using ordinary spirit arrows more often in the later stages. However, this wasn't because his poison supplies were running out, it was simply that dealing with the ordinary players, who only had 2 or 3,000 health, required no more than 2 splash damage hits to take them down. Unexpectedly, this tactical choice had been misinterpreted by his opponents as a sign of dwindling poison reserves. Instantly taking out 10 players with a combined health pool? A thought crossed Yang Yu's mind. Perhaps it wasn't entirely impossible. Yang Yu muttered to himself as his gaze fell upon the bottle of venomous blood, radiating an eerie glow from within his pouch. It was a lethal weapon he had brought back from the poison mist forest, capable of inflicting a devastating 18,622 damage per second and stacking up to 2 layers. If he applied 2 layers of this toxin to both Ao Shi Tianxia and Huangfu Hong, the combined poison damage of over 74,000 per second would be enough to strike fear into any opponent. Unless the average health of these 10 adversaries exceeded 80,000 points, they had no chance of enduring such overwhelming damage. However, apart from Huangfu Hong and Ao Shi Tianxia, the others were at most level 13, making it impossible for them to possess such formidable health pools. Huangfu Hong and Ao Shi Tianxia launched another charge, their footsteps pounding urgently across the grass. Yet, they quickly realized something was amiss. Though their health remained untouched, their movement speed abruptly dropped by a third, and even their thoughts seemed sluggish. This was the most terrifying aspect of Yang Yu's blood poison. Although they managed to counteract the poison's damage and the inability to regenerate health through their linked vitality, the debilitating effects of the blood poison were unavoidable. Previously, no one had lasted more than 3 seconds under Yang Yu's poison. Most were reduced to white light before even feeling its full effects. This left both Ao Shi Tianxia and Huangfu Hong completely unprepared for what was to come. Even with their full power unleashed and support abilities maxed out, their speed was already inferior to Yang Yu's, and with the additional reduction, dodging the incoming arrows became impossible. The sharp whistle of arrows tearing through the air rang out repeatedly. Confident in their linked vitality, the two pressed on, refusing to evade and enduring the barrage. However, the sudden burst of 80,000 damage per second instantly drained their health. Without so much as a scream, they vanished into the grasslands as 2 flashes of white light. Meanwhile, a kilometer away, 8 beams of resurrection light abruptly rose among a crowd of hundreds of players. Nearby healers panicked, casting spells frantically in an attempt to save their comrades, but their efforts were in vain. System notifications echoed one after another. Ding. You have slain 1 white-named player, gaining 1 point of sin. Ding. The Devourer Pearl has automatically absorbed your sin value. Progress. 15.62.5100. The gentle breeze swept across the battlefield, leaving Yang Yu as the sole figure standing amidst the carnage. The 10 opponents had only added 7 points to his sin value, indicating that 3 of them had already been red-named. To Yang Yu's slight disappointment, it seemed that Huangfu Hong and Ao Shi Tianxia had been prepared, refraining from killing anyone beforehand, resulting in only a 1-level penalty for each. However, under this Slayer's Wrath effect, both dropped 2 pieces of high-quality equipment that shimmered with a silvery glow. Yang Yu quickly advanced, collecting the fallen loot into his inventory. Yang Yu examined the spoils of war. Among the loot were 3 pieces of level 10 silver armor, but what truly caught his eye was a unique ring. It was the Wind Spirit Ring, radiating the distinctive luster of a Silverdeer artifact. Wind Spirit Ring Silverdeer. Strength, 70. Agility, 50. Trait 1. Lifesteal 6 lifesteal on every physical attack. Trait 2. Power increases the user's physical attack by 10. Level requirement, 15 inch. Definitely worthy of a super guild, Yang Yu murmured to himself. Looks like they've collected all the top-tier starter gear from their members down the ranks. Without hesitation, he removed the corpse cloud ring from his left hand and replaced it with the silver wind spirit ring. His stats immediately reflected the upgrade. Physical lifesteal increased from 26 to 29, and his attack power surged from 2,656 to 2,878. As for the 3 pieces of silver armor, though they weren't suitable for his use, they'd fetch a hefty price at auction or be a great gift for Chen Sheng. Scanning the battlefield, Yang Ye's cold gaze swept over the remaining players from the 2 guilds. Those who had been standing in shock suddenly snapped out of it, scattering like startled birds. Yang Yu didn't bother chasing them down. Instead, he sent a message to Chen Sheng and began scouring the battlefield for fodder, for his void quiver and any usable gear. In this battle, the 2 guilds Proud World and Royal Clan had brought over 20,000 players, yet only 4 to 5,000 managed to escape. The rest had fallen to Yang Ye's arrows. The grass was littered with equipment, easily over 20,000 pieces. Coins and potions were scattered everywhere, too numerous to count. The upgrade progress for the Void Quiver had already reached 582-1000. Yang Yu only needed to find a little over 400 more bronze tier items to trigger its next evolution. Excitement surged through him as he meticulously searched the battlefield, while Chen Sheng's team had arrived and started collecting loot from the outskirts. Seeing Yang Yu so focused, the others wisely refrained from disturbing him. As the number of bronze tier items grew 200, 300, 400, finally, the progress bar hit 1000-1000. In an instant, the bronze-colored, ancient-looking quiver transformed into a dazzling silver-white artifact, its design becoming even more exquisite and elegant. Void Quiver Special Equipment. Strength, 150. Constitution, 120. Agility, 100. Trait 1. Can devour same tier equipment to upgrade. Current tier, Silver 01000. Trait 2. Contains a void space, offering 10,000 inventory slots and infinite production of level 4 spirit arrows. Trait 3. Automatically generates 1 mid-tier spirit essence arrow every 10 minutes, storing up to 100 arrows. Trait 4. Includes 5 living spaces for storing pets, mounts, or humans. Trait 5. Bound item. Cannot be traded, dropped, or destroyed. Bound to player Zhongjiu Kuanga. After examining the upgraded attributes of the Void Quiver, a flash of exhilaration crossed Yang Ye's eyes. Not only had the quiver's base stat skyrocketed, but what thrilled him even more was that the upgrade progress bar still required only 1,000 pieces of equipment of the same level. The storage space had expanded from the original 1,000 slots to a staggering 10,000 slots, with an additional 5 slots specifically for live creatures. This upgrade provided him with better preparation for his long-planned journey to Fusang. The upgraded spirit arrows and spirit essence arrows significantly enhanced his base damage and attack range. Additionally, he unexpectedly acquired 2 usable pieces of bronze equipment. Swiftwind Boots, Defense 25, Magic Defense 22, Speed 20, Level Requirement, 10. Red Cloud Ring, Strength 12, Agility 10, Special Effect, 4 Lifesteal, Level Requirement, 10. Though these 2 items weren't top tier, they were a substantial improvement over his previous level 10 Black Iron equipment. After equipping them, Yang Ye's attribute panel looked completely transformed. Basic attributes. Level, 2532.4. Strength, 1226. Constitution, 2172.4. Agility, 888. Spirit, 229. HP, 24,102. MP, 2,290. Combat attributes. Attack, 3,237. Defense, 3,066. Magic defense, 745. Speed, 908. Range, 70. Spirit essence arrow range, 130. Lifesteal, 30. Other attributes. Gold, 1,427. Remaining free attribute points, 0. Reputation, 8,320. Noble rank, 3rd class viscount. Title, Slayer. Luck, hidden accumulated 160 luck points reward. Talent, Blood Venom Physique. Deals 18,622 true damage per second to the target for 20 seconds. Can stack up to 2 layers of poison. Equipment list. Special equipment. Evil Devouring Pearl Ghost Grade. Chinkuan Bracelet 9 Seals. Phantom Cloak Gold. Void Quiver Silver. Standard Equipment. Bright Silver Chainmail Silver. Silver Fong Necklace Silver. Wind Spirit Ring Silver. Sirius Bow Bronze. Crimson Phosphor Set. Helmet, Bracers, Legguards Bronze. Swiftwind Boots Bronze. Red Cloud Ring Bronze. Compared to half an hour ago, Yang Ye's attack power had soared from 1,605 to 3,237, and his agility had climbed from 658 to 888. However, the only minor regret was the expenditure of 320 accumulated free attribute points, leaving him with one less trump card in hand. As he was silently reflecting on his progress, Qinsheng approached with Wang Lei and Huang Chong, giving him a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Kuanga, you're incredible. You wiped out 2 elite battalions of 10,000 all by yourself. But with so many kills, it's going to take days to clear your sin value." Before he could finish speaking, Qinsheng suddenly noticed something unusual above Yang Ye's head and exclaimed, "Wait, isn't it impossible to hide your ID and red name status? How did you kill so many people without your ID showing?" Hearing this, Wang Lei and Huang Chong also turned to Yang Yu in surprise, waiting for his explanation. "There's really nothing here. Is this some kind of illusion?" Wang Lei asked, his brows furrowed in confusion. Huang Chong immediately stepped forward, his expression serious as he warned, "The city guards are of a high rank. Ordinary illusions can't fool them. Kuang Ge, you'd better avoid entering the city for the next few days." "It's not an illusion," Yang Yu said calmly, shaking his head slightly. "I obtained a special item that can absorb sin value. Since I don't have any sin value to begin with, it naturally conceals my ID." Hearing this, Qinsheng and the others suddenly understood. "No wonder you dared to go up against Ao Shi and the Royal Guild. Your combat skills are unmatched, and you've even dealt with the sin value issue in advance." "Something like that," Yang Yu replied with a faint smile as he efficiently traded in used equipment from his inventory to Qinsheng. Glancing at the scattered items and the busy military players nearby, he said, "Brother Qinsheng, I have to head back to the city to complete a couple of quests. I'll leave things here for you to wrap up. You can decide on the price." Yang Yu stepped forward and gave each of the 3 men a hearty pat on the arm. "Thanks for coming all the way to Yang City. Gather the other brothers, and let's meet offline in an hour. He'll treat you all to hot pot at Xiaopeng's restaurant for a late-night meal." "Haha, sounds great." The 3 burst into laughter as Qinsheng joked, "We skipped lunch just waiting for this meal. We might eat a lot, so don't regret it." "I won't regret it. Eat as much as you want, brothers. We're doing well enough now that we won't go broke over a meal." Yang Yu bantered with them before turning to head towards Su Xian in the distance. After meeting up, the two made their way toward Qingmu City. On the road, Su Xian couldn't help but ask, "Benefactor, these people are all your kin, and you'll have to face the trials of the heavenly Tao and many challenges together in the future. Why do you fight each other so ruthlessly?" "Internal strife never ceases. It's a distinctive part of our blue star human history," Yang Yu replied with a smile. "Some people may share the same lineage, but not the same heart. They're destined not to be companions." "I see," Su Xian said thoughtfully, nodding. As a descendant of the defeated Tianqiao star in the multiverse war, her people had lost their ancestral land centuries ago. In the human fusion zones protected by the heavenly Tao, survivors from different small worlds often grouped together based on shared ancestral bloodlines. This made it hard for her to understand Yang Yu's conflicts with the Ao Shi and royal guilds, but she firmly believed her benefactor had his reasons. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Qingmu City. Upon entering, Su Xian retrieved a heavy book from her inventory. Holding it with both hands, she respectfully handed it to Yang Yu and bowed deeply. "Benefactor, thank you for protecting me along the way. Without your help, I would have perished in the poison mist forest. I must return now to refine medicine and save my father and grandfather, so I won't be able to continue traveling with you. Once you're done with your tasks, please visit the Jilin Medicine Hall in the southern part of the city. My father and grandfather would like to thank you in person." Noticing Yang Yu's hesitation, Su Xian quickly added, "My father and grandfather are far more skilled at alchemy than I am. If you or your companions need job advancement pills, they'll surely be able to help." "All right," Yang Yu said with a smile as he accepted the book The Alchemy Codex. It contained over 400 rare alchemical formulas, and just reading the first 20 pages of alchemical insights would be enough to become a novice alchemist. After parting ways with Su Xin, Yang Yu hurried toward the professional sanctuary while flipping through the alchemy manual in his hands. The first 20 pages detailed basic operations and general knowledge. The concepts were relatively simple, and he quickly grasped the essentials. Just as he closed the book, a system notification popped up. Ding! Notification. Repeatedly refining pills can improve your success rate. Once you raise the success rate of 3 or more beginner-level pills to 80, you will automatically advance to an intermediate alchemist. Yang Yu frowned at the message. So the path to becoming an alchemist was this time-consuming and resource-intensive. It was clearly a money-draining and effort-demanding profession. While he had initially planned to focus on developing this side profession, the reality of the situation forced him to put the idea on hold. Unless he obtained some powerful alchemy-related advantage, he simply couldn't afford to dedicate too much time to refining pills. Compared to slowly honing his alchemy skills, leveling up by defeating monsters was far faster and more direct. As he walked through the main streets of Qingmu City, Yang Yu noticed the increasing number of players settling in. The streets were bustling with activity, filled with people coming and going. Since the main city was relatively safe, he didn't bother using his shape-shifting ability to alter his appearance. Before long, passers-by began to recognize him. It's Kwanga. Look, it's Kwanga himself. It's really him. He looks even more goblin-like than he does in the live streams. That's his iconic look, there's no mistaking it. The chatter around him grew louder. He didn't just win 50 of the resources for Qingmu City. I heard he single-handedly wiped out the Ao Shi and Huangzhou guilds, each with tens of thousands of members. Even the gaming legends Ao Shi Tianxia and Huang Fuhong were defeated by him in seconds. Unbelievable. He took on 2 massive guilds alone and still came out on top. I saw the battle footage was absolutely epic. His archer's area effect skills completely shattered my understanding of the game. Someone added with a laugh. No wonder I saw Ao Shi Tianxia and Huang Fuhong looking so grim at the rebirth altar earlier. They were complaining about not having a chance to use their trump cards. However, others voiced concerns. Both of those guilds have over 500,000 members, and their main forces haven't even entered the city yet. Once they've developed further, mastered control skills, and brought in a few powerful hidden classes, Kwanga might be in trouble. What's there to fear? Someone immediately countered. With Kwang's current fame, if he rallies his supporters, he could easily form a superpower to rival the top 10 guilds. Exactly. If he starts a guild, he'll be the first to join. Me too. I came to this city just for Kwanga. Yang Yu's heart remained calm and unshaken as he strode quickly toward the professional sanctuary. His gaze was resolute, and he inwardly shook his head. These people still treated Tiandao as an ordinary game. Their mindset stuck in the realm of traditional guild wars. But as someone who understood the true nature of the Tiandao world, Yang Yu's vision had long surpassed national borders and even the confines of Blue Star itself. His real opponents were the top prodigies among the 1,000 small worlds simultaneously connected to Tiandao. The brutality of the multiverse battle far exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. The victors would gain access to broader worlds, while the losers would not only lose their ancestral lands forever, but also be forced to eke out an existence under Tiandao's protection, losing the opportunity for rapid growth. If Blue Star were to lose in this competition, less than 1 in 10,000 of its billions of inhabitants might survive. This was the iron rule set by Tiandao, a rule that even the myriad worlds could not defy. Yang Yu understood deeply that only by growing stronger could he protect himself and those around him. A few minutes later, Yang Yu arrived at the professional sanctuary. Lu Ruyan was still lounging lazily in her chair, showing little interest in the late arriving players and leaving the task of career guidance entirely to a few senior archer mentors. Teacher, I've brought back the mandala flowers you requested. Yang Yu stepped forward and placed 10 exquisite, azure flowers on the table in front of Lu Ruyan. At the sight of the flowers, Lu Ruyan immediately straightened up, her face lighting up with a captivating smile. Her gaze toward Yang Yu became much warmer in an instant. You've got some skill, kid, faster than I expected. Here, take this. It's your promised reward. With a wave of her hand, an orange skill book floated toward Yang Yu. Piercing Precision S-Class Passive Skill. Upon learning, increases shooting range base value by 50. Arrows gain system correction, with hidden accuracy improved by 50. Requirement: Archer class, first advancement or higher. That's it? Yang Yu was momentarily taken aback. For ordinary players, this skill was undoubtedly top tier. Both the range and accuracy enhancements were highly desirable. But for someone like him, equipped with the Void Quiver, it merely extended his shooting range from 70 meters to 80 meters. As for accuracy, he had already mastered hitting his mark with every shot, even with multi-arrow techniques. Ungrateful brat. Lu Ruyan chuckled as she gleefully tucked away the mandala flowers. Seeing Yang Ye's unimpressed expression, she mockingly scolded him. Don't think I don't know how much you gained in the poison mist forest. Even if I hadn't offered you a reward, you should have brought these flowers to thank me. If you don't want the skill book, hand it back. Plenty of people would kill for it. Seeing her reaching out as if to snatch it back, Yang Yu quickly tucked the skill book into his inventory. Teacher, once you've given something, you can't take it back. Humph. Lu Ruyan snorted coldly. I heard you've been lucky enough to get promoted to a third-class viscount. Take some time to visit the city lord's mansion. Once you receive your noble token, you'll gain several privileges in the main city. Inwardly, she cursed, damn it, I've been stuck in Qingmu City for so long and haven't even gotten a title, yet my apprentice managed to snag one before me. But on second thought, her mood improved considerably. At least I have a titled apprentice now, better than those old geezers. Teacher, what privileges does a third-class viscount have? Yang Yu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lu Ruyan gathered her thoughts and explained in detail. First, after registering at the city lord's mansion, you can receive a generous monthly stipend, which includes gold coins, elixirs, and spiritual fruits. Secondly, with the Viscount's token, you can enjoy a 30% discount at any official store in the city. She paused briefly before continuing. More importantly, if you can afford to purchase a residence, You'll not only receive daily attribute bonuses, but also have a few beautiful maids assigned by the city lord's mansion to serve you. In every way, a residence can provide attribute bonuses? Yang Yu interrupted her excitedly, completely ignoring the part about the maids. What an unromantic boy, Lu Ruyan said with a faint smile, her playful expression fading. The attribute bonuses aren't significant, but the price is steep. It's up to you whether you want to buy it. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Yang Yu expressed his gratitude and immediately prepared to head to the city lord's mansion. Previously indifferent about his title, he now felt a surge of anticipation. Just as he stepped out of the professional hall, a message from Yu Yao popped up. Kuang Gu, I've got the resource challenge token. It'll return to the city through the teleportation array shortly. Where should I hand it over to you? Yang Yu glanced around. Both the professional hall and the teleportation square were bustling with people, unsuitable for discussing important matters. He quickly replied, let's meet at the 100 Fragrance Tavern near the square. They'll book a private room and wait for you there. 5 minutes later, Yang Yu found himself seated in the most basic, yellow private room at the 100 Fragrance Tavern. Even though he only ordered a pot of tea, it cost him 10 gold coins, equivalent to over 300,000 Dragon Nation currency. This further convinced him of the need to purchase a residence. Shortly after, Yao pushed open the door and entered with a teasing smile. I heard you just wiped out the AO Shur and Royalty Legions, both with tens of thousands of members. Too bad the spoils went to Qinsheng. Next time something like this comes up, don't forget to count me in. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yu Yao directly took out a red token and slid it across the table to Yang Yu. He inspected it carefully, confirming that the token matched the information from the screenshot he had seen earlier. Resource Challenge, Token Ghost Level Special Item. Usage Instructions. Allows a wager of 50 of basic resources with a designated main city. If the main city has already lost such a wager, it cannot refuse. Usage Requirements. Automatically deducts 2,000 reputation points and 1,000 gold coins. Risk Warning. The rules of the wager are randomly generated by the Heavenly Tao and cannot be influenced by either party. As the user of this token, if our main city fails in the wager, you will face severe punishment from the Heavenly Tao. Please use it cautiously, Yang Yu said with a grave expression. Acquiring this token must have cost quite a bit, right? Yue Yao smiled faintly. Not too bad. That person was reasonable. He knew the token was useless to him and didn't dare to use it anyway, so he didn't demand an outrageous price. 2 billion and I got the token. Hiss, even though Yang Yu was mentally prepared, he still couldn't help but gasp when he heard the figure. However, after thinking it over, he realized it was worth it. Whether it was a ghost-grade item or half the leveling resources of a main city, it was undoubtedly of great value. Moreover, with governments and corporations from various countries flooding into the game, the prices of items in the Heavenly Tao had long surpassed those of typical games. These superpowers seemed to foresee that the currency of Blue Star would eventually become worthless, so they spared no expense in their in-game investments. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yu retrieved 12 glass bottles filled with murky liquid from his inventory and neatly placed them in front of Yue Yao. I promised you 10,000 drops of the potion earlier. I didn't expect you to be so efficient. The extra 2,000 drops are my way of saying thanks. A bright smile spread across Yue Yao's face. Thank you, Kuanga. I'll gladly accept. She quickly stored the glass bottles away, then shifted the conversation. Kuanga, are you planning to use this token on Dongyu City and Fusang? I haven't decided yet, Yang Yu replied, hesitation evident on his face. I was too naive before. This token has far-reaching consequences, and if it's not about comparing levels, I don't have absolute confidence. Rather than taking a risk, it might be better to hold on to it for now. Actually, Yue Yao suggested thoughtfully, you could discuss it with Chensheng first. Once he knows, he'll naturally report it to his superiors and let them make the decision. That's a great idea. Yang Ye's eyes lit up, and much of his inner conflict dissipated. Chensheng had the backing of Longguo's military and government. For something as significant as this, which concerned all the players in the nation, it was only fitting for them to decide. If it failed, there was no way he could bear such a huge responsibility on his own. Yue Yao nodded and added, actually, it's not just Fusang that issued a resource challenge against us. Over the past few hours, Eagle Nation challenged Bear Nation, India challenged Pakistan, and France challenged the British Empire. However, none of their matches have concluded yet. So far, Qingmu City is the only main city to have secured a resource reward. Why are there so many wager tokens? And why are they all being used so early in the game? Yang Yu asked in confusion. Exactly, Yue Yao explained seriously. Initially, no country planned to use their wager tokens this early, but it seems Matsuda Kazuki's impulsive move triggered a chain reaction. Besides, the earlier a resource challenge token is used and won, the greater the advantage it brings to a country's players. Theoretically, the earlier the token is used, the better the results. Yang Yu stepped out of the tavern and checked the time. With 20 minutes left until the agreed log-off time with Chensheng, he decided to head straight to the Lord's Manor. The Lord's Manor was situated at the heart of the main city, surrounded by moderately tall yet imposing walls. In front of the gates, several guards clad in standard armor stood at attention. All of them were intermediate-class professionals, and their leader was a formidable high-level professional. Any player daring to trespass would face instant death. I am Zhongjio Kwanga, here to claim my nobility token, Yang Yu announced as he approached the gate, cupping his hands in a respectful gesture toward the guards. So it's Viscount Kwanga. Upon hearing his name, the guards' previously stern expressions softened into respect. The leader stepped forward and bowed deeply. The Lord has just left for Xian City on official business. Before departing, he specifically instructed me to take you to the Grand Steward to handle the formalities. Please follow me. Yang Yu nodded and followed. While the Lord's Manor was not as grand in scale as the forbidden city of Longhua, its layout was well-organized and aesthetically pleasing. Passing through a series of stone staircases and winding around several artificial hills, they arrived at a side hall. Inside, an elderly man with a beard was bent over an account book, the crisp sound of abacus beads echoing in the room. Grand Steward, Viscount Kwanga has arrived, the guard leader announced. The old man looked up, and the weariness in his eyes was immediately replaced with a spark of vitality. He froze momentarily before rising to greet Yang Yu. A young hero. Thank you for bringing 50 of the leveling resources to Qingmu City. It has been an immense blessing for us natives. With that, he bowed deeply. On behalf of the Lord and all the city's residents, I extend our sincerest gratitude to you. You're too kind, Grand Steward, Yang Yu replied, returning the gesture. Time is pressing. Could we proceed with the formalities now? Of course. The old man promptly retrieved a golden token from his robe and handed it to Yang Yu. The front of the token was engraved with Zhongjio Kwanga, while the back bore the words, third-class Viscount. The token was not only a symbol of status, but also a piece of defensive equipment. Viscount Token. Trait 1. Iron Wall increases the wearer's physical and magical defense by 10. Trait 2. Protector automatically activates a protective shield upon receiving a fatal attack, with durability equal to twice the wearer's total health usable once every 24 hours. Trait 3. Exclusive to Zhongjio Kwanga. Unusable by others. Your noble status has been recorded, the old man explained. When your rank increases, you will need to return here to exchange for a new token. The higher your rank, the better the token's attributes and benefits. For now, you are entitled to a monthly stipend of 1,000 gold coins, 100 high-grade pills, and 10 mid-grade spirit fruits. With that, he guided Yang Yu to the desk. The chief steward pointed to the map spread out on the table, his finger tapping on 5 locations marked with red circles. These residences have been carefully selected for you. Take a look. Yang Yu leaned in to examine them closely and noticed that all the properties were located near the city lord's mansion. This deliberate arrangement stirred a hint of unease in him, whether it was purely for safety considerations, or if there was another motive at play, he couldn't tell. What troubled him even more was his financial situation. The spoils from his previous battles against the Ao Shur and the royal faction had all been handed over to Chen Sheng for safekeeping, leaving him without a single gold coin in his possession. At the moment, his only funds were the 1,427 gold coins he had brought back from the poison mist forced a far cry from the cost of acquiring one of these estates. Chief Steward, Yang Yu scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Do you happen to have anything in a more remote location? Maybe something smaller and more affordable? Too expensive, you say? The elderly man immediately responded. These are already offered at a special price, personally approved by the city lord. Any ordinary viscount would have to pay at least 10 times as much. If not for the restrictions of the heavenly Tao, we'd have just gifted you one outright. His expression softened into one of understanding. But I suppose it's reasonable that you're a bit tight on funds since you're new here. In that case, after a moment of thought, the steward suggested, you represent the adventurers of Aoki City this year, so your residence shouldn't appear too modest. Let's do this: choose one of these 5 properties, and the city lord's mansion will advance the payment. The cost can be deducted monthly from your salary. Does that work for you? Considering his monthly income of 1,000 gold coins, plus additional revenue from elixirs and spiritual fruits, Yang Yu estimated that he could repay the cost of the cheapest residence in about 5 months. After weighing his options, he nodded in agreement and chose the smallest property on the eastern side of the city lord's mansion, priced at 5,000 gold coins. Although it was the smallest of the options, it still spanned over 1,000 square meters size that would undoubtedly qualify as a luxury home in his previous life. The chief steward retrieved a property deed from the bookshelf and carefully filled it out. Moments later, a strange energy emanated from the contract and settled onto Yang Yu. A system notification promptly appeared. You have acquired a Viscount-level residence. Daily benefits include an automatic increase of 1 free attribute point. When cultivating within the residence, you gain an additional 1 free attribute point and 10 of your current level's experience every 24 hours. As Yang Yu silently celebrated what he considered a worthwhile deal, the chief steward suddenly clapped his hands. The grand hall doors opened, and 10 stunning young women, clad in light veils, filed in gracefully. Each exuded a unique charm, some gentle, some alluring, some innocent, and others fiery. The moment Yang Yu met their gazes, he felt an inexplicable surge of excitement he struggled to suppress. These ladies are descendants of the Tianmei star, the elderly man said, his tone laden with meaning as he glanced at Yang Yu. Although their combat abilities are limited, they possess an innate allure that is hard to resist. You're young and full of vigor. I imagine you might have an interest in the opposite gender. Do these 10 maids meet your expectations? There's no need for that, Yang Yu said awkwardly, glancing at the chief steward. I barely spend any time at the residence. There's no point in hiring so many people. The chief steward, with his sharp intuition, immediately saw through Yang Yu's concern. Smiling kindly, he said, Viscount Kwanga, are you worried about the salaries and expenses for the maids? Rest assured, all of this is covered by the city lord's mansion, including the basic upkeep of the residence. After all, you are a viscount, and someone should take care of the estate, don't you think? Hearing that he wouldn't have to pay out of his own pocket, Yang Yu reluctantly agreed, though he remained skeptical about the chief steward's enthusiasm. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to this situation. At the steward's signal, 10 maids stepped forward, bowed, and introduced themselves one by one. Greetings, my lord. My name is Chunhua. Greetings, my lord. I'm Chiuyue. I am Baishue. Each of them was graceful and alluring, their movements exuding an irresistible charm. The faintly visible fair skin beneath their sheer clothing only added to their allure. Feeling his blood surge, Yang Yu quickly averted his gaze and composed himself. Haha, Viscount Kwanga, come, let me show you around the residence, the chief steward said with a hearty laugh. Unable to refuse his warm hospitality, Yang Yu followed to familiarize himself with the place. Once the chief steward had left, he promptly dismissed the maids and found a quiet room to log out of the game. Removing his gaming helmet, Yang Yu exhaled a deep breath. The seductive maids and the mysterious chief steward had left him feeling uneasy. Why is the city lord's mansion being so generous to me? Are they trying to monitor me, win me over, or curry favor? He decided to set his doubts aside for the time being. Just then, his phone chimed with a text notification. Checking it, a smile spread across his face. Was a bank notice informing him of a transfer from Changsheng, 96.48 million yuan, bringing his account balance to over 147.23 million yuan. This was clearly the result of Changsheng tallying up the spoils, though the Void Quiver's consumption of over 400 bronze artifacts had kept the total below 1 billion. Even so, this sum was extraordinary, even in Yangcheng. A moment later, another text came from Chunsheng. Kwanga, we've logged out. The car's waiting downstairs at your place. Got it, heading down now. Yang Yu replied. Leaving his bedroom, he saw that the small living room was crammed with 3 sleek, silver gaming pods. His parents were huddled on the balcony, speaking in low voices. Their expressions were a mix of pride and concern. Xiao Yu's logged out. Xiao Shui's still gaming in her room. I'll go get her, his mother said. All right, Yang Yu nodded. Dad, Mom, Qinshang and the others are downstairs. Let's all go out for a late-night meal to thank them. His parents eagerly agreed. After waking up Yang Shui and changing into appropriate attire, they helped Yang Yu downstairs. Half an hour later, the group was seated in a private room at a hot pot restaurant. This was a connected private dining room. Yang Yu sat at one table with Chen Sheng, Wang Lei, and Huang Chong, ready to discuss important matters. At the other table were Yang Yu's parents, his younger sister Xiao Xue, and Guo Xiaopeng, sitting with the other 17 members. Although the atmosphere was initially a bit reserved, the enticing aroma of hot pot from Xiaopeng's family restaurant filled the air. Combined with the fact that everyone had been too busy to eat lunch or dinner, appetites were in full swing, gradually easing the tension. Neither Yang Yu nor Chen Sheng touched any alcohol. Chen Sheng and his team, as special operations soldiers, had to remain ready for action at all times and couldn't drink, even off duty. As for Yang Yu, though he wouldn't have minded a drink, his health didn't allow it. On the other hand, Guo Xiaopeng and Yang Yu's father, Yang Jianhua, were in high spirits, raising glasses on Yang Ye's behalf to toast the group. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Yang Yu finally spoke up. Brother Chen Sheng, I've obtained a resource challenge token and wanted to hear your thoughts. He then explained the token's usage conditions and rules in detail. Chen Sheng listened calmly, showing little surprise. He said in a steady tone, based on the intelligence we've gathered, for challenge tokens have already been activated across Blue Star. The first was Matsuda Kazuki challenging us to a race to reach level 20. The second was Eagle Nation challenging Bear Nation to see who could accumulate 5,000 reputation points first. 2 hours ago, Eagle Nation's Holt achieved the goal, securing 50 of the leveling resources for their main city. He continued. The third token involved Gaul challenging the Sun Never Sets Empire, to see whose main city could get 100,000 players to level 31st. Both sides' players have been grinding non-stop, day and night, but judging by their progress, it'll take at least 2 more days to determine a winner. The fourth token was used by India to challenge Pakistan, though I can't recall the exact rules. It seems to involve completing a hidden quest. Players from both nations are currently scrambling across maps and talking to NPCs in hopes of uncovering clues. Hearing all this, Yang Yu frowned deeply. The rules generated by the Heavenly Tao were unpredictable, ranging from personal duels to group competitions, and even luck-based hidden quests. What kind of challenge his token would bring was anyone's guess, leaving him anxious. Understanding the risks, Chen Shang left the room immediately to report this to his superiors. An hour later, he returned, visibly excited. The military just held a remote meeting, and they've approved the use of this resource challenge token. But there are a few key points to note. What are they? Yang Yu asked. First, Chen Shang began. Since the military's large-scale involvement in the game can't be disclosed to the public yet, and because we currently don't have any players with 2,000 reputation points, you'll need to activate the token yourself. Second, the 1,000 gold coins required to activate the token will be provided by the military. And to make up for the 2,000 reputation points you'll lose, we'll compensate you with an additional 2,000 gold coins. Really? That good? Yang Yu blurted out in surprise. The level of support from the military for this operation far exceeded his expectations. Chen Shang, however, gave a wry smile. It's not entirely a good thing. The leaders have already anticipated the public's reaction. There will undoubtedly be a wave of players standing up to question and criticize you. If Qingmu City wins this gamble, you might be revered as a hero, but if you fail and Qingmu City reverts to its former state, you'll become a target of public outrage, just like Matsuda Kazuki, with everyone calling for your downfall. Are you really willing to take that risk? Why wouldn't I be? Yang Yu's expression remained calm, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Reputation means nothing to me, and besides, we have the upper hand. Losing would be almost impossible. Exactly. That's the main reason the military approved this plan. Chen Sheng nodded in agreement. Right now, Qingmu City is brimming with experts and players, far surpassing Fusang's Dongyu City in strength. Whether it's the Gaul challengers or the Indians, the outcome of these gambles will eventually be decided. By then, at least 4 main cities will secure 50 of the resources, and potentially even more in the future. He locked eyes with Yang Yu and spoke with determination. If Longwell wants to go further in Tiandao, it must have a stronger main city. I see, Yang Yu said after a moment of thought. Does the military have any other requests? Chun Sheng explained. The leaders want you to rest for the night and activate the token tomorrow at 9 a.m. This will give you time to adjust to your optimal state. Additionally, some experts from other main cities will be teleporting to Qingmu City tomorrow. If the gambling rules require a large number of participants, such as in map exploration, they can provide significant assistance. Yang Yu weighed the suggestion and found the timing reasonable. For one, he did need rest. Nearly 24 hours of continuous online activity had taken a toll on his body. Secondly, the incubation time for the flaming red dragon egg coincided perfectly with around 9 a.m. the next day. Although the newly hatched dragon might not be of much immediate help, he couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Just as Yang Yu's thoughts began to drift, Chun Sheng's voice pulled him back to reality. By the way, the leaders asked me to check, have you found a new place to live? A new place? I'll have to ask my parents, Yang Yu said, turning to his parents at the next table. Since he had been immersed in the game all afternoon, these arrangements had been left to them. Tian Xiaoying, noticing that her husband Yang Jianhua had had a few drinks, took the initiative to respond. We looked at a few houses this afternoon. For now, we've got our eye on a small villa in the western new city. The only issue is the rent. It's a bit high. You should take a look before we decide. Mom, it's fine if it's a bit expensive, Yang Yu said with a reassuring smile. We're well off now. No need to pinch pennies anymore if it's worth it. Well spend? Turning back to Chen Shang, Yang Yu sensed something unusual. Brother Chen, the leaders wouldn't ask about this without a reason, would they? You're right. Chen Shang tapped the table lightly, his expression turning serious. A lot of factions are investigating you today, not just domestic ones, but foreign ones too. Investigating me? Yang Yu immediately tensed up, fully aware of how terrifyingly powerful those major conglomerates could be. The hidden dangers of fame from the game quickly surfaced, and Yang Yu realized he needed to find a secure place to live as soon as possible. However, he underestimated the investigative capabilities of the major financial conglomerates. They have plenty of ways to track you down, Chen Sheng said, analyzing the situation with a serious expression as they sat in a hot pot restaurant. First, there's big data facial recognition. The countless surveillance cameras across the country have captured everyone's image countless times. Even if you altered your appearance parameters in the game, your distinctive features make you easy to identify. With enough resources and manpower, it's only a matter of time before they uncover your true identity. He took a sip of tea and continued. Then there are bank transfer records. While my identity is encrypted, the real identities of Yueyao and Suifeng Qwudens have never been a secret. Any transactions between you and them could be traced by someone determined enough to pull the transfer records from the bank headquarters. From there, they could easily track down your bank information. Hearing this, sweat began to form on Yang Ye's back. These investigative methods, which seemed nearly impossible for ordinary people, were effortless for powerful conglomerates. But for now, you don't need to worry too much, Qinshan said, noticing Yang Ye's tension and attempting to reassure him. The military has already blocked some related inquiries. However, the banking system still relies on people, and in these unusual times, anyone can be bribed. Yang Yu nodded silently, fully aware that the military's protection could only last so long. Actually, our meeting today has already drawn some attention, Qinshan said, lowering his voice as he glanced around the restaurant. Because Wang Lei and I secured the first turn rewards for the Knight and Berserker classes, we've gained some recognition. Many people who watched the live stream of your fight at the Novice Village's teleportation array now know who we are. From the police station to this hot pot restaurant, several young people have been discreetly observing us. With your distinctive appearance showing up around us, it's not hard for them to make connections. That's also why we stayed in the car outside your apartment to log in this afternoon. After hearing this detailed analysis, Yang Yu realized that the exposure of his identity had been inevitable from the start. Hiding at home all day wouldn't change anything. Where does the military suggest I relocate? Yang Yu asked, cutting straight to the point. Smart choice. Qinshan patted him on the shoulder. Your abilities are crucial for Longguo's progress in Tiandao, and the leaders, like you, don't want anything to happen to you. There are two options. First, the military family compound in Yangqing. It's the safest place in Yangqing, with retired veterans, leaders, guards, and plainclothes security, far safer than any luxury villa community. Second, you could come with me to Shudu. You could stay directly on the military base, or in a residential area for military families. They'll choose the military family compound in Yangqing. There are still people and things here that I want to protect. That evening, with the help of Qinshan and Wang Lei, Yang Yu and his family, along with their 4 gaming pods, quickly moved into a 2-story courtyard house the military had prepared in advance. Though the house was old and its exterior somewhat worn, the interior was cozy and well-furnished. By the time everything was settled, it was already past midnight. After bidding farewell to Qinshan and the others, Yang Yu finally went to bed with a sense of relief. The next morning, at 9 o'clock, he logged into the game from his mansion in Qingmu City. Without hesitation, he used the resource challenge token. Instantly, a thunderous Tiandao announcement echoed across the skies of Qingmu City and Dongyu City, shocking countless players. Ding! A crisp system notification echoed across the skies of 2 cities. Player Zhongjio Kwanga from Qingmu City has issued a resource challenge to Dongyu City of Fusang Nation. The solemn voice of the Heavenly Dao announcement declared, 2,000 reputation points and 1,000 gold coins have been deducted from the challenger. Challenge rules. The 2 cities will compete by clearing the first-tier dungeon in Hell difficulty. The victor's main city will gain a 50 increase in leveling resources, while the losers will suffer a 50 decrease. The first team to clear the dungeon will receive an additional reward from the Heavenly Dao. As soon as the announcement ended, a brief silence enveloped both cities. Players from Longguo and Fusang alike instinctively looked up to the sky, their eyes filled with shock. The Fusang Nation forums exploded into chaos. Unbelievable. This Longguo player is too arrogant. Winning against Solar City wasn't enough. Now they want to take half of our resources too. This is all Matsuda Kazuki's fault. Of all people, why provoke someone from Longguo? It's not like 100 years ago anymore. We only have 2 main cities, while Longguo has 5. We can't afford to lose. Matsuda Kazuki should commit seppuku to atone for this. However, calmer voices soon emerged. Everyone, calm down. Look at the rules carefully. This challenge is about dungeon clearing. As far as I know, no one from Longguo has cleared the first-tier dungeon yet. Exactly. This might be our chance. If we can start the dungeon first, with President Watanabe and President Sato leading, clearing it won't be an issue. Sato Yukimura stepped forward, declaring, Unity is strength. I promise to make Dongyu City the strongest main city on Blue Planet, starting with defeating Qingmu City. Meanwhile, the forums in Longguo were equally lively. Qingmu City had just won a resource gamble, and most players expected the city to focus on development. Yang Ye's sudden move not only shocked Fusang players, but also caught Longguo players off guard. Kwang Ji's sudden action took everyone by surprise. Even though a night had passed, the players' emotions were still on a roller coaster. The high-stakes gambling rules were nerve-wracking, and the goblin's actions only added to the confusion. 1,000 gold coins and 2,000 reputation points, this is no small amount, one player exclaimed. That's a gamble worth tens of millions. In Qingmu City, heated discussions broke out among the players. Some criticized Kwang Ji's decision as overly aggressive, arguing that a 50 resource boost was already sufficient and that greed would bring unnecessary risks. but most were focused on the pressing matter at hand, the clues to unlocking the first-tier dungeon. If we win this, Qingmu City will become the most resource-rich main city on Blue Star, someone said excitedly. However, reality quickly dampened their enthusiasm. No one had encountered the critical task needed to open the dungeon, and there were no reports of any main city on Blue Star successfully unlocking a first-tier dungeon. New players, faced with the current situation, hesitated in uncertainty. You should consider heading to another main city, an experienced player advised. Even though Qingmu City's resources increased by 50, the surge in player numbers means the resources are spread thin, making it no better than other cities, and the risks here are even higher. Players from both nations were gripped by fear of the unknown. The lack of clues for this task and the hell-level difficulty of the dungeon left everyone restless, worried that their opponents might complete the mission at any moment. Even the military leaders who supported Yang Yu's use of the wager decree began to feel uneasy. Thousands of elite troops, transferred from other main cities, were scattered throughout Qingmu City, meticulously searching every inch of land. Yet, against such an enigmatic task, even this formidable force seemed insufficient. At this moment, Yang Yu sat alone in the quiet chamber of his residence, his brow furrowed in deep thought. As he delved into his memories, a vague recollection surfaced: a sunny day when Guo Xiaoping, free from weekend classes, had visited him at the hospital. Supporting him as they walked downstairs to bask in the sun, Guo Xiaoping had casually mentioned some game-related information during their conversation. Yu, the popularity of the Tiandao game has exceeded everyone's expectations. I'm still saving up to buy a gaming helmet, and it reminds me of the good old days when we used to stay up all night gaming at internet cafes. Recently, I heard that the Aoshi Guild is throwing its weight around again, having taken over 2 smaller guilds in a row. Thinking back to how they relentlessly hunted us down in the last game, I can't help but wish I could personally take revenge. Yu, I really hope you recover soon so we can fight side by side again. The forums are buzzing with debates about the difficulty of Tiandao. Some new players have been stuck in the starting village for an entire week, unable to complete even the most basic quests to leave. In contrast, players who join later seem to have an advantage, as they spawn directly in villages where the teleportation arrays have already been repaired. The game design of Tiandao is truly ingenious. While some top players have already completed their second-class transfer, a medium-sized guild unexpectedly discovered and unlocked a first transfer dungeon, reaping generous rewards. This discovery came after they successfully cleared a unique map called the Tower of 10,000 Souls. The existence of the Tower of 10,000 Souls was no secret. It stands on the western side of every main city. Several large guilds had noticed it before, but chose to abandon it due to its unusual mechanics. The tower can only accommodate 100 players at a time, and it is inhabited by tens of thousands of vengeful spirits immune to physical and poison damage. These incorporeal entities can only be harmed by elemental attacks such as fire, frost, lightning, or curses. Coupled with their low experience yield and lack of equipment drops, the tower was deemed not worth the effort by many guilds. However, this medium-sized guild accidentally uncovered an astonishing secret. While the spirits don't drop equipment, they can occasionally drop rare intelligence and spirit crystals, which, when consumed, directly enhance corresponding attributes. Even more intriguingly, the higher the floor of the tower, the greater the drop rate for these crystals. The guild initially planned to keep a low profile, spending several days methodically clearing out all the spirits in the tower. Upon defeating the final boss, they were shocked to discover that the base of the Tower of 10,000 Souls concealed a sealed first transfer dungeon. This brought them an enormous bounty of rewards, catapulting them to become the biggest winners in Tiandao. And at that moment, Yang Yu finally opened his eyes. Yang Yu's contact list kept flashing with new message notifications. His 4 friends Qinsheng, Yu Yao, Yu Ying, and Sui Feng Qi Wu were all anxiously inquiring about the situation, eager to offer assistance and brainstorm solutions. Temporarily setting aside the messages, Yang Yu called for his maid, Qiu Yu. Bring me a map of the area surrounding Qingmu City. Make sure it's as detailed as possible. Right away, sir. Qiu Yu replied respectfully. Moments later, a massive beast skin map was unfurled across the courtyard. Qiu Yu covered her mouth with a soft laugh and said, Sir, this is a special map provided by the city lord's estate. You won't find something this detailed in any general store. It contains comprehensive geographic information for a 2,000 kilometer radius around Qingmu City. Chunhua chimed in from the side. Sir, we're very familiar with this map. If there's a specific location you're looking for, feel free to ask us. I'll look for it myself. Yang Yu responded politely but firmly, opting for caution. With a magnifying glass in hand, he meticulously examined every marking on the western section of the map. Despite its large size, the intricate details required close scrutiny. After more than 10 minutes of careful searching, Yang Yu finally discovered a crucial clue: an icon for the Tower of 10,000 Souls, located over 500 kilometers northwest of Qingmu City. Next to the tower-shaped symbol were tiny, ant-sized characters: Tower of 10,000 Souls, 5 levels. seals tens of thousands of vengeful spirits and malevolent entities. Indigenous inhabitants cannot enter. This discovery made Yang Ye's eyes light up. The information provided by Xiao Pang was indeed accurate. With the tower's location pinpointed, no matter how challenging the path ahead, there was now a way forward. He immediately sent a message to Chen Sheng, instructing him to gather at his estate. As for the messages from Yu Yao, Yu Ying, and Sui Feng Chi Wu, he chose to leave them unanswered for the time being. Next, he opened his friend request list and accepted two new requests, one from Shui Piaorenjian and the other from Pang Niaoxian Fei, who were none other than Yang Shui and Guo Xiaopeng. The two of them had been fortunate. Not only had they spawned in the same novice village, but it was also one with a functioning teleportation array. Although they missed the chance to compete for the first to reach level 10 rewards, such coveted prizes were out of reach for most players anyway. After a day and night of intense effort, they had both reached level 10 and arrived at Qingmu City. Brother, Xiao Pang and I have already completed our class advancements at the Sacred Hall. Where can we meet you? Shui Piaorenjian messaged. Come to the area next to the City Lord's estate. I have a private residence here. Coordinates 00450 00673, Yang Yu replied. After closing the contact list, Yang Yu fell into deep thought. According to Xiao Pang's description, the monsters inhabiting the Tower of 10,000 Souls were highly unusual. His prized blood poison skill might be ineffective, and even his formidable 3000 plus physical attack power could prove useless. Against these vengeful spirits, his only reliable sources of damage might be the 500 points of true damage from his level 4 spirit arrow and the 100 points of lightning true damage from his Chinkuan bracelet. Yang Yu silently calculated his next move. The true damage attributes of the Chinkuan bracelet and other gear ignored defense, and combined with the splash effect, allowed him to deal significantly higher damage to evil spirits compared to ordinary mages. However, the rule limiting the Wanhun Tower to only 100 participants rendered swarm tactics ineffective. To conquer the Wanhun Tower swiftly, assembling an elite team of mages was essential. More importantly, the team members needed to be absolutely trustworthy. If word leaked to Dongyu City, Qingmu City's strategic advantage would be completely lost. This was precisely why he hadn't summoned Yu Yao or Sui Feng Chi Wu. Although he trusted them personally, the complex guild and corporate affiliations behind them posed a constant risk of information leakage. As he pondered, a sudden disturbance came from his inventory. A blood-stained dragon egg flew out on its own, hovering in midair. Cracks rapidly formed across its shell, and a surge of scorching heat erupted from the fissures. Qiuyu, Chunhua, put the map away now. Yang Yu shouted at the stunned maids. They scrambled to fold the beast-hide map in a flurry of motion. With a deafening roar, flames burst out of the egg, instantly reducing the surrounding vegetation to ash. Strangely, Yang Yu, standing just a step away, remained completely unharmed, without even a trace of heat reaching him. A system notification popped up. Due to being nourished with ample fresh blood during incubation, this flame red dragon hatchling's loyalty to Yang Yu was an impressive 95 points. This meant it would not betray him and could even share a telepathic bond with its master. As the flames subsided, a western dragon, standing half the height of a man, emerged from the scorched remains. Its body was covered in majestic crimson scales. It began eating the scattered eggshell fragments one by one before bounding cheerfully to Yang Ye's side, affectionately nuzzling its head against his chest. Though it couldn't speak, the mysterious connection through their blood bond allowed Yang Yu to clearly sense its joy. Driven by curiosity, Yang Yu accessed the Flame Red Dragon Hatchling's attribute panel. Health, 1000, magic attack, 100, physical attack, 100, defense, 80, speed, 50. It was naturally immune to all poisons and had mastered the skills Flame Breath and Death Bite. Every 10 levels, it would automatically awaken a racial heritage skill, and upon reaching level 20, it would become rideable. Yang Yu was slightly taken aback as he reviewed the little dragon's attributes. Strength, constitution, defense, speed. Each value was over 10 times what his own were at level 1. The natural advantages of its species were truly astounding. Driven by curiosity, Yang Yu's gaze involuntarily drifted toward the little dragon's lower abdomen. Sensing his intent, the little dragon immediately used its wings to shield that area. This instinctive reaction confirmed Yang Yu's suspicion it was a young female dragon. From now on, I'll call you Xiao Hong, Yang Yu said with a smile, gently patting the little dragon's head. Roar! Roar! The little dragon chirped excitedly, flapping its fiery red wings with joy, clearly delighted by the name. Just then, Yang Shui, Xiao Pang, and Chun Sheng entered the mansion gates together. Their eyes shifted back and forth between the little dragon beside Yang Yu and the 10 stunning maids with innate charm standing in the courtyard. The maids had already changed into modest plain attire, following Yang Ye's deliberate instructions to Qiu Yu and the others to replace the alluring sheer garments they had previously worn. Ahem, Guanggu, I didn't expect this from you. Despite your condition, You sure know how to live it up, Qinsheng teased with a grin. Yang Yu quickly explained, Brother Qinsheng, don't get the wrong idea. This is all standard for a viscount's residence. The city lord insisted on assigning them to Mei didn't have a choice. I get it, Qinsheng said, narrowing his eyes with a knowing smile. You're not in great shape in real life, so it's natural to want to experience more in the game. I've been there. Xiao Peng silently gave Yang Yu a thumbs up from the side, a sly expression on his face. Only Yang Shui remained composed, thoughtfully observing the maids. Seeing this, Yang Yu decided not to elaborate further. He stored Xiao Hong in the pet space and led the three of them to a quiet chamber. There, he detailed the existence of the Soul Tower and his strategy for tackling it. The three listened intently, their expressions shifting to shock before falling into deep contemplation. After a moment, Qinsheng looked up and asked, Guanggu, it's not that I don't believe you, but how can you be so sure the Soul Tower seals a dungeon beneath it? If we pour all our efforts into this and end up empty-handed, it'll be a huge problem. Yang Yu had anticipated this question. I just came from the City Lord's mansion. Maybe it's because of my noble title, or perhaps it's due to the resource wager tied to the interests of Aoki City's natives, but the City Lord personally told me everything about the Soul Tower. Of course, this was just a fabricated excuse. In truth, Yang Yu hadn't even met the City Lord when he collected his noble insignia the day before. Even if he tried to inquire now, the constraints and punishments of the heavenly Tao would prevent him from obtaining much useful information. However, revealing the truth about his rebirth wasn't an option, not even to these three trusted companions. Pinning everything on his noble status and the City Lord's mansion was the best explanation he could come up with. He paused briefly. Yang Yu pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Even if the information from the City Lord's mansion is inaccurate, we can take a team of elite mages to investigate the Tower of 10,000 Souls while others continue searching for clues elsewhere. If the military has concerns, I can go alone with Xiao Xue and Xiao Peng. It might slow down the progress, but it's manageable. He was well aware that the Tower of 10,000 Souls was home to hundreds of thousands of high-level vengeful spirits and malevolent ghosts, immune to physical and poison-based attacks. Even with the help of the young dragon, clearing out the tower on his own would take several days. During that time, the situation could change unpredictably. Qinsheng responded cautiously after hearing this. Kuanga, please hold on. I'll consult with my superiors right away. With that, he quickly stepped into the adjacent secret room and called his military contacts. Taking advantage of the brief pause, Yang Yu turned to Yang Shui and Guo Xiaoping. What are your talents and professions? Brother, I awaken the S-level ice and snow physique. Yang Shui replied earnestly, her eyes glinting faintly with a cold light. All my attacks carry an additional 50 ice attribute true damage. When I use ice or snow-related skills, their power, range, duration, and control effects are all doubled. These enhancements will increase further as my cultivation improves. I chose the Ice Mage profession and currently have 2 offensive skills and 1 defensive skill. That's strong? Yang Yu raised his eyebrows in surprise. With proper training, her talent could rival Yu Yao's proportional health draining ability. In terms of support and control, it might even surpass it. If she could transition to a hidden ice-related profession, her potential would be extraordinary. Is it really that strong? Yang Shui, unfamiliar with gaming, was unsure of the value of her talent. Brother, my combat instincts are terrible, and my movement skills are awful. I'm afraid I won't be much help. That's not a problem. Yang Yu waved dismissively, cutting off her worries. It's normal for beginners to lack combat awareness. Stick with me for a few team battles, and you'll improve. Suddenly, he remembered something and retrieved 11 blue fruits from his void quiver. These were intelligence fruits he had found in the poison mist forest, each capable of increasing intelligence by 10 points, with a maximum limit of 50 fruits. He had initially planned to sell them to Yu Yao, but now that his sister had chosen the mage profession, boosting her strength took priority. Brother, I'm still a novice. Giving these to me feels like such a waste. Why not sell them instead? Yang Shui hesitated. What's there to sell? Yang Yu chuckled. Your brother's bank account balance has already exceeded $1 billion. Do I look like I need the money? You need to get rid of this frugal mindset. Good stuff should be used for ourselves. All right, I understand. Yang Shui nodded obediently and began eating the fruits at a slow, steady pace. After understanding his sister's situation, Yang Yu turned to Guo Xiaopeng. What about you? What's your talent? Ah, Xiaopeng waved his hand with a hint of frustration. My talent's decent, it's an 11 constitution multiplier, which gives a strong boost to health and defense. But compared to Xiox's talent, it's nothing special. So, I chose the knight profession. Hearing this, Yang Yu fell into deep thought. He recalled Guo Xiaopeng's awakened life profession talent in his previous life, doubling the success rate of crafting equipment. While this talent wasn't top tier, it was perfect for earning money. It was thanks to this ability that Guo Xiaopeng managed to earn enough money to help fund Yang Ye's medical treatment, even though he had joined the game 2 months later than others. However, because he focused too much on crafting, Xiaopeng never reached level 100 before the catastrophe struck, leaving him unable to manifest the abilities from the game in real life. It seems that this reborn butterfly of mine has already quietly altered many things, Yang Yu thought as he looked at Guo Xiaopeng, giving him an encouraging smile. An upgrade talent is already pretty impressive. From now on, if I come across anything that can enhance physical attributes, I'll save it for you. You'll be our tank knight, taking hits for me and my sister. Of course. Count on me. Xiaopeng replied with a hearty laugh, and the two exchanged a knowing look, bursting into laughter together. A few minutes later, Chun Shang returned to the secret room. Kuanga, the leadership has approved your plan and is selecting suitable personnel. We should be ready to move out in about half an hour. No. Yang Yu shook his head. I won't be traveling with your group to avoid drawing attention from those with ulterior motives. Besides, a large team moves too slowly. Traveling over 500 kilometers to the Tower of 10,000 Souls would take at least 3 to 5 hours. I have the living space ability, so we'll take Xiao Xue and Xiaopeng with me and head to the tower now. Well, scout the strength of the malevolent spirits there and help them and the baby dragon level up in advance. After a moment of thought, he added, as for the personnel selection, I suggest not informing them about the potential first-turn dungeon at the Tower of 10,000 Souls. Just tell them it's a standard raid mission. That way, we can reduce the risk of information leaks. Don't worry, Shang replied with a smile. The leadership has already considered this. It's standard procedure for us soldiers follow orders without needing to know the reasons. Good. Then I'll get ready to leave. Yang Yu stood up and activated the living space ability from his void quiver, opening it for Yang Shui and Guo Xiaopeng. While this ability was powerful, it had one significant drawback: it required the consent of the living being to use it, making it unsuitable for combat. Yang Yu pondered silently, imagining how much stronger it could become if it didn't require consent. No matter how powerful the enemy, I could just trap them in the void quiver, he thought to himself. I wonder if upgrading the quiver a few more times could unlock such a capability. After bidding farewell to Chen Shang at the mansion's entrance, Yang Yu left the city through the southern gate. Using his extraordinary speed, he quickly shook off the numerous pursuers trailing him. Once he found a secluded spot, he skillfully took out his enchanted cloak and transformed his appearance. This time, he chose the most ordinary look of an archer, the kind of face that could easily blend into a crowd without drawing any attention. After repeatedly ensuring no one was following him, he began to make his way toward the northwest, heading for the Tower of 10,000 Souls. Just then, a streak of golden light flashed, and a sudden announcement from the heavenly Tao resounded throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom region. Ding! National announcement for the Dragon Kingdom. It has been detected that the number of players who have reached level 20 across the 5 major cities has exceeded 100. The national level rankings are now officially open. Note, the Heavenly Tao will scan the rankings daily at 12 o'clock noon, awarding attribute points to the top 10 players. The first place will receive 10 free attribute points daily, the second place 9 points, and so on until the 10th place, which will receive 1 point. Players are encouraged to strive for greatness and grow stronger. This announcement was like a thunderclap, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of millions of players across the Dragon Kingdom, especially among the elite gaming masters. Aside from special quests, this was undoubtedly the easiest way to earn free attribute points and on a daily basis. As long as one could secure a spot in the top 10, their strength would skyrocket rapidly. Countless players, filled with excitement, eagerly opened the national level rankings. First, Zhengzhou Kuanga, level 2532.4, archer from Qingmu City. Second, Yu Shang Fuyao, level 2367.1, mage from Qingmu City. Third, Yu Xia Shuaying, level 2358.9, assassin from Qingmu City. Fourth, Nitian Ershing, level 2262.5, warrior from Jinyang City. Fifth, Jinwu Jiuxiao, level 2259.4, swordsman from Xian City. Sixth, Liming Shuguang, level 2247.3, warrior from Huangsha City. Seventh, Guanlingyi, level 2189.2, mage from Heishui City. Eighth, Xingxing Yulei, level 2180.4, archer from Xian City. Ninth, Sui Feng Chiwu, level 2172.6, swordsman from Qingmu City. 10th, Huang Fuhong, level 2164.8, knight from Qingmu City. After a night of relentless leveling, most players had caught up in levels. Even Huang Fuhong, whom Yang Yu had once defeated, managed to squeeze into the bottom of the top 10. What stood out even more was that Qingmu City dominated the rankings, claiming half of the top 10 slots, with the top 3 all being Qingmu City players. Yang Yu pondered to himself, could the Yu sisters' rapid level progression be due to using a blood poison leveling method? Most of the IDs on the list were familiar to Yang Yu. They were almost all leaders of major guilds. The only true solo player on the rankings was himself. Glancing at the time, it was already 10 a.m., leaving just 2 hours until the noon scan. Yang Yu felt a twinge of regret. If only there were more time. He could have helped Xiao Xue and Xiaoping level up, pushing Huang Fu Hong out of the top 10. However, this fleeting disappointment was quickly replaced by excitement. As long as he could maintain his position as the top-ranked player, Yang Yu felt a surge of joy as he realized the benefits of his daily 10 free attribute points and impressive 3,650 points in a year. With the thought of the toxic blood held by the Yueyao sisters weighing on his mind, he wasted no time and raced toward the Wanhun Tower at full speed. He ignored the scattered monsters encountered along the way, focusing entirely on reaching his destination. After 40 minutes of relentless travel, the tower finally came into view. It was a colossal five-story structure, standing imposingly in the middle of a valley. The cliffs on either side were riddled with graves, making the area resemble a massive burial ground. As soon as Yang Yu stepped into the valley, an icy chill, like countless fine needles, pierced into his body. Though the cold caused no physical harm, it gnawed at his nerves, making it difficult to maintain focus. Steeling his resolve, Yang Yu approached the Wanhun Tower and began to examine it closely. Though it was only 5 stories tall, the tower extended horizontally for over a kilometer. Its surface gleamed with a black metallic luster, resembling an enormous magical artifact rather than a conventional brick and stone structure. After a careful search, he finally located a shimmering entrance resembling a curtain of light, with faintly glowing digits in the top right corner reading 0100. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Yu summoned Yang Shui, Gua Xiaoping, and the little dragon cub. The fiery aura surrounding the dragon cub seemed to ward off the oppressive yin energy effortlessly, while the ice affinity Yang Shui displayed remarkable resistance. Gua Xiaoping, however, was visibly uncomfortable, shivering and hunching his shoulders to shield himself from the cold. "Ah Yu, is this the Wanhun Tower? Why is it so freezing?" Gua Xiaoping asked, rubbing his arms for warmth. "You'll get used to it," Yang Yu replied with a reassuring smile before turning serious. "I've added you all to the leveling team. Once I clear the threats at the entrance, I'll signal through the team channel, and you can follow me in." After receiving confirmation from his companions, Yang Yu stepped into the shimmering curtain of light. The surface rippled like water as he passed through, and the displayed number changed to 1100. Inside, the tower was shrouded in darkness, pierced only by the eerie, bone-chilling wails of unseen entities. No sooner had Yang Yu entered than 3 malicious spirits launched an ambush. Under the clarity of his spirit vision, he could see these ghostly figures' upper bodies eerily floating without lower halves. Their attacks were unerringly direct, phasing through his body to inflict excruciating pain on his mind and soul. Reacting swiftly, Yang Yu rolled to the side, evading their second wave of attacks. Drawing his bow, he knocked 3 spirit-infused, poison-tipped arrows and let them fly simultaneously. System notifications began to flash in rapid succession. 180 splash damage, 330 total. Thunder effect triggered. Targets paralyzed for 1 second. Evil spirits are incorporeal. Physical attacks and blood poison are ineffective. Hint: upon reaching the ghost tier realm or after consuming 10,000 poisonous creatures, the blood fiend poison body can directly target souls. While the ineffectiveness of his blood poison left Yang Yu slightly disheartened, the hint offered a glimmer of hope. With the spirits immobilized by the thunder effect, they hung in midair like targets, allowing Yang Yu to unleash a relentless barrage of spirit-infused arrows. Finally, he had an opportunity to cast his detection skill on the malevolent entities. The malevolent spirits, classified as level 25 special monsters, boast 30,000 health points, 1,200 attack power, 500 magic resistance, and 380 speed. These unique entities, formed from the sinister energy left in the wake of a great battle between 2 factions, may not have standout stats compared to other mutated monsters of the same level, but their intangible nature renders them immune to physical attacks and completely resistant to poison damage. For the average player, their high speed of 380 and immunity to physical targeting make them a daunting foe. But for Yang Yu, 30,000 health points is a trivial matter, just 50 arrows. Considering the splash damage between the 3 spirits, a mere 20 or so arrows would suffice, taking less than a second to eliminate them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yang Yu unleashed his maximum attack speed, firing 3 arrows at once. In the blink of an eye, the health of the 3 spirits was depleted, and they dissipated like bubbles into the air, leaving no trace behind. The system promptly displayed a notification. "Congratulations! You have successfully slain a level 25 special monster malevolent spirit. You've gained 200 experience points. Due to you and your teammates, along with your pet, being on separate maps, they cannot share this experience. Your blood venom physique has advanced, increasing your true poison damage to 18,623 points per second. Your body has been refined by blood venom, increasing your constitution by 0.1, now totaling 2,172.5. Although malevolent spirits rarely drop any loot and only grant half the experience of similarly leveled mutated monsters, the enhancement to his blood venom physique was reason enough for Yang Yu to resolve to conquer the entire tower of 10,000 souls. Using his spirit vision, Yang Yu spotted dozens more of these spirits scattered about 100 meters away, entirely unresponsive to the earlier skirmish. He pulled out an illumination stone and hung it around his neck. Instantly, the once motionless spirits were drawn to the light, swarming toward him. Fortunately, the stone's brightness was limited, leaving the spirits further out undisturbed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows rained down as Yang Yu skillfully maneuvered to avoid drawing the attention of other spirits. Even when one occasionally passed through his body, his 30 lifesteal and the regenerative properties of his bright silver chainmail restoring one of his total health per second kept him at full health. In less than a minute, over 40 spirits were annihilated, granting him nearly 10,000 experience points and additional improvements to his blood venom physique. But still no loot. After confirming that no spirits remained within a 200-meter radius, Yang Yu finally signaled for his two teammates and their dragon to join him. Yang Yu instructed, "Stay here by the entrance. Try not to make any noise or light. I'll go ahead to deal with the monsters. Once I help level you up, we can think about getting you involved in combat to hone your skills." A chilling aura surrounded them, and both Yang Shui and Little Fatty nodded silently, not daring to utter a single unnecessary word. Even the usually lively little dragon restrained its temperament, suppressing the flames within its body entirely. After a brief moment of thought, Yang Yu decided to put the glowing stone on his chest back into his pouch. The tower returned to darkness, but this posed no issue for Yang Yu, who possessed the eyes of spiritual sight. In fact, the absence of light worked in his favor, as it reduced the chances of attracting too many wraiths at once and falling into a perilous situation. Upon stepping deeper into the tower, Yang Yu was struck by its grandeur. The interior was at least 10 times larger than it appeared from the outside. Hidden in the shadows were countless wraiths, lying in wait to be vanquished. As the battle began, system notifications flooded in. Ding. Successfully defeated a level 25 special monster wraith spirit. Gained 50 experience points. Ding. Your blood poison body has grown. True poison damage increased to 18,668 points per second. Ding. Constitution refined through blood poison, increased by 0.1. Now at 2,177.0. As the main damage dealer of the three-person team, Yang Yu received 50 of the experience points. However, with the need to share the experience with the little dragon, the actual amount he gained was significantly reduced. For the newly hatched little dragon, though, this experience was invaluable. After slaying just 2 wraiths, it leveled up to level 2, and after defeating 6 more, it reached level 3. Within 5 minutes, Yang Yu had taken down nearly 200 wraiths, finally obtaining a thumb-sized deep blue gem, a primary mental gold crystal, which, when consumed, could increase spirit by 1 point, with a maximum of 10 crystals allowed. Only a 0.5 drop rate? Yang Yu mused to himself. Low experience, low drop rate, and tough enemies. No wonder players in my previous life didn't discover this dungeon right away. An hour later, Yang Yu had slain over 1,000 wraiths, acquiring 3 mental gold crystals and 2 intelligence gold crystals. Still, with 1 million experience points required to level up from 25 to 26, and with experience being shared among his team, his progress had only increased by about 5. Yang Yu, however, was in no rush. From the leaderboard, he could see that Yu Yao and Yu Ying had not used potions to catch up and had only just reached level 24. Meanwhile, the clock ticked closer to noon, with only 5 minutes remaining. Although Yang Yu's leveling was slow, the two companions and the little dragon waiting at the entrance were progressing rapidly. Over the course of an hour, Yang Shui and Little Fatty had each gained 2 levels, reaching level 12. The little dragon, absorbing over 50,000 experience points, had skyrocketed from level 1 to level 9. The little dragon's updated stats were as follows. Scarlet Flame Dragon Juvenile Stage. Level 9. Health 9,000. Magic Attack 900. Physical Attack 900. Magic Defense 720. Physical Defense 720. Speed 290. Talent Immune to all poisons. Skills Flame Breath, Death Bite. Despite its relatively low level, the little dragon was already powerful enough to overshadow Yang Shui and Little Fatty and even hold its own against wraiths. It repeatedly begged to join the fight from within Yang Yu's spiritual sea, but Yang Yu merely smiled and shook his head, soothing its eagerness before continuing his solo exploration. All the while, he kept a close eye on the time and the leaderboard. Finally, as the clock struck noon, a long-awaited system notification echoed. Ding! Congratulations on achieving first place on today's Longwell level leaderboard. Reward: 10 free attribute points. Ding! Your Viscount's estate grants you 1 additional free attribute point. It seems the Heavenly Tao was keen on stirring up the players' competitive spirit, as it promptly issued a major announcement. Ding! Global announcement for Longhua. The daily ranking has been finalized. Congratulations to Zhongjiu Kuanga for achieving the top level today, earning 10 free attribute points as a reward. Congratulations to Yushang Fuyao for securing second place. In the final 2 hours, the top 10 players on the leaderboard engaged in an intense battle. Despite each of them being backed by powerful guilds, the rankings didn't shift drastically due to their closely matched strength. The only thing that surprised Yang Yu was that the player he had previously aimed to surpass, Huang Fuhong, had been unexpectedly overtaken by Bailu, the leader of the Qingmu City Guild, 24 Solar Terms. The 24 Solar Terms was a unique, all-female guild, primarily composed of mages, archers, and priests, with very few warriors. Yang Yu recalled how, back in the novice village, one of their members, Shuangjiang, had led people to block his teleportation array. However, after entering the main city, the 24 Solar Terms hadn't targeted him like the Aoshi and royal clans had. Considering how precious time was, Yang Yu had decided not to dwell on it. Now, seeing Bailu snatch away Huang Fuhong's ranking reward, he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. The announcement instantly sparked heated discussions within the game. Man, these gaming gods can just lie back and still rake in free attribute points. Lying back? Clearly, you missed how Nitian Ershing and Jianwu Zhouxiao swapped rankings 3 times. Or how Lingyi and Xingxing Yulei, those 2 goddesses, switched places twice. At least they get rewards. We're not even getting the scraps. Is this game even balanced anymore? It's just making the strong even stronger. Aren't we all about common prosperity? How about sharing half your attributes with me? Idiot. Why are you bringing up common prosperity in a game? If everyone were equal, why would I spend millions on microtransactions? Among the chatter, many players were curious about Zhongjiu Kuanga's recent activities. Some claimed that after leaving the city through the southern gate, he had seemingly vanished, and his leveling speed had significantly slowed down, as if he had given up. This drew criticism from some players, who accused him of neglecting the ordinary players. However, members of the Aoshi Guild quickly defended him. Don't misunderstand. If he loses the resource wager, it will impact Kuanga the most. Just look at Matsuda Kazuki's fate. His attributes and reputation were gutted, and now he's hiding out in Fusang, constantly on the run. Kuanga's slower leveling is likely because he's exploring a new map and searching for a breakthrough dungeon for the first-class advancement. If anyone finds any clues, please share them actively. Yang Yu closed the leaderboard and refocused on his exploration of the Tower of 10,000 Souls. In the first level of the Tower of Souls, there may not be a boss, but the level 25 wraiths are still formidable foes. Yang Yu remained on high alert, fully aware that being surrounded by over 100 wraiths could spell disaster, even with his current strength. Fortunately, his speed gave him an edge, and with his steadily increasing health, he could break through encirclements with agile maneuvers and eliminate his enemies one by one. At that moment, the system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations! Your pet, the Flame Red Dragon, has reached level 10 and unlocked its bloodline inheritance skill Dragon Roar. The skill description appeared. Dragon Roar allows the Red Dragon to unleash a powerful sonic wave, dealing 200 magic damage to enemies within a 10-meter radius. It also has a 50 chance to inflict 1 second of confusion on targets. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Yang Yu studied the skill details carefully, his eyes lighting up. This was not just an area effect attack, but also a potent control skill. The only limitation was its casting range, confined to 10 meters around the Red Dragon, making it less effective for long-range targets like archers. However, in the Tower of Souls, it was practically a divine skill if surrounded by monsters. A single dragon roar could throw half of them into chaos. Sensing the Flame Red Dragon's eagerness for battle, Yang Yu temporarily returned it to the pet space before summoning it back to his side. Compared to when it was level 1, the Red Dragon had grown from half his height to towering over him, its scales gleaming with a metallic sheen, more resilient than ever. The little dragon excitedly lowered its head, nuzzling against Yang Yu's chest. Yang Yu gently stroked its head and softly instructed, "Stay by my side for now. No need to fight yet. If we encounter danger, use Dragon Roar." Got it. The Red Dragon raised its head in response, obediently staying close to Yang Yu. At this point, its speed had reached 320 points, slightly lower than the 380 points of the Wraiths, but the gap was manageable. Coupled with its 10,000 health points and the Dragon Race's exceptional regeneration abilities, it was more than capable of holding its own. The synergy between Yang Yu and the Red Dragon significantly boosted their efficiency in clearing enemies. Meanwhile, Yang Shui and Xiao Pang continued to serve as experience-sharing partners, splitting half of the experience gained. 2 hours later, when Shan Sheng's team arrived at the entrance of the Tower of Souls, Yang Yu had already slain over 4,000 wraiths, collecting 11 spirit gold crystals and 13 intelligence gold crystals. His poison attack damage had increased to 23,345 points per second, and his health had reached 28,825 points. However, his leveling progress was slow, rising only from 32 to 56, far from the rapid gains he had achieved while over-leveling in the poison mist forest. Yang Shui and Xiaopeng's leveling speed had also slowed, both remaining at around 13 level 60. In contrast, the little dragon's leveling soared, catching up to their level at 13. This wasn't because pets required less experience to level, but due to the early stage leveling gap. Going from level 1 to 10 only required 49,050 experience points, whereas leveling from 13 to 14 required 120,000 points. This completely erased the advantage Yang Shui and Xiaopeng had gained in the starter village. Even more exciting was the fact that after reaching level 10, the Flame Red Dragon's attribute increases per level had doubled. Its current stats were as follows. Health, 16,000, magic attack, 1,600, physical attack, 1,600, magic defense, 1,280, physical defense, 1,280, speed, 470. Its innate immunity to all poisons remained, and its skills now included Flame Breath, Death Bite, and Dragon Roar. These attributes were enough for it to stand toe-to-toe with the level 25 wraiths. Inside a private room at Zue Xianglu in Qingmu City, the lights were bright, and the air was filled with the rich aroma of wine. Ao Shitianxia glanced at Huangfu Hong, whose face was dark with anger, and chuckled lightly. Brother Huangfu, are you still upset about Bai Lu taking your spot? It's just 1 point of free attribute. If it's gone, it's gone. Worst case, you can kill a few more low health bosses tomorrow and get it back. Huangfu Hong downed his drink in one gulp, his eyes blazing with fury. That wretched Bai Lu did it on purpose. She landed the final blow on the boss in the last few seconds, just enough to overtake my rank. Now the entire internet is mocking me. Ha, it's a minor issue, Ao Shitianxia said, his smile fading as he adopted a serious tone. Let's talk about something more important. What's your take on Zhongjiu Quanggu issuing a resource wager challenge against Dongyu City? Huangfu Hong fell silent at the question, idly running his fingers over the rim of his glass. After a long pause, he spoke in a low voice. It would be best if Qingmu City wins, of course. But this time, the one leading us to victory absolutely cannot be him. Oh, why not? You saw the rewards last time, Huangfu Hong said coldly. A special treasure chest, a ton of attribute points, and even a noble title. The players are practically worshipping him now. If he gains another victory, his power will skyrocket, and his influence among the players will become unmatched. Once he has the time to turn his attention to us, things will get very unpleasant. You're absolutely right, Brother Huangfu. Ao Shitianxia agreed, clapping his hands with a darkening gaze. There are plenty of special items in the game that can track players. I've already sent people to look for them, but killing him once or twice in the game won't eliminate the threat completely. It's best if we can erase him permanently in the real world. Ha, haven't you already started on that? Huangfu Hong sneered, taking another sip of his drink. Ao Shitianxia didn't deny it. Indeed, yesterday, I had someone try to track him through the banking system. Unfortunately, we were too late. His information has already been encrypted by higher-ups. But his appearance is distinctive. If he's been out on the streets, visited malls, or uploaded any photos in recent years, there will be traces. We're currently running a nationwide facial recognition scan. Out of over 4,000 potential matches, we're narrowing it down one by one. Finding him won't take long. How much time do you need? 3 days at most. If we're lucky, we might have a result by tomorrow. Good. Let me know when you find him, Huangfu Hong said, tapping the table as he gave a stern reminder. Remember, don't kill him outright. First, force him to hand over his in-game assets. If he's willing to make potions for us, we might spare his life, cripple him, and keep him under control. Don't worry, we're well-versed in handling these matters, Ao Shitianxia replied with a faint, chilling smile. Meanwhile, in front of the Wan Hun Tower, Yang Yu was regrouping with the team brought by Chunsheng. The originally planned 100-member team had now expanded to over 200, including a noticeable number of female players, most of whom were mages and healers. Around the valley's perimeter, several squads of warrior players patrolled back and forth to prevent any outsiders from wandering in. Bringing more people ensures we have backups in case of casualties, Chunsheng explained. Yang Yu nodded in agreement and began to meticulously explain the key points about the tower, including the characteristics of the monsters inside. The team was composed entirely of elite military players, and every single one of them listened intently. The malevolent spirits proved to be a formidable adversary for the group. Not only were their attacks devastating, but their speed was almost impossible to match. What made them even more troublesome was their ability to pass through solid objects, rendering the knight's defenses useless. After careful deliberation, the team decided to employ an unconventional strategy. They assigned 48 mages and clerics to engage in unknown, continuous healing tactics to minimize casualties. Once preparations were complete, Yang Yu led the team back to the Tower of 10,000 Souls. As the only one with the ability to see spirits, the others were unable to navigate the darkness. Yang Yu had to carry a light stone, cautiously moving forward while using the light to draw the spirit's attention. The formation of this team was highly unusual. Standing at the forefront were not the traditional knights or warriors, but the vulnerable mages. Behind them were clerics, continuously casting healing and buff spells. Surprisingly, the formidable warriors Chen Shang and Guo Xiaopeng stayed in the center of the formation, finding little opportunity to contribute aside from giving commands against these unique enemies. Yang Shui was grouped with the mages, fighting alongside them. Meanwhile, Yang Yu and the blazing red dragon guarded the left and right flanks of the team, respectively. Suddenly, a series of buff skills were cast on Yang Yu. Ding! Player Han Pei 8507 has used Holy Light Enhancement on you. All attributes increased by 5. Ding! Player Han Pei 8507 has used Holy Light Shield on you. Magic defense increased by 10. Ding! Player Han Pei 8507 has used Holy Light Healing on you. Restores 2 of total HP per second for 1 minute. Startled, Yang Yu glanced at the girl beside him. This female soldier was very different from the impression he had in mind. Beneath her shoulder-length short hair was a clean, pretty face. Noticing his gaze, the girl flashed a sweet smile. Hello, Master Guo. I'm a medic and also your fan. It's such a pleasure to fight alongside you. I'm glad as well, Yang Yu replied with a nod. Why? Is it because I'm pretty? The girl asked playfully. No, it's because your skills are very effective. The internet was right. Master Guo really doesn't know how to charm girls. Pei, stop chatting and stay alert. Chen Shang interjected urgently. He then privately messaged Yang Yu, explaining that the girl was the general's daughter. She was a good person with top-notch healing skills, though a bit lively in personality. Yang Yu shook his head slightly, not giving it much thought. With this elite team, Yang Yu's tactics became bolder. He often threw out ultra-bright light stones to attract hundreds of spirits, and the team coordinated seamlessly to handle them. Even in moments of danger, they managed to defuse threats using control skills. The mages weren't just skilled in powerful magic attacks. Many of them excelled in area effect spells. Though occasional casualties occurred due to their low health, the team's progress was dozens of times faster than Yang Yu's solo exploration. Together, they were able to eliminate over 40,000 spirits every hour. 1 hour passed, then 2 hours, 3 hours. After nearly 5 hours of relentless battle, the previously pitch-black first floor of the Tower of 10,000 Souls suddenly lit up with countless lights. Ding! Congratulations! You have cleared the first floor of the Tower of 10,000 Souls. Follow the staircase to proceed to the second floor. During the intense 5-hour battle, the team's achievements were nothing short of astonishing. They annihilated a total of 200,000 malevolent spirits. Among them, Yang Yu alone accounted for over 10,000, showcasing his remarkable strength. The distribution of the spoils, particularly the precious gold crystals, was well organized. Yang Yu consumed 10 spiritual gold crystals. The same amount was allocated to his sister and Xiaopeng, while the rest were handed over to Chen Shang for management. Throughout the fight, Yang Yu maintained seamless coordination with his sister Yang Shui and Xiaopeng as a tight-knit trio. The blazing flames of the Crimson Flame Dragon swept across the battlefield, taking down nearly 5,000 spirits. Despite her lower level, Yang Shui, who had awakened her ice and snow physique, cleverly utilized the terrain and the cover of others to eliminate over 3,000 enemies. Together, the two siblings and the dragon achieved an impressive combined total of nearly 15,000 kills, demonstrating flawless teamwork. The battle significantly boosted everyone's strength. Both Yang Shui and Guo Xiaopeng advanced to level 17, while the Crimson Flame Dragon quietly reached level 16, increasing its power. Yang Yu, on the other hand, surged past level 26. Although the subsequent hunts did not further enhance his blood poison body, his poison damage had reached an astonishing 27,329 points per second, with his health soaring to 32,909 points. Other members of the army also gained an average of 2 levels, resulting in an overall increase in combat strength. When the group arrived at the golden staircase leading to the second floor, Chen Shang asked if they should proceed together. After some thought, Yang Yu decided, let Xiao Hong and me scout ahead. The monsters on the second floor are likely to be more challenging. Chen Shang cautioned, if you encounter danger, send a message immediately and retreat if necessary. Yang Yu nodded in agreement and ascended the staircase with the Crimson Flame Dragon. As soon as they entered the second floor, they were bombarded with dense attacks from all directions. Activating his spirit vision, Yang Yu identified the attackers' fully formed malevolent spirits wielding staffs, their blood-red eyes gleaming with malice. Dodging the onslaught, Yang Yu quickly cast a detection spell. The information displayed left him both shocked and thrilled. These were level 30 necromancers with 35,000 health points, 1,500 attack power, 700 magic resistance, and a speed of 420. They also possessed a soul bomb skill with a range of 20 meters. While this presented an excellent opportunity to gain experience and further enhance his blood poison body, it posed a formidable threat to the military players, whose average level was below 20. Relying on his superior speed, Yang Yu skillfully maneuvered across the battlefield, evading the necromancer's soul bombs while unleashing thunder-based skills to paralyze his enemies and create openings for counterattacks. The necromancer's toxin attacks proved ineffective, but the damage inflicted on Yang Yu far exceeded the output he managed against the monsters. Fortunately, the flame red dragon had grown into a formidable force. With a speed of 620, it only needed a slight flap of its wings to swiftly position itself in the midst of the monster horde. Roar! A deafening roar resonated through the surroundings, and the dragon's skill, Dragon's Roar, instantly took effect, throwing nearby enemies into temporary chaos. Following this, boom, 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 waves of 1,500 damage numbers kept popping up. The flame red dragon opened its massive jaws and unleashed torrents of scorching flames, precisely engulfing the wraiths. The flame red dragon was no longer the same as before. At level 16, it boasted 2,200 points of magical attack, delivering significant damage even with basic attacks. More importantly, its 1,760 points of magic defense rendered it nearly immune to the necromancer's assaults. If not for Yang Ye's superior attack speed and splash damage, the dragon would have easily outpaced him in damage output. With only 35,000 health points, the necromancer was no match for the combined might of Yang Yu and the flame red dragon. In mere seconds, the duo wiped out over a dozen necromancers at the entrance. The system notifications promptly followed. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the level 30 special monster necromancer. Due to defeating an enemy 4 levels higher, experience points are increased by 40. You and your pet each receive 175 experience points base value, 250 points. Note: your teammates on a different map cannot share this experience. Ding! Your bloodbane poison body has grown, increasing true poison damage to 27,330 points per second. Ding! Your body has undergone blood poison tempering, increasing constitution by 0.1. Current constitution, 3,053.2. Thanks to his 30 lifesteal attribute, Yang Yu lost only about 10 of his health. With Han Pei's Holy Light Heal and the support of his chainmail armor, his health fully recovered in less than 5 seconds. Compared to the level 25 ghostly spirits, the level 30 necromancers provided nearly double the experience points. If Yang Shui had landed the killing blow, the experience could have reached an astonishing 500 points. Activating his spirit vision, Yang Yu scanned the surrounding area within several kilometers. He observed that the second floor, aside from featuring higher-level monsters with added ranged abilities, was not drastically different from the first floor. In fact, the monster density was less concentrated, offering him slight relief. If the second floor had maintained the same 200,000 monster count as the first floor, the completion time would have been significantly prolonged, and the military team's members might have faced 2 or 3 deaths each. After confirming the area was safe, Yang Yu signaled Qian Shang to lead the team upward. However, the battles on this floor proved far more challenging than on the first. Even with Yang Yu carefully using his spirit vision and equipping only a faint illumination stone, the military team struggled against special monsters that were 10 levels higher and armed with ranged attacks. Casualties continued to mount. Fortunately, a resurrection monument located on a hillside half an hour away allowed fallen members to revive there. Without this, Qian Shang's nearly 100 mages would have struggled to maintain rotations. Despite the high casualty rate, the second floor's loot drop rate increased to about 2, and the items dropped were no longer basic gold crystals but the more valuable intermediate gold crystals. Intermediate spirit gold crystal permanently increases spirit by 5 points upon consumption, up to 20 crystals. Intermediate intelligence gold crystal permanently increases intelligence by 5 points upon consumption, up to 20 crystals. Outside the outskirts of Qingmu City, Huang Fu Hong fixed his gaze on the ominous black book in Ao Shirtianxia's hands. Is this the thing you mentioned that can locate Zhong Jiuquangji's position? That's right. Ao Shirtianxia replied with a smug smile. This is a ghost tier special item, usable 3 times a day. It cost me 50 million to get my hands on it. As he spoke, he decisively cut his finger and solemnly wrote the 4 characters for Zhong Jiuquanggu in blood across the book's pages. The pages immediately reacted in a strange manner. The blood, as if alive, began to flow and coalesce into a crimson map. A distinct tower-shaped marker stood out prominently. He's still here. Ao Shirquang Fu laughed heartily. When I first used the locator book an hour ago, he was already at this spot. He hasn't moved since. The Wanhun Tower is so far from the main city. If he's spending this much time here at such a critical moment, there's definitely something valuable inside. It might even be the clue to the first-tier dungeon. Excitement flickered in Huang Fu Hong's eyes. Whatever the reason, if there's an opportunity, we take it from him. If not, we kill him. take his treasures and settle our score. Couldn't agree more. Aoshir Tianxia's eyes glinted with malice. Last time, we underestimated him and didn't even get to use our special items before he ambushed us. This time, we'll bring more people and wear him down until his poisons are depleted before making our move. Let's each bring 50,000 men, Huang Fuhong suggested after a moment of thought. Everyone's level and gear have improved significantly since last time. The gap isn't as wide anymore, might not even survive long enough for us to deal with him. That won't do. Aoshir Tianxia raised an excited eyebrow. I've even prepared a forced resurrection talisman enough to kill him 10 times on the spot. Plus, I've got 3 equipment looting talismans ready, which should strip him clean. Even if we can't track him down in the real world for now, he won't be able to make any waves. All right, we'll meet on the west side of the city in half an hour. The two quickly reached an agreement and immediately began mobilizing their forces, heading straight for the Wanhun Tower. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the Wanhun Tower, Yang Yu and the military squad had been locked in battle for 2 hours. They had slain nearly 50,000 necromancers, earning close to 1,000 mid-grade golden crystals. After consuming the crystals, the mage's magic resistance and attack power had noticeably increased, and casualties had finally slowed. Yang Ye's level had reached 26 at 65, and it was expected he would hit level 27 before clearing the second floor. His Flame Red Dragon had also quietly advanced to level 18, just 2 levels away from the rideable level of 20, at which point it would awaken new inherited skills. After more than 7 hours of continuous fighting, the group was utterly exhausted. While they were taking a brief rest in a corner, Chen Sheng approached with a grave expression. The information's been leaked, Chen Sheng said, his face dark. Yang Yu looked at him, puzzled. News from the city, Chen Sheng explained. Aoshir and Huang Fu have gathered an army of 100,000 and are heading straight northwest. Based on information from their guild members, their target is the Wanhun Tower. I suspect that someone involved in this mission let the information slip. His tone was heavy. Guanggu, I'm sorry. I've let you down after everything you shared with use your confidential intel and plans. But don't worry, I will give you a proper explanation for this matter. Yang Yu looked into Chen Shang's determined eyes, fully understanding what his promise entailed. Yang Yu carefully analyzed the current situation. Ao's and the Huangfu clan not only found this location with precision, but also knew about the Tower of 10,000 Souls. This was no coincidence. At present, apart from Yang Yu, Yang Shui, Xiaopeng, and the military personnel, no one else was aware of the tower's existence. The most straightforward assumption was that there was a traitor within the military who had leaked the information to Ao's and the royal clan. However, as his thoughts deepened, Yang Yu noticed several inconsistencies. He shook his head and said, no need to investigate further. The mole is unlikely to be one of us. Why not? Chen Sheng frowned and asked. There are 2 glaring contradictions, Yang Yu explained, raising his fingers. First, the Tower of 10,000 Souls can only accommodate 100 people. This is a fact known to all insiders. If it was one of us who leaked the information, the other side wouldn't have sent such a large force. Could it be that they're planning to ambush you after you leave the tower? Chen Sheng pressed. Impossible. Yang Yu replied resolutely. That brings us to the second contradiction. If there was an internal leak, they would undoubtedly know that I'm collaborating with the military. Do you think they dare to openly confront the military? Chen Sheng fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Indeed, even with financial backing, neither Ao's nor the royal clan would dare to defy the military outright. If they were aware of the specifics, they wouldn't have made such a bold move. The fact that they're acting so openly proves they're unaware of our collaboration. Yang Yu continued his analysis before shifting the topic. By the way, are there any items in Tiandao that can remotely track players? There are. Chen Shang responded immediately. Someone in the unit once drew a one-time use talisman like that. It was so valuable that it's been kept securely by the higher-ups. That makes sense now, Yang Yu said, realization dawning on him. They must have used a similar item to lock onto my location. They might not even understand the true significance of the Tower of 10,000 Souls. Patting Chen Shang on the shoulder, Yang Yu smiled and said, no need to worry. As long as the military guards the valley entrance, they won't dare act recklessly. Even if they're arrogant enough to challenge the military's defenses, they won't get into the tower. After a brief pause, Yang Yu fell into contemplation again. The real question is how Fusong will react once they find out him in the Tower of 10,000 Souls. If Ao's and the royal clan's actions draw Fusang's attention to the tower, those 10,000 people might just have to contribute a death for me. Using the Devourer Pearl, 10,000 sin points could be converted into 1,000 strength points, far surpassing the effects of mental and intelligence crystals. Yang Yu turned to look at the blazing fire dragon lying on the ground and gently stroked its scales. Xiaohong, you need to reach level 20 soon. Let them witness the power of a dragon knight. As if understanding its master's words, the fire dragon let out 2 deafening roars and spread its wings, diving into the darkness to hunt down necromancers. Yang Yu immediately opened the pet interface and allocated all experience points to the fire dragon. Aside from the restriction that its level couldn't exceed its master's, there were no limits on experience distribution. Inside the Tower of 10,000 Souls, the fire dragon's kill efficiency already surpassed Yang Yes. Disabling shared experience was undoubtedly the best choice. Meanwhile, the news of Yang Yes' presence in the Tower of 10,000 Souls was quickly being relayed to Fusong by those with vested interests. Inside Dongyu City, a secret meeting was underway. Watanabe Ichiro, the military head of Fusong, sat across from Sato Yukimura, the president of the city's largest guild. Both men wore expressions of utmost seriousness. Sadakin, our informants in the Dragon Kingdom have reported that the instigator of this resource gamble, Zhongzhou Kwanga, seems to be staying in a map called the Tower of 10,000 Souls. Watanabe Ichiro began, getting straight to the point. Do you think that place could hold clues to a first-tier dungeon? Sato Yukimura furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. There's too little information to make a judgment for now. However, since we don't have any other leads at the moment, it might be worth investigating. The question is, does a location like that exist in Dongyu City? There is. Watanabe Ichiro nodded firmly. Our scouts have been to that area and marked it on the map. Then let's personally lead a team there. A confident smile appeared on Sato Yukimura's face. If Zhongzhou Kwanga has stayed in that map for so long, even if it doesn't lead to a dungeon, there must be something worth exploring. The two quickly reached an agreement and immediately assembled an elite vanguard team comprised primarily of mounted warriors, assassins, and archers. These fast-moving physical combat players would take the lead, while slower-moving mages and healers were assigned to the rear. A large group of mid to high-level players followed closely behind, planning to use their sheer numbers to explore the Tower of 10,000 Souls ahead of Yang Yu. Meanwhile, in Qingmu City, on the second floor of the Tower of 10,000 Souls, Yang Yu and his party had been battling for nearly 3 hours. Just as Yang Yu took down the last necromancer, the surrounding darkness was suddenly illuminated by countless lights, brightening the space completely. A system notification chimed. Congratulations! You have cleared the second floor of the Tower of 10,000 Souls. Proceed up the staircase to reach the third floor. Looking at the golden, glowing staircase ahead, the group collectively sighed in relief. The prolonged combat in the dimly lit environment had left everyone mentally exhausted, but the warm glow of the lights brought them a sense of comfort and reassurance. After the intense battles, Yang Yu had reached level 27, with his attributes seeing significant improvement. Zhongzhou Kwanga. Class: Novice Archer. Level: 27. Experience: 12.5. Strength: 1,246. Constitution: 3,381.1. Agility: 908. Spirit: 359. HP: 36,189. MP: 3,590. Attack: 3,289. 124, 623, 8130. Defense: 4,796, 338, 161, 6120. Magic Defense: 969, 359, 449, 120. Speed: 928, 90820. Range: 80. Spirit Arrow Range: 140. Lifesteal: 30. Gold: 3,427, including 2,000 from military subsidies. Remaining free attribute points: 31. Reputation: 6,320. Title: Viscount, 3rd class. Fame: Murderer. Luck: hidden total luck points earned: 160. Talent: Blood Venom Body inflicts 30,509 true damage per second on the target, lasting 20 seconds. The poison can stack up to 2 layers. Notably, his poison damage had surged from the initial 18,622 damage per second to an impressive 30,509 damage per second. Yang Yu felt the surging power coursing through his body. His health points skyrocketed from 24,102 to 36,189, and his mana points increased from 2,290 to 3,590 after consuming dozens of spirit golden crystals. However, these enhancements seemed insignificant compared to the fiery red dragon by his side. This adolescent flame red dragon, despite being only at level 20, boasted astonishing attributes: 30,000 health points, 3,000 magic attack, 3,000 physical attack, with both magic and physical defenses reaching 2,400, a speed of 820, and a loyalty rating of 96. It had a breath attack range of 50 meters, and came with innate riding capability and immunity to all poisons. Even more awe-inspiring were its mastered skills: Flame Breath, Death Bite, Dragon Roar, and the most formidable of all, Flame Storm. This skill unleashed a fiery vortex within a 20-meter radius, dealing 200 magic attack damage per second for 10 seconds, with only a 1-minute cooldown. These attributes and abilities made the level 20 Flame Red Dragon nearly on par with Yang Yu, who was at level 27, surpassing him in both magic attack and defense. As Yang Yu was lost in thought, Chen Sheng suddenly checked his contact list, his expression grave. Guanggu, Wang Lei just sent word. The forces of Ao Shi and the royal clan are closing in the Eri only 50 kilometers from the valley entrance. Should we send someone to intercept them? Yang Yu didn't answer directly but instead asked, any news from Dongyu City and Fusang? There is, Chen Sheng replied grimly. As you predicted, after learning you were in the Tower of 10,000 Souls, they immediately mobilized tens of thousands of elite troops to the tower area. However, half an hour ago, their vanguards suffered heavy casualties. Even Watanabe Ichiro was killed by monsters, and only a severely injured Sato Yukimura managed to escape. They're now preparing for a second assault. Hearing this, Yang Yu remained calm, even smiling faintly. Then there's no need to intercept Ao Shi and the royal clan's forces. I was thinking of getting some fresh air anyway. Everyone's tired, why don't we log off here for an hour to rest? Then head to the third floor? What are you planning? Chen Sheng asked urgently. If Ao Shi and the royal clan leaked the Tower of 10,000 Souls location to Fusang, they'll have to pay for it, Yang Yu said nonchalantly. And while I'm at it, they'll grab some equipment for your military. Equipment? Chen Sheng was momentarily confused. Are you passing up this chance for free loot? Yang Yu chuckled. If you don't want it, they'll just call you Yao. She already tipped me off about Ao Shi and the royal clan and asked if I needed help cleaning up the battlefield. I'm sure she's got her eyes on the gear by now. Chen Sheng scratched his head, hesitating. You're planning to take on their 10th Sandstrong elite force by yourself? Yang Yu gestured to the flame red dragon, now over 3 meters tall, standing beside him. I've got Xiao Hong here with me. Isn't that enough? Probably. Maybe. It should be. Chen Sheng's tone was uncertain, but deep down, he knew. With the flame red dragon by his side, Yang Yu might not win outright, but he'd certainly be able to retreat unscathed. After all, who could possibly stop a man riding a dragon? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.